Welcome to the global deep sea survival game. The old world has sunk. Land, sunlight, fresh air, things you once took for granted have now become luxuries. From this moment on, your only reliance is your submersible. It could be a military submarine, a deep-sea probe, or merely a rusted metal can, but it does not matter. In this game, your starting point means nothing. The finish line is all that counts. Listen closely to the rules. Abyssal contamination is spreading outwards. At regular intervals, the safe sea zone will shrink. Any player trapped within the contaminated zone, no matter how tough their submarine, no matter how ample their supplies, will be consumed by the corruption. Driven mad, stripped of their identity, and turned into monsters. You must forge ahead. You must dive deeper. You have to venture into deeper, far more dangerous waters. Explore sunken urban ruins that have rested beneath the waves for a century, and enter abyssal regions where humanity has never set foot. Food, fresh water, and materials to upgrade your vessel await down there. But there also dwell monsters with fangs longer than a shark's. Abyssal leviathans capable of swallowing an entire submarine in one gulp, and fellow survivors willing to attack you for half a tank of oxygen. Yet you will not back down, will you? Because you are human. You belong to the most resilient, intelligent, and unyielding species on this planet. So grip your controls and fire up your engines. The safe zone has already begun contracting. There is only one thing you need to do. Stay alive. Survive until the final circle. Outlive everyone else sinking into the ocean, and keep breathing when all others perish. This abyss belongs to you. Conquer it. The frigid synthetic voice faded from his mind. When Suhai opened his eyes, the violent sensation of free fall came to an abrupt halt. He was strapped tightly to a metal seat by safety harnesses. Rows upon rows of dense instrument panels stretched out before him, pale green fluorescent light tracing the outline of the submarine cockpit amid the darkness. Beyond the circular viewport, deep blue seawater enveloped the vessel like an endless slab of amber. Oppressive, a suffocating weight pressed upon everything. Lingering dizziness clouded Suhai's mind. He remembered scrolling on his phone inside his rental apartment, catching sight of a notification, warning of abnormal global sea level rise, and then everything went black. Ding, global deployment complete. The global deep sea survival game commences now. Before Suhai could fully process what was happening, a cold mechanical tone boomed directly inside his head. This is no drill. The old world is gone, swallowed by the sea. From this moment onward, your nation is the submersible beneath your seat. Heed these ironclad rules. I will state them only once. Rule 1. Your vessel is your territory. Your submersible is your absolute safe zone. No one may board without your permission. Within this cabin, you hold absolute authority. Rule 2. Gifts of the deep sea. In this world, even ordinary mutated fish can tear through steel plating, yet every creature you slay drops generous resources. Risk always goes hand in hand with reward. If you wish to grow stronger, pilot your submarine out to hunt. If you choose to wait for death, drift in place and conserve power. Rule 3. Evolve or sink. Your submarine requires constant enhancement. Hull plating, engines, weaponry, sonar, oxygen generation modules. Every component can be upgraded. Every sheet of steel, every strip of rubber, every evolution fragment carved from mutated creatures forms the rungs of your ladder upward. Anyone who remains stationary will eventually become a heap of scrap metal resting on the seabed. Rule 4. Resources are your only bargaining chip. Resource caches have been scattered randomly among sunken city ruins, underwater caverns, and shipwreck debris. Inside, you may find fresh water, food, weapon blueprints, rare materials, even direct evolution fragments. But remember, if you can spot a resource crate, others can too. Every salvage operation carries the risk of an ambush. Rule 5. All data has been digitized. Mentally utter status panel to bring up your interface, where you can view submarine conditions, equipment attributes, stored supplies, and map data. It is your most dependable tool in the deep sea, second only to yourself. The icy mechanical voice fell silent. After a brief pause, one final alert echoed, heavier than all prior announcements. As if delivering an irreversible verdict, we wish all survivors the best of luck. The deep sea holds no fondness for cowards, yet it always welcomes corpses. Now, let the game begin. Suhai possessed remarkable adaptability and did not panic. In his mind, he whispered, "Status panel." A translucent light screen unfolded before his eyes. His personal attribute panel appeared first. Player, Suhai. Stamina, 12. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Spirit, 14. Superpower, unawakened. Awakening progress, 0. Evaluation, average physical fitness, slightly above baseline spirit stat. Your willpower might let you hold your breath a little longer before death, yet that is all. Do not imagine you can fight mutated fish with your bare body. You are not capable. Suhai scanned the lines and frowned faintly. His stamina and strength fell within the range of an average adult male, agility marginally higher, likely a leftover from years of practicing parkour, leaving him with decent physical conditioning. The spirit stat of 14 came as a surprise. He suspected this attribute related to mental fortitude and willpower. If that held true, 14 points was far from trivial. Superpower, unawakened. Awakening progress, 0. These two lines were shaded gray, meaning they were irrelevant to him for now. He closed the personal panel and pulled up the vehicle interface. This would ultimately decide how long he could survive. Vessel name, Rusted Military Submarine. Grade, Tier 1 vessel. Hull durability, 200/200. Maximum dive depth, 800 meters. Current depth, 1023 meters. Depth exceeded warning. Maximum speed, 50 knots. Power system, conventional diesel-electric engine. Remaining fuel, 48. Weapon system, forward quad torpedo tubes. Remaining ordnance, 2 torpedoes. Oxygen generation equipment. Not equipped. Oxygen concentration will drop to dangerous threshold in 50 minutes. Sonar system, basic model. Detection range, 500 meters. Storage capacity, 15 cubic meters. Upgraded components, none. Level 0. Evaluation, a worn-out military submarine long overdue for scrapping. Operating beyond design limits, nearly out of fuel, with only 2 torpedoes left. Its sole merit is its military origin. While others wait for death, trapped inside fragile, transparent pods, you at least have a steel hull to shield you as you sink. Suhai's expression darkened after reading the panel. No oxygen generation equipment. Survivors without oxygen systems would suffocate slowly within their metal pods, just like fish deprived of air. This was a deadly crisis. At that moment, the world channel erupted. Before Suhai could work out a solution for his oxygen shortage, a flood of notification prompts popped up in the upper right of his vision, pouring forth like rain hammering against metal. World channel activated. Regional channel activated. Trade channel activated. 3 alerts flashed simultaneously. Immediately afterward, the message bar in the lower left corner began scrolling frantically like a breached dam. What the hell is this place? Why am I swimming underwater with no vessel at all? I'm stuck inside a diving suit. Just a suit, not even a helmet. I can breathe underwater, but I'm freezing and terrified. I'm trapped in a sightseeing sub. It's completely transparent. Huge black fish are swimming all around me. I'm losing my mind. Suhai skimmed through the messages, his expression shifting from tension to disbelief. Some players were exposed directly to seawater, others confined inside basic diving suits, and many trembled within transparent sightseeing spheres. One player's predicament was even more absurd. He claimed he had spawned with nothing but a compact underwater thruster, strapped to a single oxygen tank, without any space to sit down. Suhai glanced toward his cockpit. The metal seat was hard, yet fully enclosed. The aged instrument dials still displayed active readings. The indicator lights for the quad torpedo tubes glowed green. A military submarine. Rusted as it was still military grade. I suppose I got fairly lucky, he muttered to himself. A new message appeared on the world channel at this time, posted by a player named Lin Dong, marked as a paid pinned message visible to everyone. Everyone, I command a medium research submarine. My vessel requires a minimum crew of 3 to operate, and I am all alone in the cockpit. Its engines cannot be activated. If any survivors are near my coordinates, come join me. I possess blueprints and basic weaponry. No one can survive alone. Cooperation is our only hope. Dozens of replies followed. Some wanted to head toward his location. Others claimed they could not find the coordinates, while many voiced sharp skepticism, arguing no one dared leave their vessel to pick up strangers, fearful of traps. Suhai did not join the discussion. His gaze lingered on the line, requires a minimum crew of 3, before reopening his vessel panel. Vessel name, Rusted Military Submarine. Type, compact tactical submarine. Rated crew, 1 to 2 people. It could be operated by a single person. Suhai had earned a civilian submersible operator's license back in university. While his certification covered small sightseeing craft and bore little similarity to military submarines, he still retained familiarity with basic instrument readings, ballast tank adjustments, and rudder control. Though the cockpit layout of this rusted military submarine was outdated, its core operational logic followed universal standards. He surveyed the controls carefully: joystick, depth gauge, speedometer, torpedo firing switch, sonar display. Every critical control sat within reach of a single pilot's seat, requiring no co-pilot. He could manage, barely. Then a bright red message cut through all other text on the world channel, impossible to ignore. System notification. Player Zhao Taizhu has been consumed by the contaminated zone and perished. All survivors, evacuate immediately. The world channel fell silent for several full seconds. Then chaos exploded once more. Someone died. This is real. What does it mean to be consumed by contamination? Where is the contaminated zone? Check your map panel. There's a countdown for contamination expansion. Oh no, a massive red zone is advancing toward me from behind. Suhai instantly opened his map panel. On the pale blue topographic chart of the seabed, his position was marked by a green triangle. Dozens of nautical miles behind him, a vast crimson region crept steadily forward, unstoppable. The boundary of spreading contamination resembled a writhing wave of blood, swallowing everything in its path. A glaring red countdown rested at the bottom of the map. Time until contamination reaches current coordinates. 44 minutes and 58 seconds. 44 minutes. Suhai's heart skipped a beat. He began searching the cockpit. Inside a storage compartment behind the seat, he found a water-wrinkled operations manual printed with the submarine's model designation, Seawolf 3 Compact Tactical Submarine. Compact. Single crew. Military. These three terms confirmed one truth. His starting advantage far surpassed that of nearly every other survivor. But before he could feel any relief, his breathing grew labored. It was no mere psychological effect. Oxygen levels were falling. On the environmental monitoring panel mounted to the cabin ceiling, oxygen concentration had dropped from the standard 21 to 17, the number continuing its slow yet steady decline. Carbon dioxide levels were climbing. No oxygen generation equipment. The oxygen concentration would hit dangerous thresholds in 50 minutes. Suhai engaged the submarine's engines and set course forward, putting distance between himself and the contamination zone. Yet after traveling only a short distance, he gasped for air, a heavy pressure weighing on his chest, each inhale growing more strenuous. Hypoxia was setting in. He forced himself to stay calm and opened the trade channel. Trade channel. Anyone selling oxygen. Name your price. Does anyone have an oxygen generation module? I'll trade 5 spear guns for it. Buying fresh water. Fresh water needed. The feed was flooded with purchase requests. Not a single listing offered supplies for sale. Suhai typed out a message, seeking any oxygen generation equipment. Private message coordinates. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No replies. Either no other players possessed such equipment, or those who did had no intention of trading. At the start of this game, oxygen was more precious than gold. Who would willingly part with it? Suhai closed the trade channel and turned toward the viewport. Deep blue seawater stretched outside, visibility limited to less than 10 meters. Faint silhouettes of wrecked hulls loomed in the distance, beyond which lay pitch-black abyss. He appeared to be positioned on the outer edge of a graveyard of sunken vessels. Within these wrecks, resting on the seabed for decades or centuries, resource crates might await, and mutated fish as well. Yet he did not even know what a resource crate looked like. Loot inside was randomized. Even if he risked leaving the submarine to search, there was no guarantee he would find spare oxygen tanks. But time was running out. Suhai gritted his teeth and began removing his outer jacket. He recalled that emergency storage lockers were typically fitted behind submarine seats, stocked with basic diving gear. No matter how run down this military vessel was, standard emergency equipment would remain intact. Sure enough, inside the emergency locker sat an aged diving suit, one compressed air tank, a pair of swim fins, and a headlamp. The suit's rubber had stiffened with age, yet no visible tears marked its surface. The pressure gauge on the air tank read 60 remaining capacity, enough for 15 to 20 minutes. It will suffice, Suhai murmured, slipping into the diving gear. He would head out to search. An oxygen generation module, resource crates, spare oxygen canisters. Anything was better than suffocating trapped within the submarine. He pulled the diving suit zipper up to his chest and reached for the hatch drainage valve to open the exit. At that moment, a cold, ethereal mechanical alert boomed inside his mind without warning. Ding! Host spirit threshold requirement met. Host survival will threshold requirement met. Daily intelligence system, commencing binding process, binding complete. Congratulations to the host. You have awakened the unique hidden talent, daily intelligence system. Suhai froze mid-motion. This was no hallucination. A faint golden glow rimmed the edges of his field of vision, as if a nanoscale film had coated the surface of his eyes. Moments later, a translucent ocean icon appeared in the upper right corner. Beneath the icon ran a line of text, Daily Intelligence refreshed. Next refresh in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Current intelligence type, resource prospecting map duration, 30 minutes. Before he could process the development, a pale gold 3D holographic terrain map unfolded fully before him. Centered on his coordinates, seabed geography spanning 20 kilometers in every direction was rendered as translucent wireframe topography. Shipwreck debris, reef formations, kelp forests, fractured overpasses, every terrain feature was clearly marked. Most striking of all were scattered faint crimson markers of varying sizes. Some stood isolated, half buried in silt. Others clustered densely together like dark red star clusters deep beneath the waves. Suhai focused his attention on the nearest dense concentration of markers. The map zoomed in instantly. Coordinates: x2417, y0183, depth 1023.4 meters. Location: underground supermarket ruins within a sunken commercial district. Resource density: extremely high, 47 recoverable items. Threat level: none. No mutated creature activity detected within a 20-meter radius. Preview of collectible resources: electrolyzer attribute card ×1, seawater purification attribute card ×1. 12 cartons of instant noodles, 8 cartons of compressed biscuits, 6 sets of self-heated rice meals, 15 cans of luncheon meat, 8 bottles of chili sauce, 30 cartons of bottled mineral water, 24 cans of cola. Suhai's breath caught. He barely paid attention to the food and beverages, tempting as they were. His gaze locked firmly onto the first 2 entries. Electrolyzer attribute card. Seawater purification attribute card. What was his submarine's most critical weakness right now? Oxygen generation. He would suffocate inside this steel hull before long. Combined, the electrolyzer and seawater purification cards formed a complete electrolytic oxygen generation system. As long as power held, oxygen supply would be endless. This equipment meant survival. Suhai wasted no time. He did not bother scrolling through the full list of previewed supplies. The map's active duration lasted merely 30 minutes, and glowing red markers dotted the landscape far beyond this single site. He shoved the submarine control lever fully forward. The rusted military submarine rumbled, its propellers churning seawater as it surged toward the cluster of crimson markers at maximum speed. The submarine hovered above the ruined supermarket. He picked the flattest stretch, lowered the vessel, cut the engines, and turned toward the hatch. Diving suit, oxygen tank, headlamp, locking pliers, waterproof backpack. Once his gear check was complete, he twisted open the drain valve. He waited for seawater to fill the airlock compartment before pushing open the outer hatch. Frigid seawater engulfed him instantly. The beam of his headlamp sliced through deep indigo darkness, illuminating the half-askew rolling shutter marking the supermarket entrance. Suhai kicked his flippers and swam inside. He began scavenging. Dozens of silver metal crates of varying sizes littered the supermarket floor, each draped in a translucent film of light. Suhai swam to the nearest crate and reached out to touch its lid. The moment his fingertips made contact with the luminous film, the crate dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. Suhai froze for a split second, then a notification popped up in the bottom right of his vision. Master Kong Instant Noodles ×12 cases automatically stored in inventory. Satiety +20, occupies 1 storage slot. Current load, 12/200. Everything had become digitized. Suhai twitched his mouth. He had planned to haul supplies manually, but the game's loot system worked just like an online RPG. One touch, and items were collected automatically. He glanced down at his waterproof backpack. Sure enough, it sat empty, though numbers had appeared beside the inventory icon on his system panel. That saved him a lot of trouble. No longer hesitating, he spun around and swam for the next crate. He grabbed left and right, touching every container within reach. Suhai moved faster and faster, his expression taut. Not out of displeasure, he simply could not afford distractions. These supplies were his ticket to survival, yet only if he lived through the next several dozen minutes. In less than 3 minutes, he cleared every red marker inside the supermarket, then swam back to the submarine and transferred all cargo to the vessel's warehouse with one tap. He did not pause. He immediately headed for the next coordinate. The second location lay behind a collapsed freezer. He confirmed its position via sonar, lowered the submarine, and suited up to exit once more. Light grew sparser here. His headlamp only reached 3 meters ahead. He weaved around toppled shelves and frozen lumps of rusted metal. He spotted 2 containers wedged between the freezer and the wall. His breath hitched inside his helmet. These were not ordinary silver resource crates. They were translucent metal caskets etched with flowing pale gold runes, sealed by some unknown force. Unlike anything he had found before, Suhai stretched out a hand and touched one. The lid slid open on its own, and two beams of light rose into the water. One blue, one green, rotating slowly. Words burned into the air as if etched by laser. Affix's name, electrolyzer. Rarity, rare. Attributes, grants the target the electrolytic oxygen generation trait. Must be paired with the seawater purifier affix. Otherwise, electrolysis efficiency drops by 90. Affix name, seawater purifier. Rarity, fine. Attributes, grants the target the autonomous seawater purification trait. Supplies water tanks and electrolyzers. Suhai's eyes lit up. Then he let out a long exhale. Bubbles streamed upward from the helmet exhaust valve, shimmering silver within the headlamp beam. The heavy pressure weighing on the back of his head eased at last. He clutched the two floating cards and selected Activate immediately. Streaks of blue and green light darted toward the submarine not far away. Low mechanical hums echoed from within the submarine, and two new indicator lights flickered to life on the dashboard. His oxygen production system was online. Suhai collected the remaining supplies, sealed the storage hold, and kept moving. He reopened the holographic map. Just over 10 minutes remained. Another red marker blinked southeast on the map, labeled as a sunken electronics mall warehouse. Let's go. The submarine ignited again. The electronics warehouse sat deep inside the mall's underground parking garage, its entrance half blocked by a rusted truck. Suhai parked the submarine at the garage entrance and squeezed through the narrow gap. His headlamp pierced the warehouse's blackness, revealing scattered electronic components, discarded industrial batteries, and a dust-covered metal casket tucked in the corner. He opened it. Blinding golden light erupted outward. Affix name, nuclear power engine. Rarity, legendary. Type, core module. Attributes, grants the target the nuclear propulsion trait. When applied to a submarine, the vessel gains unlimited electrical power, fully replacing conventional fuel. While the nuclear engine operates, all power-consuming modules have no energy restrictions. Note, legendary tier affix. No player has obtained this affix before you. Activate immediately. Elation surged through Suhai, yet he tapped the confirmation button with a blank expression. A blazing golden pillar shot upward from the card, piercing the warehouse concrete ceiling, passing through the steel frames of the underground garage and the mall ruins, before slamming straight into the submarine's engine compartment. The diesel engine was torn apart, restructured, and reforged by an irresistible force. Pistons and cylinders melted and reshaped. A nuclear reactor core materialized at the center of the engine bay, and cool pale blue-white Cherenkov radiation glowed beneath the seawater. The red low-fuel warning light on the submarine's dashboard faded silently. In its place emerged a brand new icon, a radiation hazard symbol, with 3 words underneath, active. Immediately afterward, a flood of system notifications appeared. Detected affix combination, nuclear power engine plus electrolyzer plus seawater purifier. Affix chain effect triggered, perfect life support system activated. Effect description, the nuclear power engine provides unlimited electricity. The seawater purifier converts surrounding seawater into fresh water. The electrolyzer splits fresh water into oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen sustains respiration. Hydrogen is automatically vented. The system runs fully automatically with 0 consumption and 0 maintenance. Your submarine will never run out of oxygen. Suhai's heart raced with relief. He no longer needed to panic, yet he refused to slow down. He continued gathering resource crates, collecting and transporting supplies non-stop, clearing every remaining zone. Canned compressed biscuits, self-heated rice, tinned meat, seasonings, mineral water, cola, gold coins. Streaks of white light flashed continuously, system alerts scrolling across his vision like a waterfall. And his load bar fluctuated erratically like an electrocardiogram. Only when the 30-minute countdown on the holographic map ticked down to the final minute did he swim back to the submarine, seal the hatch, drain the airlock, and hang his diving suit on its hook. Silence filled the cabin. No engine roar. He stood still, listening. Only the low-frequency thrumming of the nuclear reactor rumbled on, like a slumbering leviathan snoring. The air carried a stronger whiff of ozone than outside, mixed with metallic and rubber scents. Not unpleasant, and strangely reassuring. Suhai walked to the pilot's seat and sat down. Then he did something he had been longing to do for a long time. He drew a deep breath. Not the rationed, survival-style shallow inhales he had taken before. It was the slow, full breath someone takes sinking onto a sofa at home. His rib cage expanded, his lungs filling completely. Oxygen flooded his bloodstream, charging every single cell in his body. He held it for several seconds before exhaling slowly, then breathed in once more. Every breath he took while wearing the helmet had felt timed, every inhalation carefully rationed. Things were different now. He could breathe whenever he wanted, pause whenever he liked. Take 3 deep breaths in a row, or 10, no one would stop him. Nice. Suhai leaned back in his chair and stretched his shoulder blades. He transferred all supplies from his personal inventory into the submarine warehouse with a single command. A translucent light curtain unfolded before him, the supply list scrolling out like a long holiday grocery order. Instant staples section, 12 cases of instant noodles, 8 cases of compressed biscuits, 6 cases of self-heated rice. Canned prepared food section, 20 packs of ham sausages, 15 cans of luncheon meat, 10 cans of braised beef tins. Seasoning section, 8 jars of Leogama chili sauce, 6 packs of hot pot base. Drinks section, 30 cases of bottled mineral water, 24 cans of cola, 50 packets of concentrated coffee liquid. Miscellaneous section, bandages, rubbing alcohol, tool kits, spare batteries, submarine interior modification kit. Suhai spent half an hour sorting everything neatly. Instant meals stacked in the left locker, cans piled on the right storage rack. He reserved a separate compartment just for the Leogama. The system noted it would boost mood while eating, worthy of VIP placement. He set 2 cans of cola beside the helm and stowed the rest deep in the storage hold. He then opened the instruction manual for the submarine interior modification kit. Leather seats, constant temperature system, ambient light strips. He had no time for renovations right now, but these upgrades would come in handy eventually. Once inventory checks finished, he dismissed the panel and grabbed the cola sitting beside the controls. His finger pried open the pull tab. Carbonated bubbles hissed under pressure. He tilted his head and took a sip. The sharp fizz rushed from his tongue straight to his forehead, making him squint. Fantastic. For a moment, he could almost forget he lay thousands of meters beneath the ocean's surface. Then movement outside the window caught his eye. Several submersibles approached from behind, moving at a moderate yet steady pace. Small civilian submarines, modified deep-sea jet skis, and even a fairly imposing medium research submarine. Twice the size of his weathered military submarine, its hull marked with faded white characters, Xiangyang. They advanced in a loose formation, like schools of fish fleeing a predator. Fleeing something. A thought clicked inside Suhai's mind. He set the cola down sharply and opened his map panel. On the cerulean seafloor topography, the boundary of the deep crimson contamination zone behind his green triangular marker crept forward visibly. A countdown ticked along the bottom of the map. Time until contamination zone reaches current coordinates. For minutes and 37 seconds. He had been so busy looting crates, equipping affixes, and drinking cola, that he nearly forgot the contamination zone pursued everyone relentlessly. He had lingered here far too long, and the other survivors had caught up. Yet Suhai felt no panic. His gaze fell to the pale blue-white glowing radiation symbol on the dashboard, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Nuclear power engine. Unlimited electricity. Others fled the contamination zone because they could not move fast enough, constrained by limited fuel. He faced no such restriction. He gripped the control stick and pushed power output to 80%. The rusted military submarine's nuclear engine let out a low rumble, not the strained, wheezing roar of the old diesel engine, but a steady, imposing thrumming. The propellers churned the seawater, kicking up a vortex of white foam at the stern. The submarine shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Acceleration pressed Suhai firmly against his seat. The depth gauge needle wavered slightly. Speed climbed from 18 knots to 30, then 35, then 40. Wreckage streaked past the viewport. The submersibles that had traveled alongside him shrank into tiny specks far behind. At the same time, the global chat channel flooded with nonstop messages. Help! My batteries are at 5. The contamination zone is 3 kilometers behind me. Anyone got spare batteries? I'll trade 3 cases of cans. I've switched to power-saving mode. Speed dropped to 3 knots. I can't outrun the contamination zone. I'm going to die out here. Did anyone just see something shoot past? A submarine? A fish? It looked almost like a torpedo. I saw it too. A dark shape darted overhead. The current it stirred nearly flipped my fragile glass sub. Suhai read the messages, but said nothing. He pushed power output up another 5 percentage points. Speed hit 43 knots. The seawater outside blurred from deep blue to murky teal. Obstacles continuously pinged on his sonar screen. Holding the stick in one hand, he threaded precisely between sunken wreckage and jagged reefs. He stabilized his cruising speed at 45 knots, leaned back in his seat, resting one hand on the controls. With his free hand, he picked up the half-finished cola, sipping it steadily as he raced onward. As time slipped by, a cluster of faint signals appeared at the edge of the sonar display. He glanced over, sunken ship wreckage, reflecting metallic echoes, almost certainly resource crates. Suhai hesitated for a few seconds. The 30-minute validity window for his intelligence system had expired. No holographic markers would pinpoint every crate for him now. He checked the distance separating him from the contamination zone. He was safely far ahead, with ample time to spare. Besides, surviving in the deep sea meant learning to search for supplies on his own sooner or later. He slowed the submarine to hover above the wreck. Once again, he donned his diving suit, opened the hatch, submerged, and swam into the sunken vessel. Total darkness engulfed the wreck. His headlamp illuminated only a few meters ahead. Collapsed bulkheads, floating debris, and tangled cables filled every corridor. He spent more than 10 minutes searching the cargo hold, only uncovering ordinary resource crates holding compressed biscuits and mineral water. As he prepared to leave, his hand brushed a pale blue metallic casket tucked in the cargo hold corner. He opened it. Affix name, gas compression filling equipment. Rarity, bronze. Type, functional module. Attributes, grants the target the gas compression and filling trait. Automatically pressurizes excess internal gas into standard air tanks. Requires a stable gas source such as oxygen produced by an electrolyzer. Activate immediately. Suhai stared at the text for 2 seconds, then slapped his forehead. A compressor. The electrolyzer generated far more oxygen than he could ever consume alone inside the submarine. If surplus oxygen could be pressurized into tanks, he could sell them through the trade channel. It was a nearly zero-cost business opportunity. He swam straight back to the submarine, retrieved the affix card, and selected Activate immediately. The card dissolved into blue light. A faint mechanical assembly hum echoed inside the vessel. A system notification popped up. Gas compression filling equipment activated. Stable oxygen source detected. Electrolyzer. Available air tanks detected. 0. Please supply standard oxygen canisters. He still needed empty tanks. Suhai recalled 10 emergency oxygen canisters stored in the submarine's emergency locker. He fetched all of them and plugged them into the filling ports. The equipment hummed to life. Its status light shifted from red to green. A line of text appeared on the panel. Filling complete. Standard oxygen tank times 10. Current oxygen level, 100. Supports one person breathing for approximately 48 hours per tank. 10 tanks. Enough oxygen for a single survivor for 20 days. He would never use all of that by himself, yet countless survivors in the deep sea desperately needed oxygen. He opened the trade channel and typed oxygen tank into the search bar. The results made him pause. Empty standard oxygen tank. Listing price, 1 gold coin / 100 units. Empty canisters were worthless. Value lay in the oxygen inside. He had unlimited oxygen, but he lacked these cheap, empty containers. He checked his gold balance, 12 gold coins. He must have collected them while looting crates earlier. Without hesitation, he spent 1 gold coin purchasing 100 empty oxygen tanks and connected every single one to the filling equipment. The machine operated automatically. In less than 5 minutes, all 100 tanks were fully pressurized and neatly stacked in the storage hold. Then he opened the trade channel and listed his goods. Other players were already selling oxygen tanks, priced at 50 gold coins each. With the note, limited stock, first come first served. Suhai considered his pricing and set his at 48 gold coins per tank. His listing note read, unlimited supply, long-term stock available. Item barter also accepted. He had no intention of undercutting prices drastically. He was not running a charity, yet he had no desire to exploit desperate survivors. A slightly lower price than competitors would draw buyers, while leaving opportunities open for other traders. 48 gold coins per tank. He also accepted private offers, trading oxygen for evolution shards, blueprints, and rare materials. Less than 30 seconds after listing, the first private message arrived. Hey, I'm running critically low on oxygen. Could you spare 1 tank for free? I can stick with you and assist you long-term. Suhai blocked the sender without hesitation. His movements were swifter than yanking a torpedo launch lever. The apocalypse was no place for casual alliances built on favors. He had read this exact tactic hundreds of times in web novels. Strangers who received free supplies almost always betrayed or dragged down their benefactors later. Shortly afterward, legitimate buyers began sending requests. Boss, I want 2 tanks. I have the gold. 48 each, total 96. Let's complete the trade. Boss, can I trade a military assault rifle plus 5 magazines for 1 tank? I don't have enough gold, but the gear is top-tier military grade. Boss, I've got a submarine Tier 1 evolution blueprint. Trade for 3 tanks. Suhai set his colo aside and began processing the trade requests carefully. He traded away 20 oxygen tanks, receiving 480 gold coins, 1 Tier 1 submarine evolution blueprint, 1 assault rifle with 5 magazines, 2 pistols, a fire axe, and 4 spare torpedoes. The most valuable acquisition was the blueprint. Submarine Tier 1 Evolution Blueprint. Evolution Shard times 30, Steel times 100, Rubber times 50, Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core times 1. Trading volume slowly began to taper off after 40 minutes. Leaning back in his chair, Suhai worked out the logic. Oxygen tanks were a one-time purchase. Once a player bought one, it would last them several days, so there was no immediate need to restock. It was an essential commodity, yet demand was not frequent. He shifted his gaze to another section of the trade channel. Fresh water. Players listed fresh water at wildly varying prices, but a stable benchmark had emerged. 1 gold coin for 5 500 milliliter bottles of mineral water. Suhai searched for empty bottles, and sure enough, they were available. 1 gold coin for 500 standard empty bottles. He purchased a batch of empty bottles, connected the freshwater outlet of his seawater purification unit to the bottling equipment, and began mass filling containers. Bottle after bottle slid out from the end of the production line. The system automatically generated a label bearing the product named Deep Sea Purified Water, with taste parameters reading 99.9 purity, free of impurities and odors. It was cleaner than the mineral water sold on land. He listed the bottled water on the trade channel at the market rate of 1 gold coin for 5 bottles. He was fully capable of starting a price war, but there was no point. His supply was limitless. He had no need to cut prices. All he needed to do was keep the listings active. When other sellers ran short of stock, buyers would naturally come to him. Sure enough, orders rolled in constantly once the mineral water went live. Unlike oxygen tanks, which were one-off transactions, water was something everyone needed every single day. Repeat customers far outnumbered those buying oxygen. Empty bottles streamed in and out of Suhai's storage compartment, and the constant ping of trade notifications echoed non-stop, like a small cash register. He also accepted several private trade offers, exchanging mineral water for a haul of rare supplies, 3 packs of fresh vegetable seeds, 1 hydroponic growing trough, 10 frozen steak portions, and even an unopened bottle of 1982 Lafite. The player who owned the wine claimed it served no practical purpose deep underwater and was willing to trade it for 3 crates of bottled water. Suhai happily agreed to the deal. Once all the business was sorted out, his stomach rumbled. He glanced down at his abdomen, realizing he had not eaten anything except a few sips of cola since waking up. Opening his storage compartment and staring at the mountain of supplies, he decided he deserved a proper meal. He tore open a self-heating rice pack and poured water into the heating pouch. 15 minutes later, a steaming bowl of rice was ready. He sliced open a can of luncheon meat and fried the slices on both sides until golden brown. The frying pan was a makeshift contraption, built by attaching a steel plate to the blade of a fire axe and set over the heat vent of the nuclear power engine, which maintained the perfect cooking temperature. He poured a can of braised beef into the pan to heat up, sprinkling in dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns obtained from trades. The rich aroma quickly filled the entire cockpit. He opened a jar of chili sauce and scooped a large spoonful straight into his rice. Red oil coated every grain of rice. The luncheon meat was crisp on the outside and tender within, while the beef was soft and savory. He picked up a slice of luncheon meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the chili oil on his rice, and took a bite. He closed his eyes and let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. This was not mere survival. It was a private feast in the deep sea. As he ate, he kept the world channel open as background noise. Messages scrolled upward on the screen like an endless tide. I'm starving. I'm truly starving. I haven't eaten for 2 days. The only thing I've had since waking up was a raw fish. It tasted so fishy I can still taste it when I burp. There was half a carton of braised beef instant noodles back in my old rental apartment. I used to think instant noodles were junk food. Right now, I'd trade anything for a single bowl. Stop talking about food. You're making it worse. My stomach burns and my mouth tastes bitter. I only have 2 packs of hardtack left in my submarine. I have to ration it, only eating half a piece a day. I chew slowly, afraid there won't be any left once I swallow. Through the screen, he could feel the exhaustion and despair of those players. This was doomsday survival. Oxygen, food, energy, every basic necessity was a struggle. But that reality applied to everyone else. Meanwhile, Suhai bit into another golden fried slice of luncheon meat, chewing slowly. On the right side of his screen, Active trade listings for deep-sea purified water and standard oxygen tanks remained visible. New orders popped up occasionally, triggering automatic delivery and payment, and the numbers in the background climbed steadily. Suhai's status panel now showed more than 600 gold coins, plus piles of traded supplies waiting to be sorted. He finished the last mouthful of rice, tidied his tableware, and poured himself half a glass of the 1982 Lafite. The wine swirled in the glass, leaving surprisingly elegant streaks down the sides. He tilted his seat back, propped his feet up on the dashboard, held the wine glass in one hand, and reviewed his trade logs with the other. He looked every bit like a wealthy lord vacationing on the ocean floor. Outside lay thousands of meters of seawater. Sunken cities rested silently in the darkness, and the contamination zone crept slowly far behind him. Yet within reach, he had chilly hot pot base and ice-cold cola. Full and relaxed, drowsiness washed over him. Hours of tense survival work, scavenging supplies, and negotiating trades had drained his mental energy. He yawned and checked his map panel. The contamination zone was nearly 200 nautical miles astern. At its current rate of spread, it would take more than 20 hours to reach him. He had plenty of time. He set an alarm for 6 hours later, flattened his seat, and pulled a compressed blanket out of storage to cover himself. The low hum of the nuclear reactor acted like white noise, and the constant temperature system kept the cabin steady at 24 degrees Celsius. He closed his eyes amid the constant flood of messages on the World Channel and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. 6 hours later, the alarm jolted him awake. He opened his eyes, tossed off the blanket, and sat up to stretch his neck. He had slept deeply, dreamlessly. Rows of trade records sat in the upper right corner of his panel. While he slept, the system had processed deliveries automatically. More than 60 bottles of mineral water and 5 oxygen tanks had been sold, netting him over 200 extra gold coins. Suhai's mood lifted. Earning money while sleeping deep underwater was arguably the most comfortable way to live. He even thought that, with steady sales of oxygen and fresh water, he could become a hidden tycoon once he reached a safe zone. He would rely on resource advantage rather than violence. Of course, that depended on fully arming his submarine first. Its hull durability was currently rather weak. He had no intention of attacking others, but he had to defend against anyone who might attack him. He pulled out the submarine primary evolution blueprint he had obtained in a trade and cross-referenced the upgrade requirements on his system panel. Submarine primary advancement requirements. Evolution shard times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, primary evolution energy core times 1. As he planned out his upgrade route, a system announcement suddenly flashed, bright crimson text glowing dead center in his vision. Regional announcement. A large-scale natural disaster is forming within region EC 7724, Deep Sea Maelstrom. Estimated formation time, 5 minutes from now. Projected impact radius, approximately 4.7 kilometers. All players are warned to exercise caution and avoid being pulled into the vortex core. Suhai's pupils narrowed. A deep-sea maelstrom. He had watched documentaries about phenomena like this, massive circular ocean currents, stretching several kilometers or even tens of kilometers wide. The pull grew stronger closer to the center, capable of dragging any vessel or submarine down into the abyss. Underwater, such whirlpools were far deadlier than typhoons on the surface. There were no waves to ride. You would only be dragged downward layer by spiraling currents until water pressure crushed your submarine and everything inside. Suhai stared at the crimson regional announcement for 5 full seconds. Deep sea maelstrom forming in. For minutes, 42 seconds. He had no idea where the vortex would spawn. That was the most dangerous unknown. The announcement only stated within this region. But how large was the region? 5 kilometers across. 10. 50. If he rushed off blindly, he might sail straight into the vortex core, which would be no better than staying put to await death. He could not move recklessly. At the very least, he had to hold position until the maelstrom formed. Suhai forced himself to calm down. He reduced the submarine's power output to minimum, letting the propellers idle to hold his current position. Then he pulled up the submarine status panel, needing to take stock of every asset he had. Vehicle name, corroded military submarine, grade, Tier 1 vehicle, hull durability, 200/200ths, maximum diving depth, 800 meters current depth, 793 meters, maximum speed, 50 knots. Power system, legendary nuclear-powered engine, operational, unlimited electricity. Armament system, forward quad torpedo tubes remaining ordnance, 6 rounds, including 4 spare torpedoes acquired through trade. Life support, rare electrolyzer plus high-grade seawater purification unit plus bronze-grade gas compression bottling equipment, Complete life support system active. Sonar system. Basic model detection range. 500 meters. Storage capacity. 15 cubic meters, approximately 40 occupied. Upgraded components. None level 0. Special traits. Legendary nuclear-powered engine. Rare electrolyzer. High-grade seawater purification unit. Bronze-grade gas compression bottling equipment. Suhai's gaze lingered on one critical line of data. His biggest vulnerability was the hull durability of only 200 points. If caught in the maelstrom, drastic shifts in water pressure left him unsure how long this thin metal shell could hold. Suhai took a deep breath and closed the panel. All he could do was wait. Wait for the maelstrom to materialize, pinpoint its location, then flee at full speed in the opposite direction. The cockpit fell quiet, filled only by the low drone of the nuclear reactor and the soft hum of the air circulation system. Suhai rested both hands on the control levers, his thumbs brushing the rubber grips, eyes flicking repeatedly between the sonar screen and the viewport. Deep blue seawater stretched beyond the glass, unnervingly still. He knew the calm was deceptive. The deep sea never showed its dangers ahead of time. Deep sea maelstrom forming in 0 minutes, 58 seconds. Suhai flexed his fingers and tightened his grip on the controls. 0 minutes, 32 seconds. He glanced at the sonar. No abnormal signals within 500 meters. The seabed terrain was flat, and current velocity remained normal. 0 minutes, 15 seconds. His right foot hovered over the accelerator pedal, left foot braced against the anti-slip patterns on the cabin floor, and he leaned forward slightly. 0 minutes, 5 seconds. His heart clenched sharply. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The world channel erupted. Shit. The vortex. It's enormous, right beside me. Help. The message cut off mid-sentence. Suhai ignored the chat. His sonar blared a shrill alarm. A massive vortex signal, over 4 kilometers in diameter, materialized less than 800 meters off his starboard side. On the sonar display, the formation looked like a newly born black hole. Within fractions of a second, current speeds along its edge surged from normal levels to chaotic extremes, turning the echo readings into a jumbled mess. 800 meters. A chill ran down Suhai's spine. Less than a kilometer away, the maelstrom had spawned right next to him. Instinctively, he jammed the control lever all the way forward. The nuclear-powered engine rumbled deeply. It was not the strained roar of a diesel engine, but a steady, unsettling surge of raw power. Cavitation bubbles erupted behind the propellers, and the submarine lurched forward as if kicked hard from behind. Speed climbed from 5 knots to 15, then 25, then 35, hitting 42 knots in 3 seconds. It was not enough. Suhai could feel a powerful lateral force dragging the submarine toward his right. The hull tilted, objects inside the cockpit shifted with faint scraping noises, and the unfinished glass of Lafite tilted at an alarming angle. On the sonar screen, the maelstrom's perimeter expanded. The vortex itself was not moving. Its zone of suction was growing. Currents formed an anti-clockwise ring over 5 kilometers wide. The pull intensified toward the center, and surrounding seawater was continuously drawn inward. 45 knots. The hull's tilt worsened. Suhai could feel the irresistible current dragging the submarine rearward and to the right. The heading indicator fluctuated constantly. Though he was driving forward, his actual path curved toward the vortex. 50 knots. This was the theoretical maximum speed of the submarine. Yet the tilt did not stop. Suhai pressed his back firmly into the seat, gripping the controls so tightly his knuckles whitened. He could sense the nuclear engine pushing for more output. As a legendary grade power unit, its potential far exceeded 50 knots, but other components of this aging hull limited top speed. The propeller revolved past safe thresholds, and shrill metallic screeching echoed from the stern. Yet Suhai refused to ease the throttle. He could not afford to slow down. Being pulled into the vortex meant death. Faster, he gritted out. Just a little faster. Speed briefly crested 52 knots. It was the absolute limit. The drive shaft groaned, and seals around hull rivets began to hiss faintly. Operating at maximum depth and extreme speed, hull durability plummeted visibly. Hull durability, 187/200. Hull durability, 174/200. The maelstrom's pull never weakened. Suhai's submarine resembled an insect trapped in a spiderweb, thrashing desperately to break free as the silken threads dragged it slowly inward. The speed gauge fluctuated between 50 and 52 knots, yet his effective forward movement fell below 30 knots. Over a third of his engine power was counteracted by the lateral pull of the currents. His assessment was correct. He was losing ground. Behind him, that 5-kilometer-wide grinding disk of seawater rotated steadily, waiting to crush everything caught within it. This approach would not work, yet he had no other options. Just then, a cold mechanical notification echoed inside his mind. Ding! Daily Intelligence System. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Next refresh in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please select your intelligence type for this session. A translucent selection panel appeared floating before his eyes, 5 options arranged in a pentagram, each glowing with a distinct hue. Supply Intelligence White marks precise coordinates of all supply crates, trait cards, evolution shards, and rare materials within a 20-kilometer radius. Lasts 30 minutes. Survival Intelligence Green activates a 2-hour full holographic environmental scan centered on the host. Marks all threats, safe passageways, shelters, and escape routes, with real-time environmental data updates. Hunting Intelligence Red tracks all mutated creatures within 30 kilometers, displaying their locations, weaknesses, combat difficulty, and loot previews. Lasts 6 hours. Ruins Intelligence Gold provides exact coordinates, interior maps, trap layouts, and final treasure chest location of the nearest S-grade or higher ruin. Unavailable if no eligible ruin exists in current waters. Remains active until exploration concludes or the host cancels it. Special Intelligence Purple, random content. May include hidden quests, special events, hidden merchant coordinates, or rare information unlisted in standard intelligence systems. Active until the related event ends. The 5 options slowly rotated in front of him. Suhai's gaze swept the panel for less than half a second. His predicament was clear. A steadily expanding deep-sea maelstrom lurked behind him. His submarine was dragged sideways, its forward speed suppressed to the limit, and hull durability kept falling. He had no need for supplies. His storage compartment was overflowing with food and water. He had no need to hunt. This was no time to fight monsters. Ruins and special intelligence. He could not be certain either would save him, and he dared not gamble. What he needed was a way out. Suhai stretched out a finger and tapped firmly on the green option labeled Survival Intelligence. Soft green light burst outward from the panel, and the other 4 choices faded away instantly. In the next moment, Suhai's entire perception shifted. Centered on his position, a 3-dimensional holographic map of the seabed stretching several kilometers outward unfolded in his mind. Unlike the basic wireframe terrain map he had seen before, it was a fully detailed, layered overhead view, as if a slice of the ocean floor had been lifted away for him to observe. Current direction, flow speed, and pressure gradients were marked clearly with blue arrows of varying shades. The structure of the maelstrom was peeled open layer by layer, core vortex, secondary eddies, outer shear zones, counterbalancing return currents. Every movement pattern within each water layer unfolded before him, like a building schematic marking every available emergency exit. Along the edge of the map, a pale golden dashed line extended from Suhai's coordinates, threading through a field of sunken shipwrecks, skirting an underwater cliff, and terminating at a coordinate marked by a glowing green circle. A label hovered beside the circle, bearing 2 words, Vitality. The escape route provided by the survival intel did not require him to engage the massive whirlpool head-on. The odds of prevailing in a direct confrontation were vanishingly slim. No matter how powerful the output of the nuclear engine was, the submarine's hull could not endure prolonged, overloaded operation. If the drive shaft snapped or the hull ruptured, he and the vessel would be lost without a trace. The solution presented by the holographic anatomical map was a dynamic path: ride the currents instead of fighting against them. The water flow on the outer perimeter of the massive whirlpool was not a unidirectional pull, but concentric circular shear zones nested one within another. The direction and velocity of currents shifted drastically at different depths and angles. If he followed that golden dashed line, first dive to 1,120 meters to enter a reverse compensatory current on the whirlpool's periphery. He could harness the thrust of this compensatory current to cut sideways toward the whirlpool's flank, then engage full power at a weak point in the shear zone. This would let him break free from the pull from the rear flank with minimal power expenditure. It was not brute force. It was leveraging the current. Suhai finished processing the route in less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he carried out a maneuver any seasoned deep-sea sailor would brand sheer madness. He lifted his foot off the throttle. Speed plummeted sharply from 52 knots to 30 knots. The submarine instantly lost forward momentum. The lateral pull from the massive whirlpool, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment, dragged him hard toward the right rear. The hull tilted violently. Objects inside the cockpit clattered and crashed across the floor. A bottle of Lafite slid straight off the console and shattered into crimson shards on the deck. Yet Suhai remained calm. He gripped the control stick with his left hand and pushed the diving rudder down with his right. The submarine's bow dipped downward, and the numbers on the depth gauge began to tick upward. 1,025 meters. 1,030 meters. 1,040 meters. At the same time, he turned the rudder fully to the right, guiding the submarine along the tangent of the whirlpool to cut into the outer shear zone. The hull shuddered violently. Currents surrounding the massive whirlpool tore at the hull like countless invisible hands. The sealing gaskets around rivets emitted an unnerving, teeth-grinding squeal, and hull integrity depleted even faster. Hull integrity, 158/200. Hull integrity, 149/200. 1,050 meters. 1,060 meters. 1,070 meters. Suhai's gaze stayed locked firmly on the golden dashed line on the holographic anatomical chart. His current position was marked by a moving green light. The dashed line stretched ahead of the dot, winding past an underwater cliff, and leading into a blue region where water flowed counter to the whirlpool's suction. That was where the reverse compensatory current lay. The depth gauge hit 1,098 meters. Suhai felt a violent jolt, as if a force had rammed upward against the belly of the submarine. In the next instant, the entire vessel was caught in a powerful lateral current and surged sharply left. He had found the compensatory current. He had broken out of the whirlpool's outer suction zone and entered the reverse compensatory stream. Without any throttle input, the speedometer climbed to 35 knots, the natural velocity of the compensatory current. His submarine drifted like a leaf carried by a river, circling along the whirlpool's flank. The pull of the massive whirlpool was partially offset by the thrust of the compensatory current, and the vessel's steep tilt slowly eased back toward level. Now, Suhai pushed power output to maximum once more. The nuclear engine roared, pouring energy into the propellers. Speed stacked on top of the compensatory current's flow, rising from 35 knots to 45, 48, 51. This time the thrust was not counteracted. He was accelerating along the whirlpool's rotational tangent, moving with the vortex rather than straining against it. It was much like a bird flying through a hurricane. Flying into the wind would tear its wings apart, but riding the gale allowed it to escape the storm. The hull shuddered violently at the boundary between shear zones, and then, the world suddenly fell quiet. The vibrations faded. The vessel leveled out. The ominous red signal of the massive whirlpool on the sonar screen stopped expanding at last, settling into steady rotation in place. Suhai did not slow down. Following the safe passage marked on the survival intel, he sailed nearly 3 kilometers forward, fully escaping the whirlpool's sphere of influence. Only then did he cut speed to 30 knots, then 15 knots, before hovering above a relatively flat underwater plain. He shifted the controls to neutral and leaned back into his seat. His shirt clung cold and damp to his back, soaked through with cold sweat. His fingers trembled faintly after releasing the control stick, stiff from maintaining a tight grip for so long. He glanced down at his hands, then out the viewport at the calm dark blue seawater beyond. He let out a long breath that stretched on for nearly 10 seconds. After exhaling, he bent down and retrieved an unfinished soda can that had rolled into the corner. The can was dented on one side, but had not sprung a leak. Suhai pulled the tab, drained the last of the drink in one gulp, crumpled the empty can, and tossed it into the recycling compartment of storage hold. Right then, a system alert echoed inside Suhai's mind. It was not the usual cold mechanical tone. Deeper and heavier than normal, it rumbled like abyssal ocean currents resonating within his eardrums. System notification, congratulations. You are the first survivor across all regions to successfully escape the center of the deep-sea maelstrom. Reward granted. Title, Current Defire. Title effect, Unlock ability Current Perception. Within a 1 kilometer radius centered on you. All shifts in water flow, moving objects, and living creatures are projected into your senses in real time, similar to sonar echoes. Passive ability, consumes no mental energy and operates independent of sight or light sources. Note, this achievement and title are visible only to you. No global announcement will be issued. Suhai froze for a moment, then closed his eyes. He could feel it. It was not sight, it was perception. A gentle, clear sense rippled outward from his body. Within that 1 kilometer radius, the seawater was no longer an unknown dark abyss, but a transparent, three-dimensional web. He sensed a small crustacean burrowing in sediment 3 meters beneath the submarine. He detected faint tremors as undercurrents washed against a reef cluster 500 meters to his left. He tracked a school of unidentified silvery fish gliding slowly 700 meters diagonally overhead. He could even feel the fading massive whirlpool behind him. Its vortex core had shrunk to several hundred meters wide. Yet the rotation speed, direction, and temperature difference of every layer of current unfolded clearly in his awareness, like a nautical chart annotated with every minute detail. A full 1 kilometer radius, complete coverage in all directions. That meant even in pitch-black deep water, even if the submarine's sonar was destroyed, even if every light went dark, he would still know what surrounded him, where threats lay, where reefs lurked, and which way to flee. Suhai opened his eyes, and a slow smile tugged at his lips. Nice, he muttered to himself. Then opened the world channel. He wanted to see just how many casualties the massive whirlpool had caused. Messages scrolled across the world channel faster than usual, so dense it looked as if the chat system was overwhelmed. The whirlpool. I barely made it out alive. I watched a submarine get pulled straight in. It shattered to pieces. I saw it from my viewport. Less than 100 meters away. Dragged inside, and boom, gone. The pilot never got to eject. My brother logged into the game with me. We were chatting privately moments ago, and now his avatar is gray. Coordinates EC 7724. Any survivors around here? I'm still alive. I was on the outer edge, lucky enough to be heading the opposite way when the whirlpool formed. But my batteries are only at 8. I can't go far. Suhai scrolled through the flood of messages, then pulled up regional population statistics. He had glimpsed this number when the game first launched, 10 million. Region EC 7724 surviving players, 7,184,039. 7,184,000. Nearly 3 million people were gone. And this was only the second day. Suhai fell silent for several seconds before closing the panel and gripping the control stick once more. The massive whirlpool continued to drift slowly behind him and would not dissipate anytime soon. While his current position was safe, he remained too close. The true safety boundary lay at least 10 kilometers away. He had no intention of lingering here. He turned the submarine and steered away from the whirlpool. He set cruising speed at 30 knots, a moderate pace. Though his nuclear power meant he did not need to conserve energy, rushing blindly through deep water was a bad habit. His sonar only had a 500-meter detection range, and speeding greatly raised the risk of colliding with reefs or sunken wreckage. After traveling for several minutes, new signals appeared on the sonar display. These were not scattered small signals from resource crates. Instead, a cluster of moving life signatures, 50 to 60 in total. Each creature was relatively small, between half a meter and 1 meter long, swimming at astonishing speed, cutting across his intended course from 45 degrees to his left. Suhai's vigilance spiked instantly. A school of fish. Schools of fish in the deep sea were never harmless. He reduced speed to 10 knots and altered course, attempting to circle around behind the school. But the fish appeared to have sensed him. At roughly 300 meters distance, they collectively changed direction and charged straight toward his submarine. They moved blindingly fast. The 300-meter gap closed in less than 20 seconds. Suhai could no longer evade them. When the first fish slammed against the hull, he heard a dense, skin-crawling barrage of impacts. Tap, 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 like dozens of screwdrivers hammering metal all at once. A moment later, a fish's face pressed up against the cockpit viewport. It was a face straight out of a nightmare. The fish was roughly 80 centimeters long with an elongated body covered in sickly grayish-blue scales that glowed faintly cold in the darkness. Its most horrifying feature was its mouth. No lips, only exposed teeth. Each one a thin steel spike arranged in 4 or 5 dense rows along both jaws. It opened wide, revealing layers of overlapping fangs deep inside its maw, then bit down hard onto the viewport glass. Screech. The shrill scraping sound made Suhai flinch backward. A faint white mark scored the viewport. Fortunately, it could not pierce the glass for now. But there was more than just one. Hundreds more fish surged forward, nearly blocking all visibility outside the viewport as dozens of Fong's silvery scale fish bit, rammed, and gnawed at the submarine's hull. The sonar screen flooded with tiny overlapping blips, impossible to distinguish individually. At the same time, a creature information prompt popped into view. Mutated creature. Fong's silvery scale fish. Threat level, Tier 1. Behavior, travel in schools to gnaw submarine hulls. They prioritize observation windows and external piping. Their teeth possess extreme hardness, capable of chewing through standard steel. Attack efficiency doubles when hunting collectively. They concentrate bites on a single spot until penetration. Weaknesses, small size, low physical defense. Vulnerable to intense light and violent shockwaves. Individually easy to eliminate. Yet large enough schools can overwhelm medium and small submarines. The instant Suhai finished reading the entry, a hull integrity warning flashed on his system panel. Hull integrity 145/200. Hull integrity 138/200. Hull integrity 129/200. Integrity drained faster than it had while trapped in the massive whirlpool. Though each fish measured less than a meter long, their teeth acted like hundreds of miniature chainsaws working in tandem. Hull integrity dropped several points every second. Worse still, several fish focused their attacks on the viewport glass. They repeatedly rammed the same area. The white scratches deepened, widening from thin hairline marks into obvious abrasions. Suhai's first instinct was to accelerate and outrun them. He pushed power output to 70, boosting speed to 38 knots, and sharply changed direction, hoping turbulence would scatter the school. A few fish fell behind, but the rest pursued with even greater ferocity. They clung to the submarine like persistent parasites. No matter how Suhai turned, adjusted speed, or maneuvered, the school re-established contact without fail. Hull integrity 118/200. Suhai gritted his teeth. His eyes swept across the illuminated sonar screen, and he noticed the survival intel countdown still ticking in the upper corner of his vision. Survival intel remaining duration 14 minutes 22 seconds. The intel was still active. He focused his attention on the holographic terrain map generated by the survival intel. A deep blue seafloor landscape unfolded in his mind. The submarine was marked as a green light, and dense red dots surrounding him represented the Fong's silvery scale fish. Current patterns, terrain contours, and temperature gradients were all clearly labeled. A new golden dashed line stretched from his current position, passing through a dense underwater kelp forest roughly 600 meters ahead, before winding into a narrow underwater rift valley. A label marked the end of the line, Safe Escape Zone. The route description contained only one line. Fong's silvery scale fish detest sulfide compounds released by kelp. They will not venture deeper than 50 meters into the forest. Traverse the kelp forest and enter the rift valley. The confined terrain prevents the school from mounting coordinated mass attacks, allowing full separation at the far end of the rift. Suhai did not hesitate. He jammed the throttle to full power, and the submarine charged toward the kelp forest at its maximum speed of 52 knots. The school pursued relentlessly. Hull integrity continued to fall. Hull integrity 104/200. The kelp forest grew larger outside the viewport. Towering giant kelp stalks rose 10 meters or higher, packed tightly together, swaying slowly in deep-sea undercurrents like a sunken black woodland. The submarine plunged straight inside. Kelp fronds slapped against the hull with dull rustling sounds. Several stalks tangled around the periscope and communication antennae, but Suhai could not afford to pause. He focused entirely on navigation, weaving between the thickest stalks. Then a breakthrough came. After chasing roughly 30 meters into the kelp forest, the school halted abruptly. As if blocked by an invisible wall, the fish grew agitated, their formation breaking apart, and their biting slowed noticeably. After advancing another dozen meters, the leading fish suddenly turned tail as if burned, fleeing rapidly back out of the forest. The rest of the school followed. On the sonar screen, the dense cluster of red dots retreated rapidly behind the submarine, regrouping at the forest's outer edge. They circled for a time before abandoning the chase entirely. Hull integrity 98/200. Nearly half the hull integrity was gone. Suhai kept moving. Following the path mapped by survival intel, he crossed the kelp forest and entered the underwater rift valley. He navigated between the rocky valley walls for roughly 5 minutes before emerging from the far side. The sonar display cleared. No life signatures appeared within 500 meters. He brought the submarine to a hover, released the controls, and rubbed his face hard with both hands. Those past dozen minutes felt like being trapped inside a washing machine. He had nearly been swallowed by the whirlpool, then hunted and gnawed by mutated fish for kilometers on end. He leaned back into his seat, chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. It was not oxygen deprivation. His body was still recovering from extreme stress. Yet Suhai's expression remained calm. After several deep breaths, his eyes burned brighter than before. He glanced out at the quiet seawater beyond the viewport, then opened the weapons system panel. His gaze settled on the entry reading forward 4-tube torpedo launcher, remaining ordnance, 6 torpedoes. Chased and gnawed for 10 minutes by fish less than a meter long. Nearly 100 points of hull integrity lost. He was not going to let this stand. He rotated his neck, reclaimed the control stick, and turned the submarine back along his previous path. He raced even faster than he had when fleeing. Suhai navigated back through the rift valley and crossed the kelp forest. The sonar once again picked up the Fong's silvery scale fish school. They had not traveled far, lingering at the edge of the kelp forest, seemingly waiting for the metal canister to emerge. They were correct. Only his method of return was nothing like they expected. Suhai hovered at the boundary of the kelp forest, roughly 400 meters away from the school. He switched the sonar to precision tracking mode, locking onto the densest cluster, then disengaged the safety locks on all torpedo tubes. 6 torpedoes remained. He kept 2 in reserve. The other 4 would be delivered straight to the school. You liked biting, huh? Suhai rested his thumb over the firing button, his expression blank. Now it's my turn. The first torpedo launched from its tube, trailing a pale wake as it streaked toward the densest center of the school. 3 seconds later, boom. Underwater explosions produced no flame, only a rapidly expanding sphere of white shockwave. A vacuum bubble more than 10 meters wide ripped open in the seawater before collapsing violently. The secondary blast tossed fish aside like toys. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 12. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 8. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 15. 30 fish perished from the first torpedo alone. The surviving school scattered in panic, abandoning formation and fleeing in all directions. Suhai gave them no chance to escape. The second torpedo launched immediately, aimed at the projected path of the fleeing swarm. Boom. Another shockwave burst outward. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 9. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 11. Third torpedo. Fourth torpedo. Once all 4 torpedoes expended, silvery fish carcasses and glowing loot orbs drifted through the water for hundreds of meters. On the sonar screen, the school of Fong silvery scale fish dwindled from more than 50 to 7 or 8 stragglers. They fled toward deeper water without looking back, swimming faster than they had charged the submarine. Suhai chose not to pursue. For torpedoes were sufficient payback. He kept the remaining 2 for self-defense. He maneuvered the submarine above the explosion zone, exited the vessel, and began collecting loot. Fish carcasses sank slowly, each accompanied by floating colored orbs, the material rewards materialized by the system. Suhai snatched them one after another, and constant inventory alert chimes rang out, louder than when he traded bottled water previously. Evolution shard times 33. Steel times 45. Rubber times 22. Thermostatic vest fine times 1. Advanced diving suit rare times 1. Fong silvery scale fish flesh times 47 portions. Gold coins times 380. Suhai scanned the resource list top to bottom and raised an eyebrow slightly. 33 evolution shards. Combined with scattered fragments he obtained through earlier trades, he already held more than the 30 required for the submarine's Tier 1 evolution. He had 45 units of steel and 22 units of rubber. While he still fell short of the targets of 100 steel and 50 rubber, the gap was manageable. The 2 pieces of equipment that dropped were an unexpected bonus. The thermostatic vest was a fine-grade wearable item. Worn directly against the body, it automatically regulated surface temperature, outperforming any heavy-down jacket in the deep ocean. Suhai returned to the submarine and slipped the vest on right away. The moment the fabric touched his skin, a gentle stream of warmth spread from his spine out to his limbs. The cockpit's constant 24-degree temperature control system suddenly felt unnecessary. What surprised him most was the advanced diving suit. Advanced diving suit rare. Attributes: pressure resistance down to 1,500 meters. Built-in miniature oxygen circulation system supports 2 hours of breathing. Outer shell constructed from triple-layer composite nanomaterials, medium high tear resistance. Evaluation: 1,000,000 times better than your current rubber suit. Once you put this on, you'll at least look like a proper deep-sea diver, instead of someone who just wandered out of a bathhouse. Suhai twitched the corner of his mouth. Whoever programmed the system's evaluation module certainly had a sharp tongue. Still, the advanced diving suit was undeniably valuable. Capable of withstanding pressure at 1,500 meters with its own oxygen supply, it outclassed the outdated rubber diving suit stored in his emergency locker by a massive margin. He folded the suit neatly and stowed it inside the storage compartment. He still held 47 portions of fish meat. Suhai picked one up to check its stats. Fanged silver scale fish meat common. Effect: permanently boosts stamina +1, strength +1 upon consumption, only effective on first consumption. Subsequent servings restore satiety. Note: fairly bland and slightly dry. Recommended to season with salt. Permanent attribute gains. Suhai instantly perked up. He set aside 5 portions for himself and planned to list the remaining 42 on the trade channel to exchange for other attribute-boosting food. This world clearly hosted far more varieties of mutated creatures besides this fish. Different fish meats were likely to enhance different stats. Only by sampling multiple types could he raise his overall stats. Suhai steered the submarine away from the blast-ravaged stretch of sea, maintaining a moderate speed. No new threats appeared on the sonar screen. Cruising forward at 20 knots, he sorted out his next moves. Evolving the submarine to Tier 1 required. Evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, Tier 1 evolution energy core times 1. He already possessed enough evolution shards, but still lacked some steel and rubber. He searched the trade channel and found both materials available. Steel was priced at 3 gold coins per unit. He purchased 55 units for 165 gold coins. Rubber cost 2 gold coins per unit. He bought 28 units for 56 gold coins. Combined with the steel and rubber looted earlier from the fish swarm, he now met the requirement of 100 steel and 50 rubber. He also had all 30 evolution shards. Only one item remained missing, the Tier 1 evolution energy core. He typed evolution energy core into the search bar. Search results, 0 entries. Leaning back against his seat, he tapped his fingers on the armrest as his mind raced. It was not that no player owned the item, but that very few possessed it. Those who did were almost certainly preparing to upgrade their own submarines and would not sell it lightly. Tier 1 evolution was a universal priority for every player. Whoever upgraded their submarine first would gain a massive early advantage. He needed to change tactics. If he could not buy one directly, he would have to find it himself. The daily refresh of the intelligence system was his best lead via resource intelligence. There was another method available as well, hunting intelligence. Slaying mutated creatures dropped all kinds of supplies, including a chance for cores. Though the drop rate was low, even Tier 1 schools of fanged silver scale fish yielded plenty of loot. Higher tier mutated creatures should have better odds of dropping cores. He would wait. He would check again once the intelligence refreshed tomorrow. Suhai closed the trade panel and began organizing his weapons and gear. After being hunted by a swarm of fish for 10 agonizing minutes, he was acutely aware that firepower was insufficient. While the quadruple torpedo launch tubes were military grade, he only had 6 torpedoes in reserve. After expending 4, merely 2 remained. If another school of mutated fish attacked, he would have no choice but to rely on the hull. To withstand impacts, he needed more torpedoes. He also required backup personal weapons. Torpedoes were expensive on the trade channel. Standard torpedoes sold for 50 gold coins apiece, roughly equal to a canister of oxygen. After some thought, Suhai traded the equivalent value of 10 oxygen canisters for 10 torpedoes. The seller threw in 2 older second-hand torpedoes as a bonus. Their firepower was slightly weaker, yet more than enough to deal with Tier 1 fish swarms. 12 torpedoes added to his ammunition stockpile left him far better equipped. Next came personal armaments. Up to this point, Suhai only owned a fire axe, sufficient for close combat, yet leaving him completely unarmed at range. If he ever needed to exit the submarine to fight, he could not rely solely on an axe to fend off mutated fish. He traded 5 crates of mineral water plus 3 cans of luncheon meat to another player in exchange for underwater combat equipment. Micro torpedo pistol bronze times 1. Fires miniature torpedoes. Single shot power equals 1/10 of a standard torpedo, lethal to medium and small mutated fish. 5-round magazine, 50-meter effective range. Timed adhesive sea mine bronze times 3. Equipped with powerful permanent magnetic suction cups that firmly attach to warship hulls, submarine exteriors, dock pilings, and underwater oil pipelines. Timing adjustable from several seconds to multiple days. Suhai secured the micro-torpedo pistol to the left waist of his diving suit and stowed the timed adhesive mines inside his backpack. Once fully outfitted, he glanced down at himself. From a defenseless office worker, he had become something resembling a competent deep-sea combatant. With weapons prepared, it was time to cook. He retrieved the 5 reserved portions of fanged silver-scale fish meat and dug seasonings out of storage to prepare a stat-enhancing feast. He set the frying pan over the engine heat vent and poured in some plant oil acquired via the trade channel. Slicing the fish thin, he seared each side until lightly charred before sprinkling sea salt, black pepper, and a pinch of chili powder. The fish sizzled in the hot oil, its surface tightening quickly to a tempting golden shade. Suhai lifted a slice, blew on it gently, and took a bite. His first impression was that the meat was indeed dry, with coarse fibers requiring extra chewing. Still, seasoning greatly improved the flavor. A subtle seafood umami blended with charred aroma, infinitely better than compressed rations. After finishing the first slice, a system notification popped up, stamina plus 1 permanent, strength +1 permanent. First consumption of Fang's silver scale fish meat. Stat boost activated. Further consumption will only restore satiety. Suhai opened his player panel to check. Player, Suhai. Title, Current of Rebellion. Stamina, 13, Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Spirit, 14, Ability, Unawakened, Awakening Progress, 0. Evaluation, mediocre physical fitness, slightly above average spirit. You ate some fish and grew marginally stronger. Congratulations, now larger fish will take a little longer to finish you off. Ignoring the taunting evaluation line, Suhai cooked and consumed the remaining 4 portions of fish. His satiety filled to maximum, yet no further stats rose. Just as suspected, bonuses only applied the first time he ate each type of meat. He purchased several other varieties of fish meat listed by different players on the trade channel. Some sold armored crab meat, others ghost head mackerel meat, and one listing advertised unknown fish meat, supposedly recovered from the abyss layer, priced exorbitantly at 200 gold coins. Suhai passed on the unknown meat and only bought 1 serving each of armored crab meat and ghost head mackerel meat. Armored crab meat granted agility +1 and stamina +1. Ghost head mackerel meat granted strength +2. After eating them, Suhai's updated stats appeared as follows: stamina, 14, strength, 12, agility, 11, spirit, 14. Stamina increased by 2 points, strength by 3, and agility by 1. His physical attributes remained fairly average overall, yet clearly improved compared to his blank starting values. The 14 points in stamina were especially noticeable. His endurance had grown markedly. Previously, swimming for more than 10 minutes through the supermarket ruins left him gasping for breath. But he could endure far longer now. Once everything was settled, Suhai opened his map panel. The massive whirlpool sat roughly 15 kilometers behind him, slowly drifting. Its diameter had shrunk from over 4 kilometers down to 2. Its suction weakened, yet it remained extremely hazardous. The contamination zone boundary lay even farther out, with over a dozen hours remaining until the safe window expired. His current position wedged itself between the whirlpool and contamination zone, like a tightrope walker trapped between 2 predators. This location also held an advantage. Most other players were either caught in the whirlpool or fleeing for their lives, so very few would traverse this stretch of sea. Peaceful, Suhai decided to remain here and lie low. He held the submarine stationary at his present coordinates and enabled automatic cruise to maintain depth. Next, he inspected the production lines. The electrolysis tanks, seawater purification units, and gas compression filling equipment all operated normally. Bottles of mineral water rolled off the assembly line one after another, while oxygen canisters filled steadily. Continuous order chimes echoed, and his gold coin balance climbed steadily. He leaned back in the pilot's chair, adjusted the temperature on his thermal vest to the most comfortable setting, and poured himself a glass of water. He had run out of cola, and the bottle of vintage red wine had shattered during the earlier turbulence, leaving only mineral water. Still, the purified seawater tasted fresh and sweet, so he had little reason to complain. The World Chat channel remained noisy. Some players struggled amid the whirlpool's aftershocks. Others cried out near the contamination zone's edge. Some haggled fiercely over half a bottle of fresh water, while others trembled in darkness, praying for daylight. There was no daylight beneath the ocean's surface. Leaning back in his seat wrapped in the thermal vest, Suhai watched the calm seabed terrain displayed on the sonar screen. Drowsiness washed over him, and his eyes slowly closed. He set an alarm for 6 hours later. Then, in these waters 15 kilometers from the fading whirlpool, and safely distant from the contamination boundary, he drifted off into a sound sleep. This marked his second day on the seabed. 6 hours later, the alarm rang, and Suhai woke promptly. He pushed the blanket aside and first checked the system panel. The trade channel had automatically sold over 80 bottles of mineral water and 7 oxygen canisters in the background, raising his gold coin balance to nearly 1,500. Production lines functioned without fault, and newly filled supplies lined the warehouse neatly. He stretched his neck before checking the map. The massive whirlpool had diminished to a tiny vortex less than 500 meters across. Its pull was nearly negligible, and it would vanish entirely before long. The contamination zone boundary advanced a short distance forward, yet it remained safely far from his position. Just then, the familiar cold notification tone echoed inside his mind. Ding, daily intelligence system. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Suhai straightened up, his attention sharpening. A translucent pentagonal selection panel floated before him. 5 colored intelligence options rotated slowly, each cursor glowing with its unique radiance. Resource intelligence white, survival intelligence green, hunting intelligence red, ruin intelligence gold, special intelligence purple. Suhai's gaze swept repeatedly over the 5 choices. Yesterday, he had selected survival intelligence. Because the massive whirlpool loomed directly behind him, survival came first. Circumstances differed today. The whirlpool was almost gone. More than a dozen safe hours remained before contamination reached him. Yet his submarine hull durability sat at only 98 points, less than half its maximum value. His top priority was upgrading the submarine, and he still lacked the Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core. Suhai extended a finger and tapped the white option marked Resource Intelligence. The remaining 4 light markers vanished simultaneously. The white light burst apart into silver streaks, and the familiar pale gold holographic map unfurled before his eyes. Centered on his submarine, the seabed terrain within a 20-kilometer radius rendered as translucent wireframes. Shipwrecked debris, reef clusters, kelp forests, fractured submarine mountain ranges. Every landform was clearly labeled. Most thrilling of all were the dense clusters of faint crimson markers scattered across the map. Some isolated in silt, others gathered in swarms like reflected starlight on the seabed. There were far too many. Several times more resource nodes than yesterday. Suhai drew a deep breath, scanning quickly for the densest clusters of red markers. First location, roughly 3 kilometers northeast, deep within a dense kelp forest. Resource density marked high. Scattered signals of small creatures moved nearby, indicating active mutated life forms. No keywords mentioning energy cores appeared in the preview list. Second location, approximately 7 kilometers northwest, the heart of a shipwreck graveyard. Resource density marked extremely low. The preview list showed only 1 entry, the card labeled Eternal Durability, bearing a legendary tag. At the very bottom of the preview list sat a line of red warning text. Multiple mutated shark signals detected within region, threat Tier 1. Suhai lingered on that warning for 2 seconds before continuing to review the map. Third location, 11 kilometers due north, ruins of a sunken ancient city. Resource density marked extremely high. Dozens of entries crowded the preview list. Steel, rubber, evolution shards, food, fresh water, weapon parts, rare modifiers. And on the 12th line, for words caught his eye. Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core ×1. Suhai's pupils constricted slightly. He had found it. The Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core lay within the sunken ancient city ruins, mixed among dozens of other supply crates. The preview also noted active mutated creatures inside the ruins, yet the threat rating was moderate. Tier 1 Mutated Fish Swarm, suspected fanged silverscale fish colony. Fanged silverscale fish. The same school he had obliterated with 4 torpedoes the previous day. His ammunition reserves were greater now. 12 standard torpedoes plus 2 older second-hand torpedoes. 5 magazines for his micro-torpedo pistol, and 3 timed adhesive sea mines. As long as he avoided being surrounded, dealing with a Tier 1 fish swarm should be manageable. What truly tempted him was the shipwreck graveyard. Eternal Durability. He could not miss the purple legendary modifier label at the top of that preview list. Legendary tier, on par with a nuclear power engine. Yet mutated sharks inhabited the shipwreck graveyard. Tier 1 threats were definitely stronger than fanged silverscale fish. With his submarine hull durability sitting at merely 98 points, it could not sustain many blows from shark attacks. Suhai closed his eyes to weigh his choices for roughly 10 seconds. When he opened them again, his decision was made. He would head to the ancient city ruins first to retrieve the energy core. Tier 1 evolution was non-negotiable. Once upgraded, his submarine's hull durability, cruising speed, and maximum diving depth would all improve drastically. Only then would he stand better odds against the mutated sharks in the shipwreck graveyard. He could circle back to claim eternal durability afterward. The resource intelligence remained valid for more than 20 minutes, leaving sufficient time. Plan finalized. Suhai gripped the control lever. The nuclear engine rumbled lowly as the submarine turned toward the north and accelerated forward. He passed the kelp forest resource node along the way without pausing, continuing north. The submarine traveled steadily at 35 knots. Occasional small creature signals flickered on sonar, yet all remained at safe distances. The 11-kilometer journey passed quickly beneath the waves. When the outline of the ancient city ruins appeared outside the viewport, Suhai gently reduced speed. It was a complete city, not a modern concrete metropolis, but an ancient stone settlement. Collapsed city walls, tilted towers, archways draped in seaweed, flagstone streets carpeted with shell fragments. The entire settlement appeared transported whole to the seabed, eerily intact. Its architecture reminded Su-Hai of ancient Greek or Roman ruins, blended with strange, unfamiliar elements. Certain stone pillars bore carvings not of common geometric patterns, but twisted, unsettling spiral symbols that induced dizziness if stared at too long. The submarine slipped inside through a breach in the city wall. Small creature signals began appearing on sonar, consistent with the intelligence briefing. Roughly 30 to 40 individuals ranging from half a meter to 1 meter in length, patrolling along the inner walls. Fanged silver-scale fish. Su-Hai's jaw tightened, yet he did not immediately enter combat readiness. He selected a relatively concealed spot behind a partially collapsed stone tower and brought the submarine to a halt. The tower's shadow concealed the vessel's silhouette. Once the engine shut down, the low hum of the nuclear reactor became nearly undetectable in deep water. He donned his diving suit and inspected his equipment. Fully loaded micro-torpedo pistol. 3-timed adhesive sea mines hung at his waist as emergency backup and an empty waterproof backpack ready to carry supplies. Then he pushed open the hatch and slipped into the dim seawater of the ancient city. Headlamp beams sliced through darkness, illuminating silt-covered flagstone streets. The layout inside the city proved more intricate than he expected. Silver resource crates scattered inside stone buildings lining the roads. Some half buried under sediment, others tucked behind toppled stone pillars, and more wedged inside broken second-floor window frames. Su-Hai began collecting supplies one by one according to the coordinates marked by resource intelligence. Inside the first stone building stood 3 standard resource crates containing steel, rubber, and canned food. No energy core here. The second chamber, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Su-Hai moved faster and faster, his footsteps barely pausing on the flagstone path. The beam of his headlamp darted through the dark streets like a wandering little star. One supply crate after another popped open, flashes of white light flickering amid constant dings from the system notifications. Steel, rubber, evolution shards, rations, fresh water, gold coins. The numbers inside his storage space climbed steadily. Yet he still had not located the crate holding the evolution energy core. Supplies listed on the intelligence preview were sorted by spatial location, not priority. The core could be hidden inside any crate, deep within the ruins, atop the tallest tower, or tucked away in some unremarkable corner. Su-Hai remained calm. He followed each glowing marker on the supply intelligence one by one, advancing steadily like a sapper clearing a minefield. Time and again he expected the next crate to hold what he sought, only to be disappointed, but his expression never shifted. He cleared the 11th stone building, then the 12th. At the 13th, he knelt to pry open a crate wedged in a rock crevice. The headlamp swept across the contents, for torpedoes. Still no core. Su-Hai stood and stretched his knees, numb from squatting. His gaze drifted to the supply intelligence countdown. In the upper corner of his vision, 14 minutes remaining. There was enough time, but he could not afford further delays. He turned and swam toward the next dense cluster of supply markers to begin his third large-scale loot sweep. Just then, the water flow perception granted by the current surge tidal flashed a warning red inside his mind. It was not something he saw or heard, but a bone-deep vibration sense. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the seawater had abruptly grown unsettled. Roughly 200 meters behind his right side, countless tiny, synchronized water disturbances emerged, moving rapidly straight toward his position. A school of fish. Not 3 or 4 scattered sharp-fanged silver-scale fish, but a coordinated pack of more than 30. Su-Hai froze for less than half a second. 200 meters. At the sharp-fanged silver-scale fish's swimming speed, they would close the distance in under 30 seconds. He stood on the main street of the ancient underwater ruins with no sealed shelter nearby, around 80 meters away from his submarine. If he fled now, the school would most likely intercept him halfway. Running was not an option. Fighting was equally risky. His miniature torpedo pistol held only 5 rounds. It could handle 2 or 3 fish, but against 30 charging at once, the school would tear him to bones before he emptied a single magazine. Su-Hai's eyes raced to scan the surrounding terrain. His current search perception proved invaluable at this moment. He did not need to rely on sight. The contours of every landscape feature materialized clearly in his mind via reflected water currents. 5 meters to his left stood a stone building with a half-collapsed roof. Inside lay a semi-enclosed storage cellar, just large enough for one person to huddle inside. The cellar walls were thick stone. With only a narrow entrance the fish could not penetrate. He kicked hard, his fins slicing through seawater as he darted into the stone structure like a barracuda. The cellar entrance was mostly covered by a tilted stone slab. He squeezed sideways inside, dragged the slab back into place, leaving only a 2-finger-wide gap to observe outside. He shut off his headlamp and slowed his breathing. 30 seconds later, the school arrived. Through the crack in the slab, Suhai witnessed a deeply unsettling sight. More than 30 sharp-fanged silver-scale fish streaked across the main street like a storm of silvery gray lightning. Their scales glinted coldly in the dim seawater, rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth visible within their gaping jaws. The school wove rapidly through the street, constantly shifting formation as if searching for something. The crate he had pried open in the rock crevice still stood ajar. Faint light leaking from leftover loose supplies drew the school's attention. Several sharp-fanged silver-scale fish circled the crate. Finding nothing edible, they lashed their tails violently against its surface before rejoining the formation. The school lingered on the street for nearly 3 minutes. Suhai did not stir. His breathing stayed steady, heart rate held within normal range. The thermostatic vest maintained a comfortable body temperature. The silence inside the cellar felt almost oppressive. Eventually, the school lost interest. They regrouped and swam deeper into the ancient ruins. On Suhai's current surge sense, the dense signatures of water disturbance drifted farther away until vanishing at the edge of his detection range. Suhai waited another 30 seconds to confirm safety before pushing the slab aside and sliding out of the cellar. Instead of immediately resuming supply collection, he first checked his submarine's position and surveyed the surroundings. The school was long gone. No new creature signatures appeared within 200 meters. Safe. He returned to searching crates. 13th stone building cleared. No core. 14th. A ground floor shop inside a 2-story stone edifice. 3 crates filled entirely with provisions. 15th. A storage chamber beneath a tower holding 2 crates. Still no core. The 16th structure. It was a relatively intact stone building at the end of the ancient city's main thoroughfare, appearing to have once served as a temple or municipal hall of great importance. Its massive doorway had rotted and collapsed long ago, yawning like a black maw. Suhai swam inside, his headlamp illuminating the vast interior. A spacious main hall rose before him, lined with stone pillars. The floor bore mosaic patterns, half buried under sediment. Yet hints of former splendor remained visible. Supply intelligence marked 7 crates here, the largest concentration of supplies within the entire ruined city. Suhai began gathering loot. The first crate rested on an altar-like stone platform at the hall's center, a standard silver container. When he opened it, evolution shards times 5, steel times 10. The second sat behind a toppled pillar, rubber times 8, gold coins times 60. The third was wedged in the corner for torpedoes. The fourth. The moment Suhai's hand touched the lid, a glow unlike any he had ever seen spread across the crate's surface. Not white, not blue, not purple. Gold. Pale golden light patterns rippled outward from the center of the lid like energized circuitry, blazing brightly amid the ocean darkness. The lid sprang open automatically. A fist-sized mass pulsing with icy blue-white luminescence slowly rose from the crate, suspended mid-water, resembling a miniature star shrunk countless times over. First-tier evolution energy core. Quality, core material bound grade. Purpose, essential core material for first-tier vehicle evolution. Once evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50 are collected, it can be used to upgrade a first-tier vehicle to second-tier, comprehensively boosting vehicle attributes and unlocking new functional modules. Note, it is not a heart, yet your submarine will be nothing but scrap metal without it. Treat it with care. Found. From the moment the supply intelligence refreshed, he had searched 16 buildings, opened dozens of crates, hidden inside a cellar for 3 minutes waiting for the fish school to pass. Countless times he believed the next crate would hold the core, only to watch that entry in the preview list get pushed aside by other materials. Now it floated right in front of him, glowing coldly, waiting for him to reach out. Suhai stretched his hand and closed his palm around the energy core. It felt slightly warmer than the surrounding seawater. Even through his gloves, he sensed gentle warmth, like clutching a coin freshly pulled from a pocket. First-tier evolution energy core acquired. Initiate vehicle evolution immediately. Evolution requires 3 minutes, during which the submarine will be immobile and all systems enter reconstruction. Hull durability will reset after regeneration. Current materials complete. Evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, first-tier evolution energy core times 1. Suhai nearly pressed confirm at once. But one detail halted him. Evolution demanded 3 full minutes of immobility. The submarine's systems would undergo restructuring, its hull durability resetting upon completion. He could not evolve here. Fish schools patrolled the ancient ruins. 3 minutes of complete stillness carried far too much risk. He needed to return to his submarine and find a secure location before starting the evolution process. Suhai stowed the energy core and continued looting the remaining 2 crates in the hull. He had just slid down from the stone platform and turned to leave when his current surge perception triggered a faint alert. Not a school of fish. 2 signatures, entirely distinct from mutated creatures. Their movement speed was moderate, their paths erratic yet clearly directed. Entering the ruins from the opposite side, they drew steadily closer to his location. Suhai switched off his headlamp, retreated into shadow behind a stone pillar, and drew his miniature torpedo pistol from his waist, gripping it firmly. Water flow perception sharpened the outlines of the 2 targets in his mind. Adult male figures clad in diving suits, oxygen tanks strapped to their backs, kicking flippers forward at a steady pace. They swam side by side, maintaining a 3-meter gap, clearly coordinating their advance. One carried a rifle-shaped weapon, while the other had equipment hanging from his belt. Not mutated beasts. Humans. Suhai's vigilance did not ease. Deep underwater, other humans could prove far more dangerous than predatory fish. The 2 men drew near the building where he hid. Then they stopped. Suhai sensed their water signatures hesitate at the entrance before they slowly, cautiously swam inside. Their headlamp beams swept across the main hall, illuminating the altar platform. Then the empty crates scattered on the floor, finally settling on the last few unlooted crates Suhai had not yet opened. Whoa, so many crates. One voice crackled through underwater comms, kept low yet brimming with barely contained excitement. Someone's already been here. Look at those open ones, a deeper, gruffer voice replied, belonging to an older man. Could it be fish that pried them open? Fish can't break these crates. Only players can. There's someone nearby, maybe still inside. 2 headlamp beams traversed the hall, gliding past the pillar concealing Suhai without catching sight of him. He huddled lower, holding his breath, fingers resting lightly on the trigger guard of his torpedo pistol. Look over there. The younger man's tone rose slightly. Both beams locked onto the altar platform, specifically, the empty crate Suhai had opened. Its lid hung open, still tinged with faint golden radiance, the lingering afterglow left behind after removing the energy core, slowly fading away. Gold light. The older man's voice turned low and dangerous. Golden glow means high-value loot. What could it be? Probably an energy core. I saw people talking on the global channel yesterday. They said opening a first-tier evolution energy core emits golden light. A brief silence followed. Suhai could feel both men's breathing shift. Not out of fear, but greed, the raw, unbridled avarice that easily took root in the deep ocean. Did you spot that submarine outside the city? Military grade, pretty sizable, the younger man said. What are you getting at? He's got the energy core, and we've got guns. The younger man paused. He's been looting crate after crate. Imagine all the supplies stockpiled on his vessel, energy cores, evolution shards, stat cards, food and fresh water filling his storage. The older man hesitated. Suhai sensed his headlamp sweeping slowly over the empty crates against the walls, across the altar, and finally landing on his companion. That's a military submarine, the older man warned, as if reminding himself as much as the other. So what if it's military? It's still just a metal hull. We don't even need to attack the submarine itself. He's out alone collecting supplies. 2 of us with underwater assault rifles. We can sneak up behind him and take him out before he reacts. A dead man can't launch torpedoes. Suhai heard every word transmitted through the underwater channel. His expression remained unchanged. No anger, no fear, not even revulsion. He simply calculated equipment disparities and tactical options in his mind with cold precision. 2 opponents armed with underwater assault rifles. Effective range appeared to be 30 to 50 meters, roughly matching his miniature torpedo pistol. However, his weapon dealt explosive damage capable of obliterating a person with a single shot, while their rifles relied on penetrating ballistics. Bullets lost velocity rapidly underwater, making accuracy poor beyond 50 meters. He held an advantage in firepower. Yet fighting 2 enemies one-on-one head-on carried enormous risk. Even if he killed one instantly, the second could land a fatal shot simultaneously. Direct confrontation was out of the question, but his advantages extended beyond firepower. With current surge perception, he tracked every movement of his targets within a kilometer in real time, while they remained completely unaware of his presence. It was equivalent to having full map awareness. He also carried 3 timed adhesive sea mines. Suhai's mind raced, finalizing a complete battle plan within seconds. He did not alert the 2 men. Staying silent, he used his perception to map the surrounding terrain. A school of fish patrolled near the western city wall, roughly 600 meters away. A sufficiently large explosion at this distance would draw them toward the noise. All he needed to do was lure the two men to the blast zone. Suhai slipped out from behind the pillar, pushed open an algae-covered side door set into the rear wall of the stone hall, and glided silently into a narrow alley. He kept his lamp off, navigating entirely by current surge perception through the pitch-black passage. At the same time, he unstrapped the first-timed adhesive C mine from his belt. He selected an ideal ambush site, a small plaza at the end of the main street. Collapsed ruins lined both sides, leaving only a 10-meter-wide passage through the center. A toppled stone pillar jutted from the plaza's midpoint, half buried in sediment. Suhai armed the first mine and fixed it magnetically to the pillar's surface. Its permanent magnet clamped firmly to the stone as a red timer began its silent countdown. He attached the second mine to the inner archway of rubble on the plaza's left, and the third to the base of a thick stone wall on the right. The three mines formed a triangular formation covering the entire central plaza. All timers were set for remote detonation. Once the traps were laid, Suhai deliberately revealed a fleeting glimpse of himself to draw the pair toward the plaza center. He halted behind rubble roughly 50 meters from the plaza, a position offering clear observation of the open space, while staying close enough to his submarine to rush to its hatch within seconds once the mines detonated. He raised his miniature torpedo pistol to chest height, aiming toward the plaza, and tracked the two targets' live positions through his perception. The two men circled along the city wall, advancing steadily, and soon entered the plaza. Suhai's thumb hovered over the pistol trigger, but he held fire. The moment had not yet come. They stopped in the plaza's center. Something must have struck them as odd. The plaza was unnervingly quiet, the ruins on either side black as gaping jaws. Straight ahead, the military submarine sat motionless in the shadow of a stone tower, not a single light glowing from its cockpit. Something feels off, the older man said over comms, voice lowered even further. What's wrong? He can't have spotted us. If he hadn't, why keep all his lights off? It was a valid question, but it was already too late. Suhai confirmed their coordinates via perception. They stood dead center of the plaza, less than 3 meters from the fallen pillar. He pressed the detonation switch on his wrist control panel. At the exact same instant, he leaned out from behind the rubble and fired one miniature torpedo. He aimed not at the men, but at the seawater above the plaza. The torpedo detonated overhead, a shockwave churning up centuries of accumulated sediment. The water turned opaque, visibility dropping to zero. Immediately afterward, all three adhesive sea mines exploded simultaneously. Boom. The three blasts merged into one. Orange and white shock waves burst open underwater, tearing the seawater apart into raging pressure fronts. Stones, silt, and shredded seaweed scattered in every direction. The toppled pillar shattered into several chunks, flying debris sending rippling shock waves through the water. The explosions did not strike the two men directly. Suhai had timed the detonation to coincide with their arrival at the plaza center, yet they moved slightly faster than predicted. When the mines went off, they had reached the plaza's edge, several meters away from the nearest blast point. The shock wave threw them off balance, but failed to kill them instantly. That had never been his objective anyway. Suhai had no intention of relying solely on the mines to eliminate them. He wanted noise. The shock waves generated by the simultaneous detonation of 3 underwater mines could travel dozens of kilometers beneath the waves, possibly farther. For the school of sharp-fanged silver-scale fish circling 600 meters away, vibrations of this magnitude were akin to someone setting off 3 flashbangs right outside their den while banging gongs and shouting. Sure enough, within seconds, through wayfarer perception, the dense cluster of small signals west of the ancient city abruptly turned as one, accelerating straight toward the plaza. 30-odd sharp-fanged silver-scale fish, starved, enraged, driven into a feral frenzy by the explosions. On the plaza, the two humans were left dazed and disoriented by the blast wave. The younger man's headlamp was half-shattered, flickering erratically. He waved his assault rifle wildly amid the turbid, silt-choked water. The older man yelled frantically into his comms unit, most of his words swallowed by the explosion's aftershocks and underwater ambient noise, only fragmented phrases breaking through. Retreat. Pull back quickly. But escape was no longer possible. The fish had arrived. The sharp-fanged silver-scale fish streaked into the murky silt cloud like silver lightning. Their eyes were not their primary sense. Underwater, their lateral line systems detected every faint tremor in the water. The panicked thrashing of 2 humans in diving suits registered to them as 2 slabs of wriggling prey. Screams crackled over the underwater comms. Not coherent speech, raw, agonized shrieks interspersed with frantic shouts of "Help me! It's biting me! Fire! Fire! Fire!" Then came gunfire. Shots from underwater assault rifles sounded dull beneath the surface, like someone beating a drum on the seabed. After several rounds, the gunfire ceased, leaving only screams. A few seconds more, and even the screams fell silent. Suhai swam swiftly back to the submarine, hauled himself briskly through the hatch, triggered ballast drainage, removed his breathing mask, and strode to the pilot's seat. He gripped the control lever, thumb flipping off the safety for the torpedo tubes. 4-tube torpedo launcher, remaining ordnance, 14 rounds, 12 standard torpedoes plus 2 older second-hand torpedoes. He locked his sonar onto the plaza. The fish clustered tightly as they fed. Suhai set speed to low, guiding the submarine slowly out from the shadow of the stone tower, bow aimed toward the plaza. He kept his distance. 400 meters was point-blank range for a torpedo. The first torpedo roared free. 5 seconds later, fireball bloomed at the plaza's center, the shockwave tearing the packed school of fish to shreds. Sharp-fong silverscale fish, slain times 18. The second torpedo launched immediately after, targeting the stragglers fleeing along the plaza's edge. The blast fireball chased the fish, overturning several more. Sharp-fong silverscale fish, slain times 7. The remaining few scattered and fled. Suhai spared the third torpedo. He needed his ammunition for other objectives. He confirmed via sonar that no living biological signatures remained on the plaza, then maneuvered the submarine to hover directly above it. Time to exit the sub. The seawater over the plaza stayed thick with suspended silt, forming an opaque fog. Suhai's headlamp had limited penetration, but he possessed wayfarer perception. Sight was unnecessary. Flow echoes mapped every inch of the plaza's floor inside his mind. He began gathering loot. First came the drops from the fish. Mutated creatures left behind glowing orbs upon death, the floating trophies persisting for a window of time before dissipating. Evolution shard times 27, steel plating times 35, rubber times 18, sharp fong silver scale fish, flesh times 31 portions, gold coins times 460, standard torpedo times 3. Next, he collected supplies scattered where the two men had fallen. A player's storage space emptied upon death, spilling a random portion of their belongings onto the ground. Suhai held little hope of finding high-value loot from them. Still, he uncovered useful supplies, rations, and fresh water. It was time to depart. Suhai turned and swam back into the submarine, sealing the hatch, draining ballast, and removing his mask and gloves before dropping into the pilot's seat. He first reviewed system status. Nuclear reactor operating nominally, life support functional, the mineral water production line on the trade channel running automatically. He pulled up the submarine status panel and drew a deep breath. Vehicle name, corroded military submarine, grade, Tier 1 vehicle, hull durability, 98/200. Everything was ready. He had all required materials and the core. Now was the moment. He pressed, initiate evolution. The entire submarine shuddered violently. It was not the vibration of an engine spooling up, but the sensation of every steel plate, weld, and rivet being disassembled and reconstructed simultaneously. All cabin lights cut out, every gauge on the dash dropped to 0, and the low hum of the nuclear reactor faded completely. Then light ignited deep within the submarine's core. Evolution shards drifted out of storage as countless tiny glowing specks, swirling through the cabin like fireflies. Steel and rubber broke down into fundamental molecular structures, reshaped amid the radiance. The Tier 1 evolution energy core hovered at the center of the command cabin, its cool blue-white glow growing brighter and brighter until Suhai was forced to shut his eyes. He heard metal reforming, not the harsh clang of hammering and welding, but a fluid, organic murmur, akin to vines unfurling. Decaying rust sloughed away, new armor plating took shape, rivets replaced by seamless welds, pipes rerouted, cables spreading across bulkheads like neural networks. The command cabin expanded. When Suhai opened his eyes, he barely recognized the space. The cramped cockpit where he could barely turn around had transformed into a spacious, almost luxurious command center. Beside his original pilot seat sat a newly added co-pilot station. Instrument panels stretched across 3 walls instead of 1, dominated by a massive holographic tactical display, flanked by neatly arranged banks of status monitors. The submarine panel popped up automatically, data scrolling line by line. Vehicle name, Orca-class attack submarine, grade, Tier 2 vehicle, hull durability, 800/800. Maximum dive depth, 2,000 meters, maximum speed, 65 knots, power system, legendary nuclear engine, active, unlimited power. Weapon systems, forward 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher ordnance remaining. 16. Rear dual vertical missile silos ordnance remaining. 4. For small torpedo tubes, flanking the hull ordnance remaining. 8. Oxygen equipment, perfect life support system activated, sonar system, advanced tactical sonar detection range. 2,000 meters, identifies threat levels and resource signatures. Storage capacity, 25 cubic meters expanded, special traits, legendary nuclear engine, rare electrolysis tank, fine-grade seawater purification unit, bronze-grade gas compression and filling equipment. New module unlocked. Electronic galley can cook high-tier ingredients for enhanced attribute bonuses. Rated crew, 1 to 4 persons. Evaluation. You've upgraded a sluggish heap of scrap metal into a fast, heavily armed war machine. Congratulations, you now stand a fighting chance against serious threats in the deep sea. Suhai read the full report twice, nodding with each line. Hull durability quadrupled from 200 to 800. Top speed rose from 50 knots to 65. Maximum safe dive depth jumped from 800 meters to 2,000. Reinforced pressure hulls added a 20% buffer, pushing the practical limit to 2,400 meters. The weaponry had undergone a complete overhaul. 6 heavy torpedo tubes, vertical missile silos, for auxiliary torpedo tubes, firepower elevated from a miniature sub to destroyer class. Yet what drew his attention most was the crew rating, updated from 1 to 2 persons to 1 to 4 persons. Operating all these weapons and new modules alone would prove taxing, but for now, it would suffice. Suhai stood and circled the expansive command cabin. The co-pilot seat was upholstered in genuine leather, matching his own. The electronic galley was an embedded compact cooking station fitted with electromagnetic heating surfaces, a vacuum low-temperature cooking tank, and a full rack for seasoning storage. He sorted all accumulated supplies with one command. Ingredients moved to galley storage, weapons and ammunition organized onto ordnance racks, steel and rubber stacked in the material hold. Once finished, Suhai settled back into the pilot's seat and activated tactical sonar. Detection range expanded from 500 meters to 2 kilometers, capable of distinguishing threat tiers and resource signatures. The display marked friendly contacts, biological danger levels, and resource nodes in distinct hues. His gaze drifted through the viewport toward the northwest as he remembered the location. 7 kilometers away, the shipwreck graveyard. Eternal durability. That legendary trait waited there, guarded by packs of mutated sharks. His submarine now boasted 800 durability, a top speed of 65 knots, and an arsenal expanded from 4 torpedoes to 16 heavy torpedoes for missiles, plus 8 lightweight torpedoes. Times had changed. Still, the sharks were far stronger, vastly outclassing the sharp-fonged silver-scale fish. He needed further preparations. Suhai opened the trade channel and began purchasing. First, he posted a bulk buy order. Military-grade underwater demolition warheads. All models and conditions accepted. Unlimited quantity. Next, he browsed the weapon category. One player listed anti-submarine depth charges ×4, priced at 800 gold coins, noting they had been recovered from a military shipwreck, immensely powerful yet useless to the seller. Suhai bought them without hesitation. Another listing offered sonar decoy rounds ×6. Upon deployment, they mimicked a submarine's acoustic signature, luring mutated creatures away toward false targets. Suhai acquired those as well. In minutes, over 1,500 gold coins were spent, leaving fewer than 300 remaining. Suhai felt no regret. Gold was merely a number in the deep ocean. Torpedoes and depth charges were true hard currency. Shopping complete, the ordnance racks sat fully stocked. 16 heavy torpedoes, 4 depth charges, for vertical launch missiles, 8 lightweight torpedoes, 6 sonar decoys. Suhai stared at the rows of green-ready lights on the weapons panel and nodded in satisfaction. Everything was set. Suhai gripped the control lever. The nuclear engine rumbled to life, and the Orca-class attack submarine turned toward the shipwreck graveyard, speeding forward at full power. At 65 knots, the 7-kilometer stretch was crossed in mere moments. 2 kilometers out, the advanced tactical sonar began rendering the outline of the graveyard. A sprawling underwater necropolis spanning several kilometers, dozens of shipwrecks of varying eras and hull forms jumbled together. Masts, smokestacks, figureheads rose from the darkness to form an eerie steel forest. Within that forest, several large red signatures drifted slowly. Sharks. Suhai did not charge straight in. He deployed a full sonar sweep. The resulting readout made him catch his breath. It was not a handful of sharks, but more than a dozen. Every specimen dwarfed any shark he had encountered before. The smallest measured 3 meters long. The largest perched atop the bow of a cargo wreck, stretching at least 5 meters from snout to tail. Their skin lacked the typical gray of ordinary sharks, instead a sickly blue-black pockmarked with scars and bony spurs. Their eyes were not black, but deep crimson, glowing like lanterns drifting among the sunken hulls. Abyssal bone sharks. The tactical sonar's biological identification system pulled up analytical data. Mutated creature, abyssal bone shark. Threat tier, Tier 1. Behavior, highly territorial, attacks any moving object entering its domain. Extremely tough hide. Direct hits from standard torpedoes only inflict minor wounds. Weak points lie in the gills and oral cavity. Only flanking or underbelly strikes targeting the gills deliver lethal damage. Special ability, spur charge. Abyssal bone sharks can launch the bony spines along their backs like harpoons. Projectiles carry tremendous penetration power and pose severe hull breach risk to submarines. Suhai studied the data, his expression growing grave. Direct torpedo impacts barely hurt them. Precision strikes to the gills were mandatory. Fortunately, his upgraded tactical sonar possessed sufficient resolution to distinguish heads, torsos, gill slits, and tails on the readout. He reviewed all weapon systems, switching every torpedo to precision guidance mode, locking targeting priority to abyssal bone shark, gill region. 16 heavy torpedoes, 8 lightweight torpedoes, for depth charges, for missiles. It would be enough. Take down the largest one first. Suhai's thumb hovered over the firing trigger. Sonar locked onto the 5-meter elite abyssal bone shark resting atop the cargo vessel's bow. The bony spines along its back stood erect, like a shield studded with short spears. The first heavy torpedo launched from the 6-tube launcher. A second followed 2 seconds later. The 2 warheads trailed pale wake, flanking the elite shark from left and right. The predator sensed danger at the final instant. It twisted its body to evade, but it was too late. The first torpedo struck its left gill, the blast tearing open a massive gash. Blood and flesh billowed into the water like ink. The second torpedo impacted the right side of its head, obliterating the entire lateral skull in the detonation. The elite bone shark convulsed violently, rolling uncontrollably to crash against the cargo wreck. A heavy thud rippled through the sunken hull. Its vital signature faded rapidly on sonar before vanishing entirely. Elite abyssal bone shark, slain ×1. Loot. Evolution shard ×18. Bone shark hide ×1. Bone shark vertebra ×1. Spine harpoon blueprint ×1. Gold coins ×450. Suhai did not pause to collect drops. The remaining sharks had been alerted by the explosions. Over a dozen abyssal bone sharks surged out from hiding among the wrecks, crimson eyes blazing in the dark, emerging like fiends from the abyss. They accelerated rapidly, the red signatures on sonar hurtling toward the submarine at over 10 meters per second. Come to me. Suhai's fingers flew across the weapons panel. 2 sonar decoy rounds launched from side tubes, 1 port, 1 starboard. Upon entering the water, they immediately replicated the submarine's acoustic profile, propeller rotation, engine frequency, hull echo, an exact match for the Orca-class sub. 4 abyssal bone sharks were deceived, veering off to chase the decoys. The rest continued their advance. Hatches covering the vertical missile silos slid open. 4 missiles ignited simultaneously. Instead of racing straight toward the shark pack, they ascended above the formation before diving vertically, detonating together amid the densest cluster of predators. 4 overlapping fireballs blossomed underwater, the combined shockwave killing 3 sharks outright and gravely wounding 2 more. Abyssal bone shark, slain ×3. Severely wounded abyssal bone shark, slain ×2. The last few sharks closed to less than 100 meters from the submarine. Suhai could see them through the viewport now, massive blue-black shapes streaking through dark blue seawater, crimson eyes leaving streaks of bloody light. The 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher fired again. 2 heavy torpedoes raced forward to intercept the lead shark. It opened its jaws lined with fangs, attempting to bite the incoming ordnance, and the torpedo detonated inside its mouth. Boom. The blast tore the predator clean in two, from snout to tail. The 4 auxiliary lightweight torpedo tubes opened fire on the remaining 2 sharks. Light torpedoes lacked the power of heavy warheads, but the 4-round barrage left no room to dodge. One shark took 3 direct hits to the gills and died instantly. The last lost its dorsal spine to a torpedo strike, losing balance and slamming into a shipwreck mast. Suhai finished it off with one final heavy torpedo. The seawater thickened with shark blood, Fractured spines and scales drifted through the blast zone like debris. Tactical sonar performed a fresh sweep. The two sharks tricked by the decoys were circling back, moving with evident hesitation. They were territorial creatures, yet every other member of their pack had perished, a shock their instincts could not process. After lingering uncertainly at the edge of sonar range, they turned and retreated into the darkness beyond the shipwreck graveyard. All threats eliminated. Suhai wasted no time. He steered the submarine above the core zone of the shipwreck graveyard, donned his advanced diving suit, clipped a miniature torpedo pistol to his waist, and dove into the sea. At the heart of the shipwreck graveyard lay the wreck of a 10,000-ton cargo vessel. The hull had snapped into 3 sections. The deck of the middle hold had been torn open from within, revealing a pitch-black massive gash. According to the supply intel, the location marked for the eternal durability inscription was deep inside this cargo hold. Suhai swam through the gash in the deck. The cargo hold was a dark, chaotic realm. Overturned shipping containers, rusted bulkheads, entangled cables, and fishing nets cast twisted, flickering shadows beneath his headlamp. Guided by the navigation of his wanderer perception, Suhai wove through this steel labyrinth toward the deepest part of the hold. There, inside a titanium safe eroded by seawater for countless years, yet still intact, he found the crate. It was a modest-sized, silvery standard resource crate. But unprecedented light swirled across its lid, hues of purple, gold, and fleeting streaks of orange intertwined, flowing slowly underwater like liquid gemstones. Suhai reached out and touched the lid. The crate opened. There was no burst of golden radiance, no shockwave, not even a sound. Only a quiet, almost gentle glow rose from within. Floating at the center of the light was a fist-sized, translucent crystal. Countless fine runes drifted slowly inside it, as if breathing. Inscription name, Eternal Durability. Rank, Legendary. Type, Vehicle Armor Enhancement Inscription. Attribute, grants the submarine hull the Eternal Durability trait. The hull is immune to all forms of wear, corrosion, scratches, and impact damage. Durability remains permanently maxed. Note, a slab of iron that never rusts, never fatigues, and never springs a leak. In this world where everything sinks, this is akin to a divine guarantee. You might not win a fight against an abyssal leviathan, but your hull won't get scuffed while you flee. Suhai's breath hitched. Legendary tier, on par with the nuclear engine. He gently lifted the crystal from the crate and held it in his palms. The crystal was neither cold nor warm to the touch, yet it carried an uncanny sensation, not physical smoothness, but something far more abstract, as if time and space around it had fallen silent. You're mine. He immediately activated it. The crystal dissolved into a colorless, transparent ripple that spread outward from his palms, piercing the steel plating of the hold, cutting through seawater, and sinking into the hull of the Orca-class attack submarine. Through his wanderer perception, Suhai sensed an invisible energy field envelop the submarine's hull. It was not growing harder or thicker, but stabilizing. Stress across every armor plate rebalanced in an instant, and microscopic flaws in every rivet and weld were mended. Hull durability locked at maximum, shielded from all degradation. He turned to head back to the submarine. Then his wanderer perception blared a violent alarm. Signals surged toward him from every direction around the shipwreck graveyard, not ahead, not off to the sides. Massive, dense swarms of rapidly moving life signatures, more numerous than any school of fish he had ever seen, greater than the shark pack he had obliterated. Not dozens, but hundreds. Suhai understood instantly. Shark blood. More than a dozen abyssal bone sharks had been blown apart, their blood spreading through the waters of the shipwreck graveyard and drawing every bloodthirsty hunter of the deep. Sharks, fish swarms, and unnamed mutated creatures all converged on this location. He sprinted toward the hold gash without looking back. Less than 100 meters separated the hold from the submarine's hatch, yet it was likely the fastest 100 meters Suhai would ever swim. His flippers blurred with motion, and his hydrodynamic perception traced mounting terrifying silhouettes behind him. The first wave of sharks had reached the outer edge of the graveyard, less than 2 kilometers away. He wrenched open the hatch, tumbled inside, slammed the drain valve, and charged into the cockpit before the hatch fully sealed. Sliding into the pilot's seat, he ignited the engines at full power. The Orca-class attack submarine's nuclear engine roared, channeling energy into the propellers. Speed surged to 40 knots in 3 seconds, 55 knots in 5. The hull shuddered violently, not from the engines, but impacts outside. Thud, thud, thud. Dense blows echoed across the hull, like rain hammering a tin roof. Every strike made the cockpit lights flicker faintly. On the tactical sonar screen, the submarine was surrounded by a dense mass of red signals, too tightly clustered to distinguish individual targets. At least 3 abyssal bone sharks had caught up, slamming their bony spurs and teeth relentlessly against the hull. Suhai glanced down at the hull durability readout. Hull durability, 800/800. No change. It did not drop. The bone spurs of the abyssal bone sharks stabbed the hull, their teeth bit into the metal. Not a single white mark was left behind. Wait, it was no longer 800/800. The display shifted. Hull durability, infinity. Suhai stared at the sideways figure 8 symbol for a moment. Then a slow smile tugged at his lips. He eased off the throttle, lowered speed to cruising pace, and leaned back against his seat. Outside, the abyssal bone sharks kept striking. A nearly 6-meter giant bone shark lunged from the side, opening its maw lined with fangs and clamping down hard beside the submarine viewport. Its teeth, mutated fangs capable of piercing standard steel, snapped the instant they made contact with the hull. Several broken teeth swirled and sank in the seawater. The shark froze. It released its bite, stared confusedly at the submarine with its dark red eyes, then glanced at the broken stumps remaining in its jaws. A silent snarl rippled through the water, and it charged forward once more. Boom. The impact shook an unopened soda can inside the cockpit. Hull durability remained infinity. Suhai picked up the soda, pulled the tab, and took a sip. He pushed power output back up, carrying dozens of pursuing sharks towards safe waters. Nearly 20 minutes slipped by. Outside the window, the abyssal bone sharks continued their relentless chase. The lead giant shark seemed fixated on its broken teeth. Every few tens of seconds, it accelerated for a violent ram, each collision making the cockpit instrument panels flicker. Hull durability never wavered. Suhai finished the soda, tossed the empty can into the recycling compartment, and refocused on the tactical sonar screen. The shark swarm had not thinned. More individuals had joined. Shark blood spread faster through the deep sea than he anticipated, an ever-expanding scent beacon drawing every abyssal bone shark within a dozen kilometers. The dense red signals on the screen circled his submarine like moths swarming a street lamp, refusing to let go. He attempted to outrun them. Pushing speed to 60 knots, the submarine wove at high speed through reefs on the graveyard's perimeter, darting left and right, using sunken wreckages as obstacles to break the pursuit route. But abyssal bone sharks possessed far greater intelligence than sharp-finned silver-scaled fish. They did not chase in a straight line. Splitting into 3 groups, they flanked left and right and cut off his retreat. Every time he rounded a wreck, several sharks emerged from the sides to block his path. On the tactical sonar, their encirclement tightened, forming a net closing in. Suhai knew this could not last. Shark blood attracted more sharks. Every kill drew additional predators, an endless vicious cycle. Just then, a new terrain signature flickered at the edge of the sonar display. Not a wreck, not reef rock, a thin, straight artificial structure embedded amid low undersea mountains. Suhai adjusted sonar focus and zoomed in on the area. The image cleared. An undersea tunnel. The entrance was roughly 5 meters wide, an irregular oval, as if carved into bedrock by immense force. The tunnel stretched inward, its full length unknown, yet sonar echoes confirmed it ran through. Water flow signals at the far end proved an exit existed. The rocks surrounding the entrance bore smooth grooves carved by currents, and several severed underwater cables dangled from the rock walls, drifting slowly in the seawater. Suhai ordered the sonar to take precise width measurements. Narrowest point of entrance, 4.7 meters. Maximum beam of the Orca-class attack submarine, 4.3 meters. It would fit. A 40-centimeter margin, no more, no less. A faint smile crossed Suhai's face. He adjusted heading toward the tunnel entrance and cut power output to 30%. Speed plummeted from 60 knots to 25. The shark swarm closed the distance instantly. The lead giant bone shark believed its prey was slowing, surging forward excitedly. It opened its fang-lined maw right outside the viewport. Suhai ignored it. All his attention rested on the controls, his eyes locked on the magnified tunnel entrance on sonar. 25 knots was still too fast to navigate the narrow tunnel, yet slowing further would give the sharks time to block the entrance. He needed to strike an exact balance between deceleration and speed. 400 meters. 300 meters. The tunnel entrance came into sight through the viewport, a dark cavity embedded in black basalt rock. The surrounding stone bore layered rippled textures carved by erosion, resembling a slowly opening stone maw. Broken cables swayed above the opening, faint blue sparks of residual charge flickering occasionally from frayed ends. 200 meters. Suhai abruptly reduced power output to 10% and activated the powerful bow searchlights. Two brilliant white beams cut through darkness, illuminating the tunnel walls. Damp, rough rock coated in pale gray seafloor sediment. The structure appeared stable overall with no signs of collapse. 100 meters. He made one final heading adjustment, aligning the bow with the tunnel center, and drew a deep breath. The Orca-class attack submarine slid into the tunnel entrance at 15 knots. Less than half a meter separated either side of the hull from the rock walls. Water churned by the propellers compressed within the confined space, generating a low resonant hum. The searchlights cast dancing shadows across uneven rock. Blue electric sparks from broken cables crackled as the submarine passed. Then, the impact stopped. Suhai checked the sonar screen. All the dense red signals were trapped outside the tunnel entrance, circling restlessly. Several attempted to squeeze inside, yet the passage only accommodated a medium-sized submarine. Most abyssal bone sharks measured over 3 meters long, far too wide. A smaller shark tried its luck. It twisted sideways to force entry, but its back spurs scraped against the rock, showering sparks and rubble. After struggling briefly, it retreated. Suhai halted the submarine midway through the tunnel. Via the rear camera, he watched 7 or 8 abyssal bone sharks patrol outside the entrance, their dark red eyes glowing in the darkness, as if furious at prey escaping into a narrow passage at the last moment. "Can't get in, huh?" Suhai spoke toward the screen. "Then stick around. I'll be back." He navigated the submarine to the tunnel's far exit. After confirming no threat signatures outside, he hovered just inside the opening. He then opened the trade channel and began purchasing supplies. Kills from the earlier shark engagement had earned him plenty of coins. Combined with steady sales of mineral water and oxygen, his account balance had climbed back above 2,000. Yet the recent battle came at a cost. 4 heavy torpedoes expended, all depth charges deployed, and numerous small torpedoes used. Ammunition reserves had fallen below the safety threshold. He posted a bulk purchase request on the trade channel, seeking all models of torpedoes, missiles, and depth charges, new or used, any quantity. Premium price, 120% of market rate. Less than 30 seconds after sending the message, the first private message popped up. "Boss, I've 6 standard torpedoes, 80% condition, military grade. Interested? Yes. Send the trade link via private chat." 6 standard torpedoes added to inventory. "Boss, I've 2 heavy anti-submarine torpedoes. Twice the power of standard models, a little worn, fuses may need adjustment. I'll sell cheap if you want." "I'll take them." 2 heavy anti-submarine torpedoes added to inventory. Suhai responded to over a dozen private messages in quick succession, buying nearly every torpedo and missile available on the market. His coin balance tumbled from over 2,000 to under 300, but rows of green indicator lights lit up across the ammunition rack once more. Heavy torpedoes, 24 small torpedoes, 16 vertical launch missiles, 8 depth charges. For anti-submarine torpedoes, 2. He filled every slot on the weapons panel before pausing to catch his breath. At that moment, another private message arrived. Sender ID, Xiaomei. The message was lengthy. "Boss, I saw you buying torpedoes and missiles. I've major stock available. 30 XM9 heavy torpedoes, 20 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 15 depth demolition charges, plus a stockpile of military underwater assault rifles and matching ammunition. All factory new, recovered from the wreck of a military supply ship. I don't want coins. I'm trading for oxygen, fresh water, food, steel, and rubber. Name your offer. Bulk discount applies." Suhai's eyes lit up. He replied immediately. "Video inspection required." Moments later, the video call connected. On screen, Xiaomei was a woman in her mid-20s, with sharp, distinct features, high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, a straight nose, and defined lips. She wore a stern expression, and the background showed a vast warehouse crammed full of weapon crates. Dozens of camouflage-painted torpedoes lined up neatly behind her. Beside them stood waist-high wooden crates printed with the white designation Sea Spear 3. Xiaomei panned the camera across the warehouse, opening several crates one by one to display serial numbers and factory seals. She did not waste words. "How did you find this cache?" Suhai asked. "Pure luck." Xiaomei wiped motor oil from her forehead. "My submarine spawned beside a sunken supply ship. When I went inside, I found an entire warehouse of this hardware. But I'm not a combat player. I pilot a beat-up research sub with no torpedo tubes. All this gear is useless to me. What I need to survive is food, drinking water, and oxygen-producing materials." Suhai did not hesitate and made his offer. 30 XM9 heavy torpedoes, 20 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 15 depth demolition charges in exchange for 200 standard oxygen canisters, 3,000 bottles of mineral water, 50 cases of self-heating rice meals, 100 units of steel, 50 units of rubber. Do we have a deal? Xiao Mei's eyes widened. She had hoped to receive half that amount at most. Su Hai's offer more than doubled her expectations. Deal, deal, deal. Boss, come straight to me if you need more ammunition later. I've several more warehouses yet to clear out. They completed the transaction through the trade channel. The weapons transferred remotely via the system to Su Hai's ammunition depot, while oxygen and water were sent over simultaneously. Su Hai's weapons panel refreshed with updated figures. Heavy torpedoes, 54 small torpedoes, 16 vertical launch missiles, 28 depth charges, 19 anti-submarine torpedoes. The ammunition racks were overflowing. Su Hai leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing at the dense rows of green indicator lights on the weapons panel, and drew a deep breath. 54 heavy torpedoes, 28 missiles, 19 depth charges. This firepower was far more than enough to deal with a pack of sharks. He could stand toe-to-toe against a destroyer. He activated the tactical sonar and scanned the shipwreck graveyard beyond the tunnel entrance again. The instant the sonar feed loaded, Su Hai's pupils constricted. The shark swarm had not diminished. It had multiplied many times over. Earlier, merely dozens of abyssal bone sharks lingered outside the tunnel entrance. Now the entire shipwreck graveyard zone was blanketed in red signatures, as if someone spilled a bottle of red ink across his screen. The core gathering point remained the wreck of the 10,000-ton cargo vessel. Blood from the over dozen sharks he had destroyed had spread throughout the graveyard waters, drawing every abyssal bone shark within a dozen kilometers. A rough population estimate popped up in the bottom right corner of the tactical sonar screen. Approximately 300 to 500 individual abyssal bone sharks detected. Su Hai stared at the number and fell silent for a full 10 seconds. 300 to 500 specimens. Every fully grown abyssal bone shark inhabiting this stretch of ocean had answered the call. They roamed and fought among the wreck graveyard, tearing apart the bodies of their own kind. Countless dark red eyes glimmered amid the darkness, resembling an entire blood-red sea of stars burning deep within the ocean. If he turned back now, the pack would remain entrenched here until the blood dispersed and food ran dry, before scattering in all directions. He could safely depart these waters, continue his exploration ahead, and conserve ammunition to confront far greater threats. But Su Hai did not turn away. Staring at the dense cluster of red signals lighting up the sonar display, he ran a simple calculation through his mind. 300 to 500 abyssal bone sharks. What would be the total value of evolution shards, steel, rubber, coins, and rare materials dropped by each shark? He had slain more than a dozen sharks previously and reaped nearly 200 coins, 18 evolution shards, a blueprint for a spine harpoon, and piles of raw materials. Scaling those yields, the resources from 300 sharks would be enough to upgrade his submarine from Tier 2 to Tier 3, with plenty left over. As for the risks, he possessed an eternal durability hull, impervious to shark bites. He had a nuclear power engine, an endless source of motive force. He carried 54 heavy torpedoes, 28 missiles, and 19 depth charges. His firepower was more than enough to bombard the pack multiple times over. The sole hazard was running out of ordnance before eliminating every shark. Yet as long as he maintained steady combat tempo and reserved ample time to retreat, this risk could be fully contained. He flexed his fingers and tightened his grip on the control lever once more. All in, he said. The Orca-class attack submarine glided slowly out from the tunnel exit, its bow aimed toward the wreck graveyard. Searchlights shut down. Sonar switched to combat mode. All weapon systems unlocked, and rows of ammunition status indicators lit up green. Su Hai made no attempt to sneak closer. He pushed his cruising speed all the way to 50 knots. When still 2 kilometers from the thickest concentration of sharks, he pressed the missile launch button. Hatches on the vertical missile silos flew open simultaneously. First volley. 8 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ignited at once. Beneath the waves, they trailed 8 boiling white wakes, arcing through the seawater before plunging vertically into the densest core of the shark swarm. 8 fireballs detonated simultaneously. Overlapping shockwaves carved a temporary vacuum zone nearly 100 meters wide at the heart of the wreck graveyard. Seawater ripped apart into raging pressure fronts. Dozens of abyssal bone sharks were torn to shreds by the blast waves. Many more tumbled into shipwreck debris, bones broken and flesh mangled, as blood dyed the surrounding ocean a thick crimson broth. Abyssal bone shark slain times 47 elite abyssal bone shark slain times 6 abyssal bone shark slain times 32. System notifications flooded across the screen like a cascading waterfall. The shark pack erupted into chaos. The surviving abyssal bone sharks wheeled around as one, surging straight toward the source of the missile fire. The sight of 300 to 500 bone sharks charging together filled the tactical sonar with a mass of red arrows, all pointed toward a single target, his submarine. Suhai held his ground. He engaged the torpedo firing switch. The 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher discharged in unison. 6 torpedoes formed a straight line, charging head-on into the vanguard of the shark horde. Then a second salvo of 6, a third of 6, a fourth of 6. 24 heavy torpedoes launched in less than 40 seconds. Detonations merged into an unbroken wall of fire across the shark front line. Shockwaves and underwater shrapnel obliterated the advance guard. Dozens of leading bone sharks were reduced to nothing, and the remaining pack fell into disarray from the concussive force. Abyssal bone shark slain times 68 elite abyssal bone shark slain times 9 abyssal bone shark slain times 41 abyssal bone shark slain times 55. Suhai pushed the submarine to full power, not to flee, but to turn sideways and open up distance while reloading the torpedo tubes. For compact torpedo launchers mounted on both sides of the hull, laid suppressing fire against sharks swarming in from the flanks. Each volley claimed 7 or 8 lives. The pack began to encircle him. Abyssal bone sharks possessed far greater group coordination than silver-toothed silvery fish. After losing over 100 kin, they rapidly adjusted their tactics. They abandoned frontal assaults and split into 7 or 8 smaller groups, launching coordinated strikes from all directions. On the sonar, red signals streamed inward from every angle, forming a spherical siege steadily closing in. Suhai fired missiles to tear open a gap on the southern flank of the encirclement, raced through the opening, then spun around and unleashed his last 10C Spear 3 anti-ship missiles into the closest pursuing group. Blinding explosions lit the entire wrecked graveyard. Shattered masts, twisted shipping containers, and shark bone fragments swirled amid the shockwaves. Continuous blasts strained the structures of sunken 10,000-ton freighters, drawing low, groaning metallic creaks. Suhai could hear nothing but the constant ding of system alerts and the thunder of torpedo launches. His hands darted between the control stick and weapons panel, every movement guided by cold, precise rhythm. All 54 heavy torpedoes expended. All 28 missiles expended. All 19 depth charges deployed. 2 anti-submarine torpedoes exhausted. 16 compact torpedoes gone. Every indicator on the ammunition rack blazed red. Yet the red signals on the tactical sonar had not diminished. They were more numerous than when combat began. It was no illusion. Suhai expanded the sonar detection range to maximum and witnessed a sight that sent a chill down his spine. More sharks were ascending from deeper waters. Not merely dozens, but hundreds. The scent of blood spreading outward from the abyss had drifted to the deepest seabed, drawing bone shark clans that dwelt in the abyssal zone. The count of red sonar signals jumped from over 400 to more than 700 and still climbed. He had slain at least 300 sharks, but the number ascending to take their place was several times greater. Suhai hesitated no longer. He shoved the control lever to its limit. The nuclear engine roared, boosting speed to 65 knots. The Orca-class attack submarine turned above the wreck graveyard and surged full speed toward the tunnel entrance. The shark pack gave chase. The shark tide formed by hundreds of abyssal bone sharks appeared on sonar like an advancing tsunami of blood, filling the full depth of the display. Suhai executed an extreme deceleration just before the tunnel mouth, sliding into the passage at 20 knots with pinpoint accuracy. Less than half a meter separated the hull from the rock walls on either side. Propeller turbulence erupted into clouds of white cavitation bubbles within the narrow space. Then the crashing impacts fell silent. He hovered midway through the tunnel and glanced toward the rear camera feed. Outside the tunnel entrance, hundreds of abyssal bone sharks churned like boiling crimson soup, colliding and biting one another as they jostled to draw closer to the opening. Not a single one managed to slip inside. Suhai exhaled heavily and leaned back into his seat. His heart hammered rapidly, not out of fear, but because adrenaline still coursed fiercely through his veins. He glanced down at his hands. His fingers trembled slightly after hours of intense weapons panel operation, and a red abrasion marked his knuckles from gripping the control lever. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing to slow. At that moment, a deep system notification echoed inside his mind. It was not the usual crisp chime. Deeper and more imposing, it rolled through his eardrums like slow-moving abyssal currents. System announcement: Private, you have accomplished a rare feat within the deep sea. Hidden achievement unlocked. You consecutively hunted 313 abyssal bone sharks in a single battle, setting a new regional record. You have earned the exclusive title, Shark Slayer Unique. This achievement remains visible only to you and will not be broadcast publicly. As the first survivor to unlock this achievement, you receive an additional unique potion, Shark Heart Legendary Grade. The potion has been delivered to your storage space. Please check. Suhai opened his eyes. A red exclamation mark appeared above the storage space icon. He opened it. Inside the grid floated a transparent syringe filled with deep crimson liquid. The red was not the lifeless shade of artificial dye. It was alive. The fluid swirled and churned slowly within the casing, occasionally flickering with streaks of golden lightning, resembling boiling blood sealed behind glass. Potion name, Shark Heart Grade. Legendary unique effects. Permanent bodily reconstruction upon injection, granting the following abilities. Abyssal adaptation, no diving gear required. You may freely breathe seawater at any depth. Internal oxygen circulation self-regulates, granting full immunity to extreme water pressure. 2. Shark's Might. All attributes double while in contact with water: stamina, strength, agility, spirit, including equipment bonuses. Shark's Swiftness. Underwater swimming and sprint speed elevated to match mutated shark specimens. Shark's Perception. Gain lateral line sensing akin to sharks, capable of detecting bioelectrical activity within a 1-kilometer radius in water. Effects stack with current seer hydrodynamic awareness for amplified range and precision. Notes. This potion holds the blood of the source of all deep-sea sharks, an abyssal shark emperor that no human has ever laid eyes upon. It will transform you into half-shark, yet it will not rob you of your humanity. At the very least, not in most circumstances. Warning. Initial injection triggers forced physiological reconstruction. The process is excruciating and lasts 4 to 8 hours. You will lose the ability to move during transformation, and consciousness may grow hazy or temporarily fade. Administer only within an absolutely secure location. Suhai pulled the syringe out of storage and clutched it in his palm. The casing radiated gentle warmth, as if it contained a living creature rather than a chemical mixture. A legendary potion. Unrestricted breathing in the deep sea, doubled attributes, swimming speed matching sharks, plus stacked bioelectric and hydrodynamic sensing. Yet the warning weighed heavy in his mind. Unbearable agony, 4 to 8 hours of immobility, potential unconsciousness. He could not use it here. The tunnel was safe, yet not invulnerable. If small mutated creatures managed to slip inside, or seismic activity destabilized the tunnel structure, he would be defenseless while incapacitated. He needed to travel far away from these shark-infested waters first and find a truly secure shelter. Suhai returned the syringe to storage, gripped the control lever, and steered the submarine through the tunnel toward distant, safer waters. He traveled north along the abyssal plain, maintaining a steady 50-knot cruising speed for nearly 3 hours. On the sonar, abyssal bone shark signals grew sparser, eventually vanishing beyond detection range. The contamination zone boundary fell far behind him, and the massive whirlpool was no longer visible. He finally selected a quiet shelter beneath a submerged cliff as a temporary anchorage. The cliff rose roughly 30 meters high, dotted with naturally eroded caverns carved into the rock face. His submarine could conceal itself fully within the largest cave. Ocean currents were calm in this area, and sonar registered no mutated creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. It was as tranquil as a hidden haven deep under the sea. Suhai navigated the submarine into the cavern, shut down the main engine, and kept only life support and basic monitoring systems powered. He activated automated alert protocols and cranked sonar sensitivity to maximum. He also set auto delivery for the trade channel to guarantee uninterrupted fulfillment of oxygen and mineral water orders while he remained unconscious. Afterward, he retrieved the crimson syringe from storage and lay flat across the command chair. The needle glinted coldly beneath the constant temperature cabin lighting. The liquid churned more violently than before, and the golden lightning streaks flickered more frequently, as if aware it would soon be unleashed. Suhai drew a deep breath, drove the needle into his upper arm, and depressed the injection plunger. First second, nothing. Second, he felt it. Not pain. Fire. A surge of molten flame burst outward from the injection site, racing explosively through his veins to every corner of his body. Every blood vessel burned. Every muscle convulsed. Every bone felt as though clamped and twisted by steel tongs. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. He could hear blood pounding against his eardrums. Cabin lights warped into blurred, colorful halos in his vision. His fingers clamped tightly around the armrest of the chair. knuckles whitening, his body arching like a fully drawn bow. Consciousness began to fray. It was not complete blackout. His awareness drifted, tugged back and forth across the boundary between wakefulness and darkness. He dreamed of sinking into an unfathomable abyss surrounded by sharks. These were not predators coming to attack him. They circled slowly, as if waiting for him to join their kind. He could sense the faint electrical impulses picked up by shark lateral lines, feel the rhythm of seawater flowing across gill slits, grasp the raw power of a tail fin slicing through the ocean. Time lost all meaning. His mind wavered between sharp perception and human awareness. Each time he thought he might surface, a greater force dragged him back into the depths. His body alternated between icy cold and searing heat. Bones felt as if they were reshaping, dissolving and reforming all at once. He could almost hear fascia beneath his skin tear, weave itself back together, and tear once more. The torment was relentless. The system had told him no lies. He endured countless fragmented, foggy stretches of time in a semi-unconscious state until, in an instant, the agony vanished, as if a switch had been flipped. Cold, then warmth, followed by startling clarity. Suhai opened his eyes. He lay across the command chair, soaked in sweat, his clothing clinging damp and cold to his skin. The thermostat read 24 degrees Celsius inside the cabin, yet his perception told him it was far cooler. It was not discomfort from cold, it was heightened sensitivity. His skin detected air currents far more acutely than before. He could distinguish subtle shifts in airflow between the circulation system's air vents and return ducts. He slowly sat upright. Every joint emitted a faint creak, not the sharp crack of pain, but a smooth, satisfying pop. Like precision machinery finishing recalibration. Muscles flexed subtly with small movements. Power surging through every limb, as though a long-dormant engine inside him had awakened. He stood and paused in surprise. His height seemed marginally changed. The shift was not dramatic, yet the proportional distance between his line of sight and the cabin ceiling was unmistakably different. He reached upward to touch the overhead surface. His hair remained, but the contours of his skull appeared more streamlined. Muscle definition along his arms stood out more prominently. It was not the bulky mass cultivated in gyms, but the elongated, compact musculature characteristic of sharks. Beneath his skin, he could feel a denser layer of connective tissue, similar to the lining of body armor. He walked to the metal counter in the galley and studied his reflection on its polished surface. His facial features remained his own, yet his eyes had transformed. His dark brown pupils deepened to an almost black crimson, ringed along the edge of the iris with an extremely fine band of gold. In dim light, the golden ring glowed faintly, reminiscent of the dark red eyes of abyssal-boned sharks, tinged with amber. He stared at his silhouette for a moment before heading toward the airlock hatch. As the cabin drain cycle ran, he ran a test, holding his breath. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No tightness in his chest, no crushing sensation of oxygen deprivation. The sensations in his lungs shifted. Oxygen consumption plummeted, and his body automatically switched into some kind of energy-saving mode. He was not even certain if he needed to breathe at all right now. The cabin door opened. Suhai wore no diving suit, no face mask, and carried no oxygen tank. He only donned regular combat trousers and his thermostatic vest, strapped a pair of flippers to his feet, then stepped straight into the frigid seawater. Seawater surged into his nasal cavities and flooded his lungs. And then, he breathed. It was not the choking panic of drowning. It was genuine, unobstructed respiration, just as easy as breathing air. Seawater flowed down his throat, and a new physiological structure unfurled beneath it, gills. Not the external gills of fish, but fine hidden gill slits lining the inner throat. They drew oxygen directly from seawater and delivered it into his bloodstream, while expelling waste water through the sides of his neck. He glanced down at his neck. 2 rows of minuscule slits ran along either side. They stayed sealed normally, only parting slightly when he breathed underwater, barely visible to the eye. Then he felt the effect of doubled attributes. From the moment he exited the cabin and his body was fully submerged, explosive power washed over him. It was no hallucination. The enhancement was tangible. He clenched his fist underwater. His fingers tightened faster than they could above the surface, and the resistance of the water felt almost negligible. He kicked his flippers once casually. His body shot forward more than a dozen meters like an arrow loosed from a bow, far quicker than he had ever moved in his old diving suit. He halted, suspended amid the seawater, and closed his eyes. The current sense of the tidebreaker unfolded at that instant. Currents within a 1-kilometer radius spread across his mind like a holographic map, then sharp perception layered over top of it. He could sense not only shifts in the currents, but the presence of living things. 30 meters away, buried beneath seafloor sand, a shelled crustacean huddled and hiding. Its faint electric field lit up as a pale blue pinpoint in his awareness. 70 meters out, tucked within a reef crevice, a small lanternfish rested. Its electrical signal flickered like a beating heart. 500 meters distant, several sea urchins clung to a cliff face. With the two perception networks stacked, resolution, range, and information volume all doubled. Suhai opened his eyes beneath the waves. A faint fluorescence glimmered from the golden ring edging his dark red pupils. He turned and swam back to the submarine, sealed the hatch, initiated drainage, then stood on the cockpit floor and shook seawater from his hair. The moment air filled his lungs, the gill slits closed automatically, seamlessly switching his respiration back to air-breathing mode. He opened his personal stat panel. Player. Suhai. Titles. Tidebreaker, Shark Slayer, Stamina, 34 underwater, 68, Strength, 28 underwater, 56, Agility, 31 underwater, 62, Spirit, 30 underwater, 60, Abilities, Current Sense, Shark Heart, Evaluation, you are no longer a pure human. Deep-sea sharks will recognize you as one of their own, while humans will see you as a monster. You exist between two species. To be honest, in this world, that may not be a disadvantage. Suhai stared at the doubled values on the panel for a long while. He felt no fear, only awe. When he had just graduated university, he would gasp for breath halfway through a 1-kilometer fitness run. Now he could tear apart sharks with his bare hands beneath the waves. No tearing would even be required. With his underwater strength raised to 56 points, it surpassed the bite force statistics of most adult sharks. He closed the panel, walked over to the pilot's seat and sat down, drank a glass of water, then pulled up the map panel. During his nearly 6 hours of unconsciousness, the boundary of the contaminated zone had advanced substantially. Only roughly 8 hours of safety remained before it reached his current anchorage. It was not an immediate crisis, but he could not afford further delays. He started the engines, guided the submarine out of the cliffside cavern, adjusted course to sail away from the contaminated zone, and set a steady cruising speed of 50 knots. Switching piloting mode to semi-automatic cruise, he opened the world channel to catch up on events that had unfolded during his downtime. Messages scrolled rapidly as always, yet the tone differed sharply from his previous visits. Once, the channel had been flooded with cries for help and despair, starvation, thirst, oxygen shortages, pursuits by marine predators, hull breaches. Today, a new sentiment dominated: rage. The Wolf Alliance took out another squad. Coordinates region EC 7745. 3 submarines ambushed, 6 players dead, all supplies looted, and every vessel was blown up. I saw it too. They operate 4 modified military submarines, lying in wait near resource spawn points to strike after players retrieve crates. They don't just steal supplies, they kill without hesitation. They execute anyone who surrenders. A friend of mine was murdered by them. He piloted a beat-up civilian craft and had only just collected 2 crates of food. They forced him to stop using torpedoes before ramming and splitting his hull open. He floated in the water in his diving suit begging for mercy, yet they riddled him with assault rifle rounds. This group has lost all reason. They believe this game follows the law of the jungle, that the strong have every right to consume the weak. Their Wolf Alliance's motto is survival of the fittest. Anyone willing to team up and fight back? I've contacted squad captains to organize a joint force. We plan to establish a defensive front on the outskirts of EC 7745. The Wolf Alliance only controls around a dozen submarines. United, we outnumber them. Count me in. I'm near EC 7745 with a modified medium submarine fitted with 3 torpedo tubes. I'm joining too. My sub's battered, but I have an underwater sniper rifle. Suhai read post after post, his expression gradually shifting from relaxed to solemn. The Wolf Alliance. They were not merely scavenging for resources. They systematically and deliberately hunted other players as an end in itself, not just a means. Ambushes, torpedo interdiction, hull ramming, shooting down divers pleading for mercy. Every account reeked of blood, even through the screen. The channel seethed with anger. Some called for allied counterattacks, others shared coordinates to join the coalition, many cursed the Wolf Alliance. Yet a majority stayed silent, too afraid to fight, too wary to speak out, praying they would not become the next target. Suhai watched for a long time without posting a single message. He minimized the world channel, leaned back in the pilot's chair, and closed his eyes to massage his temples. It was not apathy. He understood his own condition clearly. Consecutive grueling battles, 6 hours of unconsciousness after injecting shark heart, and a transformation reshaping him at the genetic level. His boosted stats sustained his mental faculties, yet deep exhaustion lingered beneath the surface. He needed rest. True, high-quality rest. Suhai stood and walked toward the galley. He would not skimp on food today. From storage lockers, he retrieved frozen steak, iron crab legs, swordfish fillets, fawn-scale silverfish, plus a pack of deep-sea snow crab claws he had purchased expensively via the trade channel. The seller claimed they were caught near hydrothermal vents, sweeter in flavor than king crab from land. He set a frying pan on the electromagnetic burner and poured in oil. Once heated, he laid the whole steak down. High heat locked in juices, searing its surface to an appetizing brown. He flipped it, seasoned with sea salt, black pepper, and a touch of rosemary. He set the finished steak aside to rest, rich juices welling out when touched by a blade, and aroma filling the entire command cabin. Without cleaning the pan, he cooked crab legs next. The shells cracked with fine lines under heat, plump white meat bulging from openings, turning golden and fragrant. He sliced swordfish fillets thickly, coated them lightly with starch, and pan-fried until crisp outside and tender within. He cut fawn-scale silverfish into strips, marinated them in chili powder and cumin for 10 minutes, then stir-fried them. The spicy, savory scent made Suhai sneeze. It was still not enough. He dug out a pack of spicy beef tallow hot pot base from the bottom storage compartment, one he had been reluctant to use. He placed a stock pot on the induction cooker, added the base and water, and brought it to a rolling boil. Red oil churned in the broth. Chili, Sichuan peppercorn, and beef tallow aromas blended, turning the cockpit into an underwater private dining room. Ingredients lined the counter: thinly sliced fish, fatty luncheon meat, rehydrated dried shiitake, freshly picked lettuce and bok choy, soft tofu, kelp knots, plus a bundle of handmade deep-sea vermicelli crafted from seaweed extract by another player, traded to him for 3 crates of mineral water. He prepared dipping sauces carefully: minced garlic, sesame oil, vinegar, light soy sauce, chili paste, and sesame paste, mixing 2 bowls, one spicy, one mild, and set them before himself. Suhai sat at the counter facing the spread of food and drew a deep breath. He began eating. With his first chopstick, he dipped a fish slice into the boiling red broth for a dozen seconds. The fish turned snow white, edges curling gently. Dipped in garlic sesame sauce, it melted on his tongue, layered with bold spice. He picked up a slice of luncheon meat, coated it in chili oil, and bit down. The richness and heat swirled in his mouth, and he sighed in satisfaction. As he ate, he opened the trade channel. Chopsticks in his left hand, he scrolled the panel with his right. Weapons. Ammunition. He needed to replenish every stock depleted during the battle at the shipwreck graveyard. The weapons market on the trade channel was far livelier than in previous days. Players had discovered sunken military installations and supply shipwrecks, increasing ammunition supply and driving prices slightly lower. While simmering beef slices, Suhai bulk purchased supplies. 6 standard torpedoes for 300 gold coins, purchased outright. For depth charges, the seller asked for 500 gold coins. He negotiated the price down to 420, and the deal closed. 8 small torpedoes for 200 gold coins. The seller threw in 2 older acoustic decoy torpedoes as a bonus. 2 vertical launch anti-ship missiles. The seller stated they had been recovered from a destroyer wreck, factory fresh, with a firm price of 800 gold coins. Suhai verified their authenticity via the panel and completed the purchase without hesitation. In one go, he spent nearly 2,000 gold coins restocking ammunition. Torpedo and missile counts rose steadily, yet he remained far from his target full loadout. Heavy torpedoes stayed scarce. Powerful ordnance rarely appeared on the market. Those who possessed them clung tightly to their stock, and any listed lots vanished within moments. Suhai thought for a moment, opened private chat, and selected the contact labeled Xiaomei. Her avatar was gray, offline, or set to invisible. Suhai sent a message. Xiaomei, do you have any ammunition left? Heavy torpedoes, missiles, depth charges. I'll take all you have. Same terms as before: oxygen, mineral water, food, steel, and rubber. Name your price. No immediate reply. Suhai did not rush her and continued enjoying his hot pot. He simmered crab claws for 2 minutes, cracked them open with tongs. Steaming white flesh tasted wonderfully sweet, dipped in ginger vinegar. He opened an iced cola, another 2 crates acquired via trade after his previous stock emptied. Fizz burst across his tongue, the perfect pairing for spicy hot pot, an immense luxury in this apocalyptic sea. Mid-meal, a notification chimed from private chat. Xiaomei's avatar lit up. Boss, I was moving cargo and storage and missed your message. I've got plenty. How much do you need? Suhai set down his chopsticks, wiped his hands, and replied, I'll take everything you have. Xiao Mei sent a wide-eyed emoji, then typed, deleted and rephrased her message repeatedly before sending a long list. Boss, I don't need oxygen or mineral water this time. I still hold stock from our last trade. I want 300 units of steel, 200 units of rubber, 50 evolution shards. I also need food. Instant noodles, canned goods, pre-cooked rice. Send whatever you can spare. Suhai read the list and quickly tallied the costs mentally. He held large reserves of steel and rubber looted from shark swarms. 50 evolution shards sounded substantial, yet he carried nearly 800 after slaying more than 300 sharks. This amount was trivial. As for food, his storage compartments overflowed with instant noodles, cans and self-heating rice, continuously restocked through trades for mineral water and oxygen. Deal, Suhai replied. 3 minutes later, the transaction finalized. Xiao Mei's ammunition transferred to his inventory simultaneously. As the weapons panel refreshed its data, Suhai stood by the counter chewing beef, watching ammunition counts climb. Heavy torpedoes increased from 4 to 46. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles increased from 2 to 32. Depth charges increased from 6 to 31. Anti-submarine rockets, newly added, 16 units. He had already restocked small torpedoes and acoustic decoys earlier. Total ammunition aboard now neared 150 rounds, nearly half more than his stock before the battle at the shipwreck graveyard. Satisfied, Suhai closed the weapons panel. He simmered his final fish slice, coated it thickly in sesame paste, and ate it. The hot pot reached its end. The broth had grown bitter from prolonged boiling, an inevitable trait of beef tallow base. It turned salter and harsher the longer it simmered. Still reluctant to pour it away, he tossed in a handful of vermicelli. The noodles soaked up spicy broth, translucent and glossy, hot and fiery as he slurped them down. After finishing the last bite, he placed bowls in the automatic washer and stood to stretch. His stomach felt full. He patted his abdomen. This was the most satisfying meal he had eaten since entering the deep sea. Once full, powerful drowsiness washed over him. He inspected system status. The nuclear reactor operated normally, life support system stable, automatic trade delivery active, alert systems engaged, sonar sensitivity set to maximum. On the map panel, the contaminated zone boundary crept onward. Approximately 12 hours of safety remained before it reached his current coordinates. It was enough time. Suhai set an alarm for 6 hours later, flattened the pilot chair, retrieved a compressed blanket from storage, and covered himself, closing his eyes. 30 seconds passed, and he fell asleep. 6 hours later, the alarm sounded precisely on schedule. Suhai opened his eyes, pushed aside the blanket, and sat upright. His body felt strange. Though he had slept 6 hours, there was no grogginess or mental fog typical after waking. His mind felt crisp, as if rinsed with cold water. Muscles brimmed with strength, and his senses sharpened to the point where he could distinguish the faint flow of seawater against the submarine hull. The modifications brought by Shark Heart extended beyond underwater performance. Even within the dry cockpit, his physical condition vastly exceeded his state before the injection. His stamina surged, reaction speed improved, and his vision grew clearer. Staring out the viewport into dim seawater, he could discern finer details farther away than before. He stood, stretched his neck, walked to the galley, and poured a cup of warm water. Before he could take a sip, the familiar cold system tone echoed inside his mind. Ding, daily intelligence system. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Time remaining until next refresh. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please select your intelligence category for this draw. A translucent pentagram selection panel unfolded before him. 5 colored cursors rotated slowly, each glowing with distinct light. Holding his water cup, Suhai's gaze swept repeatedly across the 5 options. His eyes settled on hunting intelligence. It would mark traces, locations, weaknesses, threat ratings, and loot previews for all mutated creatures within a 30-kilometer radius. The effect lasted 6 hours. His ammunition stock was abundant. His submarine upgraded to Tier 2 with an indestructible hull. His personal attributes doubled, and sharp perception stacked with current sense. His combat power ceiling had reached the peak achievable at this stage. It was time to take the initiative to hunt. Suhai stretched out a finger and pressed down on the red option labeled Hunt Intel. The other 4 cursor lights faded away at once. The red cursor burst forth with a dark crimson wave of light. Right after that, the tactical sonar screen in front of Suhai lit up automatically. It was no longer the original detection interface, but an entirely different holographic hunting map. Centered around his submarine, the underwater terrain within a 30-kilometer radius was rendered as dark line work on the display. Wreckage fields, reef clusters, underwater cliffs, kelp forests, rift valleys, hydrothermal vents. Every landform was clearly marked. Yet what made Su-Hai's heart race were the dense biological signatures scattered across the map. He zoomed in on a nearby gathering zone. Hunt Intel immediately pulled up detailed information, regional coordinates, EC 7782 NW terrain, underwater rift zone depth 1370 m, 1520 m, mutated creature horde, abyssal bone shark tier 1 times 53 elite individuals, 2 tier 2 mutated individuals, 0 threat level, high. Horde weaknesses, gills physical weak point, vulnerable to high frequency, sound waves may be temporarily dispersed via sonar pulses. All remaining individuals fall into a state of chaos for 30 seconds once the horde leader is slain. Elimination difficulty, moderate with sufficient firepower. Loot preview. Evolution shards times 180, 250 gold coins times 800, 1200 steel times 100, 150 rubber times 80, 120 bone shark hide times 8, 15 bone shark vertebra times 5, 10 standard torpedo times 6, 12 compact torpedo times 8, 16 depth charge times 2, 6. Su-Hai's pupils narrowed slightly. 53 abyssal bone sharks, including 2 elite specimens. No Tier 2 variants. In scale, this group was merely a patrol unit compared to the more than 300 sharks he had encountered at the ship graveyard, though the pair of Tier 2 elites added extra danger. However, his firepower far surpassed what he had back then: 46 heavy torpedoes, 32 missiles, 31 depth charges, 16 anti-submarine rockets. Total ordnance amounted to nearly 150 rounds. Taking on 50-odd sharks would be a fight fought with overwhelming resources. The prospective loot also looked promising. This would serve as good combat practice. Su-Hai set down his water cup, flexed his fingers, and gripped the control lever tightly. The nuclear power engine rumbled lowly. The Orca-class attack submarine slid out from the cliff cavern, its bow aimed toward the rift zone marked on the hunting map. Time to depart. The submarine cruised forward at 45 knots. Roughly 10 minutes later, scattered signatures of small creatures appeared on the tactical sonar screen, schools of Tier 1 mutated fish wandering across the abyssal plain. Su-Hai avoided alerting them, slipping past on the flank as he continued toward the rift zone. Another 5 minutes passed, and the outline of the rift zone sharpened on the sonar. It was a massive fissure cutting across the seabed, ranging several hundred meters to multiple kilometers in width and over 200 meters deep. The steep, jagged rock walls lining the rift were blanketed by vast stretches of glowing kelp and tube worm colonies, casting a faint, eerie emerald glow through the darkness. And the signatures of the abyssal bone sharks lay deep within the rift. The real-time tracking function of Hunt Intel sprang into action. All 53 orange signatures were tagged one by one, with each creature's movement path, speed, and current behavioral status updating constantly on the holographic map. The signatures of the 2 elite specimens burned brighter and larger. One lingered at the entrance of a cavern in the northern section of the rift, while the other patrolled slowly among reef formations in the southern stretch. The remaining 51 ordinary bone sharks were scattered across the rift, roaming in small groups. Some hunted tiny mutated fish, some scraped their bodies against the rock faces, and others hovered in mid-rift currents to rest. Su-Hai drew a deep breath and rested his thumb on the firing switch. Engage. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the final orange signature vanished from the sonar screen. Abyssal bone shark eliminated. 53 of 53 horde annihilated. Su-Hai leaned back in the pilot's chair, his expression calm. A large portion of the indicator lights along the ordnance rack had dimmed. Over 50 rounds of ammunition had been expended in this battle, but it had been worthwhile. He opened the loot tally panel, where the system had automatically compiled the total gains from the hunt. Loot summary: evolution shards, 241 gold coins, 1350 steel, 142 units rubber, 105 units bone shark hide, 18 sheets bone shark vertebra, 12 pieces standard torpedo, 18 rounds compact torpedo, 22 rounds depth charge, 8 rounds. He then opened the hatch, donned his diving suit, and headed down into the water personally to collect any leftover loot orbs. The seawater within the rift remained murky, with shark bone fragments and flesh suspended throughout the water column, limiting visibility to less than 5 meters. But Su-Hai possessed the combined senses of current perception and shark instinct. The location of every loot orb within a 1-kilometer radius lit clearly in his mind, like streetlights in the dark. He spent nearly 20 minutes gathering every orb scattered through the rift. The numbers on his system panel climbed once more. His stock of evolution shards neared 260. Gold coins broke past 2,500, and his reserves of steel and rubber returned to comfortable levels. Just as he picked up the last orb and prepared to swim back to the submarine, at the edge of his current perception, an enormous biological signature abruptly surfaced. It was no school of Tier 1 fish. No ordinary Tier 1 bone shark. This signature was vastly larger than an abyssal bone shark, moving far quicker. What's more, its electric field signature blazed like a searchlight within shark instinct. Suhai's pupils constricted. He spun around and swam at maximum speed toward the submarine. Boosted by the shark heart trait, he surged through the hatch within seconds. He slammed the drainage valve shut, rushed into the cockpit, and settled into the pilot's seat. The image displayed on the tactical sonar drew a sharp gasp from him. Deep within the rift, a creature nearly 12 meters in length rose slowly. Its shape resembled an abyssal bone shark, yet dwarfed them by several magnitudes. Its skin was not teal black, but an inky shade of deep violet, covered in bony plate armor. Faint dark crimson light seeped out through gaps between the plates. Each spine running along its back measured over 3 meters long. Rather than standing upright, they folded against its body like switchblades, now unfolding one after another. Its eyes were not dull crimson. They burned blood red. 2 glowing scarlet searchlights piercing the darkness. Hunt Intel automatically pulled up the creature's information panel, marked in glaring red text. Mutated creature. Abyssal bone shark lord threat level. Tier 2 mutated creature behavior. The ruler of abyssal bone shark hordes. Normally dormant within a lair in the deepest reaches of the rift, it awakens only when the scent of massive numbers of slain kin fills the water. Extremely territorial. Once a target is locked on, it can pursue prey for dozens of kilometers. Carapace durability. Extremely high direct hits from standard torpedoes only inflict minor abrasions. The spinal armor can deflect small and medium-sized torpedoes. Speed. Extremely high sprint speed exceeds 80 knots, far outpacing most submarines. Attacks. Volley spine barrage launches 12 3-meter spines simultaneously, penetration power comparable to military anti-submarine missiles. Tail slam massive bony tail club capable of crushing the hull of a medium submarine. Bite teeth 3 times harder than ordinary abyssal bone sharks, able to pierce standard military armor plating. Weaknesses. 1. Gill's physical vulnerability. Thinner armor plating can only be struck effectively with fire coming upward from below. 2. Eyes unprotected by armor, yet an extremely small target. The bone shark lord will instinctively guard its head. 3. Armor gaps when spines extend once spines fully unfurl, 0.3 to 0.5 centimeter gaps open between armor plates. High explosive armor piercing warheads striking these gaps can penetrate into internal organs. Elimination difficulty. Extremely high combat recommendation. Direct confrontation is not advised. If battle is unavoidable, all of the following conditions must be met. Deploy sonar decoys to divert its attention. Strike the gills or exposed armor gaps from below as its spines extend. Utilize armor-piercing torpedoes or anti-submarine rockets. Ordinary torpedoes will prove ineffective. Loot preview. Evolution shards times 150. 300 gold coins times 800. 1500 abyssal bone shark lord hide times 1 abyssal bone shark lord vertebra times 1 bone shark lord spine times 6. 12 submarine tier 2 evolution blueprint times 1 submarine tier 2 evolution blueprint. Suhai stared at that line of text, his gaze shifting. Hesitation melted into calm, and calm hardened into resolve. He had to fight this beast. But how? The guidance from Hunt Intel was clear. Use sonar decoys to distract it, strike the gills or armor gaps from underneath, and rely exclusively on armor-piercing ordnance. He still held 4 anti-submarine rockets, the shipment obtained from Xiaomei, boasting twice the explosive power of standard depth charges, explicitly labeled as armor-piercing. He also had 6 compact torpedoes. While lacking sufficient destructive force, they could serve as distractions. Additionally, he had spotted something along the rift floor. Beside the remains of the bone sharks he had destroyed earlier lay several intact torpedoes, not wreckage. No, they were not debris. Several torpedoes he had fired earlier had ricocheted off rock formations without detonating, diverted by blast shockwaves and wedged into fissures. Suhai pulled up the tactical sonar and completed his final ammunition inventory. For armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 6 compact torpedoes, 18 standard torpedoes recovered from loot, 8 depth charges. It was enough to wage this fight. Yet the bone shark lord could reach 80 knots in a sprint, 15 knots faster than his submarine. He could not outrun it. His only chance was to strike its weak points with lethal force before it closed in. The bone shark lord rose slowly from the depths of the rift, its blood-red eyes locking onto Su-Hai's submarine. All 12 spines stood fully extended, spreading into a fan-shaped killing array along its back. Unlike ordinary bone sharks, it did not charge immediately. It hovered at the center of the rift, swaying its tail slowly, seemingly assessing whether the metal hull contained prey worth expending effort to hunt. Su-Hai assessed it in turn. The bone shark lord's silhouette was precisely outlined on the tactical sonar. Its gill region glowed bright red, marking the primary weak point. Yellow dashed lines traced the armor gaps revealed once its spines unfolded, the secondary vulnerability. Tiny green lights flickered where its eyes sat, the third weak point, yet an extremely difficult target to hit. His plan was straightforward. First, deploy sonar decoys. He possessed 2 decoy rounds, to be launched port and starboard simultaneously, simulating the sonar signatures of 2 separate submarines. Intelligent as it was, the bone shark lord was still a shark and would be misled. Second, while it pursued the decoys, dive the submarine to the rift floor and approach from directly beneath. Both the gills and armor gaps could only be reliably targeted by ordnance ascending from below. Third, launch all 4 anti-submarine rockets at once. 2 locked onto the gills, 2 aimed at the armor gaps. Then execute an immediate full-power withdrawal to avoid counterattack. 2 major risks existed: the bone shark lord ignoring the decoys, or the armor-piercing rounds failing to deliver a fatal blow. But Su-Hai was willing to take the gamble. He pressed the firing switch for the sonar decoys. 2 decoys ejected from the side launch tubes, 1 drifting left, 1 right. Upon submerging, they immediately began broadcasting the complete acoustic signature of an Orca-class attack submarine, matching propeller rotation speed, engine frequency, and hull echo perfectly. The massive head of the bone shark lord tilted slightly. Its blood-red left eye tracked the left decoy, while the right fixed upon the decoy to starboard. Its body hesitated for less than a second before taking an action Su-Hai had not anticipated. It pursued neither decoy. It charged straight towards Su-Hai's submarine. What did 80 knots feel like underwater? On the tactical sonar, the bone shark lord's signature swelled as if teleporting. Su-Hai's pupils constricted violently. He jammed the control lever all the way forward, sending the submarine diving downward at its maximum speed of 65 knots. It was not fast enough. The bone shark lord closed to within 200 meters in 3 seconds. Through the viewport, Su-Hai watched the pair of blood-red eyes rush out of the darkness, its 12 spines standing rigid along its back, their tips glinting coldly. He spun the rudder hard to starboard, forcing the submarine into an extreme turn beside the rift wall. The bone shark lord's charge barely grazed the stern. Its colossal body slammed into the rock face, shaking the entire rift. Rock fragments and glowing kelp showered down against the submarine's hull, yet the hull integrity held unbroken, bolstered by its permanent durability trait. The bone shark lord pulled free from the rock wall, shook its head, and refocused its blood-red gaze on Su-Hai. This time it did not sprint. It unfurled its array of dorsal spines. 12 3-meter spines launched all at once. 12 anti-submarine missiles firing in unison. The spines carved white cavitation trails through the water, traveling faster than torpedoes and covering every possible evasion vector Su-Hai could take. Su-Hai reacted quicker than the spines. It was not conscious thought, but pure instinct. The shark heart awakened within him. In that instant, he sensed the subtlest shifts in the water currents, able to trace the trajectory of every single spine with perfect clarity. Dodge left, veer right, dive, emergency stop. His hands blurred across the control lever. The submarine pulled off a string of seemingly impossible maneuvers amid the spine barrage. 7 spines skimmed the hull, 2 passed between the bow and stern, and 3 slammed into the rock wall, blasting massive craters upon impact. He evaded every strike. The bone shark lord appeared stunned. Its blood-red eyes widened further, likely having never witnessed a submarine maneuver with the agility of a fish. Still, its predatory instinct swiftly returned, and it began coiling energy for a second spine volley. Su-Hai denied it the chance. While evading the barrage, he had maneuvered the submarine directly underneath the bone shark lord. Looking upward from below, the creature's gills came clearly into view, 5 pairs of gill slits lining either side of its massive head, protected only by relatively thin bony plating. Fresh spines were growing through gaps in the armor where the previous volley had been fired, exposing narrow bands of soft tissue, registering faint electric field signatures on shark instinct. Now, all 4 anti-submarine rockets launched simultaneously. 2 streaked upward straight for the gills, while the other 2 locked precisely onto the spine roots within the exposed armor gaps. The bone shark lord sensed the incoming threat. It twisted its body sharply, attempting to shield itself with its dorsal carapace. Yet it hovered horizontally in the water. Its armor covered its back and flanks, and the rockets ascended vertically from directly beneath. 2 armor-piercing warheads detonated against the gills. The explosions tore through the thin bony plating, shredding the gill slits. Dark crimson blood billowed out like ink into the seawater. The bone shark lord let out a roar inaudible to Su-hai, sending vibrations rippling through the entire water column. The other 2 rockets struck the spine roots within the armor gaps at the same moment. Armor-piercing tips cut through soft tissue and burrowed deep inside the bone shark lord's body, detonating within its vital organs. The bone shark lord's body went rigid. Its tail thrashed wildly through the seawater, the bony tail club slamming repeatedly against the rift walls and carving new craters into the rock. 12 newly forming spines snapped off at the base and drifted lifelessly through the water. Its blood-red eyes flickered erratically, dimming and brightening again. But it was still alive. It summoned its final strength to twist its torso, opening its maw lined with jagged fangs, and lunged to bite down on Su-hai's submarine. Su-hai launched all 6 compact torpedoes straight into its open mouth. Boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled detonations echoed from inside the bone shark lord's jaws. Its lower jaw shattered, half the bone structure splintering, teeth scattering like shrapnel. The massive body convulsed one last time, then lost all tension, sinking slowly and heavily down into the darkness at the bottom of the rift. Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Tier 2 mutated creature eliminated ×1. Su-hai leaned back into the pilot's chair, his chest heaving rapidly. It was not exhaustion, the physical aftermath of surging adrenaline. His hands remained clamped to the control lever, knuckles taut from excessive strain. Those 30 seconds of combat had been far deadlier than wiping out 300 ordinary bone sharks earlier. Yet he had prevailed. He accessed Hunt Intel and opened the loot panel. Loot summary. Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Evolution Shards. 247 gold coins. 1350 Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Hide ×1 Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Vertebra ×1 Bone Shark Lord Spine ×9 Submarine Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint ×1. Su-hai stared at the loot list, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting upward. He immediately exited the submarine, swimming down personally to collect all loot orbs dropped by the Bone Shark Lord. He also swept up any remaining orbs left by the ordinary bone sharks scattered throughout the rift before returning to the vessel, sealing the hatch, and settling back into the pilot's seat. He retrieved the Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint and unfurled it on the interface. Submarine Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint Grade, Tier 2. Evolution Requirements. Evolution Shards. 500, Meteorite Iron. 100 units, Mithril. 100 units, Adamantite. 100 units, Premium Rubber. 100 units, Tier 2 Evolution Energy Core, 1. Su-hai read the material list on the blueprint twice from start to finish, then began searching the trade channel. No one was selling any of these supplies. He leaned back in the pilot's chair and pondered. Just as he was planning to seek new resources after the resource intelligence refreshed tomorrow, an alert blared from his private communication channel. It was Xiaomei, but her message lacked the casual tone of her previous offers of ammunition. She sent a voice clip. Su-hai tapped to play it, hearing a trembling voice kept to a hushed whisper. "Boss, are you there? I've been targeted. 3 refitted military submarines are chasing me. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Please, can you come rescue me?" She paused. Faint rumbles of explosions and the shrill screech of twisting metal echoed in the background. "I've got ammunition, plenty of it. All of it will be yours if you come get me. I'm begging you." A set of coordinates popped up right after the message. Su-hai opened the map and glanced at the location. It lay roughly 17 kilometers from his current position, within the 30-kilometer coverage of his hunting intelligence. He sent a 2-word reply. "Coordinates received. Transfer your ammunition first so I can check the quantity." Xiaomei did not hesitate. A trade request arrived within seconds. Instead of haggling or sending partial shipments, she listed every last round of ammunition she owned on the trade panel all at once. Su-hai's eyes widened slightly when he opened the trade list. Heavy torpedoes, 60. High-mouth 3 anti-ship missiles, 40. Depth charge bombs, 30. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 24. Compact torpedoes, 50. Sonar decoy rounds. 20. Underwater assault rifles. 10. With 5,000 matching rounds of ammunition. The note field on the trade panel held only a single line. No price was listed. The other party had already confirmed, waiting solely for his approval. It was an unconditional gift. Xiao Mei had staked everything she possessed on the gamble that he would come. Suhai tapped confirm. Ammunition flooded into his weapons panel. Rows of indicator lights on the ammunition racks lit up green. His total ammunition stockpile surpassed 250 rounds. This was the best resourced he had been since venturing into the deep sea. He cranked his tactical sonar to maximum range and unfolded the holographic map from hunting intelligence. The coordinates Xiao Mei sat roughly northeast, 17 kilometers away. Hunting intelligence clearly marked all creature signatures and terrain features across the zone. His gaze swept over the waters, then halted on one marker. Near that area, hunting intelligence flagged 2 groups of mutated creatures. Each swarm contained a Tier 2 mutated shark, sized comparably to the bone shark king. The shark packs were modest, numbering 20 to 30 individuals apiece. Suhai's gaze turned cold. He pushed power output to maximum. The nuclear reactor of his Orca-class attack submarine rumbled deeply. Its speed surged from stationary to 60 knots in 3 seconds. The bow cut through seawater as it charged full speed towards Xiao Mei's coordinates. 17 kilometers at 60 knots would take less than 10 minutes. Suhai slowed early, concealing the submarine in the shadow along the edge of a dense kelp forest. The battle unfolding ahead became crystal clear on his tactical sonar. 3 refitted military submarines marked with a wolf's head emblem formed a triangular formation surrounding a medium research submarine. The research vessel's hull bore several blast indentations. Half the protective cover on its rear propeller had been torn away, drastically limiting its maneuverability. The 3 Wolf Alliance submarines toyed with their prey. Instead of sinking her instantly with torpedoes, they alternated firing compact torpedoes to batter her hull. They forced evasive turns while blocking every escape route. One porthole window on the research sub had shattered, and seawater steadily seeped inside. Hunting intelligence pulled up data on the 3 enemy vessels. Vehicle: 3 times refitted military submarine, Tier 1. Threat level: Tier 2. Weaknesses: outdated sonar systems, detection range limited to 300 meters, easily disrupted by decoys. Externally mounted torpedo tubes exposed on the hull and vulnerable to direct destruction. Thin side hull armor, only 150 durability, breached by 2 hits from heavy torpedoes. Armament: each vessel equipped with 1 quadruple torpedo tube mount, standard torpedoes, estimated remaining stock of 4 to 6 torpedoes per submarine. After reviewing the information, Suhai formulated his plan. He sent a message to Xiao Mei over the private channel. Do exactly as I say. Dive at full power in 10 seconds, to a depth no less than 1,500 meters. Do not stop, and do not look back, no matter what you hear. Hold position once you reach that depth, and wait for me. Suhai closed the chat window and refocused on the 2 shark swarm markers on his hunting map. The first swarm lay roughly 1 kilometer northwest of the Wolf Alliance formation, 28 abyss-bone sharks, including 1 Tier 2 elite specimen. The second swarm sat 800 meters east-southeast, 22 abyss-bone sharks with another Tier 2 elite. Hunting intelligence highlighted data for both Tier 2 sharks, speed, hull durability, and weaknesses matching the bone shark king he had defeated in the rift. The only difference was their size. At roughly 9 meters long, they were noticeably smaller than the bone shark king, yet genuine Tier 2 mutated predators all the same. Suhai pressed the torpedo launch button. He did not target the Wolf Alliance submarines. 2 heavy torpedoes streaked toward each shark swarm respectively. The warheads locked onto no specific targets. They cruised slowly toward the center of each pack and detonated automatically upon arrival. Boom, boom. 2 muffled blasts rippled outward through the seawater. The explosions lacked the force to kill any bone shark, but the shockwaves and noise were more than enough. Both swarms were startled simultaneously and moved away from the blast sources, directly toward the 3 Wolf Alliance submarines. Suhai launched 2 more sonar decoy rounds from his flank. The decoys traced a semicircle behind the enemy formation, simulating the acoustic signature of multiple large incoming submarines. Spooked by the explosions and drawn to the false acoustic signals, both shark swarms accelerated toward the Wolf Alliance vessels. The 3 enemy submarines finally sensed danger. They attempted to spread out, with one trying to turn away, but it was already too late. The first wave of sharks charged into combat from the northwest. 28 enraged abyss-bone sharks driven into a frenzy by the detonation. The first large metallic objects they spotted were the Wolf Alliance submarines. The leading Tier 2 bone shark struck first. Its 9-meter body surged forward at 80 knots, slamming into the nearest refitted submarine. Spines lining its back snapped fully outward on impact. Dozens of 3-meter bony spikes pierced the vessel's side armor in a single blow. The 150 durability hull offered no more resistance than paper against a Tier 2 bone shark. The submarine was impaled. Its hull tilted violently as seawater flooded the ruptured compartment. Crew members screamed as emergency escape pods ejected, only for the pods to be intercepted and crushed by several bone sharks moments after launching. The remaining 2 enemy submarines frantically fired torpedoes. Their outdated sonar suffered terrible targeting accuracy. Torpedoes veered wildly through the water. Most glanced harmlessly off the shark's bony carapaces, sparking faintly. A stray hit or 2 struck gill slits and killed a handful of ordinary bone sharks, yet failed to halt the onslaught. The second shark swarm rushed in from the east-southeast. The 2 Tier 2 bone sharks coordinated their assault on the next enemy submarine. One shredded the rear propulsion system with its spines, while the other smashed the portholes with its massive tail. Suhai watched as the signals for all 3 enemy submarines vanished one after another on his sonar screen, his expression impassive, as if observing footage irrelevant to himself. Meanwhile, Xiaomei poured full power into her propellers. The research submarine dove vertically at maximum speed. It passed through a murky sediment cloud to settle onto the abyssal plain 1,500 meters below sea level. While the shark swarm tore apart the wreckage of the Wolf Alliance vessels, Suhai glided silently out from the edge of the kelp forest. Silent cruise mode rendered his submarine nearly undetectable at low speed. The sharks paid him no mind. He circled around the battlefield and located Xiaomei's research submarine at 1,500 meters depth. "Stay close behind me," Suhai messaged over the squad channel. "Keep your lights off, maintain radio silence." Xiaomei complied. The 2 submarines navigated side by side through total darkness, crossing the abyssal plain and winding around reef clusters. They halted beneath a remote underwater cliff. On sonar, the shark swarm signatures were now more than 10 kilometers away. Suhai held position and signaled Xiaomei to stop as well. Over private comms, Xiaomei's voice still shook, though far less frantically than before. "Boss, thank you. Truly, I thought I was going to die out there. Our transaction is complete. Farewell." Suhai replied coldly, preparing to depart without delay. Xiaomei grew anxious at once and spoke quickly. "Boss, the hull durability of my research sub is down to only 12 points. The propeller guard is destroyed, and there are cracks in the propeller blades. The hull could collapse at any moment. I cannot remain on this vessel. Can I board your submarine?" Suhai answered without hesitation, his tone unyielding. "No." Xiaomei fell silent for a moment, but refused to give up. "Boss, taking me aboard brings many advantages. First, I know the location of an armory, not the supply ship that supplied those earlier rounds, a far larger one. I only managed to retrieve a fraction of its stock last time. Massive ammunition reserves remain, and I can lead you there. Second, I am formally trained in submarine operation. My university major was ocean engineering, and I hold a civilian submarine pilot license. I am familiar with both research and military submarine control systems. I have also awakened the submarine pilot talent. Operating a military-grade submarine alone must be exhausting for you. I can share piloting duties. You handle combat, and I can steer during cruising. Third," her voice paused, growing solemn, "I am willing to sign a subordinate agreement. The subordinate must follow all orders from the leading party. If you grant me passage, everything I own belongs to you." Suhai blinked. The subordinate agreement. He had glimpsed the term in the game rules earlier, but never read the details. He opened his system panel and searched for the keyword agreement. A full rule description popped up. Vessel Crew Agreement System. When a player allows another player to board their submarine, one of the 3 following agreements must be signed. 1. Equal agreement. Both parties hold equal standing, share resources, and participate in joint decision-making. Either party may terminate the agreement and disembark at any time. Subordinate agreement. The leading party holds full command authority and the power to allocate resources. The subordinate must obey all orders issued by the leading party. Termination requires consent from the leading party. Slave agreement. The leading party gains absolute control over the subordinate, including property, movement, and even life and death. The slave cannot terminate the agreement independently. Strict in-game regulations govern this contract. Signatures require voluntary consent from both sides. Note: once signed, agreements are bound by system rules. Violations will result in system penalties. Choose carefully. Suhai tapped his fingers against the armrest as he processed the terms. Xiao Mei's offer was genuine, a subordinate agreement, with her promising full obedience in exchange for passage. Furthermore, her two offers held tangible value. The armory meant access to more ammunition, and her piloting skills would lift the burden of solo operation. The Orca-class attack submarine was designed for a four-person crew. Managing it alone had grown increasingly taxing. During combat, juggling steering, weapons systems, sonar, and decoys left his fingers trembling after every engagement. With a trained operator to share piloting duties, his combat efficiency would at least double. After brief consideration, he sent 3 words over the private channel. "Come aboard." Suppressed excitement filled Xiao Mei's voice. "Thank you, boss. I'm on my way immediately." The airlock hatch opened. Xiao Mei swam out of her submarine carrying a small waterproof backpack, clad in a worn wetsuit. Her diving mask bore several cracks, and her headlamp flickered erratically. She looked thoroughly worn down. When Xiao Mei reached the Orca-class attack submarine, the boarding hatch opened to receive her. She climbed inside, removed her cracked mask. Damp hair clung to her face as she stood on the floor of the cockpit, slowly turning to take in her surroundings. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers. The cockpit of the Orca-class attack submarine stretched out before her, a spacious cabin lined with instrument panels on 3 walls, a massive holographic tactical display, leather pilot and co-pilot chairs, a built-in electric kitchen, and a temperature regulator holding a steady 24 degrees Celsius. A faint spicy aroma, left over from hot pot broth, lingered in the circulated air. "This," Xiao Mei swallowed hard, sweeping her gaze repeatedly across the cabin. "This is your submarine? You operate this all by yourself?" My name is Suhai. What should I call you?" "Zhao Tianmei." Suhai walked past her, hanging the wetsuit on a hook before settling into the pilot's seat. He pulled up the weapons panel and reviewed his ammunition inventory. Zhao Tianmei remained stunned. Her gaze drifted from the tactical display to the pot of unfinished hot pot broth on the kitchen counter, then toward the half-open storage compartment door. Neatly stacked inside were instant noodles, canned food, self-heating rice, cola, Leogama chili sauce, and several unopened bottles of red wine. She glanced down at her own waterproof backpack. It held nothing more than a few packs of compressed biscuits and 2 spare oxygen canisters. "Boss," Zhao Tianmei spoke in a dazed tone. "This hardly feels like end-of-the-world survival. It's like you're on an ocean vacation." Suhai did not reply. He pulled the sonar feed onto the main display and used the remaining duration of hunting intelligence to scan the surrounding waters. He asked Zhao Tianmei to pull up the coordinates for the armory. It lay roughly 25 kilometers northeast, within the ruins of a sunken military base. "The armory is 25 kilometers away. We will arrive in approximately 40 minutes at cruising speed." Suhai stood and gestured toward the co-pilot's seat. "Take a seat and familiarize yourself with the control interface first." Zhao Tianmei hesitated, glancing down at herself. Her hair hung matted and damp against her skin, and her wetsuit was coated in sediment and seaweed debris. She was covered in grime. Her cheeks flushed. "Could I wash up first? I don't want to dirty your spotless cockpit looking like this." Her voice softened toward a murmur. She twisted the strap of her backpack nervously between her fingers. Suhai glanced at her. She was indeed in a messy state, hair clumped in wet strands, with a dark smudge streaked across one cheek from an unknown scrape. He nodded. "The shower is at the far end of the corridor on the left. Hot water is available." Zhao Tianmei froze for a second, surprised to find there was even a shower. She clutched her backpack and hurried down the corridor with hurried, unsteady footsteps, like a drenched cat finally finding a dry shelter. Suhai paid her no further mind. He returned to the pilot's seat and continued studying creature distribution around the armory on the hunting map. His sonar reached 3 kilometers, and combined with the 30-kilometer coverage of hunting intelligence, he had a complete view of terrain and threats surrounding the military base. The ruined base rested on an underwater plateau, surrounded by open plains with unobstructed visibility, but that also meant zero cover. The main armory structure was a semi-submerged concrete bunker. Half its entrance was blocked by collapsed rubble, leaving only a ruptured opening overhead for entry. 3 notable signatures marked the surrounding waters. First, a school of small mutated fish patrolling east of the base. Tier 1 threat, roughly 40 specimens, negligible danger. Second, 2 ordinary Tier 1 abyss bone sharks lingering 1 kilometer north of the base, posing little risk. Third, Suhai's gaze lingered on this marker. Hunting intelligence flagged a Tier 2 mutated creature signature 2 kilometers southwest of the base. The information panel popped open. Mutated creature, 3 times abyss bone shark king Tier 2. Note: the three bone shark kings maintain loosely overlapping territories but operate independently. Disturbing one will not summon the others instantly. However, if combat lasts longer than 5 minutes, the scent of blood will draw the remaining two to the fight. 3 Tier 2 Sharks. The three bone shark kings claimed the military base as their territory and would attack any moving vessel that drew near. Yet Suhai now held abundant ammunition. Over 250 assorted ordnance, including 24 armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, the most effective weapon against bone shark kings. He began mapping out his assault route as the sound of running water ceased at the end of the corridor. Moments later, footsteps echoed down the passage. Suhai did not turn away, his gaze fixed on the sonar screen. Footsteps halted behind him, followed by silence. Suhai swiveled around. He froze on the spot. Zhao Tianmei stood in the entryway of the cockpit, clad only in an oversized military shirt she had retrieved from her waterproof backpack as a spare change of clothes. The hem of the shirt fell midway down her thighs. The loose collar gaped slightly, revealing a stretch of collarbone. Sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, exposing fair forearms dotted with damp water droplets on her wrists. Her hair was half-dried, falling softly over her shoulders, carrying the faint scent of shampoo. The dark smudge on her face had been washed away, unveiling sharp, exquisite features, high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, a straight nose, and full lips pressed tight with unease. In one hand she clutched her soiled clothes, fingers twisting nervously at the fabric. I don't have many spare clothes," she murmured, eyes darting, unable to meet Suhai's stare. "This shirt is all I have that's clean. My trousers got soaked and dirty. I washed them, but they haven't dried yet." Suhai studied her for several seconds. Color rose across Zhao Tianmei's cheeks, spreading to her earlobes, and then down her neck. She shifted awkwardly, bare-legged, wearing only lightweight submarine slippers. She tugged at the shirt hem self-consciously. She spoke barely above a whisper, hesitating to finish her sentence. Suhai read the uncertainty in her expression and tone. After a short silence, he stood and walked toward the galley area. "You must be hungry." He opened the refrigerator and pulled out leftover crab legs, fish fillets, and canned luncheon meat, then fetched a new packet of hot pot base stock from storage. "There's still some broth left. I can add extra water if needed. We don't have much produce, but there's enough for two." He switched on the induction cooker. The hot pot broth came back to a rolling boil, spicy red oil swirling as rich mala aroma filled the cockpit. He rinsed some lettuce, sliced more fish fillets, arranged the luncheon meat on a plate, and mixed a fresh dipping sauce, setting it on the small console before the co-pilot seat. "Dig in." Suhai gestured toward the hot pot. "Oh, right." Zhao Tianmei snapped out of her daze, cheeks flushed, and hurried to sit down. She picked up her first chopstickful of luncheon meat, dipped it briefly in the boiling broth, coated it with sauce, and took a bite. Her body stiffened as if jolted by electricity. "It's hot," she mumbled with her mouth full. "Obviously, hot pot is meant to be served hot." Suhai tossed more fish fillets into the pot. "No, what I mean is," she swallowed quickly and grabbed another portion of fish. "Ever since I entered this game, every meal has been cold compressed biscuits. The other day, I ate canned luncheon meat straight from the tin without heating, and I thought that was a luxury. This is real hot pot with dipping sauce, with spicy chili oil." She grabbed crab legs and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a squirrel's. She kept reaching for more fish, beef, and vermicelli. Her chopsticks moved so fast they blurred. Her bowl of dipping sauce, once full, was emptied in barely 2 minutes. Suhai turned the heat down on the hot pot and activated tactical sonar, projecting a holographic map of the ruined military base onto the main display. As he laid out their battle plan, "The armory is here, the core zone of the base ruins, a semi-underground concrete bunker. The main entrance is blocked by rubble, so we can only enter through the opening overhead. 3 threats lie nearby. A school of Tier 1 mutated fish to the east can be ignored. 2 ordinary bone sharks to the north pose little danger. The real hazard is these 2 kilometers southwest, 3 Tier 2 bone shark lords." Zhao Tianmei paused with her chopsticks upon hearing the name Bone Shark Lord. "That's where they ambushed me last time." She set down her chopsticks, her tone turning serious. "The supply vessel ammunition depot has 3 subdivisions. I only cleared the smallest one. The other 2 hold torpedoes and missiles deep inside the armory. The 3 bone shark lords have claimed the territory. They spotted me the moment I drew near, and I barely escaped alive. This is no research vessel. We're aboard a military submarine." Suhai pulled up the weapons panel on the main screen. Zhao Tianmei stared at the ammunition tally, showing more than 250 rounds, stunned once again. Suhai continued outlining the operation. The three lords share territory loosely. Alerting one won't immediately summon the others. But blood from prolonged combat, any fight lasting longer than 5 minutes, will draw the rest. We need to eliminate them within that window, lure and kill one, then the second, and finally the third. Their weak points are their gills and gaps in their armor plating when they extend their spines. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets can strike those vulnerable zones from below. I have 24 armor-piercing rockets, more than enough for all three. Zhao Tianmei listened intently, her eyes growing brighter by the second. What do you need me to do? She asked. Handle navigation. During combat, you control heading, depth, and submarine attitude. I will manage weapons systems. Understood. Take your station. We will reach target waters in 15 minutes. Zhao Tianmei stood, popped the last slice of fish from her bowl into her mouth, and settled into the co-pilot's seat. Her hands rested on the control panel as her fingers swept across the touchscreen, familiarizing herself with navigation and piloting interfaces. Her movements were fluid and professional, a stark contrast to Suhai's self-taught, unrefined techniques. Suhai glanced at her, finished the last of his cola, and pushed power output to maximum. The nuclear reactor of the Orca-class attacked submarine rumbled deeply, its bow cut through dark blue seawater, surging full speed toward the sunken military base. Suhai noted her disciplined piloting habits, scanning depth and speed gauges every 30 seconds, checking sonar contacts each minute, verifying course deviation every 2 minutes. These were ingrained reflexes forged through formal training, impossible for someone like him. Surviving by instinct and system rewards to match. On the tactical sonar display, the outline of the ruined military base sharpened. It was a submerged seafloor facility spanning roughly 3 to 4 square kilometers, surrounded by open abyssal plains. Most base buildings had collapsed, eroded into jagged debris blanketed by sediment and seaweed. Yet the core concrete bunker remained intact, a rectangular semi-submerged structure, roughly 50 meters on each side. Only one level jutted above the seabed. Most of its mass lay buried beneath silt. Sonar penetration scans partially revealed internal layouts. 3 large warehouses sat side by side deep within the bunker, each fitted with independent blast doors. The outermost warehouse stood empty, the one Zhao Tianmei had cleared previously. The other 2 remained sealed with intact blast doors, small mutated fish circling outside. Southwest of the bunker, 3 massive red contacts drifted slowly. Abyssal bone shark lords, 3 in total. Hunt intelligence projected their live data directly into Suhai's mind. Abyssal bone shark lord tier, 2 mutant creature times 3. Status, patrolling. Lord 1 roams slowly 1.8 kilometers due west of the base. Lord 2 rests 2.1 kilometers south-southwest. Lord 3 hunts small mutated fish 1.6 kilometers west-southwest. Body length. Lord 1 to 11 meters. Lord 2 to 9.5 meters. Lord 3 to 10.2 meters. Range, sector southwest of the base. Each holds an 800-meter radius territory, with a 200-meter overlapping zone. Vigilance, low. None have detected anomalies. Suhai halted the submarine 3 kilometers from the base, holding position behind a cluster of low reefs. He opened the weapons panel and assigned firepower precisely. Target Lord 3 first, closest to the base, distracted while hunting. Suhai traced an attack path on the tactical display. I will approach directly beneath it. 4 armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 2 aimed at the gills, 2 at armor gaps. We must kill it on the first strike, denying it the chance to send alerts. What comes next? Zhao Tianmei asked. Lord 2 is resting, lowest vigilance and slowest to react. As soon as Lord 3 falls, turn to engage Lord 2 with identical tactics. Lord 1 last. It is the largest and most alert. It will likely detect trouble as soon as the second Lord is attacked. We will lose the element of surprise and face open combat. Zhao Tianmei studied the plotted assault routes, falling silent for a moment before speaking. If we fight Lord 1 head-on, it will fire its spine barrage, then pull back to recharge. I have observed their behavior patterns. After unleashing spines, they enter a roughly 10-second vulnerability window while new spines grow through their armor. Those 10 seconds are their weakest moment. Suhai shot her a look. How do you know that? When it chased me, it fired 1 spine volley, then paused to regenerate. I tracked the cycle on sonar, around 10 seconds. I was too busy fleeing to counterattack back then, Zhao Tianmei explained. You will get your chance this time. Suhai switched weapon locking mode to precision targeting, designating gill zones and armor fissures. For anti-submarine rockets allocated to each lord. During Lord 1's 10-second recovery window, that will be your task. Keep the submarine directly underneath it. Attack angles cannot shift. Shots must strike the gills from below. Misaligned rockets will bounce off its bone plating. Understood. Zhao Tianmei rested her fingers lightly on the control stick. Ready. I am set. Suhai set power output to 30%. The submarine glided out from behind the reefs under silent cruising mode. Noise suppression reduced propeller turbulence to a minimum, letting the vessel slip through the dark depths like a ghost. Lord 3's sonar contact drew nearer. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 600 meters. Lord 3 was feeding. Live feeds from Hun intelligence showed it opening its massive jaws, swallowing schools of lanternfish along with seawater, before expelling excess water through its gill slits. Predators hunting food maintain low vigilance. Its lateral line systems focused entirely on struggling prey, slow to respond to distant low-frequency noise. Suhai brought the submarine 80 meters beneath Lord 3, tilting the bow upward as hatches on the 6-tube torpedo array slid open. He selected 4 anti-submarine rockets with armor-piercing warheads, powerful enough to tear internal organs apart on impact. Targets locked, Suhai said flatly. Fire. 4 rockets launched simultaneously, trailing thin white wakes as they raced toward Lord 3 at nearly 70 knots. Lord 3 sensed abnormal water flow at the final instant. Its colossal body twisted sharply, attempting to roll and shield itself with dorsal bone plating. But its feeding posture left its underbelly exposed, gills unprotected. 2 rockets slammed straight into its left gill slits. Armor-piercing warheads tore through thin bone shielding, burrowing deep into soft tissue before detonating. Shockwaves shredded all 5 pairs of gills. Dark red blood surged outward like an underwater fountain. The other 2 rockets struck gaps between extended spine armor. With its dorsal spines half unfurled to hunt, fissures between plates widened. Rockets penetrated and exploded close to its spinal column. Lord 3's body stiffened violently before thrashing wildly. Its tail hammered the seabed, churning clouds of silt. It emitted no roar. Shattered gills robbed it of the ability to draw breath. Abyssal bone shark Lord 3 eliminated ×1. First target down. Without pause, Suhai turned the submarine toward Lord 2's coordinates. Lord 2 is resting. We have a 3-minute window. Maintain depth. Approach from underneath. Receive. Zhao Tianmei adjusted the control stick. The Orca-class submarine executed a fluid turn. Bow aligned on Lord 2's position at a steady depth of 1,400 meters. Lord 2 was wedged between 2 massive basalt boulders southwest of the base in a reef cluster, in a state of semi-dormancy. Sharks never fully sleep, yet rest drastically slows their metabolism and awareness. Suhai halted the submarine roughly 500 meters away. It is trapped in rock. Its gills are shielded by the cliff face. Suhai frowned at the sonar feed. We cannot strike effectively directly below. Adjust course, circle forward to its head, then descend to line up shots on exposed gills. Zhao Tianmei was already maneuvering. She altered heading 20 degrees, guiding the submarine past the reef less than 10 meters from the rock edge. Through the viewport, Suhai saw the giant basalt formations, black rock encrusted with tube worms and bioluminescent algae, glowing pale blue in the shadowy depths. Lord 2's shape grew clear through the glass. The 9.5-meter body jammed within the rock crevice, dorsal spines folded flush against its armor. Gill slits expanded and contracted slowly as it breathed. Its eyes remained half-closed, thin streaks of crimson light seeping through the lids like dim red lamps. The submarine circled to the front of Lord 2's head and descended until level with its gills. Targets locked. Suhai's thumb hovered over the firing trigger. Fire. 4 rockets streaked forward once more. Lord 2 jolted awake only when the rockets closed to 50 meters. Its eyes flew open, and it strained to pull free of the rocks. The boulders held fast, and its desperate writhing only exposed the gills further. 2 rockets struck the gill slits head-on. The other 2 pierced lateral armor gaps. Blast shockwaves tore Lord 2 apart along with sections of the trapping reef. Rock shards and chunks of shark flesh billowed outward in a debris cloud dozens of meters wide. Abyssal bone shark Lord 2 eliminated ×2. Second target down. Suhai immediately swung toward the final contact. Lord 1. It is already alerted. On tactical sonar, Lord 1's blip surged toward them at 80 knots. Though Suhai had eliminated the other 2 rapidly, blast shockwaves and blood had spread through waters surrounding the base. Lord 1 had been roused. It advanced in full combat readiness, unlike its unsuspecting kin. All 12 dorsal spines stood erect, tail thrashing, blood-red eyes leaving streaks of scarlet light through the darkness. It's coming. Zhao Tianmei's voice sharpened. Suhai made no attempt to evade. Meet it head-on. He unlocked all remaining anti-submarine rockets on the weapons panel. Zhao Tianmei, lure it directly beneath us. We will wait for the 10-second recovery window after its spine barrage, then unleash all 8 rockets into its gills at once. Are you insane? Simultaneous detonation of 8 rockets will send shockwaves straight toward our submarine. Suhai stayed calm. The blast wave cannot breach our hull, but 8 concentrated armor-piercing rounds hitting its gills will tear its head clean off. Zhao Tianmei gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the controls. Very well, let's do this. 300 meters out, Lord 1 unleashed its first spine volley. 12 3-meter bone projectiles launched in unison, covering every possible evasion vector for the submarine. The spines traveled faster than standard torpedoes, 12 pale cavitation wakes weaving into a lethal net. Zhao Tianmei's piloting displayed expertise forged through 4 years of university studies plus naval base internships. She did not rely on instinct alone. She calculated every movement. She broke down the trajectory of each bony spike in her mind, parsing velocity, angle, distance, and time. Her fingers made a string of millisecond-precise fine adjustments on the control sticks. The submarine heeled 15 degrees to port. Its bow dipped 7 degrees downward, and cruising speed instantly dropped to 10 knots. 7 bony spikes whistled past the hull. 3 struck home. 2 slammed against the side of the bow, and 1 hit the rear deck. The moment the spike tips made contact with the hull, a shrill screech of metal on metal friction erupted. Then the spikes snapped cleanly. Eternal durability. Not even a faint white mark was left on the submarine's hull. The blood-red eyes of Bone Shark King No. 1 widened further. It had likely never witnessed such an outcome. It had unleashed all 12 bony spikes, yet its target had not evaded a single strike and had shattered its projectiles outright. Suspended in seawater, new spikes began sprouting from gaps within the armor plating covering its back. Stagger period. Now, Suhai pressed the launch button. 8 anti-submarine rockets fired simultaneously from multiple launch tubes, 4 from the bottom 6 torpedo tube array, 2 from the rear vertical launch silos, and 2 from smaller side-mounted torpedo tubes. 8 trails cut through the water, converging on a single target from varied angles. The exposed gill slits of Bone Shark King No. 1. Bone Shark King No. 1 twisted its body in an attempt to evade, but the stagger induced by regrowing spikes drastically slowed its reaction speed. 8 armor-piercing warheads bored into its gill slits from different directions and detonated deep within its head and thoracic cavity all at once. Boom, 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 boom. A 2-meter-wide gap was blown open in Bone Shark King No. 1's skull, its gills obliterated entirely. Half its cranium shattered, and its blood-red left eye torn free from its socket by the shockwave. The 11-meter colossal body twitched suspended in seawater for several seconds before slowly sinking. Abyssal Bone Shark King No. 1 times 3 eliminated. Silence hung in the cockpit for a few heartbeats. Then Zhao Tianmei exhaled heavily, slumping back into the co-pilot's seat, and releasing her grip on the control sticks, her fingers still trembling faintly. 3. Her voice came hoarsely. 3-second order Bone Shark Kings. In under 15 minutes. Suhai did not pause to rest. He maneuvered the submarine above the 3 fallen Shark Kings, opened the hatch, and moved to collect drops. Zhao Tianmei remained in the cockpit, watching through the viewport as Suhai wove through murky seawater, moving as swiftly as a genuine shark. Suhai gathered every loot orb left by the 3 Bone Shark Kings and swept up spoils from ordinary bone sharks killed by stray blast waves nearby. He swam underwater for nearly 20 minutes. When he returned, nearly 1,000 evolution shards, 2,000 gold coins, piles of shark hide and bony spikes had been added to his storage space. Suhai signaled to steer the submarine directly above the armory, hovering over the blasted opening. The breach measured roughly 8 meters across, wide enough for the Orca-class attack submarine to pass through. Yet he chose not to pilot the craft inside. Instead, he prepared to exit the vessel, stay on watch in the cockpit, maintain sonar monitoring, and keep communications open. Suhai donned his advanced diving suit, strapped the micro-torpedo pistol to his waist, and double-checked his headlamp and comms gear. Alert me the instant you detect any anomalies. Understood. Zhao Tianmei had retaken her position in the co-pilot seat, hands resting atop the control panel. As she slipped back into operational mode. Comms channel active, sonar detection range set to 3 kilometers, automatic alert system engaged. Suhai pushed open the hatch and slid into the seawater. The armory breach sat atop the fortress, torn open either by a past submarine earthquake or external impact. Twisted steel rebar jutted from the concrete lining the opening, draped in rust and seaweed. Suhai swam down through the breach, the beam of his headlamp cleaving the darkness inside the fortress. The interior space was far larger than he had anticipated. A vast open chamber lay within, partitioned by blast-resistant bulkheads. The outermost warehouse had already been cleared by Zhao Tianmei. Racks stood empty, scattered with discarded open crates, whose lids still bore traces of silvery light film. White stenciled lettering marked the wall. Ammunition Depot C7. Capacity, 200 tons. Further inward stood a heavy blast door stamped with Torpedo Depot B4. The door hung ajar. The previous earthquake had warped its track, wedging it halfway open to leave a gap just wide enough for one person to slip sideways through. Suhai squeezed through the opening. The beam of his headlamp illuminated the interior of Torpedo Depot B4. A smile tugged at his lips. Rows upon rows of torpedo racks filled the space neatly, each rack holding 6 heavy torpedoes, coated in military camouflage paint. Most torpedoes were shrouded in translucent system-generated light film, marking them as collectible supplies rather than ordinary scrap metal. Suhai walked to the first rack and reached out to touch it. XM9 heavy torpedo ×6 automatically added to storage space. Second rack. XM9 heavy torpedo ×6 automatically added to storage space. Third rack, fourth rack, fifth rack, sixth rack, seventh rack, eighth rack, ninth rack, 10th rack. Suhai moved steadily from rack to rack. System notification chimes rang non-stop, and ammunition counts on his weapon panel jumped wildly. It took him a full 10 minutes to clear Depot B4. 82 torpedo racks holding a total of 492 heavy torpedoes. Though some had degraded with age and were tagged by the system as degraded ammunition 30 reduced damage, the sheer volume spoke for itself. Even weakened, this stockpile was enough munitions to sustain a minor naval engagement. Past Torpedo Depot B4 stood another blast door, labeled Missile Depot A2. This door was fully shut, yet its lock had rusted solid. Suhai fired 2 close-range shots from his micro-torpedo pistol and blew the lock apart. The missile depot was even larger than the torpedo depot. Instead of racks, rows of waist-high metal crates lined the passageways. Suhai pried open the first crate. 6 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, factory fresh with intact military seals. The second crate held identical ordnance, 6 missiles in total. The third crate matched the pattern once more. He stopped prying open crates individually and strode along the corridor, brushing both hands against every crate he passed. Streaks of white light flashed continuously, and system alerts scrolled endlessly across his vision. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sonar decoy ×20. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sonar decoy ×20. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Suhai spent nearly 20 minutes inside the missile depot. Once the final crate was emptied, he pulled up his weapon panel for a glance and drew a slow breath without realizing it. Heavy torpedoes, 576. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 348. Depth blast charges, 256. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 184. Compact torpedoes, 142. Sonar decoys, 180. Total ammunition count, 1686. 1,686 ordnance units. The number glared sharply on the panel. Suhai stared at it for several seconds before closing the interface and turning to exit the warehouse. Suhai swam out through the fortress breach and returned to the submarine. He had barely removed his diving suit and settled down when the tactical sonar alarm blared. The shrill warning echoed through the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei's tone sharpened with urgency. Bearing southeast. Range 4.3 kilometers. 3 submarines approaching at high speed. 45 knots, heading straight for us. Suhai strode quickly to the main pilot's seat, narrowing his eyes at the display. 3 modified military submarines advanced in arrow formation, 2 forward and 1 trailing, closing in on the ruined military base in an offensive posture. The Wolf Alliance. Suhai's voice turned cold. His Hun intelligence buff still had more than 2 hours remaining. It automatically marked detailed data for the 3 hostile vessels. The readouts were more comprehensive than last time. Vessel, modified military submarine times 3 first order. Threat level, second order. Wolfang 1 flagship, equipped with 1x6 tube torpedo launch array, 2x vertical missile silos. Hull durability 450 to 450. Weakness, missile silo hatches require 4.7 seconds to fully open. Launches are impossible during this window. And silo interiors lack armor. Direct impacts trigger magazine detonation. Wolfang 2 escort, equipped with 2x4 tube torpedo launch arrays, 1x sonar jammer. Hull durability 380/380. Weakness, torpedo tubes are externally mounted on the hull. Precise strikes can destroy launch arrays and disable combat capability. Wolfang 3 escort, equipped with 2x4 tube torpedo launch arrays, 1x depth charge dispenser. Hull durability 360/380. Minor damage to port hull, sustained in prior combat. Weakness, damaged port hull has weakened armor. 2 heavy torpedo impacts will breach the vessel. Combined weakness, all 3 submarines rely on Wolfang 1's command system for coordinated operations. If Wolfang 1 is destroyed, coordination efficiency of the remaining 2 drops by 60, forcing them to fight independently. Watching the incoming wolf-headed submarines draw closer, Zhao Tianmei grew anxious and asked quickly, "What's our battle plan?" Suhai did not reply immediately. He studied the 3 approaching vessels on the sonar screen, running calculations at high speed. The enemy fielded 3 submarines, estimated to carry between 40 and 60 torpedoes alongside assorted missiles and depth charges. His submarine possessed an eternal durability hull. Their standard torpedoes would not even scratch its paint. Yet his weapon panel held a full arsenal of 1,686 assorted munitions. He required no intricate tactics. He only needed overwhelming fire coverage. Zhao Tianmei, Suhai transferred primary weapon control to his console. "You handle navigation. Combat is mine. No evasion, no stealth. Advance straight toward them. Head on." Zhao Tianmei blinked in surprise. "Head on." Suhai rested his thumb atop the torpedo launch switch. On the tactical sonar, the 3 Wolf submarines closed to 2 kilometers. Wolfang 1 led the advance, flanked by Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3 to form a standard triangular assault formation. They had clearly detected his submarine. The Orca-class attack submarine was not running silent, and its engine noise stood out on sonar. A communication signal from Wolfang 1 lit up the public channel. A gruff male voice crackled through the speaker, thick with contempt and menace. "Submarine ahead, listen closely. This is the 3rd hunting team of the Wolf Alliance. Halt your vessel. Cut all engines. Open your hatch for inspection. Hand over all supplies, and we will spare your lives. If you dare resist." Suhai turned down the volume of the public channel to a minimum and pressed the missile launch button. Hatches covering the rear vertical missile silos slammed open. First salvo. 12 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ignited at once, dragging 12 white trails underwater as they arced toward the 3 Wolf submarines. The voice on the public channel cut off abruptly. The Wolf Alliance crew had likely never seen such a sight. Their tactical manuals covered torpedo salvos, flank interception, encirclement, and intimidation, yet contained no guidance for facing an opponent greeting them with 12 missiles as an opening strike. Wolfang 1's missile silo hatches began to rise, verifying the 4.7-second opening window. Before the hatches fully cleared, the first wave of missiles arrived. For Sea Spear 3 missiles slammed into Wolfang 1's hull. One flew straight into the partially opened missile silo. Magazine detonation. For missiles stored within the silo exploded simultaneously. The blast tore Wolfang 1's hull in 2. The forward section holding the cockpit tumbled away in the shockwave, while the rear segment, housing engines, sank to the seabed. Wolfang 1 destroyed. No survivors. The blast shockwave threw Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3 off their formation. They began firing torpedoes frantically. Dozens of torpedoes streaked through the water, most veering off course, though several headed for Suhai's submarine. Suhai made no attempt to evade. 3 standard torpedoes struck the hull of the Orca-class attack submarine. Boom, boom, boom. Flashes of detonation lit the viewport, and shockwaves made the cockpit lights flicker. When the fire faded, not a single mark marred the hull. Eternal durability. Seated in the co-pilot's chair, Zhao Tianmei watched 3 torpedoes detonate outside the viewport, then watched the hull emerge unscathed. She parted her lips to speak, but only let out a sharp, trembling exhale. "You really don't need to dodge." Astonishment colored her tone. "I told you as much." Suhai locked the second strike onto Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3. "Target the second vessel now." Second salvo. 8 heavy torpedoes and 6 missiles split into 2 waves, surging to blanket Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3. Wolfang 2 activated its sonar jammer to disrupt torpedo guidance systems. The jammer proved partially effective. 3 torpedoes lost lock and exploded against seabed reefs. Yet the remaining 5 torpedoes and 6 missiles were not all neutralized. 2 missiles and 1 heavy torpedo broke through the interference and impacted Wolfang 2's hull at the same time. Wolfang 2 destroyed. Watching both companions eliminated in under 2 minutes, Wolfang 3 abandoned all will to fight. It spun around to flee, pushing its speed to maximum as it raced southeast. While retreating, it deployed depth charges, hoping blast waves would mask its sonar signature. Suhai did not give chase. He locked his final firepower onto Wolfang 3's escape route. 4 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles launched along a predicted trajectory, intercepting the fleeing vessel 300 meters ahead. Wolfang 3 lacked time to alter course, for missiles impacted its bow and port hull simultaneously. The port side held the earlier damaged section where armor was weakened. 2 missiles penetrated the breach and detonated inside the vessel. Wolfang 3 destroyed. No survivors. The battle concluded. From the first missile launch to the sinking of the last Wolf submarine, barely 5 minutes had passed. Suhai closed the weapon panel, stretched his fingers, and turned toward Zhao Tianmei. Bring us over there. I'm going to collect the spoils. Zhao Tianmei navigated the submarine above the wreckage of the 3 Wolf submarines, and Suhai suited up once more to exit the vessel. Zhao Tianmei maintained sonar watch inside the cockpit, observing Suhai move through the wreckage zone. Debris from the 3 Wolf submarines scattered across hundreds of meters of seabed, fractured hull plating, twisted piping. Blasted ammunition crates glinting with cold metallic light beneath his headlamp beam. Loot orbs hovered amid the wreckage, some wedged between steel bars, half buried in silt, or drifting with currents. Suhai collected them one by one. Evolution shards, steel ingots, rubber, gold coins. Rewards he had grown familiar with from previous battles. The moment his fingers touched each orb, items transferred automatically into storage, accompanied by constant chiming system alerts. His pace slowed only when he spotted several orbs glowing pale gold. The first pale gold orb was trapped within the cockpit wreckage of Wolfang 1. Suhai reached out to touch it, and a fist-sized lump of pitch-black metal ingot settled into his palm. The metal felt rough and cold to the touch, yet shimmered with a faint dark gold halo, scattering pinpricks of starlight under the headlamp. Meteoric iron times 3. Suhai raised an eyebrow and continued searching. The second pale gold orb lay amid shattered ammunition crate fragments of Wolfang 2. Upon contact, a silvery metal ingot appeared in his palm. Far lighter than meteoric iron, its surface was mirror smooth, radiating soft luminescence in the ocean darkness. Mithril times 2. The third pale gold orb rested deepest within Wolfang 3's wreckage. Suhai pushed aside a tilted armor plate and found it. This orb sat in the most concealed spot, its glow the brightest of all. Adamantite times 1. Suhai stowed all 3 materials away. His expression remained calm, yet calculations raced through his mind. He remembered the material list required to upgrade to a second-order submarine clearly: 500 evolution shards, 100 units of meteoric iron, 100 units of mithril, 100 units of adamantite, 100 units of refined rubber, and 1 second-order evolution core. He possessed nearly 800 evolution shards, enough to satisfy that requirement. Refined rubber could be acquired via trade channels. Yet meteoric iron, mithril, and adamantite were rare materials. He had scoured the trade marketplace without finding a seller. Now he held 3 units of meteoric iron, 2 of mithril, 1 of adamantite. He was still far short of the quota, but at last he had a starting point. He swept the wreckage zone one final time to confirm no orbs remained unclaimed and turned to swim back, when a glint in the corner of Wolfang 1's cockpit wreckage caught his peripheral vision. It was not a loot orb. It was a sheet of paper. Real paper. Finding a sheet of paper thousands of meters beneath the sea was deeply incongruous. Water pressure, salt corrosion, microbial decomposition. Any ordinary paper ought to turn to pulp. Yet this sheet remained intact. It was slightly yellowed, its edges creased, with no trace of seawater erosion. It drifted slowly in the water, shielded by some invisible force. Suhai swam over and reached out to grasp it. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, a faint warmth spread up his hand, not physical heat, more like residual energy ripples. He flipped the paper to its front, and the beam from his headlamp fell upon it. It was a hand-drawn map. The drawing was crude. It was not printed, nor system-generated. Every line had been drawn by hand. The lines wobbled, and the scribbled handwriting suggested it was done hastily. Still, whoever drew this map knew these waters well. Topographical markers were detailed: mountain ranges, shipwreck, graveyard, kelp forest, multiple red crosses marked danger, and 2 underwater rifts Su-hai had passed through earlier. At the very top of the map, furthest from all other markings, sat a narrow inlet enclosed within a thick outlined box. Rows of jagged symbols lined both sides of the inlet, likely mountain peaks or sheer cliffs, leaving only an extremely thin passage in the center. Beside the inlet, the cartographer had scribbled a line of small text. All will converge here eventually. Su-hai stared at those words for a long time. He folded the map, tucked it into the waterproof pocket of his diving suit, then turned and swam back toward the submarine. The hatch opened, water drained, and he removed his mask. Zhao Tian-Sweet had already read something from his movements and expression. She twisted around from the co-pilot's seat and looked at him curiously. "Boss, what treasure did you find?" Her tone was far lighter than before. After eating her fill, cleaning up and resting, her mental state had improved dramatically. Su-hai hung his diving suit on a hook, walked over to the pilot's seat, and sat down. He pulled up the panel log recording the collection of meteorite iron, mithril, and adamantine, and turned it toward her. "Nothing especially remarkable," he said. "Just some meteorite iron, mithril, adamantine. Exactly the materials needed to evolve our second-tier submarine. They'll prove useful." Zhao Tian-Sweet's eyes widened. "Meteorite iron? Mithril? Adamantine? Do you know how valuable these materials are on the market? I saw someone post a reward of 500 gold coins for a single chunk of meteorite iron on the trade channel. And not a single piece turned up. You picked up 6 chunks at once." "Pure luck," Su-hai replied calmly. He then pulled the hand-drawn map out of his waterproof pocket and spread it across the control console. "But this is what truly deserves our attention." Zhao Tian-Sweet leaned forward and gazed down at the rough hand-drawn map. Her eyes swept rapidly across all the markings, and her brows slowly furrowed. She traced a circle along the narrow inlet at the top of the map with her finger. "This terrain," she paused, seemingly sorting through old memories. "I've heard of this place before. Speak. When I was aboard the research submarine, I chatted with people on the global channel once. Someone sent me a private message offering to sell me a map." Zhao Tian-Sweet's voice turned solemn. He claimed this map marked the ultimate convergence zone for this region. The contaminated zone was closing in from behind, forcing everyone forward. But the waters ahead stretched on forever. Eventually, every survivor would be driven to the entrance of this narrow strait. Only by passing through that inlet could they enter the next stretch of ocean. Su-hai leaned back in the pilot's chair, tapping his fingers gently against the armrest. "That person said the mapmaker was a reborn soul," Zhao Tian-Sweet went on, a hint of incredulity creeping into her tone. "I thought he was just trying to scam gold coins back then. Rebirth? Who would believe such overused web novel tropes? I was worrying about oxygen and food supplies at the time, so I ignored him." "A reborn soul." Su-hai repeated the phrase flatly, yet his gaze deepened. "The deep-sea survival game. Over 7 billion people transported here all at once. Mutated creatures. The expanding contaminated zone. The daily intelligence system. Now talk of reborn souls had surfaced. If rebirth were real, it meant someone had already lived through the entire game from start to finish. From the first sea zone all the way to the end, across every stretch of ocean. That person would know every hidden resource node, every monster's weakness, the method to clear every stage. They might even know the ultimate purpose of this game. Of course, it could all be a lie. In this apocalyptic environment, swindlers and opportunists outnumbered mutated fish. Anyone could scribble a fake map. Anyone could claim to be a reborn soul. As long as the story sounded convincing, desperate survivors would gamble their gold coins. Su-hai thought about the daily intelligence system granted to him by the system. This ability let him receive one set of precise intelligence each day: resource distributions, survival routes, hunting targets, locations of ancient ruins, all clearly marked. The existence of this power alone proved that knowledge, not meant to be known, existed within this game. And he was the one permitted to access it. If he possessed such an ability, why could others not wield different powers? "What do you think?" Zhao Tian-Sweet asked. "Could reborn souls truly exist?" "I cannot confirm." Su-hai folded the map and stowed it back into the waterproof pocket. "But if this map is authentic, that means we are all heading for the same destination. That strait inlet will become a natural slaughter zone. The more survivors arrive, the fiercer the conflicts will grow. The contaminated zone presses from behind, and the strait blocks the path forward. Everyone will be trapped together." Zhao Tian-Sweet's expression darkened. "Therefore," Suhai continued. If any faction wants to seize dominance in this region, now is their best window. Before reaching the Strait Inlet, eliminate competitors and stockpile supplies to secure an absolute advantage at the convergence zone. The Wolf Alliance's tactics are not entirely foolish. But you wiped out an entire hunting squad of theirs, Zhao Tiansui said, which means they will strike again. As Suhai finished speaking and prepared to analyze more details on the map, a deep, rumbling system alert boomed inside his mind. It was not the usual crisp chime, but a heavier, more authoritative sound, as though the entire deep sea trembled. Immediately, a massive translucent announcement panel unfolded before Suhai's eyes. Bright scarlet characters flickered at its center, every word carrying unyielding pressure. System Announcement Region EC 7724. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Massive signals of contaminated creatures emerging along the contaminated zone boundary, advancing towards safe waters. Estimated arrival, 6 hours and 48 minutes from now. Traits of contaminated creatures. Players and mutated beasts consumed by the abyss contamination retain their original forms and partial abilities, with greatly enhanced strength and speed. Regional main quest issued, the Abyss Defense Line. Quest objective. All surviving players 4,305,192 must reach their assigned defense coordinates within the time limit to build defensive battlements and block the advance of contaminated creatures. Contaminated creatures must not cross the defense line into safe waters. Quest duration, 6 hours. The area behind the defense line will serve as a safe zone for the mission. The frontline combat zone is designated the engagement area. Mandatory rules. 1. Any player refusing to participate in combat will be executed immediately. 2. Any player fleeing from battle will be executed immediately. 3. Any player attacking allies will be executed immediately. The system will automatically establish a command structure along the defense lines based on player combat power and battle records. Squad leaders hold tactical command authority. Squad members must follow orders. Disobeying commands will be treated as desertion. Reward rules. Upon mission conclusion, the system will rank all players by contribution value. Contribution can be earned through actions including, but not limited to, number of contaminated creatures eliminated, threat tier of eliminated targets, ally protection, medical support, tactical command. The top 10 ranked players will receive generous rewards including rare materials, legendary affixes, evolution blueprints, special titles, and more. The top 3 individual players or squads will earn additional hidden rewards. Special warning: contaminated creatures wield mental attack capabilities. Close contact or prolonged eye contact with contaminated creatures triggers mental corruption, inducing hallucinations, irrational fear, and violent frenzy. All players are advised to prepare mental defenses in advance. Defense coordinates have been delivered to each player's mailbox. Please check immediately. Countdown initiated. 6 hours 47 minutes and 59 seconds. 6 hours 47 minutes and 58 seconds. 6 hours 47 minutes and 57 seconds. Once the announcement faded, Zhao Tiansui's voice broke the silence. Contaminated creatures? Mental attacks? Instant execution. Her sentence trailed off as notification chimes erupted from the regional channel at the exact same moment. Suhai opened the regional channel. Messages scrolled so fast across the screen, he could barely read single entries. Dense, frantic, panicked text surged upward like breaking floodwaters. Holy hell. Contaminated monsters. I've seen them. I encountered one too many days ago near the shipwreck graveyard. I spotted something wreathed in black mist moving across the seabed. I thought my eyes were tricking me, until it turned and charged straight at me. I barely escaped. My teammate, the creature touched him once, and he lost his mind. He slammed his skull repeatedly against the porthole until he died. A first-tier contaminated monster can easily overpower second-tier players like us. I witnessed it firsthand. A top second-tier player piloting a heavy submarine had a first-tier corrupted entity breach the hull. The submarine lost all control in less than a minute. A first-tier monster slaying a second-tier player was as simple as slaughtering livestock. How are we supposed to fight this? We're marching to our deaths. We get wiped if we skip the mission, and we still die if we join. What difference is there? Panic. Raw, unmasked, pervasive panic. Suhai skimmed through the flood of messages without posting a single reply. He remained calm. Shortly afterward, another player spoke up in the regional channel. Everyone, stay calm and listen. A player named Old Zhang sent a voice message, his voice rough, yet steady. Has anyone noticed? The system assigned defense positions to group people who have teamed up before. All 4 members of my squad were placed on the same defense line without exception. This means the system accounts for existing teams. If you want to survive, form alliances quickly. Solo players stand no chance. The channel fell quiet for several seconds after his words, then message volume exploded once more. The tone had shifted, however. Pure wailing and terror gave way to urgent, desperate calls to organize. Right afterward, multiple alliance recruitment notices popped up simultaneously, pinned and bolded at the top of the channel like beacons igniting within the deep sea. The first notice featured pink floral borders topped with an icon of a fully bloomed rose. Rose Alliance, official recruitment. Sisters, this is the Rose Alliance. We are no cold, regimented faction. Just women seeking mutual comfort amid the deep sea. The Alliance spokesperson, Rose's sister Lynn, left a voice recording beneath the announcement. Her tone was gentle yet resolute, carrying a reassuring power. We believe that within this world adrift inside metal hulls, the natural empathy and understanding shared between women are the rarest, most precious resources. No deception, no ruthless survival of the fittest politics here. If you are hungry, sisters will share crates of rations. If oxygen runs low, sisters will pass you spare tanks. If your vessel sustains damage, sisters will help with repairs. But we are no weaklings. Roses grow thorns. Anyone who tries to bully us will face our retaliation. All sisters struggling with supplies, low oxygen, or hardship, come join the Rose Alliance. We will survive together until the final circle. The second notice had green borders with an icon of 2 clasped hands. Mutual Aid Alliance, official recruitment. Alliance spokesperson Mutual Aid Old One's voice message lasted merely 20 seconds. Simple and earnest like a construction foreman. The darkness of the deep sea is already cold enough. We need not stab one another in the back. The Mutual Aid Alliance opens its doors to all peace-seeking players. It does not matter if you pilot a military submarine or only wear a basic diving suit. If you are a seasoned combatant or a rookie fresh from the starting zone. If you are willing to lend others a hand and accept aid when you reach your limits, you are family to us. He paused, his voice thickening faintly. On the day we founded the Alliance, one member nearly fought another to the death over a single oxygen tank. After joining us, that same member used his rationed oxygen to save a stranger last night. He said finding people who treat you sincerely down here is worth more than discovering epic tier inscriptions. We share food, fresh water, intelligence. We fight threats side by side and overcome hardship together. We may not be the strongest, but we are numerous. Join the Mutual Aid Alliance, and we will cling together to stay alive. The third notice bore blue borders and an icon of a wind-torn banner. Freedom Alliance, official recruitment. The spokesperson, Freedom Lone Wolf, sounded nothing like the previous 2 speakers. There was no warmth or sentimentality, only crisp, detached sternness. Freedom Alliance. 3 rules, memorize them. First, we accept no charity, and we offer none. Second, we explore the most dangerous ruins, tackle the hardest challenges, and hunt the strongest beasts. Third, our goal is to clear this game, uncover the truth, and return to sunlight. If you refuse to live an ordinary life, if you refuse to hide within safe zones, relying on others' pity to scrape by, join the Freedom Alliance. We do not shelter idle members, yet we reward every capable fighter fairly. There is only one entry requirement. Do you possess the resolve to stand firm? The fourth notice had golden borders and an icon of a lightning bolt piercing a clenched fist. Thunder Alliance, official recruitment. No voice recording accompanied this notice, only cold, oversized bold text saturated with unhidden arrogance and dominance. Unqualified survivors need not read this. Thunder Alliance accepts only the strong. We do not discuss emotions, philosophies, or disputes of right and wrong. We ask only one question. Are you powerful enough? Entry assessment. Single-handedly slay no fewer than 10 first-tier mutated creatures, or survive at least one one-on-one battle against a second-tier mutated beast. Anyone failing this standard should not waste our time. If you believe you possess sufficient strength, if you aim to stand atop this world, if you strive to be the last survivor standing, join Thunder Alliance. The weak are eliminated, and only the strong survive. That is Thunder Alliance's law. The 4 pinned announcements lined up at the top of the regional channel. Pink, green, blue, and gold. Sharply divided like 4 banners planted in the deep sea, each calling out to different followers. Panic continued to spread across the global channel, yet beneath the comment sections of these 4 notices, players were already asking about entry requirements and meeting coordinates. Arguments erupted too. Some claimed the Rose Alliance favored specific groups, others called Thunder Alliance ruthless. Many dismissed the Mutual Aid Alliance as overly idealistic, and some labeled the Freedom Alliance a disorganized rabble. Despite all the bickering, alliance applications poured in. Zhao Tiansui read through all 4 recruitment postings, then turned towards Su-hai. Hesitation lingered in her gaze, overshadowed by curiosity. "Boss," she gestured toward the screen, "what do you make of all this?" Su-hai leaned back in the pilot's chair, glanced across the screen, and shook his head. "I know almost nothing about these alliances," he said. "I will not hastily join any group I fail to understand." This was no evasion. It was the plain truth. He had only been inside this game for a handful of days, occupied non-stop gathering supplies, upgrading the submarine, and hunting for materials. He knew nearly nothing about the internal dynamics of each major alliance. Who held grudges against whom? Which factions formed secret partnerships? Which groups had good reputations? Which would stab allies in the back? He lacked all such intelligence. Rushing to join any alliance without adequate information meant turning his back to complete strangers. Beyond that, he was not traveling alone. Zhao Tiansui sat beside him. While her combat ability was limited, she could share piloting duties. Rather than seek shelter within an unfamiliar alliance, it made more sense to push his submarine and equipment to maximum capability first. Zhao Tiansui nodded and asked no further questions. She had already guessed Su-hai would give such an answer. Check the mailbox first. Su-hai opened the system mailbox panel. A red email titled Defense Mission Assignment, EC 7724 Zone, 47th Defense Line, sat at the very top of the inbox. The sender was labeled System Command Center, and a red mandatory reading tag marked the title. Su-hai opened the mail. Defense Line Mission Assignment, Sector EC 7724N, Defense Line 47. Captain, Su-hai Orca-class attack submarine. Tier 2 vehicle, combat rating S. Vice Captain, Lu Meng modified heavy armored submarine, Iron Titan. Tier 2 vehicle, combat rating B+. Crew members, Zhao Tianmei research vessel, Tier 1 submarine. Remarks, shared vessel crew, synchronized defense coordinates. Zhou Xiaoming light assault submarine, Lightning, Tier 1 submarine. Zhao Sanduo modified medium cargo submarine, Sanduo, Tier 1 submarine. Hihai heavy submarine, Sea Ox, Tier 1 submarine. Defense coordinates, Sector EC 7724 in 047, located rearward of the current sea area, approximately 5.2 kilometers from the polluted zone boundary. Coordinates synchronized to navigation systems. Terrain, undersea plain flanked by low reef clusters, with an 800-meter-wide flat sandy stretch through the center. Polluted creatures are expected to advance from true north. Reef clusters can be utilized to set up flanking firing positions. Command authority. Su-hai holds tactical command over this defense line and may issue combat orders to crew members. The vice captain shall assume command if the captain becomes incapacitated. Special notice, a civilian evacuation passage lies roughly 1.2 kilometers behind the defense line. Polluted creatures must not be permitted to cross the defense and enter this zone. Holding the defense line secures the entrance to this evacuation route. Mission success condition, maintain an unbroken defense line for 6 hours. Mission failure condition, the defense line is breached or all combat units within the defense zone lose operational capacity. Su-hai read the full message twice from start to finish. 5 combat units, including himself and Zhao Tianmei aboard his submarine. He was the captain. A bald man named Lu Meng served as vice captain, with 3 more crew members, Zhou Xiaoming, Zhao Sanduo, and Hihai. Counting himself, there were 4 submarines and 5 personnel in total. The defense coordinates lay to the rear, meaning they would need to turn back. Instead of fleeing forward, they would draw closer to the polluted zone and hold the coordinates to face the hordes of monsters head-on. He pulled up the navigation system. The defense coordinates were already marked automatically on the map panel. His current position was roughly 14 kilometers away, not an overwhelming distance. On the map, the defense line sat upon a narrow undersea plain bordered by low reef formations. Terrain perfectly suited for establishing crossfire positions, just as the report stated. Zhao Tianmei. Su-hai closed the mailbox panel, his tone returning to its usual calm. The defense coordinates have synced to your navigation as well, correct? Synchronized. Zhao Tianmei had reclaimed the control stick, her knuckles taut from tension. Rearward heading, we're turning back. We turned back, Su-hai confirmed. Zhao Tianmei asked no further questions. She pushed the control lever, and the Orca-class attack submarine executed a fluid pivot, angling its bow toward the defense coordinates and accelerating. While underway, Su-hai opened the trade channel, hoping to stock up on additional ammunition. His arsenal held nearly 1,700 ordnance rounds of various types, yet the foes ahead, polluted creatures, remained entirely unknown. Capable of psychic assaults, physically augmented, and deadly enough to slay Tier 2 operators with ease. These enemies possessed combat strength far beyond anything he had previously encountered. Extra ammunition could only work in his favor, but the view on the trade channel made him frown. The weapon category listings were nearly empty. It was not a shortage of goods, everyone was buying. Within 10 minutes, standard torpedoes had surged from 50 gold coins apiece to 380, with prices still climbing. Depth charges rose from 150 gold to 700, and missiles jumped from 200 to over 1,000 gold each. Demand far outstripped available supply. Every newly posted weapon listing was snatched within seconds. Sellers were scarce, while buyer want lists stretched endlessly. Wanted, torpedoes. All models, any condition. 500 gold each, unlimited quantity. Buying depth charges. 800 gold, urgent purchase. Anyone with missiles? I'll trade evolution shards. 50 shards per missile. Don't sell. Anyone who sells now is foolish. If we lose tonight's battle, gold coins become meaningless once we're dead. Those selling weapons are people who won't live long enough to use them anyway. Suhai scrolled through multiple pages of want ads before silently closing the trade channel. No purchases could be made. Every operator in the region was arming themselves for the upcoming defense mission. Weapons had become scarcer than oxygen and fresh water. Fortunately, the ammunition stockpile he had gathered from Zhao Tianmei alongside the submarine's original reserves was ample. It ought to sustain him through 6 hours of sustained positional combat. Boss, Zhao Tianmei spoke while steering, her gaze fixed on the forward sonar screen. I've seen chatter on the regional channel about psychic attacks. Word is, if these polluted monsters lock eyes with you at close range, they trigger hallucinations. People report seeing deceased loved ones, their deepest fears, or visions of drowning. One operator suffered such severe psychic erosion that he harmed himself in the cockpit, biting his own hand until bone showed through flesh. Suhai fell silent for several seconds. He did not underestimate psychic attacks. The system announcement had flagged this danger in bold red text, so it was no trivial threat. His submarine bore the legendary trait Eternal Durability Hull. The enchantment blocked physical strikes, yet it offered no guaranteed protection against mental erosion. He needed additional means of psychic defense. En route to the defense coordinates, Suhai glanced at the mission countdown timer on his map panel, scanned the undersea terrain visible on the sonar display, and mentally weighed his options. Nearly 6 hours remained before the mission officially commenced, and the Orca-class attack submarine required less than 20 minutes to reach the coordinates at cruising speed. That left him with a generous window of spare time. In the deep sea, time was a resource. Every wasted second counted as a loss. He vaguely recalled intelligence reports from earlier. Scattered red blips dotted the navigation route. Some sat isolated, half-buried in silt, while others clustered densely around sunken wrecks and ancient undersea ruins. Zhao Tianmei. Suhai rose from the command seat and walked toward the hatch. Adjust course 3 degrees east. There's a dense resource zone in that direction. Steer the submarine there and hold position once you arrive. I'm exiting the vessel to collect supplies. Zhao Tianmei twisted in her co-pilot seat, surprise crossing her features. Exiting the sub? Boss, the mission starts soon. We have sufficient time. Suhai began donning his advanced diving suit, moving with practiced ease. Remain aboard and maintain sonar surveillance. Alert me to any anomalies immediately. Deploy torpedoes to cover my retreat if necessary. Zhao Tianmei parted her lips to argue, yet when she watched Suhai strap a miniature torpedo pistol to his waist and crank his headlamp to maximum brightness, she simply nodded. Understood. Communications stay open continuously. Upon reaching the designated zone, the hatch opened and seawater flooded inward. Suhai slipped into the dark blue ocean. His gill slits flared open, and the shark heart activated instantly. Explosive power surged through every limb as all his attributes doubled. Shark perception layered atop current perception, rendering the undersea landscape within a 1-kilometer radius completely transparent. Every reef, ravine, and small creature hiding beneath the silt stood sharply defined within his senses. He began gathering resources. The first cache lay upon the undersea plain, 7 or 8 silver resource crates half buried in sediment, shrouded by translucent energy membranes. Suhai dove downward, hands moving swiftly. The instant his fingertips made contact with the energy barriers, each crate dissolved into white light, and a cascade of system notifications chimed nonstop. Steel times 12, rubber times 8, evolution shards times 5, Gold coins times 120. He did not pause. A kick of his flippers sent him arcing smoothly toward the next resource concentration zone. His movements were fast and precise. Every touch landed squarely on crate lids. No wasted motion, no hesitation. As if traversing an undersea supermarket and clearing every shelf. The second group of resource crates was tucked within gaps between low reef formations. Suhai squeezed through a narrow passage between basalt boulders. His headlamp beam illuminated the crevice ahead. 3 crates wedged between rock and silt, draped in thin seaweed. He stripped away the vegetation and touched each crate in turn. One after another, they dissolved into white light and transferred into his storage space. The third resource cache rested within the cargo hold of a sunken vessel. Suhai swam through a ruptured hull opening. His headlamp lit overturned shipping containers and rusted bulkheads. Resource crates littered the cargo hold corners, trapped beneath collapsed shelving or floating in overhead compartments. He collected every last one. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Tianmei watched the tactical sonar screen, tracking Suhai's beacon darting between undersea resource zones. Her expression shifted from initial worry to confusion, then settled into undisguised disbelief. She watched him emerge from the wreckage and head straight southwest, an area appearing empty on sonar. Merely flat sandy seabed. Yet after swimming there, he knelt and dug through silt, retrieving a half-buried resource crate. She then witnessed him pass above a reef cluster, halt abruptly as if drawn to something, then plunge downward to retrieve a fist-sized miniature resource crate wedged between 2 rocks. Crates of that scale were nearly invisible on sonar. She would never spot them while piloting her research submarine past this area. Boss, Zhao Tianmei could no longer hold back. Curiosity thick in her voice over the comms channel. Are you running some kind of detection enhancement? Suhai was clearing scattered small resource crates along the edge of a kelp forest when he replied flatly. Pure luck. Zhao Tianmei asked no further questions. Everyone guarded their unique hidden abilities. After clearing the resource points bordering the kelp forest, Suhai prepared to swim back toward the submarine. When reverse stream perception picked up an extremely faint signal roughly 30 meters to his rear left. It was no biological signature. A metallic reflection. Extremely weak, buried beneath at least half a meter of silt. Without the combined power of reverse stream perception and sharp perception, he would never have detected it. He turned and swam toward the signal source. This was an ancient sunken ruin, a site whose outline he had observed earlier on the holographic hunting intelligence map. Collapsed city walls, tilted towers, archways draped in seaweed, and stone streets carpeted with shell fragments spread before him. The architecture carried a heavy, archaic style. Stone pillars bore twisted spiral carvings, matching the design of ruins Suhai had discovered elsewhere. The metallic signature flagged by reverse stream perception originated beneath a half-collapsed temple-style building at the far end of the main avenue. Half the temple roof had caved in, stone pillars toppled across the ground, and an altar stone platform lay buried beneath thick sediment. The signal rose from silt directly underneath the altar. Suhai swam beside the platform and knelt to dig. Layers of silt billowed into murky clouds beneath his headlamp beam. After excavating roughly half a meter, his fingertips brushed against a smooth, hard surface. He quickened his pace, clearing surrounding sediment, until a silver resource crate peeked out. This crate differed from every other cache he had collected out on the open seabed. The energy membrane across its lid was not plain translucent silver, but pale violet, flickering occasionally with faint golden arcs of electricity. The membrane held far more intricate textures, resembling miniature runic arrays sealed across the hull, pulsing gently in rhythm with the seawater currents. These were the markings of legendary quality. Suhai's heartbeat quickened slightly, though his movements remained steady. He freed the crate fully from the silt, gripped both sides of the lid, and heaved upward to open it. No burst of radiance, no shockwave, not even a sound. Only a quiet, soft violet glow ascended from within, tinting the seawater several meters surrounding the crate in dreamlike lavender. Suspended at the center of the light hovered a palm-sized translucent trait card. Dense golden runes flowed across its surface like liquid luminescence, shifting slowly beneath the surface. The runic arrangement was extraordinarily complex. Suhai had seen fine and rare grade trait cards, as well as legendary grade eternal durability and nuclear engine. Yet this card bore a higher density of runes than eternal durability itself. He reached out and touched the card. The instant his fingertips contacted the surface, a gentle, strangely vibrant wave of energy spread through his body, as countless invisible fine tendrils brushed lightly across his skin. An information panel automatically unfolded. Trait name: Infinite Fusion. Quality: Legendary. Type: Special Ability Trait. Attribute: grants the target the Infinite Fusion property. Allows fusion of two or more identical items to create a higher-grade new item. Fusion follows the principle of homologous ascension. The higher the quality and quantity of input materials, the greater the quality of the resulting product. Fusion consumes the host's mental power. Consumption scales with the quantity and quality of fused materials. Remarks: all things may be fused, all things may ascend. 2 rusted daggers combined might form 1 serviceable dagger. 100 serviceable daggers fused together. Who can predict what emerges? Remember, fusion is not free. Every fusion draws upon your soul, literally. Overuse will lead to death. Infinite fusion? Suhai's eyes lit up. All things may be fused, all things may ascend. He mentally reviewed the secondary evolution materials he urgently required. Meteorite iron, mithril, adamantite, premium-grade rubber. These were his most pressing shortages. If fusion could refine low-tier materials into higher tiers, 2 meteorite iron ingots might merge into 1 mithril ingot, and 2 mithril pieces could form adamantite. The exact fusion ratios and energy costs remained unknown, yet this possibility alone resolved his biggest current bottleneck. Beyond raw materials, fusion clearly applied to far more. Weapons, ammunition, equipment, even trait cards. If matching items could be fused, the quality and stats of the output would vastly surpass the originals. He had only planned to clear nearby resource points while waiting for the mission to begin. He never expected reverse stream perception to uncover this silt-buried crate tucked within such an unremarkable corner. Stumbling upon a trait of this caliber was pure unexpected fortune. Looks like I ought to spend more time scavenging out here, Suhai muttered to himself, clutching the card and tugging up the corner of his mouth. The deep sea hides far more treasure than I imagined. He selected Activate. The card transformed into a soft violet stream of light, flowing through his palm into his chest. The process bore no resemblance to the searing flame that burned through his bones when he injected the shark heart. The infusion of fusion power felt almost unnaturally gentle. Violet light spread throughout his body, penetrating every muscle, fascia, and cell. He could sense a new ability taking root deep within his consciousness. Not a physical enhancement, but an abstract awareness of the fundamental essence of objects. Infinite fusion activated. Current fusion eligibility: any identical items. Mental command: fuse, opens the fusion interface. Suhai clenched his fist underwater. No outward change was visible, yet he understood. From this moment onward, he possessed another trump card comparable to eternal durability and the shark heart. He turned and swam back toward the submarine, moving faster than he had on the way out. Securing the legendary trait had made this impromptu supply run far exceed his expectations. Now it was time to return to the vessel and focus on critical preparations. Back aboard the submarine, Suhai hung up his diving suit and settled into the command seat to check the time. Less than 20 minutes remained until mission commencement. The window was tight, yet he could run initial tests during transit. Zhao Tianmei maintained full speed along the planned route toward the defense coordinates. He stood from the command seat and headed for the storage hold. I'll conduct some experiments in the storage compartment. Alert me once we arrive, Zhao Tianmei acknowledged, placing both hands back on the control levers. She noticed Suhai returned empty-handed, yet his eyes shone brighter than before he went out. She knew instantly their captain must have found some valuable loot underwater. She did not press him for details, simply pushing the speed up to cruising velocity. The Orca-class attack submarine steadily headed toward the defense line. Inside the storage compartment, Suhai retrieved 2 standard torpedoes from the ammunition rack and set them on the workbench. Taking a deep breath, he silently uttered the word fuse. A translucent fusion interface popped up in his vision, 2 frames suspended side by side above the workbench. The design was starkly minimalistic, devoid of fancy flourishes, featuring only 2 item slots and a confirmation button. Suhai placed 1 torpedo into each frame and tapped Confirm Fusion. Soft purple light surged from his palms, enveloping both torpedoes. Within the glow, the ordnance broke down into countless tiny specks of light. He could clearly see every component, structural layer and weld inside the torpedoes disassembled down to their most fundamental material state. Then the specks began to converge, compress, and reconstruct. Unlike fusing raw materials into new substances, ammunition fusion preserved its core identity as a weapon, elevating only its quality tier. The entire process lasted roughly 3 seconds. When the purple light faded, A single torpedo remained on the workbench, slightly longer than the standard variant. Its hull had shifted from off-white to dark silver, with faint golden energy runes etched along the warhead. Fusion complete. Standard torpedo times 2 advanced torpedo times 1. Advanced torpedo, approximately 80 increased destructive power, enhanced penetration, optimized fuse sensitivity, blast radius expanded by 30. Suhai picked up the advanced torpedo, hefted it briefly, then set it back on the bench. He walked over to the material rack and retrieved 2 pieces of meteorite iron. Time for the second test. He placed both meteorite iron chunks into the fusion interface. Purple light flickered. Meteorite iron times 2 mithril times 1. Staring at the silvery, faintly luminescent mithril on the workbench, his pupils widened slightly. 2 meteorite iron ingots yielded 1 piece of mithril. The conversion rate proved far more practical than he had anticipated. With unlimited fusion at his disposal, he could forge hard to obtain high-tier materials using easily gathered low-grade resources. Third experiment. 1 evolution fragment and 1 meteorite iron were placed into the interface. Purple light washed over them. Evolution fragment times 1 plus meteorite iron times 1 meteorite iron times 1. The evolution fragment vanished, and the meteorite iron remained unchanged. Fusing items of different categories of equal tier simply wasted 1 material. The system classified the evolution fragment as excess impurity and discarded it entirely. Fourth experiment. 2 evolution fragments. Evolution fragment times 2 evolution fragment times 1 slightly improved quality, energy equivalent to roughly 1.5 ordinary fragments. Suhai leaned against the storage compartment wall, rapidly sorting through the rules uncovered by these trial runs. Fusion only worked effectively for items of the same category. Torpedoes merged to superior torpedoes. Meteorite iron combined to produce mithril. Pairing meteorite iron with evolution fragments only wasted resources. Fusion followed a strict principle. Only like materials could yield enhanced results. Cross-category fusion was ineffective. The quality of the fused product depended on the quantity and original grade of input materials. 2 standard torpedoes made 1 advanced torpedo. What about 10? 100? What tier of equipment would emerge if he fused 10 advanced torpedoes as raw materials? He resolved to conduct a far more aggressive trial. Opening the trade channel, he searched for axes. Hardly anyone wanted such items deep underwater. Fire axes, survival axes, breaching axes, all melee weapons that seemed primitive and absurd. Many players picked them up casually from loot crates and listed them on the trade channel for mere gold coins, often failing to sell at all. Suhai found over 100 axes available and purchased every single one. More than 100 axes of all varieties piled into a mound atop the workbench. Fire axes, breaching tools, survival hatchets, engineer axes, and even a butcher's cleaver some player must have brought from a galley, its blade still flecked with leftover fish scales. Suhai opened the fusion interface and selected all 100 axes. A warning flashed across the panel. Warning, this fusion involves 100 items. Significant mental energy consumption expected. Proceed? Proceed. Purple light erupted. No longer the soft glow wrapping a pair of torpedoes. A blazing purple pillar of lightning surged through the storage compartment. All 100 axes disintegrated simultaneously. Shards of metal swirled, collided, melted, and reformed within the purple radiance. Suhai felt a powerful pull emanating from the center of the light. It did not tug at his body, but drained his mental energy. It felt as though an invisible straw had been inserted directly into his mind, steadily siphoning away something intangible within him. The sensation differed sharply from the searing pain of injecting the shark heart. There was no physical agony, only profound weariness. His vision blurred, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his fingers clamped tight to the edge of the workbench. The purple light persisted for nearly 20 seconds before abruptly dying away. The 100 axes on the bench were gone. In their place rested a single axe, a solid black battle axe. Its handle stretched roughly 1.2 meters long, crafted from a composite of carbon fiber and metal. The grip was wrapped in fine black textured leather. The broad, asymmetrical trapezoidal blade glowed with frigid indigo light along the cutting edge. Dark, golden runic patterns were embedded along the axe's spine, trailing onto the haft, pulsing faintly beneath the overhead lamp. Suhai reached out and grasped the handle. It settled steadily in his grip. It weighed far less than he expected, only around 10 kilograms. Yet when he swung it, the blade hummed low as it sliced through the water, carving airflow with remarkable smoothness. Fusion complete. Ordinary axes times 100 unnamed axe times 1 epic tier. Attributes: extremely high base attack power. Grants: armor piercing. Deals an additional 200 damage against armored targets. Bony carapaces and energy shields. Grants: shockwave. Releases a shockwave upon impact, inflicting splash damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Grants: self-repair. Blade damage gradually regenerates over time. Suhai twirled the axe in his hand, barely suppressing a laugh. 100 unwanted scrap axes had yielded an epic tier weapon. Amusement faded quickly. However, he felt thoroughly drained. A massive portion of his mental energy had been depleted. His mind felt stuffed with waterlogged cotton, heavy and foggy. His temples throbbed, eyelids weighted as if filled with lead. The sensation resembled 3 straight days of all-nighters, not simple sleepiness, but complete mental exhaustion. He leaned against the storage compartment wall, closing his eyes to recover for nearly 2 minutes before he felt marginally better. Mental energy warning. Current mental energy levels are critically low. It is recommended to halt all fusion operations and rest for a minimum of 30 minutes before resuming. Excessive depletion may cause blurred consciousness, impaired judgment, or even temporary unconsciousness. It appeared fusing 100 axes neared the limit of his current capacity. Attempting to fuse 100 torpedoes was theoretically possible, yet he would likely collapse unconscious in the storage compartment afterward. Unable to command the defense mission scheduled for that night, Suhai hung the epic battle axe on the compartment's weapon rack, massaged his temples, and headed back to the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei turned from the co-pilot's seat, noticing his pale complexion, and immediately frowned. "Boss, you don't look well. Did something happen?" "Ran some experiments." Suhai settled into the pilot's seat and took a long drink of water. The toll was heavy, nothing serious. He glanced at navigation data on the tactical sonar display. Approximately 6 kilometers remained to the defense line coordinates, with an estimated arrival time of 10 minutes. They had ample leeway. "Hold a steady course. Wake me once we arrive." Suhai reclined the pilot chair and closed his eyes. "I need to rest," Zhao Tianmei acknowledged, subtly adjusting speed to make the submarine's movement smoother. She chose not to press him for details. Ever since boarding this vessel, Suhai had remained perpetually occupied, hunting the Bone Shark King, clearing armories, wiping out the Wolfman Alliance, scavenging supplies, and conducting experiments, scarcely allowing himself real rest. Suhai closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. 15 minutes later, Zhao Tianmei's soft voice broke the silence. "Boss, we've reached the zone." Suhai opened his eyes and sat upright. They had arrived at the defense line coordinates. On the tactical sonar screen, signals from several submarines appeared near the designated position. He counted them, including his own vessel, for submarines, exactly the 4 combat units listed in the message. The Orca-class attack submarine drifted slowly into position and hovered at the assigned defense coordinate. Through the viewport, Suhai caught sight of his temporary allies who would fight alongside him. Closest by was a modified medium cargo submarine, crudely painted with 3 white characters, Sanduo. The vessel had a robust, stocky hull. Its cargo hold had been converted into external weapon platforms fitted with 4 torpedo tubes and 2 depth charge launchers. Weld patches and reinforced armor plating covered its exterior, as if assembled by a powerful craftsman with rough workmanship. Sanduo's hatch opened, and a burly middle-aged man leaned halfway out, clad in worn diving gear. He waved vigorously towards Suhai's submarine. He had dark skin and a square jaw, his bright white teeth standing out vividly in the deep sea as he smiled. Zhao Sanduo's booming voice echoed across the squad channel. "The captain's here." "Greetings, Captain. I'm Zhao Sanduo." Suhai replied on the squad channel. "Hello." Beside Sanduo sat a light assault submarine, sleek and streamlined with gray camouflage paint. The designation Lightning was marked on its bow. Its design prioritized speed, twin propellers, a narrow hull, armed with 4 compact torpedo tubes paired with 2 underwater rapid-fire cannons. Its sustained firepower was unremarkable for static defense, yet its maneuverability was exceptional. A narrow crack opened on Lightning's hatch. A small figure flickered briefly in the doorway before retreating inside. A timid young girl's voice came through the squad channel, barely audible above background sonar noise. "See, Captain, good day. I'm Zhou Xiaoming." Suhai felt a flicker of surprise. Zhou Xiaoming. The name and voice suggested an underage girl. Yet in this deep-sea game, outward appearance and age meant little. Anyone who survived this long, child or adult, possessed their own unique strengths. "Hello," Suhai responded, his tone gentler than usual. The final vessel was the heavy submarine Sea Ox, the largest craft present, nearly matching the size of Suhai's Orca-class boat. Thick hull plating layered with additional ceramic composite armor lent it the appearance of an armored sea ox. Its armament was formidable: 6 forward-facing torpedo tubes and 4 vertical missile launchers mounted on its upper deck. Sea Ox's hatch remained sealed, its crew making no attempt to initiate contact like the other 2 captains. The squad channel fell quiet for several seconds, then a gruff male voice spoke briefly. "Hi, I've arrived." No further words followed. Last to appear was Lu Meng's vessel. A heavily modified assault submarine approached from the rear flank. Its hull painted with a massive bald skull emblem and bold red lettering across the bow, Iron Head. Its armor thickness was immediately obvious, layered with 3 distinct sheets of plating. Steel ramming spikes jutted from both sides, giving it the look of a mechanical rhinoceros. It carried 8 torpedo tubes and 6 rear missile launchers, an even heavier weapons loadout than High Sea Ox. Iron Head cut roughly into position on the right flank of the defense line, nearly colliding with Zhou Xiaoming's Lightning. Zhou Xiaoming let out a sharp cry over the squad channel and quickly maneuvered her submarine several meters away. A loud, gruff voice rattled the communications device. "Everyone here? I'm Lu Meng, captain of Iron Head. The system named me vice captain, so I'll speak plainly. No one's command is set in stone yet." Zhao Tianmei took offense immediately and spoke over the squad channel. "The system designated my boss as captain. What are you implying? Are you trying to defy orders?" "Your boss." Lu Meng's tone dripped with disdain. "What makes him qualified? Just that fancy submarine of his. I've killed more mutated sea creatures than you've eaten fish rations. Look at that hull of yours. Barely any reinforced plating. How's it supposed to withstand the corrupted monsters?" "Cardboard." Suhai's expression turned cold. The man was spoiling for conflict, yet the system forbade infighting between teammates, with erasure as the penalty. Wasting energy provoking this troublemaker served no purpose. He cut in calmly. "The system assigned command authority based on its own assessments, not whoever shouts loudest. Time is limited. Instead of arguing over leadership, we should establish our defense perimeter first." Zhao Senduo hurried to mediate. "Exactly what the captain says. Let's set up defenses first. Don't get heated, Brother Lu. The system wouldn't make this assignment without reason." Hai rumbled on the channel. "I'll follow the captain's orders." Zhou Xiaoming timidly echoed. "I'll listen to the captain too." Lu Meng fell silent for a few seconds, then snorted loudly over comms. "Fine, I'll give him this chance. But don't lead us into a slaughterhouse with bad plans. I won't stand for it." Suhai ignored the veiled threat, filing the remark away for later. He activated tactical sonar and performed a precise terrain scan of the defense zone. Defense Line 47 occupied a narrow underwater plain. The corrupted zone boundary stretched 5 kilometers to the north. Low reef clusters lined both sides of the plain. Dense reef formations 3 to 5 meters high on the left could conceal medium and small submarines. Reefs on the right were sparser, though several massive isolated rock outcrops could serve as fixed firing positions. An 800-meter stretch of flat sand formed the center of the plain, the most likely avenue of advance for corrupted creatures. 1 kilometer behind the defense line lay the entrance to the civilian evacuation corridor, marked by the system as a safe zone. If corrupted monsters crossed the defense line to reach this area, the mission would end in failure. Suhai activated squad video communications, then drew lines across the tactical map to assign defensive posts. "Zhao Sanduo, your Sanduo boasts the strongest frontal firepower. Hold the central position. Set your depth charges to proximity fuses and deploy them across the sandy plain to form the initial explosive barrier." Zhao Sanduo and Hai responded simultaneously over the channel. Hai, station Sea Ox behind the left reef cluster. Use your missiles to cover the left flank of the central plain, forming crossfire with Zhao Sanduo. Zhou Xiaoming, your Lightning is fast and unsuitable for frontline endurance combat. Suhai traced an arc behind the right reef cluster on the map. Patrol the outer edge of the right reef zone. Use your speed to harass enemy flanks, prioritizing any hostiles that break through the main firing line. Keep moving constantly. Never hold the same position for longer than 30 seconds. You understood. Zhou Xiaoming's voice remained quiet, yet carried a new trace of resolve. What about me? Lu Meng's voice carried obvious sarcasm. Am I supposed to hang back and do nothing? You and I will provide mobile support behind the central defense line, Suhai replied. Iron Head carries the heaviest firepower. Avoid expending all ordnance in the initial waves. Reinforce whichever sector faces the greatest pressure. I will coordinate combat alongside you on the front lines. The arrangement was reasonable. Properly utilized, Lu Meng's overwhelming firepower could turn the tide of battle. Lu Meng huffed once more over the channel, but maneuvered Iron Head to the assigned position. Defense placements complete, every submarine took station. Suhai scanned the seabed 500 meters forward of the defense line once again, marking several hidden routes corrupted creatures might exploit and sharing the data with all squad members. Once preparations concluded, he adjusted the pilot chair into combat posture and rested both hands on the control levers. Through the viewport, the underwater plane stretched endlessly northward. Deep blue seawater resembled a massive slab of amber, freezing the entire battlefield in place. At the far edge of the plane, the corrupted zone boundary loomed, a sprawling dark red curtain, resembling a slowly writhing bloody wound separating uncontaminated waters from polluted territory. On the other side of the light curtain stretched pitch-black darkness. Yet this darkness was not static. It moved. Suhai cranked the sensitivity of his tactical sonar to maximum. Sonar echoes revealed that beyond the pollution zone's light curtain, countless biological signals gathered, surged, and waited. The number of signals kept rising, growing denser by the second, as if something was welling upward from the very bottom of the abyss. A countdown ticked in the upper right corner of his vision. 2 seconds, 1 second midnight. The cockpit fell silent save for the faint hum of instrument panels. Zhao Tianmei gripped the control sticks with both hands. Her breathing remained steady, yet her chest rose and fell faster than usual. Suhai leaned back in his pilot's chair, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the sonar screen. Then the countdown hit 0. The dark red light curtain, marking the pollution zone boundary, blazed to life, its brightness surging more than tenfold. The harsh crimson glow lit the entire submarine plane as bright as day. Countless fine cracks spread across the curtain's surface, just like glass moments before being struck by a heavy blow. The fissures snaked outward from the center, multiplying thicker and denser. Then the light curtain shattered. It did not break into large fragments. In a single instant, the entire barrier exploded into countless tiny shards of light, resembling a reversed red snowstorm. The fragments swirled, drifted, and dissolved amid the seawater. Pouring forth through the broken gap was pure blackness. It was not discolored seawater. It was gas. Thick, roiling black vapor coiled around every shape, flooding out of the pollution zone breach like a bursting levee. Shapes wrapped in the black mist emerged through the opening, not swimming, walking. They strode across the seabed on 2 legs, moving faster than a sprinting human. Black gas twisted around their bodies, alive, like flickering flames or writhing tentacles. Headlamp beams locked onto them. Suhai saw clearly. They were humans. Once human. Their silhouettes still bore the shape of mankind, yet twisted and warped beyond recognition. Some hunched forward, vertebrae piercing through skin to form rows of bony spurs. Others possessed disproportionately elongated limbs, fingers transformed into razor claws. Gill slits split the necks of several, their mouths lined with dense, shark-like fangs. Half of some faces still retained human features, while the other half was swallowed by black pollutant. Every one of their eyes burned blood red, the same crimson hue seen on the abyss-bone sharks. Black gas clung to their forms, crawling and pulsing across their skin. With every step, the seabed sand beneath them turned charred black under the mist, leaving spreading dark imprints. These were not mutated creatures. They were players swallowed by the pollution zone. Their corpses, reanimated by corruptive power after death, shrouded in black vapor, vacant blood-red eyes, marching toward the defensive line with eerie, synchronized strides. The first wave numbered at least several hundred. Over the squad comm channel, Zhou Xiaoming's voice trembled violently. They used to be people. Hai's tone stayed gruff, though he spoke faster than before. They are not anymore. Zhao Sanduo let out a dry chuckle over the line. Damn it, the dead ought to rest peacefully. Getting up to scare folks is out of line. No one responded to his joke. The hollow laughter faded after 2 seconds. Zhao Tianmei said nothing. She bit her lower lip, knuckles whitening around the control sticks. All units, Suhai's voice cut through the squad channel. Engage freely once enemies enter firing range. Watch the black mist. Do not let corrupted creatures close in on the hulls. Lu Meng roared over comms. Quit dragging your feet. Charge in. Whoever racks up the most kills earns the highest contribution points, and better rewards come with higher points. No more deliberation. Let's fight. The moment he finished speaking, the Ironhead opened fire first. 8 torpedoes launched simultaneously from its torpedo tubes, trailing white wakes as they slammed into the densest front line of corrupted entities. Shockwaves from the blasts carved 8 massive craters into the submarine plane. A dozen of the leading corrupted creatures were torn apart. Black vapor billowed outward in the explosions, dismembered limbs swirling downward in the seawater. Corrupted entity tier 1 times 11 eliminated. A system notification popped up. You see that? Pride edged into Lu Meng's voice. That's all they are? Just a horde of low-tier trash. One torpedo salvo wipes out dozens. Stick with me, and you'll all reap huge rewards. The remaining submarines opened fire one after another. Zhao Sanduo's Sanduo dropped depth charges onto the central plane as planned. Proximity fuses ignited, unleashing successive blast flares amid the horde of corrupted entities. From behind the left reef cluster, Hehai's Manatee launched missiles to carpet the left flank of the mob. Zhou Xiaoming's lightning weaved swiftly between reefs on the right, using rapid-fire cannons to pick off stragglers breaking through the firing line. Every shell struck the corrupted targets, sending sprays of black blood billowing outward. The battlefield descended into chaotic uproar. Explosions, artillery fire, submarine engine roars, and the silent shrieks of shattered corrupted entities blended beneath the waves into an unaccompanied symphony. The first wave of corrupted entities quickly thinned under concentrated fire, yet countless more poured out from the pollution zone breach behind them. Amid surging black mist, the second and third waves tramped over the remains of their fallen kin, advancing steadily toward the defensive line. Suhai's Orca-class attack submarine joined the fight. He cranked the torpedo tube firing rate to maximum, every salvo cutting down swathes of corrupted targets. On the tactical sonar, red signals within the firing zone kept diminishing, while more red blips continued to emerge on the periphery. Just then, a new signal appeared on the sonar display, far larger than ordinary corrupted entities. From deep within the pollution zone breach, an enormous figure nearly 8 meters tall stepped forward slowly. Black vapor wrapped around it far thicker than the mist covering lesser corrupted creatures, almost completely shrouding its torso, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. In its right hand dragged a massive bone longsword, not scavenged weaponry, forged from its own mutated forearm bone, its edge lined with jagged bony spurs. An identification prompt popped up on the tactical sonar. Corrupted entity tier 2, threat level, high, traits, extremely fast speed, capable of short bursts of sprinting. Bone longsword can cleave standard submarine armor. Dense black vapor. Close contact inflicts moderate mental contamination. Lu Meng spotted the tier 2 corrupted entity as well. He shouted over comms. A tier 2. Leave it to me. The ironhead turned, 6 missiles locking onto the creature at once, arcing forward on white trails. Boom, 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 boom. 6 detonations slammed into the tier 2 corrupted entity. Sand and black mist churned into a thick fog. The large signal on sonar shook violently amid the explosions. As the haze cleared, the tier 2 entity stood its ground. The black vapor cloaking it had thinned, revealing its warped, mutated body beneath, but its advance never slowed. It lifted its head, blood-red eyes locking onto the ironhead, then burst forward. Sprinting, the 8-meter-tall body charged across the seabed at nearly 70 knots. The bone longsword dragged behind it, gouging a deep trench along the seabed. Black mist trailed along its sprint path, spreading endlessly, as if tearing an open wound through the seawater. Lu Meng's torpedoes raced to intercept head-on, yet the tier 2 entity twisted its body in an inhuman maneuver mid-sprint, folding like a boneless creature to slip between 2 incoming torpedoes. A third torpedo struck home. It was not a fatal blow. The blast tore away a huge chunk of flesh from its left shoulder. Black vapor gushed furiously from the wound, yet the sprint continued unabated. It closed in on the ironhead. The bone longsword rose overhead. It struck downward. The moment the blade bit into the ironhead's triple-layer composite armor, a shrill, teeth-grating screech of tearing metal echoed through the water. The first armor layer sliced apart like cardboard. The second buckled, twisted, and ripped open. The third barely halted the blade's advance, but the tip pierced the hull, carving a half-meter gash into the wall of the ironhead's cockpit. Seawater flooded inward through the crack. Lu Meng's roar exploded over the squad channel, born not of rage, but terror. While patching the breach with backup armor plating, he screamed, "Damn it! This monster cuts through my armor." Blasted to pieces. Every weapon aboard the ironhead poured fire onto the tier 2 entity at point-blank range. Torpedoes and missiles detonated inches from its body, shockwaves forcing the creature backward repeatedly, yet it refused to fall. The bone longsword lifted once more, swinging for a second strike. Lu Meng's face drained of all color. The tier 2 entity's blade sliced into the ironhead's missile silo, striking loaded missiles inside. The ordnance detonated within the launch bay, the explosion ripping outward from inside the submarine. The blast hurled the corrupted entity away from the hull, yet it also tore apart the Ironhead's cockpit. Lu Meng was killed in action. Suhai had foreseen Lu Meng's fate from the start and paid it no heed. His gaze remained fixed on the tactical sonar, watching ever more signals pouring forth from the pollution zone breach. Not merely low-tier Tier 1 corrupted entities, new Tier 2 signatures emerged as well. Not one, three. Three massive red blips surfaced deep within the breach, their black vapor signatures glowing on sonar like three burning black suns. Suhai's voice echoed across the squad channel, unyielding. Zhou Xiaoming, ignore the stragglers on the right for now. Fall back behind the central position to reload. Zhao Tianmei, he paused briefly. Unlock all weapons panels. Full firepower. Target, the Tier 2 corrupted entities. Zhao Tianmei's pupils constricted slightly. Boss, even direct missile hits from Lu Meng failed to take one down. Then we unleash more fire. Suhai's tone turned cold. Strike weak points, eyes, joints, neck, all areas thinly covered by black vapor. Program missiles and torpedoes to predict its evasion paths. Coordinate strikes from multiple angles simultaneously. What about ammunition consumption? We have enough. 2 words, no extra explanation. Every weapons system aboard the Orca-class attack submarine activated at that instant. Hatches on its vertical rear missile silos slammed open. Safety locks disengaged on the 6 forward heavy torpedo tubes. 4 secondary side torpedo tubes switched to rapid fire mode. Green indicator lights lit in a row across the ammunition rack, marking 1,686 rounds ready. Through the viewport of the Sanduo, Zhao Sanduo watched Suhai's Orca-class submarine surge out from the center of the defensive line. It did not linger behind the reefs to strike from safety. It charged straight toward the 3 Tier 2 corrupted entities emerging from the pollution zone breach. 1 submarine against 3 Tier 2 monsters. He's lost his mind, Zhao Sanduo shouted within his vessel. Suhai was perfectly lucid. These Tier 2 entities shared striking physical similarities with the bone shark king he had slain previously. Joints bore thinner black vapor coverage, obvious soft tissue fissures lined their necks, and their eye sockets lacked protective plating. Armor-piercing rounds penetrating these areas could inflict lethal damage. One critical difference remained. These corrupted entities possessed far greater evasive agility than the bone shark king. They could contort and shift direction mid-sprint in uncanny fashion, making standard torpedo targeting unreliable. Saturation strikes were required, launched from countless directions and angles, leaving no viable escape route regardless of which way they fled. The first Tier 2 corrupted entity closed to less than 500 meters from the Orca-class submarine, raising its bone longsword. Suhai pressed the missile launch switch. 8 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles surged forth at once. Then another 8. Then 8 more. 24 missiles carved a dense ballistic network through the seawater. Not all locked directly onto the entity itself. Instead, they targeted 6 separate vectors it might use to evade. Whichever direction it fled, at least 4 missiles would intercept its path. The Tier 2 entity twisted into an extreme evasive maneuver, dodging 6 missiles heading straight for it. But the direction it chose placed it squarely within the predicted trajectory of 4 side-mounted missiles. 2 struck the neck fissure, 1 slammed into its left eye socket, and another impacted its right leg joint. For simultaneous bursts of flame erupted across its body. Black vapor covering its neck ruptured, revealing rotting vertebrae beneath. Its left eye socket shattered, half the crimson glow fading away. Its right leg joint blew apart. The 8-meter-tall figure lost balance and dropped to one knee on the seabed sand. It was still alive, yet it could no longer stand. Suhai fired a supplementary armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket, which burrowed through the neck wound and detonated deep within its spinal column. The Tier 2 corrupted entity's body convulsed violently several times before falling motionless. Black vapor dispersed widely from its wounds, exposing decayed human remains beneath. Corrupted entity Tier 2 × 1 eliminated. First one down. Suhai's voice sounded calmly over the public squad channel, as if he had not just slain a monster capable of wiping out the defensive line, but merely tallying bottles of merchandise sold for the day. Silence hung over the squad channel for a moment. Then Zhao Sanduo's voice burst out. "Captain, you killed it. You took it down single-handedly." A flicker of emotion colored He-Hai's tone. "Impressive." Zhou Xiaoming could barely form coherent words, only sending a string of indistinct trembling noises over comms, overcome with excitement. The second and third Tier 2 corrupted entities charged forward at the same time. 2 8-meter monsters advanced side by side, attacking from separate flanks in a pincer maneuver. Both wielded bone longswords, their black vapor churning thicker than that cloaking the first creature, evidence of longer exposure to corruption within the pollution zone and greater combat strength. Half a human face still lingered on the forehead of one, a middle-aged man's features. One side corroded away by black mist, the other still retaining the contours of his living face, the corners of his mouth frozen in a twisted expression that seemed half smile, half sob. Suhai's pupils narrowed slightly. He hesitated not a second, unlocking every remaining missile and torpedo on his weapons panel. Full firepower. He did not target just one. He engaged both simultaneously. First volley. 16 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles split into 2 groups, 8 veering left, 8 right, blocking the advance paths of both Tier 2 entities. Second volley. 24 heavy torpedoes launched sequentially from the 6 forward tubes, weaving a crisscross fire grid across the submarine plane. Third volley. 12 depth-charge ordnance streamed from the secondary side torpedo tubes, detonating between the 2 corrupted entities to create a shockwave barrier, severing their coordinated assault. 3 successive volleys unleashed nearly 50 rounds of ammunition in under 30 seconds. This was no precision strike. It was carpet bombing. Continuous explosions lit the seabed plain ahead of the defensive line bright as daylight. Sand, rock fragments, black blood and shredded flesh churned into a turbid cloud amid shockwaves, blanketing the sonar screen with static interference. When the smoke cleared, the second Tier 2 corrupted entity had been blown to pieces. For missiles and 2 torpedoes struck it from divergent angles, breaching its black vapor shield in at least 6 locations. 1 armor-piercing shell bored into its chest and detonated amid its vital organs. Its body shattered into chunks. Black vapor poured out from the wreckage, revealing decaying human bones within. Corrupted entity Tier 2x2 eliminated. The third Tier 2 corrupted entity, the one bearing half a human face on its forehead, still lived. Its left arm had been torn off, half its right leg blown away, and its bone longsword lay discarded dozens of meters away amid the sand. It dragged its broken form forward across the seabed, pushing itself up with its remaining arm towards Suhai's submarine. No trace of pain or fear lingered in its blood-red eyes, only pure killing drive forged by corruptive power. Its jaw stretched open in a silent roar. Black vapor surged up from its throat, spreading into tentacle-like smoke within the seawater, drifting toward the Orca-class submarine. A psychic assault. Suhai felt a cold, alien awareness trying to burrow into his mind. It was not physical pain, but something far deeper, akin to someone scraping the inner surface of his skull with fingernails. Dark shadows warped the edges of his vision, faint whispers humming in his eardrums. He could not distinguish the words, yet every syllable cut as sharp as a blade. The passive effect of the shark heart activated instantly. His mental attribute of 60 formed an invisible barrier within his body. The frigid intruding sensation weakened drastically upon hitting the barrier. The whispers grew distant and blurred, as if spoken by someone kilometers away on the ocean surface. A dark silhouette struggled at the edge of his vision a few times before being forced back by an invisible force. Suhai shook his head, casting off the last trace of that invasive sensation. Then he pressed the firing switch for an armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket. Trailing a thin trail of white smoke, the rocket slammed straight into the center of the half-human face on the forehead of the third Tier 2 corrupted entity, the spot where mental contamination energy was most concentrated. The armor-piercing warhead tore through the already fragile black aura barrier, penetrated its skull, and detonated. The half-human face twisted for an instant amid the explosion, before bursting apart along with the entire head. Thick black mist gushed from the severed neck. The 8-meter-tall mangled body twitched one final time, then crashed to the ground. Tier 2 corrupted entity, slain ×3. Silence briefly fell over the battlefield. Then the squad communications channel erupted. Zhao Sanwa's voice came out almost as a roar. Three Tier 2 foes. The captain took down all 3 by himself. Am I dreaming? He pinch me. Hai's tone remained gruff, yet his hurried pace betrayed his excitement. You're not dreaming. All 3 are dead. Zhou Xiaoming's voice had completely shifted, changing from that of a timid young girl to an ecstatic fan's shriek. Captain, 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 you're incredible. Ah, Captain, you're unstoppable. Suhai did not reply. On his tactical sonar, more signals were surging out from the breach in the contamination zone. Though the 3 Tier 2 corrupted entities had fallen, the number of Tier 1 entities had not dwindled. If anything, it kept rising. Now bereft of their Tier 2 leaders, they had grown far more feral. Abandoning their orderly advance formation, they swarmed toward the defensive line as one mass. Su Hai told Zhao Tianmei to keep the fire constant. Launch all missiles, torpedoes, and depth charges. Don't hold back ammunition for my sake. Zhao Tianmei gritted her teeth and held down the firing switch all the way. The fire systems of the Orca-class attack submarine unleashed fire at maximum sustained output. Ammunition poured endlessly from every launch tube, forming an almost unbroken wall of explosions ahead of the defensive line. Zhao Sanduo and He Hai cranked up their firepower as well. Zhou Xiaoming's lightning weaved continuously along the flank, using rapid-fire cannons to pick off stray corrupted entities that broke through the blast barrier. Ammunition consumption climbed rapidly, yet Su Hai paid no mind to the ammunition tally. Seated in the pilot's chair, he closed his eyes and breathed slow, deep breaths, his mind racing over another matter. Fusion. Slaying those 3 Tier 2 entities head-on had cost him nearly 200 rounds of ammunition. Though his magazine stock could still hold out, he could not sustain this rate of consumption. Combat would continue for another 4 to 5 hours. If he kept relying on saturation strikes to deal with high-tier monsters, his ammunition would eventually run dry. More importantly, that corrupted entity bearing the remnant human face on its forehead, the mental assault it unleashed at the last moment, had been blocked by his powerful mental strength. But if he faced 3 or 4 such mental contamination attacks at once, or encountered an even higher-tier corrupted entity, he had no guarantee he could endure it. He needed more effective weaponry and methods to defend against mental intrusion. Yet fusing 100 axes earlier had nearly drained his mental strength, and he had not fully recovered to this moment. His mind felt like an elastic band pulled taut, then suddenly released. It did not exactly hurt, but it hung loose and slack, slowing his reaction speed and dulling his focus. Zhao Tianmei, Su Hai opened his eyes. Keep up the bombardment. Ensure the defensive line holds. I'm heading to the storage hold. Zhao Tianmei asked no questions and took over control of the weapon systems. Su Hai rose from the pilot's seat, walked into the storage hold, and stopped before the workbench. He opened the trade channel and searched for items that restore mental strength. Very few results appeared. Several sellers listed goods such as mint tea, deep-sea coffee, and calming seaweed extract. Their descriptions noted minor mental strength restoration, priced anywhere from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. Su Hai bought every single one, 6 items in total, costing several hundred gold coins. After stowing the goods in his spatial storage, he posted a message on the global channel. Wanted. Food or potions that rapidly restore mental strength and stamina. Price negotiable. Message me if you have stock. He waited for a while after sending the message, but received no replies. It was not that no one had seen it. Panic-filled messages flooded the global channel as everyone discussed the defense mission. His buying request was buried beneath countless scrolling lines of chat almost instantly. The handful of private messages he received were only weapon sales pitches, which he turned down. Su Hai closed the global channel and rubbed his temples, ready to begin the fusion process. Just then, a notification chimed from his private chat channel. It was not the global channel, but the squad channel, the temporary team communication group automatically created by the system when assigning defense sectors. The message came from an account with a cute pink jellyfish avatar, ID, Zhou Xiaoming. Captain, I saw your post on the global channel looking for mental strength restoratives. Did you burn through a lot of mental energy? I have plenty of food that offers fast recovery. I'll bring them over to you. Su Hai froze for a moment. He had steeled himself for the possibility of getting no mental power supplies tonight and forcing through the fusion process regardless. He never expected this young girl, Zhou Xiaoming, whose voice on the team channel was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, to seek him out on her own initiative. He replied, "What is it?" Zhou Xiaoming's message popped up instantly. Deep-sea royal jelly, rare grade. I made it myself. I possess a talent for crafting supportive consumables. Its effect is an instant restoration of 40 mental power and 40 stamina. I have 3 jars. 1 is enough for me, and I'll give the remaining 2 to the captain. Before Su Hai could type a response, a trade request appeared. 2 jars of deep-sea royal jelly, priced at 0 gold coins. The note read, "Captain, stay strong." Su Hai stared at the 0 gold coins, marked for several seconds before accepting the trade. 2 palm-sized transparent jars materialized in his storage space. They held golden, translucent viscous liquid that shimmered with a gentle glow beneath the lights. Tiny golden particles floated suspended within the fluid as the jars swayed slightly. Deep-sea royal jelly rare. Effect: instantly restores 40 mental power and 40 stamina upon consumption. Note: bees of the deep sea? Not exactly. It is a secretion from a type of mutated jellyfish. It boasts an exceptionally rich, sweet flavor, and its practical effects are far more reliable than fleeting whims. Fleeting whims only drain your mental energy, while this replenishes it. Suhai's mouth twitched. The system notes were as wry as ever. He picked up one jar of royal jelly, twisted off the lid, and took a sip. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, an intense sweetness burst forth, not the monotonous sweetness of refined sugar, but a layered, floral sweetness, smooth and warm, as if he had bitten into an entire blooming meadow. Then the medicinal effect kicked in. Recovery was not gradual, it was instantaneous. A mild yet powerful warm current spread from his stomach throughout his body, flowing into every limb before converging toward his head. The hollow, drained emptiness deep within his mind was filled by the warmth, much like parched, cracked riverbeds nourished by a fresh stream of water. His vision sharpened, his thoughts grew clear again, and his reaction speed and focus returned to their peak. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Suhai took a deep breath, stowed the remaining half jar back into storage, and walked over to the workbench. He hauled 10 XM9 heavy torpedoes from the ammunition rack and lined them up on the surface. He drew a deep breath, placed both hands on either side of the workbench, and muttered the word fuse. Violet light erupted. All 10 torpedoes decomposed and reconstructed simultaneously amid the radiance. He could feel his mental power steadily drained by a persistent force. The strain was not as brutal as when he had fused 100 axes earlier, yet the consumption was plainly noticeable. The violet glow lasted roughly 5 seconds before abruptly fading. A brand new torpedo rested on the workbench. It was a full size larger than the standard model. Its shell had changed from military camouflage to matte dark black, with a ring of dim golden runic patterns etched around the warhead, flickering faintly like slow breathing under the lights. Fine scale-like textures covered the hull, imparting a subtle abrasive texture to the touch. Fusion complete. XM9 heavy torpedo times 10 dark-scale piercing torpedo times 1. Dark-scale piercing torpedo, 500 increased destructive power. Grants the armor-piercing trait, deals bonus penetrating damage against armor, energy shields, and black gas defensive layers. Grants the tracking trait, can execute 3 course corrections after locking onto a target, lowering the target's evasion chance by 90. Suhai held the dark-scale piercing torpedo in his hands, sensing its substantial weight and the faint warmth emanating from the golden runes on its hull. 10 ordinary heavy torpedoes forged 1 piercing torpedo. The cost ratio stood at 10-1, yet the difference in combat performance was night and day. Previously, engaging second-order contaminated entities required 8 to 10 missiles striking simultaneously to breach their black gas barriers. A single dark-scale piercing torpedo could accomplish the same feat. He took another mouthful of royal jelly to replenish the mental power he had just expended, then completed the fusion sequence for the first batch of 10 dark-scale piercing torpedoes. 10 dark-scale piercing torpedoes stood neatly on the ammunition rack, the golden runes on their hulls glinting with cold, faint light. It was still not enough. While continuing his fusions, he transmitted new orders to Zhao Tianmei via the submarine communications system. Maintain sustained fire suppression. Deploy more decoys and conserve live ordnance. Hold the first-order monsters back. Do not let them draw near the reef cluster. Wait for me to finish. Zhao Tianmei acknowledged him over the communications channel, her voice taut yet calm. She simultaneously piloted the Orca-class attack submarine and managed its weapon systems, steering the vessel to constantly shift positions along the frontline defense. She laid overlapping fire barriers across the seabed, playing using sonar decoys and depth charges. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, yet her hands remained steady, the timing of every launch perfectly calibrated. Suhai could hear her occasional ragged breaths and the rapid tapping of her fingers against the weapon panel from the channel. He refocused his attention and kept fusing. The royal jelly aided his mental recovery, but his mental power was not inexhaustible. Though fusing 100 standard torpedoes in batches was far less taxing than fusing 100 axes all at once, creating 10 dark-scale piercing torpedoes had drained nearly 60% of his mental reserves. He leaned against the warehouse wall and closed his eyes to rest for several minutes. Opening the trade inventory, he retrieved all the mental recovery supplies he had collected earlier: mint tea, deep sea coffee, soothing seaweed extracts. He drank them one after another. The mint tea carried a cool, refreshing tang. The coffee was bitter and invigorating. The seaweed extract had a salty, fishy taste, yet all delivered tangible effects. His mental power climbed back close to full capacity. Then he resumed fusing, second batch of 10, third batch of 10, fourth batch. On the ammunition rack, the number of dark-scale piercing torpedoes rose from 10 to 20, 30, 40. Between each burst of violet light, his mental power was repeatedly emptied and replenished, drained and restored once more. By the later batches, throbbing pains returned to his temples, and a dull tension spread across the back of his head. But he did not stop. He had set a target of 100. 100 dark-scale piercing torpedoes, the condensed equivalent of 1,000 standard torpedoes, and the most reliable guarantee to break through tonight's positional battle. When he finished the final batch, the count of dark-scale piercing torpedoes on the ammunition rack reached 104. He loaded all the dark-scale piercing torpedoes into the Orca-class attack submarine's torpedo tubes and missile silos. Heavy torpedo tubes received priority loading, while vertical launch silos held a mixed load of dark-scale piercing torpedoes and conventional missiles. Rows of pale blue indicator lights lit up on the weapons panel, the exclusive identification hue of the dark-scale piercing torpedoes. He leaned against the warehouse wall and exhaled deeply. The exhaustion weighing on his mind was suppressed by the royal jelly's effects, yet not fully erased, much like aching muscles wrapped beneath a bandage. At that moment, the tactical sonar emitted a shrill alarm. It was not the dense, noisy signal of swarming first-order contaminated entities, nor the massive, solitary signature of a second-order contaminated entity. The instant this signal appeared on the sonar screen, red warning glows spread along every edge of the display. It marked a third-order signature. From deep within the breach in the contamination zone, a colossal creature over 15 meters tall slowly emerged. Its form no longer resembled a human being entirely. Its upper torso retained the outline of a human female, with elongated arms and 6 claw-like bone spurs in place of fingers. Starting from the waist, its lower body belonged to an entirely inhuman form. 7 giant tentacles, akin to those of an octopus, extended outward, each stretching over 10 meters long and covered in black chitinous scales. The tip of every tentacle bore a sucker-shaped maw lined with circular serrated fangs. A twisted crown of bone spurs jutted from the back of its skull. Black gas billowed through gaps in the crown, forming a thick, visible black mist barrier surrounding its body. Its face remained intact, the features of a young woman, delicate and even beautiful. Yet the face bore no expression whatsoever. Its eyes were solid crimson, with black fluid continuously seeping from its pupils and diffusing into fine black mist within the seawater. The tactical sonar displayed identification data, contaminated entity third order mutation. Threat level, extreme. Traits. All 7 tentacles can target multiple foes simultaneously. Each tentacle's terminal sucker inflicts mental drain upon contact. Targets seized by the suckers endure continuous mental contamination. The black mist barrier possesses exceptional durability. Direct hits from standard ordnance can only erode barrier thickness and cannot penetrate it. Attack methods include tentacle strangulation, mental shriek, and black mist corrosion. Special warning: third-order contaminated entities wield area of effect mental attacks. At set intervals, it unleashes a mental shriek that covers the entire defensive line. All players within the radius must pass a mental contamination check. Those with insufficient mental attribute risk experiencing hallucinations, mania, and self-harm. On the tactical sonar screen, the enormous red signature slowly rose from the contamination zone breach. Suhai observed the sight without panic, remaining perfectly calm. He thought to himself, perfect timing to test my new armament. Zhao Tianmei glanced over at him. Her lips moved, yet she said nothing. The rest of the squad reacted far less composedly. Over the team channel, Zhao Sanduo's voice trembled noticeably. A third order? The system labels it a third-order mutant. He Hai's tone had shifted as well, his usual gruffness tainted with suppressed tension. 15-meter class. 7 tentacles. Mental shriek. The system marks threat level extreme. Zhou Xiaoming practically shrieked over the channel. Captain! Captain! Another huge one. Bigger than all the ones we've faced so far. Zhao Sanduo and He Hai opened fire at once. The Sanduo-class vessel unleashed all its depth charges and torpedoes toward the third-order contaminated entity. He Hai's Manatee-class locked for missiles onto its tentacles. Explosive flames burst against the entity, sending ripples across its black mist barrier, but nothing more. The woman's face slowly turned toward Zhao Sanduo and He Hai's position. Then it opened its mouth. It was not a scream, but something far more horrifying. An invisible shockwave of mental energy spread outward from its jaws like a transparent tsunami, sweeping across the entire defensive line in an instant. Mental shriek activated. The moment the shockwave washed over the submarine hull, all lights in the cockpit flickered and dimmed. Zhao Tianmei let out a brief groan. Her hands slipped from the control levers, and she slumped limply in the co-pilot's seat, her eyes rolling back as her body began convulsing uncontrollably. A scream came from Zhou Xiaoming over the channel, not a cry of fear, but a shriek brought on by mental collapse. Her Lightning-class vessel began circling aimlessly on the outer edge of the right-side reef cluster, its engines malfunctioning, and its rapid-fire cannons spraying blind rounds in every direction. Zhao Sandui's cries echoed through communications. He clutched his head and rolled around inside his cockpit, repeating a woman's name over and over, a loved one from the surface world, his voice growing hoarser and more desperate by the second. He-Hi's groans were quieter, yet far more unsettling. He said nothing, only hammering the instrument panel with his fists, blow after blow, until his knuckles split and bled without pause. For the first time, a faint shift crossed the beautiful woman's face belonging to the third-order contaminated entity. It had heard the roar of artillery fire. Su-Hai fully activated the Orca-class attack submarine's weapons systems in that instant. Hatches covering the vertical missile silos along its rear deck slid open, safety locks disengaged on the 6 forward heavy torpedo tubes, and 4 secondary lateral torpedo tubes entered rapid-fire mode. Zhao Tianmei was no longer capable of operating the weapon systems, but Su-Hai required no assistance. His hands blurred across the weapon panel, locking targets, launching ordnance, switching ammunition types, reacquiring targets. Every movement followed a precise, almost ruthless rhythm. First volley. 12 standard heavy torpedoes and 8 conventional missiles formed a mixed barrage. 20 rounds launched in under 10 seconds. Explosive flames erupted against the third-order contaminated entity's black mist barrier, sending violent ripples surging across the shield. Once the blasts faded, however, the barrier remained intact. A subtle smirk tugged at the woman's face. She made no immediate counterattack. She simply stood there, watching Su-Hai's submarine with cold contempt, as if observing a moth repeatedly slamming into a pane of glass. From her perspective, the human's actions were foolish and pointless. The only remaining submarine capable of launching attacks persisted in futile attempts to strike her with crude metal ordnance. Her third eye, the dark red vertical eye set at the center of the bone spur crown on the back of her head, possessed mental perception far exceeding ordinary sight. She could see the internal structure of every projectile, warhead materials, fuse mechanisms, blast radii. Against a third-order entity, such weapons were essentially meaningless. All beings beneath the third-order threshold were mere ants. The second volley of artillery arrived. The Orca-class attack submarine's launch tubes disgorged another wave of ordnance. This time, 16 torpedoes paired with 8 missiles, a larger barrage than the first. Trajectories varied deliberately, direct forward strikes, arcing flanking assaults, and rounds that ascended before diving vertically downward, attempting to exploit weak points in the barrier from all angles. The third-order contaminated entity scanned the incoming projectiles with her mental perception. Still ordinary armaments. Heavy torpedoes, Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, depth charge warheads. Identical models to the previous volley, only greater in number. Human thought patterns were predictably simplistic. They believed hurling more metal could change the outcome. Her smirk deepened. Insufficient attack power remained insufficient. Even hundreds of strikes from countless directions, even a tenfold increase in quantity, could never breach the black mist barrier. She did not even bother evading. Let the human exhaust its ammunition, sink into despair, and suffer mental breakdown just like the others. Then she would advance slowly and tear apart this irritating metal shell tentacle by tentacle. Explosive flames engulfed her form once again. The black mist barrier rippled violently. The disturbance matched that of the first volley, stabilizing swiftly once the blast subsided. The woman's smirk never faded. Then the third volley arrived. The third-order contaminated entity habitually swept the new wave of ordnance with her mental perception. Her smirk froze. Something was wrong. The internal structure of these projectiles was entirely different. Their warheads were forged not from standard military alloy, but a dull matte black metal covered in scale-like textures. Golden runic patterns were embedded within the fuses, and her mental perception recoiled upon making contact with those markings. The payload inside the hull was not conventional explosive, but an unfamiliar dark red semi-fluid emanating an energy signature that triggered primal alarm within her. These were no ordinary munitions. She did not recognize them. She had devoured countless humans and mutated creatures within the contamination zone. extracting fragments of memory to learn the rules of this world. Military torpedoes, anti-ship missiles, depth charges, she knew all conventional weapon models and had grown immune to them. These new projectiles fell outside everything she knew. An emotion she had not experienced in ages surfaced from the remnants of her human consciousness: uncertainty. Uncertainty toward the unknown. She could not tell what these munitions would do, how much damage they might inflict, or whether her barrier could hold. She simply did not know, and the unknown stood closest to fear. She tried to dodge, yet it was already too late. Suhai had mixed the dark-scale piercing torpedoes amid the ordinary ordnance. The first two volleys had used only standard rounds, conditioning the third-order entity to assume he possessed nothing but conventional weapons. The opening portion of the third volley also consisted of regular ordnance, with 8 dark-scale piercing torpedoes concealed in the latter half. By the time her mental perception detected the anomaly, the 8 specialized torpedoes were less than 20 meters away from her body. The moment the first dark-scale piercing torpedo collided with the black mist barrier, the golden runes on its warhead blazed to life. There was no immediate explosion. Penetration activated. The piercing property took effect. The dark warhead tore through the dense black mist as easily as cutting thin gauze. A visible hole was punched through the black mist barrier. The torpedo slipped through the opening into the space inside the shield, detonating less than 3 meters from the third-order entity's torso. Boom. The dark red blast did not expand outward at first, it imploded inward. Once compression reached its limit, the energy burst outward with multiplied force. This unique detonation pattern was a product of fusion refinement for dark-scale munitions, implosion followed by external detonation, concentrating all destructive force within the tightest possible radius. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. All 8 dark-scale piercing torpedoes penetrated the black mist barrier and detonated in sequence within the gap between the shield and the entity's torso. Sheets of dark red fire merged, wrapping the third-order contaminated entity entirely. The expression on the woman's face finally shifted. Contempt faded, replaced by unmaskable shock and rage. Her jaw parted, preparing to unleash a second psychic shriek, but a dark-scale piercing torpedo surged into her mouth the instant her lips spread open. The detonation erupted from within. Half of her cheek was blown away, revealing black bone and decaying muscle beneath. The spiked crown atop her skull fractured under the blast wave, and blood-red eyes tore free from their sockets. 7 tentacles lashed wildly in agony. 3 were severed by subsequent explosions, jetting black blood like spilled ink. Yet this Tier 3 corrupted entity possessed far greater vitality than its Tier 2 kin. It strove to reform its energy shield, to counterattack with its remaining tentacles, to locate the submarine that had wounded it and tear it apart. Suhai gave it no chance. He ordered a full salvo of loaded dark-scale piercing torpedoes. 20 dark-scale piercing torpedoes launched simultaneously from every tube, striking from the front, flanks, above and below, attacking from all viable angles. Runes etched across the warheads traced 20 pale blue light trails through the deep sea, weaving into a closing net of death. The Tier 3 corrupted entity lashed out with its 4 surviving tentacles in a frantic attempt to intercept, but the tracking property of the dark-scale warheads cut evasion odds by 90%. Its flailing limbs only managed to block 2 torpedoes, which detonated inside the tentacles and blew them to shreds. The remaining 18 found their mark. Interlocking crimson explosions bloomed into a blinding orb akin to a miniature sun. The black mist shield collapsed completely under sustained armor-piercing strikes. The 15-meter mutated body was ripped to fragments amid the blasts. Limbs and black blood churned through seawater. The spiked crown shattered entirely, and the final emotions frozen on the beautiful feminine face, shock, fury, refusal, vanished forever as the head was torn apart. Corrupted entity Tier 3 mutant ×1 eliminated. Once the shockwaves dispersed, a brief silence fell over the battlefield. It was not ordinary quiet, but a hush where every being held its breath, as if even the seawater itself had ceased flowing. Inside the squad channel, Hihai was the first to break the stillness. He halted, his fist pounding against the instrument panel, blood still trickling from his knuckles, yet his voice regained clarity. Staring at the massive fading red signature on the sonar screen, he spoke 2 words in his trademark gruff tone. "It's dead." Zhao Sanduo clambered up from the cockpit floor, tear streaks staining his cheeks and mucus clinging to his upper lip. He gazed out the viewport at the spreading crimson glow left by the explosion, his lips trembling repeatedly before he roared into the channel with every ounce of strength. The captain took down a Tier 3 all by himself. Zhou Xiaoming's voice came through the channel. She was still crying, though this time from relief. Wu Captain, Captain, I truly thought I was going to die. She rambled amid her sobs, spamming a string of random emoticons in the channel. The lightning finally stopped spinning aimlessly and regained stable control. Suhai flexed his fingers in the cockpit, his expression unchanging. He turned his head slightly to glance at the co-pilot's seat. Zhao Tianmei had regained consciousness. Though the psychic shriek's effect was brutal, her mental strength was substantial. She had only briefly blacked out and suffered no permanent psychic damage. Rubbing her temples, she sat upright in the co-pilot chair. The first thing she saw was the vanishing Tier 3 signature on the sonar display. Suhai reallocated the remaining dark-scale piercing torpedoes to each launch tube. How are you feeling? Can you resume operations? I can. Zhao Tianmei reclaimed the control yoke. Her fingers still trembled faintly, but her tone steadied. I'm all right, just a mild headache. Suhai nodded, then opened the squad channel. All units, report status. Zhao Sanduo cut in first. Sanduo has 40% ammunition remaining. Minor hull damage, still combat ready. Captain, you're incredible. I barely saw that full salvo. What model are those black torpedoes? How did one blast straight through a Tier 3 shield? Hihai's voice followed closely. Seabull holds 30% ammunition. Hull intact. Minor engine fault, still operational. Can continue fighting. Zhou Xiaoming's tone still carried remnants of sobbing, yet she spoke coherently. Lightning. Lightning has half its ammo left. The vessel's fine, just scraped against reefs when the psychic attack seized control earlier, leaving a scratch on the hull. It's nothing serious. Suhai spoke calmly. All submarines, be advised. The battle is not over. Numerous Tier 1 corrupted entities remain along the defense line, and Tier 2 signatures have not been fully cleared. Reform formation, rearm, and prepare for the next wave. No sooner had he finished speaking than new shifts appeared on the tactical sonar. Out on the battlefield, the Tier 1 corrupted entities that had been charging the defense line ferociously exhibited abnormal behavior after the Tier 3 leader's demise. They abandoned their reckless assault and began hovering at the outer perimeter of the front line. Some even halted entirely, staring vacantly toward the fading crimson blast glow above the battlefield with blood-red eyes. They had witnessed their Tier 3 leader's death. Though the corrupted entities' minds were overridden by corruptive power, primitive biological instinct lingered within them. The Tier 3 leader was the strongest among their swarm, the core driving force behind their offensive. When that core was blown into fragments by human firepower, fear, the primal, unshakable terror that corruption could never fully erase, began spreading among the horde. Several vanguard entities started retreating. Dragging their twisted, mutated limbs, they edged backward toward the breach leading to the corrupted zone. At first they moved slowly, testing the defense line's response. When no strikes targeted the retreating creatures, more entities followed suit. They're scared. Zhao Sanduo's shout echoed through the channel, his voice cracking with excitement. Captain, they're terrified. They're pulling back. Suhai had observed it clearly. He would not let the corrupted entities retreat unhindered. All defense line units. His voice cut across the squad channel, cold as steel quenched in seawater. Full firepower. Pursue. Zhou Xiaoming reacted first. The lightning surged out from behind the right reef cluster, engines roaring, twin propellers churning white eddies as it surged at maximum speed toward the fleeing Tier 1 swarm. Her fear faded. Her voice still shook with leftover tears, edged with gritted resolve. You chased me. You terrified me. Now it's your turn. Rapid-fire cannons unleashed sustained barrages, shells pouring down onto the corrupted entities like rain. Multiple Tier 1 creatures exploded, black blood billowing through the seawater. Zhao Sanduo's Sanduo charged out right behind her. He deployed all remaining depth charges behind the retreating horde, igniting successive walls of flame to cut off their escape. Running? You thought you could get away? Where was that ferocity when you charged forward? He roared while launching torpedoes, each one striking the densest clusters of entities. Hihai said nothing, yet his Seabull moved swiftly. The heavy submarine glided steadily out from the left reef cluster. Hatches on its dorsal missile bays flew open, for missiles trailing white streaks as they homed in on Tier 2 entities attempting to hold formation. He was never one for idle talk, yet every strike he delivered was far more precise and ruthless than Zhao Sanduo and Zhou Xiaoming's. The Orca-class attack submarine opened fire as well. Suhai conserved his dark-scale piercing torpedoes. They were reserved as a trump card against higher-tier threats. Standard ordnance was more than sufficient to handle Tier 1 stragglers and scattered Tier 2 targets. Heavy torpedoes, Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, depth demolition charges poured forth in steady waves. He would not waste excessive standard ammunition on stray Tier 2 targets. Whenever fresh Tier 2 signatures appeared on sonar, he loaded a single dark-scale piercing torpedo, locked on, fired, and eliminated the target in one clean sequence. Zhao Sanduo watched the entire sequence unfold on the channel and exclaimed, "Taking down Tier 2 foes feels just as easy as Tier 1 for the captain. Is there some unbalanced advantage in this realm?" Firepower across the entire 47th Defense Line surged. For combat platforms, output fire at peak efficiency. The corrupted entity's retreat devolved into rout, then a one-sided slaughter. Time passed, and at last, no new corrupted entity signatures emerged from the breach on the tactical sonar. Remaining hostiles were cornered along the breach edge. They abandoned counterattack entirely, scrambling to squeeze back through the opening into the dark abyss shrouded by corruption. Shortly afterward, the system countdown hit 0. Abyss defense mission. Remaining time, midnight. Mission concluded. As the countdown reached its end, an uncanny scene unfolded at the corrupted zone breach. The corrupted entities struggling to slip inside suddenly froze simultaneously, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. Then an irresistible force dragged them violently backward into the breach. It was no organized withdrawal or flight, but forcible suction governed by laws beyond physical reality. Every entity's body contorted violently as they were pulled inward, black mist sloughing off their forms to reveal rotting human remains beneath. The crimson light barrier along the breach reignited like a closing gate, sealing off the corrupted zone from safe waters once more. The final corrupted entity vanished within the barrier as it clamped shut completely. Silence descended over the battlefield. The abyssal plain bore only blast craters, discarded torpedo wreckage, charred seabed sand, and scattered glowing loot orbs drifting through the seawater. Zhao Sanduo was the first to speak in the squad channel, brimming with unrestrained exhilaration. "We won. We actually won." Zhou Xiaoming followed, laughing and crying all at once. "I'm alive. I survived. I fought through this battle, and I'm still alive." He uttered no words, yet a long, heavy exhale resounded over the channel. That breath carried countless emotions, fatigue, relief, and a quiet sense of belonging he would never put into speech. Just then, a deep, imposing system announcement boomed inside every player's mind. It was not the usual crisp chime, but a soul-shaking low rumble reserved exclusively for pivotal events, the same tone used for the initial defense mission notice. Suhai recognized the sound. System Announcement Region EC-7724. Abyss Defense Mission completed. Regional security restored. We honor all players for your bravery. Your sacrifices and resistance have preserved hope for further advancement within this region. Contribution value ranking calculation commencing. All players remain stationary during tabulation. Rewards will be distributed by ranking once calculations finish. Once the announcement faded, the regional channel erupted into chatter. "It's over. Truly over. I made it out alive. The commander of our defense line is a powerhouse. He endured 40% of all incoming damage. We would have perished without him. We have a top-tier fighter on our line too. He single-handedly eliminated 3 Tier 2 entities, and we worked alongside reinforcements to wear down our Tier 3 threat. You encountered Tier 3 foes? Our defense line only faced 2 Tier 2s, and we nearly suffered total annihilation clearing them. A Tier 3 emerged at our defense line as well. It almost wiped us out entirely, until the system summoned elite players from adjacent defense lines to assist. We barely managed to kill it." Minutes later, the official rankings were released. Suhai opened the system announcement panel. A massive, translucent light screen unfolded before his eyes. Golden characters blazed across the top. Region EC-7724, Abyss Defense Mission, Contribution Value Rankings. Beneath the header, the list rolled downward starting from first place. Rank 1, Thunder Zhao Tianlei. Affiliation, Thunder Alliance, Alliance Leader. Vessel, Thunder Class Vessel Tier 3. Contribution Value, 584,721. Elimination Highlights. Tier 3 Corrupted Entity times 1. Tier 2 Corrupted Entity times 7. Tier 1 Corrupted Entity times 312. Evaluation, Unstoppable Thunder. He stood at the forefront, bearing the core pressure of the entire defense line alone. The Tier 3 Corrupted Entity lasted barely the span of a meal against him. Suhai raised an eyebrow slightly. First place belonged to Zhao Tianlei, leader of the Thunder Alliance. The Thunder Alliance was the faction that posted regional notices declaring, "The weak need not apply. Thunder only accepts the strong." His vessel was Tier 3, and his combat record also included one Tier 3 corrupted entity kill. Rank 2, Free Lin Shuang. Affiliation, Free Alliance, Alliance Leader. Vessel, Queen of Frost Tier 3. Contribution value, 561,203. Elimination highlights, Tier 3 corrupted entity times 1, Tier 2 corrupted entity times 5, Tier 1 corrupted entity times 287. Evaluation, Lone Wolf of the ICCs. Every torpedo strikes precisely at corrupted entity weak points. The Tier 3 foe was frozen solid by her assaults before shattering into powder. Second place was Lin Shuang, leader of the Free Alliance, the faction whose motto ran, "We seek no charity from others, nor give charity to anyone." Her vessel was also Tier 3, and she had independently eliminated a Tier 3 corrupted entity as well. Rank 3, Suhai. Affiliation, none. Vessel, Orca Class Attack Submarine Tier 2. Contribution value, 491,830. Elimination highlights, Tier 3 corrupted entity times 1, Tier 2 corrupted entity times 5, Tier 1 corrupted entity times 256. Evaluation, Lone Wanderer of the Deep Sea. He obliterated a Tier 3 corrupted entity with a single volley of mysterious torpedoes in a staggeringly brief span. No one knows where he came from, yet all have memorized his name. Third place. Suhai stared at the ranking, his expression still calm. Zhao Tianmei stole a quiet glance at him from the co-pilot seat and said nothing. He felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he analyzed the two names above him and the information they represented. Zhao Tianlei and Lin Shuang were both alliance leaders piloting Tier 3 submarines. Each had independently slain a Tier 3 corrupted entity, proving they each possessed trump weapons comparable to Suhai's dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Zhao Tianlei's elimination tally was higher. His Tier 3 vessel boasted superior sustained firepower, a clear equipment advantage. It seemed Suhai was not the only one wielding extraordinary advantages within these deep seas. The system announcement continued scrolling. Premium rewards were issued to the top competitors. The top 3 received exclusive hidden bonuses, and all players within the top 10% earned abundant supplies. Suhai opened his reward mail. System mail, contribution, ranking reward rank 3. Congratulations, Suhai. You claimed third place with outstanding performance during the Abyss Defense mission. As the sole unaffiliated player to break into the top 3 across the entire region, the system has prepared these exclusive rewards for you. Base reward, 5,000 gold coins deposited to account. Ranking reward, Tier 2 Evolution Energy Core times 1 stored in inventory. Hidden reward, Canyon Entry Pass times 1 stored in inventory. Note, the Canyon Entry Pass is mandatory passage to the next sea zone. Crossing the strait entrance is impossible without it. Keep it safe. Suhai's gaze lingered on the line mentioning the Canyon Entry Pass. The Canyon Entry Pass. The strait entrance marked on his hand-drawn map, the location where all survivors would eventually converge, required official passage. The pass rested inside his inventory, a palm-sized translucent crystal card etched with flowing pale golden runes. Zhao Tianmei's reward panel popped open next. Her contribution value placed her within the top 15%. For a non-combat co-pilot, this was an impressive standing. The system granted her 10,000 gold coins and an assortment of basic materials. She whispered 10,000 gold coins from the co-pilot seat, barely containing her delight. With rewards claimed, players did not linger long. One after another, they departed the oppressive battlefield, navigating away from the corrupted zone. Suhai was about to close the reward panel when a familiar cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Daily Intelligence System. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Time remaining until next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes and 47 seconds. A translucent 5-pointed star selection panel unfolded before him. Suhai's gaze swept back and forth across the 5 available options. He needed materials for Tier 2 evolution. Stellar iron, mithril, adamantite, premium-grade rubber. These rare materials could not be purchased via the trade channel. He would have to find them himself. And he knew the most efficient way to locate them. He stretched out a finger and tapped Resource Intelligence. The white light interface burst apart into streaks of silver radiance. A pale gold holographic map unfurled once more before his eyes. Then Suhai froze. The map clearly displayed the underwater terrain within a 20-kilometer radius centered on his position. Yet the density of glowing markers far exceeded anything he had witnessed before. Instead of sparse, scattered pinpricks of light, clusters pressed against one another, painting the entire underwater plain like a dusky red river of stars. A battlefield. Countless resource orbs littered the battleground stretching ahead of the defensive line. From the first line of fire along the barrier to the edge of the contamination zone breach, from the reef clusters on the left to the mobile patrol route on the right. Every combat zone held vast quantities of spoils. Orbs dropped by perished contaminated entities, wreckage and weapon fragments from sunken submarines. Material chests half buried within the seabed sand. The numbers were staggering. A rough statistical tally generated automatically by resource intelligence popped up in the bottom right corner of the display. Recoverable items. Approximately 847. Suhai's pupils narrowed slightly. Over 800 recoverable items. This figure set a new record for a single intelligence scan since he descended into the deep sea. His previous largest haul had only amounted to several dozen items, obtained after looting dozens of chests amid ancient city ruins. Now more than 800 resources lay strewn across the underwater plain. Among them waited the legendary trait Boundless Space, ready for him to claim. But one thought immediately crossed his mind: time. Resource intelligence remained active for only 30 minutes. Collecting more than 800 items scattered across several square kilometers of battlefield within half an hour was impossible for one person alone. He required submarine support. Zhao Tianmei. Suhai stood up from the pilot's seat and transferred the co-pilot's operational authority to primary control mode. Steer the submarine to hover above the battlefield. I will exit the vessel to retrieve resources. Time is limited. Remain in the cockpit and receive supplies as I bring them in. Understood. Suhai walked toward the hatch, swiftly donning his advanced diving suit. He strapped the miniature torpedo pistol to his waist and switched his headlamp to maximum brightness. He pushed open the hatch and slipped into the seawater. The seawater above the battlefield remained murky, yet Suhai possessed the stacked senses of the current rejector and shark perception. The position of every resource orb within a 1-kilometer radius illuminated clearly in his mind, like streetlights amid darkness. He began gathering supplies. The first cluster of orbs lay within the firing zone across the central plain. Corpses of contaminated entities mixed with glowing orbs. Some were half buried beneath silt, others drifting slowly with underwater currents. Suhai dove downward, gathering resources with both hands. The instant his fingertips made contact with an orb, its contents transferred automatically into his storage space. System notification chimes rang nonstop. Evolution shard times 5, steel times 12, rubber times 8, gold coins times 60, evolution shard times 3, steel times 7, gold coins times 35, degraded torpedo wreckage times 1, damaged armor plating times 2, steel cable times 1. He discovered far greater variation among the orbs than he had anticipated. They were not merely loot dropped by contaminated creatures. The battlefield was littered with all manner of wreckage, shattered torpedo fragments, armor plates torn from sunken submarines, scattered weapon fittings, fractured pipelines and cables. Nearly all of these items were low quality, marked with gray-tier labels such as degraded, damaged, and incomplete. Even so, they existed in enormous quantities. Low quality posed no problem. He possessed boundless fusion. Damaged armor plating could be fused into intact steel. Broken torpedoes could be reforged into standard torpedoes. Severed steel cables could be converted into rubber. The lower the quality, the greater the quantity available, which made fusion even more worthwhile. He had yet to locate the legendary trait, so he quickened his pace. From the central plain to the left reef clusters, onward to the mobile patrol zone, then toward the breach edge. Every area he swam through was stripped clean of orbs. He darted through the deep sea, shuttling back and forth to the submarine for nearly 20 minutes. The tally within his storage space surged relentlessly. Still, he encountered another issue. His storage space was nearing capacity. After upgrading the Orca-class attack submarine to Tier 2, its storage expanded from 15 cubic meters to 25. Yet facing the deluge of over 800 items, this volume was woefully insufficient. Damaged armor plating and torpedo wreckage alone occupied most of the space, and the remaining capacity shrank visibly by the second. As he collected resources, he ran quick calculations in his head. At this rate, the storage would fill completely after collecting only a few dozen more items, leaving hundreds of resources unreachable. Nearly 10 minutes remained on the resource intelligence timer. Wasting even a single minute would be a grave loss. Just then, current rejector perception picked up an extremely faint unique signal, roughly 1.5 kilometers outside the battlefield perimeter. It was unlike the scattered, isolated signals emitted by ordinary orbs. Instead, it was a concentrated source radiating a faint violet glow, buried half a meter below a stretch of low reefs on the eastern side of the battlefield. On the holographic map of resource intelligence, the location was marked with a far brighter purple beacon than all other light points. Suhai immediately recognized its significance. He swam over, knelt beside the reef cluster, and began digging. Layer upon layer of silt fell away, until his fingertips brushed the lid of a metal chest. The chest itself was modest in size, covered by a translucent pale purple membrane etched with intricate ancient patterns, identical to the membrane he had seen when acquiring eternal durability in the ancient city ruins. This had to be the legendary trait. His heartbeat accelerated. He excavated the chest fully from the silt, gripped either side of the lid, and heaved it open. Pale purple light surged upward from within, tinting the seawater several meters around it a dreamlike violet. Suspended at the center of the glow rested a palm-sized translucent trait card, its surface flowing with countless fine dark purple runes. The runes were as dense and complex as those seen on eternal durability and boundless fusion. He reached out and touched the card. Trait name: Boundless Space Tier. Legendary type: Storage Expansion Trait. Attributes: grants the vessel's storage the property of infinite capacity. Storage is no longer limited by physical volume and can hold any quantity of items. The weight of stored goods does not impact the submarine's cruising speed. Note: have you ever seen a cabinet that could contain an entire ocean? Now you possess one. Bear in mind that infinite space does not equal infinite convenience. The more items you store, the harder it becomes to locate what you need. Regular organization is recommended. A captain who fails to maintain tidy storage is not a capable captain. Suhai hovered beside the reef cluster clutching the card, unable to suppress a faint smile. Just as he worried about insufficient storage, the legendary treasure had appeared. He immediately selected to activate it. The card transformed into a gentle stream of purple light that flowed from his palm into the Orca-class attack submarine. An invisible yet distinctly perceptible shift swept across the submarine's storage hold. The space was no longer a finite rectangular container, but an endless void linked directly to his personal inventory. He would no longer need to repeatedly travel back to the submarine to offload goods. Resources remained sorted as before, yet beyond them, space stretched endlessly in all directions. Boundless space activated. Current stored item count: 587. Capacity: infinity. Suhai closed the panel and turned to resume gathering supplies. With boundless space active, his collection efficiency was completely unrestrained. Damaged armor plating, degraded torpedoes, incomplete steel scraps, fractured steel cables, he took everything. Whether intact evolution shards or broken rusted piping, any object recognized by the system as recoverable entered his storage. Deep within the battlefield, he discovered another dense concentration of resources he had overlooked earlier. Beside the wreckage of several slain contaminated entities lay numerous loot orbs dropped by mutated creatures. Among them were intact bone shark hides and complete bone shark vertebrae. These remains had been left behind after contaminated entities devoured mutated life forms, and their quality surpassed the wreckage he had collected previously. He also recovered special consumables, fragments of deep-sea hives, essence of mutated seaweed, swarms of hydrothermal shrimp. Their descriptions noted effects such as restores mental power, restores stamina, and raises maximum mental capacity. Precisely the supplies he urgently required. Suhai tore open several hive fragments and seaweed essence, chewing them on the spot. The flavor was indescribable. The hive fragments tasted cloyingly sweet with a bitter aftertaste, while the seaweed essence carried a briny tang akin to swallowing raw seawater. Even so, the effects were tangible. The mental power expended crafting dark-scale piercing torpedoes and continuously gathering resources rapidly replenished. The weariness weighing deep within his mind vanished entirely. As he picked up the final resource orb, the 30-minute countdown for resource intelligence hit 0. The holographic map faded slowly before his eyes, and the 20-kilometer underwater landscape sank back into darkness. Suspended in seawater, Suhai opened his storage panel to check. Total item count: 843. 843. In half an hour, he had cleared nearly all resources scattered across the battlefield. Most were low-tier materials, yet through boundless fusion, these base resources could be converted into the stellar iron, mithril, adamantite, and premium-grade rubber required for Tier 2 evolution. He turned and swam back toward the submarine. The hatch opened, water drained from the airlock, and he removed his diving mask. Zhao Tianmei twisted in her co-pilot seat. From Suhai's expression, she could tell this expedition had yielded tremendous gains. Suhai hung his diving suit on a hook and sat down in the pilot seat. His first question was direct. Pull up the map panel. Where is the contamination zone now? Zhao Tianmei had already pulled the map onto the main display. On the cool blue underwater terrain chart, the boundary of the contamination zone had expanded significantly over the past 30 minutes. She pointed to a slow, creeping crimson region on the map. The contamination zone lies roughly 3 kilometers behind us. At its current spread rate, it will catch up to us in approximately 5 minutes. That will suffice, Suhai said. Full speed ahead to create distance. I will tally our supplies en route. Acknowledged. Zhao Tianmei pushed the control lever. The Orca-class attack submarine's nuclear reactor rumbled deeply. Propellers churned the seawater, angling the bow away from the contamination zone as the vessel accelerated to maximum speed. Suhai leaned back in the pilot's chair and opened his storage panel to inventory all resources collected. The system had automatically sorted everything by category. He unfolded the detailed list and scanned each line from top to bottom. Evolution shards, 1,247 steel, 2,834 units rubber, 1,956 units stellar iron. 37 units includes broken stellar iron fragments. Mithril, 12 units includes degraded mithril scraps adamantite. 8 units premium-grade rubber. 45 units. His gaze lingered on the lines listing rare materials. 37 units of stellar iron, 12 units of mithril, 8 units of adamantite, 45 units of premium-grade rubber. He still fell short of the Tier 2 evolution requirements. 100 stellar iron, 100 mithril, 100 adamantite, 100 premium-grade rubber. Yet he possessed nearly 3,000 units of ordinary steel, close to 2,000 units of basic rubber, and more than 1,000 evolution shards. With boundless fusion, these raw materials could be converted into high-tier materials. He scrolled further through the list and confirmed several key details. He already held large reserves of food and fresh water, and all mental power restoratives recovered from the battlefield were safely stored. In terms of ammunition, dozens of dark-scale piercing torpedoes remained. Though standard ordnance had been depleted during the defensive line mission, salvaged torpedo wreckage and weapon fragments could be fused to replenish stockpiles. Armed with boundless fusion and boundless space, the spoils from this operation would enable comprehensive upgrades to every part of the submarine. Suhai closed the item list and rose from the pilot's seat. He spoke to Zhao Tianmei. Maintain cruising speed and keep active sonar monitoring. Alert me immediately to any anomalies. Zhao Tianmei nodded, steadying both hands on the control levers. In the storage hold, Suhai stood before the workbench. Piles of steel, rubber, evolution shards, alongside 37 uneven chunks of stellar iron, 12 mithril scraps, and 8 pieces of adamantite surrounded him. He drew a deep breath and opened the fusion interface. First trial, steel fusion. He placed 2 units of ordinary steel into the interface. Violet light flashed, merging them into a single piece with marginally improved quality. Next, he inserted 4 units. The resulting steel rose another tier. 8 units, 16 units, 32 units. As the volume of material fused increased, ordinary steel climbed toward higher grades. When he fed 100 units of ordinary steel into the interface at once, the violet radiance blazed far brighter than before. Fusion completed, yielding a single ingot of refined steel shimmering with faint gold. Its tier jumped 3 levels straight from ordinary to rare. 100 units of ordinary steel produced 1 unit of refined steel. He continued fusing multiple refined steel ingots together. The result was a dense silvery metal ingot etched with fine textures, stellar iron. The conversion path from ordinary steel to refined steel, then to stellar iron, was confirmed. Second trial, rubber fusion. Ordinary rubber, refined rubber, premium-grade rubber. The same conversion sequence applied, requiring large quantities of base material for each tier advancement. Third trial, evolution shard fusion. Low-grade shards could combine to form higher-grade shards, which could then be fused further to create advanced energy crystals. A complete material upgrade chain unfolded before him. Ordinary materials, refined materials, rare materials, epic materials. Every advancement demanded several-fold, sometimes over 10-fold increases in raw material quantity. But with sufficient base supplies, the chain could continue indefinitely. Suhai looked at the mountains of ordinary steel and rubber filling the storage hold and wore a satisfied expression. These low-tier materials, worthless to other survivors, were endless feedstock for his fusion abilities. He drank a draught of concentrated deep-sea hive extract collected on the battlefield, feeling his mental power regenerate rapidly. Then began mass fusion operations. First batch, 500 units of ordinary steel, fused into 5 units of stellar iron. Second batch, 500 units of ordinary rubber, fused into 5 units of premium-grade rubber. Third batch, 300 evolution shards, fused into 30 high-grade evolution shards. Fourth batch, 5 broken stellar iron fragments, fused into 2 complete stellar iron units. Fifth batch, violet light flickered repeatedly inside the storage hold. Suhai's mental power drained time and again, only to be replenished by hive extract and seaweed essence. By the later stages, a dull ache throbbed in his temples, and tension coiled at the base of his skull, yet he did not pause. When the final batch of materials finished fusing, Suhai opened his panel to verify totals. Evolution shards, 500 requirements met. Stellar iron, 100 units requirements met. Mithril, 100 units obtained through further fusion of stellar iron adamantite. 100 units obtained through further fusion of mithril premium-grade rubber. 100 units requirements met. Tier 2 Evolution Energy Core, 1 unit already possessed. Everything was ready. Suhai stared at the row of green requirements met markers on his interface and inhaled deeply. Ever since obtaining the Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint, he had prepared relentlessly for this moment. Now all 6 core materials required for Tier 2 Evolution were gathered. He stretched his fingers stiff from prolonged fusion work, did not hesitate, and tapped Begin Evolution directly on the blueprint. The entire Orca-class attack submarine shattered violently. Zhao Tianmei let out a short gasp in the cockpit, gripping the controls tightly. Every gauge on the dashboard dropped to 0, lights cut out entirely, and even the low hum of the nuclear reactor fell silent. Then light ignited from deep within the submarine's core. Evolution shards dissolved into countless tiny motes drifting out from storage, flitting like fireflies through every compartment. Steel, rubber, stellar iron, mithril, and adamantite broke down into fundamental molecular structures, woven anew amid the radiance. The Tier 2 Evolution Energy Core hovered at the center of the cockpit, its cool blue-white glow growing steadily brighter until Zhao Tianmei was forced to close her eyes. She heard the sound of metal reshaping. It was not the crude clang of hammering or welding, but a smooth, organic hum, akin to the subtle rustle of deep-sea creatures growing new shells. Old armor plating peeled away while new armor layers took shape. Rivets were replaced by molecular-level welding. Pipes were rearranged into more efficient layouts, and cables snaked anew within the bulkheads like a budding neural network. The cockpit expanded. When Zhao Tianmei opened her eyes, she found the already spacious command cabin had grown noticeably larger. The ceiling rose by at least half a meter, transforming the atmosphere from roomy to vast. The primary and co-pilot seats had been upgraded to tactical chairs fitted with shock absorption systems. Instrument panels stretched across 4 walls instead of 3, and the central holographic tactical display had doubled in size. Several new control panels with unknown functions lined the surrounding bulkheads. The submarine interface popped up automatically, lines of data refreshing steadily. Vehicle designation, Orca-class Raider submarine. Grade, Tier 3 vehicle. Hull durability, 5,000/5,000 infinity. Maximum diving depth, 6,000 meters. Maximum speed, 80 knots. Power system, nuclear reactor legendary, operational, unlimited power supply. Armament systems, forward dual 8-cell heavy torpedo tubes, total ordnance capacity, 128. Dorsal dual 4-cell vertical missile silos, total ordnance capacity, 64. 6 small torpedo tubes mounted on both hull sides, total ordnance capacity, 48. New addition, dorsal dual long-range cruise missile launch racks ordnance, 8. Oxygen generation, perfect life support system activated. Sonar system, phased array tactical sonar detection range, 8,000 meters, capable of tracking 256 targets simultaneously, with IFF threat classification and resource scanning functions. Storage space, infinity unlimited capacity. Special traits, nuclear reactor legendary, eternal durability legendary, boundless storage legendary, electrolyzer rare, seawater purification unit fine, gas compression filling equipment bronze. New defensive modules unlocked. Thorn armor unlocked at Tier 3. The hull surface is covered with micro-inductive spines. When mutated creatures make contact or bite the hull, the spines extend automatically and discharge high-voltage current, inflicting electric shock and physical piercing damage to attackers. Current output is adjustable. The maximum setting can instantly paralyze mutated creatures below Tier 2. Pulse electric field unlocked at Tier 3. Periodically emits a high-voltage pulsed electric field centered on the submarine, covering a radius of 200 meters. It deals electric damage to all hostile creatures within range. Small schools of fish can be eliminated in a single discharge. Large creatures suffer paralysis. Duration depends on target resistance. Pulse interval is adjustable, with a minimum cooldown of 15 seconds. Electric ray jamming wave unlocked at Tier 3. Simulates the biological electric field of deep-sea electric rays, releasing low-frequency interference waves. It disrupts enemy sonar detection and biological perception, granting the submarine partial stealth. Effective against both mechanical sonar and biological lateral line sensory systems. Maximum cruising speed under stealth is limited to 40 knots. Exceeding this speed will break stealth. Auto loot unlocked at Tier 3. The submarine automatically collects visible resources within 1 nautical mile. Standard crew complement, 1 to 6 personnel. Evaluation, from a killer whale to an orca. From a biting hunk of scrap metal to a genuine deep-sea predator. Your opponents have yet to realize they are not facing merely a submarine, but a mobile military base. Congratulations. You are now worthy of serious consideration from the leaders of top-tier alliances. Suhai stood at the center of the cockpit, nodding with satisfaction. He watched the scrolling data on the panel. Hull durability had jumped from 800 to 5,000, more than a 6-fold increase. Top speed rose from 65 knots to 80 knots. Diving depth expanded from 2,000 meters to 6,000 meters. The weapon system received a comprehensive overhaul. Dual 8-cell heavy torpedo tubes, dual 4-cell vertical missile silos, plus newly added long-range cruise missiles. Sonar detection range stretched from 2,000 meters to 8,000 meters, able to track 256 targets at once. What pleased him most were the 3 newly unlocked defensive modules, Thorn Armor, Pulse Electric Field, and Electric Ray Jamming Wave. These upgrades transformed the Orca-class raider submarine from a spiky metal can into a deep-sea hedgehog that electrocutes anything that touches it. If schools of mutant fish dared to charge and gnaw at the hull as they once had, there would be no need to waste torpedoes. Activating the pulse electric field alone would stun them all. Boss, Zhao Tianmei's voice came from the co-pilot's seat, thick with awe. Tier 3? You upgraded the submarine all the way to Tier 3 while we were underway. Suhai smiled faintly. Just lucky. He walked over to the pilot's seat and sat down, opening the storage interface to check remaining materials after evolution. After consuming materials for the Tier 2 upgrade, his storage still held massive stockpiles of meteorite iron, mithril, and adamantite. He had synthesized these rare materials step by step from ordinary steel and rubber. Though synthesis incurred substantial losses, his raw material reserves were immense. Nearly 3,000 units of steel and 2,000 units of rubber salvage from the battlefield still remained after crafting all evolution components. He no longer needed these surplus high-grade materials. He had not yet obtained the Tier 3 submarine evolution blueprint. But following the system's material progression rules, Tier 3 evolution would demand materials superior to adamantite. Meteorite iron, mithril, and adamantite counted as rare materials for Tier 2 upgrades, yet would become basic materials for Tier 3, required in far larger quantities. Without the Tier 3 blueprint, these materials were merely idle stock taking up storage space. They were undoubtedly scarce commodities right now. It made sense to sell them. Suhai opened the trade channel and began listing goods. He posted batches of meteorite iron, mithril, and adamantite in varying quantities. Prices were set slightly below the market average, but not drastically so. It was not out of generosity. He simply held far too much inventory and wanted a quick turnover. Seller, Suhai. Item, meteorite iron times 50 large stock available. Bulk orders negotiable. Price, 450 gold coins per unit. Remarks, core material for Tier 2 evolution. Guaranteed quality. Better rates for bulk purchases. Less than 10 seconds after the listing went live, the first private message popped up. Big shot. I need 5 meteorite iron. Can you cut the price a little? 400 gold each. I'm in urgent need. Suhai replied, 450. Firm price. The buyer hesitated for 2 seconds, then sent an immediate reply. Deal. 5 meteorite iron. Send the trade link. The first transaction completed. Immediately afterward, a flood of private messages poured in. Sir, do you have more mithril? I want 10 units. Adamantite. Anyone selling adamantite. I just advanced to Tier 2 and only need adamantite left. Meteorite iron, meteorite iron. I'll take all you have. Name your price. Where did you get so many rare materials? I searched for a week without finding a single piece of meteorite iron, and you put 50 up at once. Are you running a material bank? Suhai did not reply to every private message individually. Instead, he enabled automatic confirmation for trade listings. He posted the three materials in successive batches of 10 to 20 units each, maintaining a steady price around 450 gold coins. Every batch sold out within minutes of being listed. Continuous trade alerts chimed non-stop, and his gold coin balance climbed visibly, from several thousand to over 10,000, then 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000. Zhao Tianmei stared beside him, mouth agape. 38,000? You earn 38,000 gold in minutes. I only get 10,000 gold as reward for finishing a defense mission, yet you make that much just selling materials? Her tone brimmed with disbelief. Boss, where exactly did you get all these rare materials? I saw you working away in the storage bay for ages. Did you synthesize them yourself? Something like that, Suhai said calmly. He posted his final batch of adamantite on the trade channel, then closed the interface and pulled up the map to check the position of the contamination zone. The contamination continued spreading slowly behind them, still a considerable distance away. They had ample time. He leaned back in the pilot's chair and stretched his neck. Zhao Tianmei, hold current speed and maintain course. Zhao Tianmei steered steadily. The Orca-class raider submarine cruised smoothly across the abyssal plain at 40 knots. The phased array tactical sonar refreshed scans of surrounding waters every few seconds. No threats appeared within the 8,000-meter detection radius. Suhai opened the regional chat channel and skimmed through messages. His gaze locked onto a single number. Cold and stark in the upper right corner of the regional survivor statistics panel. Surviving players in Zone EC 7724, 124, 7831. Suhai stared at the figure for several seconds. He remembered clearly. Before the defense mission began, he had glimpsed the survivor count at over 4 million. 7,180,000 was the figure recorded after the Great Maelstrom. Over 4 million remained before the defense operation. Now, only 1,247,000. Nearly 3 million lives lost in a single defense mission. More than 70% of the surviving players had perished within 6 hours. Suhai's breathing deepened. He had been occupied fusing materials, collecting salvage, and upgrading the submarine, and had not checked these statistics until now. Seeing the number laid bare, he truly grasped how brutal the recent battle had been. Tier 3 contaminated entities unleashed mental shrieks covering the entire defensive line. The black miasma of Tier 2 contaminated creatures corroded hulls, while Tier 1 foes overwhelmed defenses through sheer numbers. His position on defense line 47 had the advantage of him holding back the Tier 3 overlord. He was supported by dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes he had prepared in advance. What of defense lines without Tier 3 combat power or armor-piercing ordnance? What of positions where the entire crew lost control under the mental shriek, letting contaminated entities surge through unopposed? Suhai pushed the grim thoughts aside. He opened the world channel to read what other players were saying. Messages scrolled faster than ever, yet the tone was vastly different from the panic preceding the defense mission. Back then, the feed was filled with screams, pleas for help and despair. Now there was silence. A hollow, post-disaster quiet, so heavy many could not even bring themselves to curse. Occasional messages drifted by. Mechanics and crew are gone. 6 submarines on our defense line. I'm the sole survivor. My brother's gone. He piloted a modified Tier 1 boat, and a Tier 2 contaminated creature-crushed vessel and crew alike. The last transmission I picked up on sonar was him saying, "Don't worry about me. Hold the line." I was part of a medical team. By the end of the defense, only our captain stayed lucid. He endured the mental shriek alone and torpedoed the last Tier 2 beast. When the mission ended, he collapsed in the pilot's seat, blood seeping from his 7 facial orifices. I asked for his name, but he logged off without reply, his avatar turning gray. I owe my life to a top player from an adjacent defense line. Their position secured victory early, and their captain brought his submarine over to support us, destroying a Tier 2 contaminated entity. The player left without a word, only posting one line in the channel. Keep moving forward. I don't know who he is, but I want to say thank you. Suhai read each message in silence. Then he spotted a new category of posts. Has anyone obtained a canyon passage ticket? Canyon passage ticket? What's that? I just saw a screenshot posted on the trade channel. Top 3 finishers of the defense mission receive them as rewards. The system states entry to the next sea zone is impossible without one. The next sea zone? We've been sailing forward nonstop. The contamination zone chases us from behind. Where else can we go? That's the catch. The waters ahead are not endless. Eventually, everyone will be driven toward a straight entrance. A friend of mine serves in the auxiliary detachment of the Thunder Alliance. He said the Thunder Alliance leader bought intelligence from a returner. Only those holding canyon passage tickets can cross the strait into the next sea zone. Anyone without a ticket will be blocked by the energy barrier at the canyon entrance and swallowed by the advancing contamination zone. The channel fell quiet for more than 10 seconds after this message, then erupted into chaos. A returner? Are returners really real? The Wolf Alliance was hunting one before, claiming they would capture them to extract information. So the rumors were true. How do you get tickets besides placing top 3 in the defense mission? Word has it there are other methods. They can be excavated from ruins. High-tier ruin final chests have a low drop rate, and certain hidden quests reward them too, though chances are slim. What about regular players who didn't rank top 3 and can't clear high-tier ruins? Are we just meant to die? Stay calm. Rumor says tickets spawn near the canyon entrance. We might still have a chance once we arrive, though no one knows the exact locations. Damn it, this is forcing us to fight over them. Suhai closed the world channel, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. He had only just learned about canyon passage tickets, and he already possessed one inside his storage space. Now that this information had been broadcast publicly across the world channel, every player knew of the tickets, and everyone would fight ruthlessly to obtain them. As he mulled this over, another wave of messages appeared in the world channel. The Wolf Alliance is striking again. We just finished the defense mission, only 30% ammunition remaining, hulls riddled with damage. Our 5-person squad was anchored beside a kelp forest making repairs when a Wolf Alliance hunting unit charged out from behind reefs. Torpedoes sank 2 of our boats instantly. We never got a chance to retaliate. My brother was on one of those vessels. He survived 6 hours guarding the flank with rapid-fire cannons through the whole defense mission. He lived through the contaminated hordes, only to be blown up from behind by the Wolf Alliance's thugs. He didn't die fighting monsters. He died at the hands of other players. 30 members of our alliance took part in the defense mission. 6 perished. The remaining 24 were ambushed by the Wolf Alliance on the return voyage. They held more ammunition, fielded greater numbers, and hit anti-submarine missiles. 24 people, only 3 survived. 3. Is anyone willing to form a coalition? Put aside past grievances and unite to wipe out the Wolf Alliance. No one is safe while they roam free. The message remained pinned in the channel for nearly 2 minutes. No one responded. Recruitment announcements from the Rose Alliance, Mutual Aid Alliance, Free Alliance, Thunder Alliance, and others still sat at the top of the feed, yet none of their representatives spoke up in public chat. It was not that they had not seen the plea. Everyone understood the cost of launching an offensive against the Wolf Alliance. Fresh off the grueling defense mission, most crews were low on ammunition, damaged hulls, and drained of mental strength. Initiating another brutal battle now would mean sacrificing countless lives. The Wolf Alliance likely held back during the defense operation, conserving ammunition, sheltering behind other players when contaminated entities attacked. As soon as the mission concluded, they relocated to areas crowded with vulnerable survivors. Their magazines were full, hulls intact, and their members mentally rested. No one wished to lead an exhausted army against a well-prepared pack of predators. Suhai watched the isolated call for alliance, waiting a while longer, but no replies came. He shut down the world channel. Standing from the pilot's seat, he headed toward the storage bay. He had expended a great many dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes during the defense mission. While dozens still remained in stock, his encounter with the Tier 3 contaminated entity made him raise his standards for ordnance. No matter how vast stockpiles of conventional ammunition grew, they were merely expendable against high-tier foes. True trump cards lay in condensed, power-amplified fused ordnance. He needed more. Inside the storage bay, the workbench was piled high with torpedo wreckage, fractured warheads, and weapon debris salvaged from the battlefield. To other players, these degraded munitions were nothing but scrap metal. For Suhai, they were raw materials for fusion. He opened the fusion interface and drew a deep breath. First round, 20 pieces of degraded torpedo wreckage were placed into the fusion array. Purple light flickered. The broken fragments were broken down into fundamental matter, then compressed and restructured. 3 seconds later, 5 intact standard torpedoes materialized on the workbench. Second round, fusing 10 standard torpedoes. Purple radiance flared. The 10 torpedoes decomposed, converged, and compacted within the glow. 6 seconds later, 1 dark-scale armor-piercing torpedo took shape, its dark golden runes shimmering faintly under the lights. Third round, fourth round, fifth round. Fine beads of sweat formed across Suhai's forehead. Between fusion cycles, he lifted a container of deep-sea hive fragment extract and drank mouthfuls. A sweet fishy taste spread through his mouth. The medicine surged through his bloodstream toward his brain, restoring half his depleted mental energy. Then consumption resumed, followed by replenishment, repeated over and over. Purple light flickered continuously inside the storage bay, like an undying beacon in the abyssal depths. The stock of dark-scale piercing torpedoes on the ammunition racks rose from dozens to over 100, and then from 100 to 200. When the last batch of materials finished fusion, Suhai leaned against the warehouse wall, his chest heaving with heavy, labored breaths. His temples throbbed sharply, and the tension at the back of his head felt like a rubber band stretched to its absolute limit. He closed his eyes, letting his mental power recover slowly. On the ammunition racks, the count of dark-scale piercing torpedoes halted at 360. Stockpiles of standard ammunition also climbed back above 2,000 rounds. Suhai opened his eyes, gazing at the full row of dark-scale piercing torpedoes marked with faint blue indicator lights on the racks, and nodded in satisfaction. This ammunition reserve would sustain him through another brutal battle. He rubbed his temples, about to fuse more depth-charge bombs. Zhao Meili's voice suddenly came from the cockpit. It held no trace of panic, only quiet surprise. "Boss," her voice crackled over the communicator. "Can you come take a look?" Suhai walked out of the warehouse and headed for the cockpit. Zhao Meili sat in the co-pilot's seat, one finger pointing out the viewport while her other hand rested on the control lever. Beyond the porthole, a school of sharp-fang silver-scale fish savagely gnawed at the submarine's hull. There were roughly 40 to 50 of them, ranging from half a meter to 1 meter long. Their scales glinted a cold gray blue in the dim seawater. Dense rows of teeth clamped against the hull, producing a rapid, unnerving tapping sound. Unlike the previous incident where the school had chased them for over a dozen kilometers, Suhai felt no shaking this time, nor the shrill screech of metal being chewed apart. All he heard was the impact of fish teeth striking the hull, followed by another sound, the crackle of electric current. The Tier 3 defense module of the Orca-class raider submarine activated automatically in that instant. Thorn armor, tiny sensory spines covering the hull surface, extended the moment the fish bit down. Each spine was several centimeters long, its tip crackling with high-voltage blue electricity. When sharp-fang silver-scale fish sank their teeth into the spines, electric current surged through their bodies from mouth to tail. A dozen fish convulsed at once, falling away from the hull and sinking into the deep sea, bellies upturned. Pulse electric field, a circular blue high-voltage pulse aura rippled outward, centered on the submarine, covering a 200-meter radius. The instant the aura washed over the school, every sharp-fang silver-scale fish stiffened, scales standing on end. They immediately lost all motor function, drifting crookedly toward the seabed like stunned bait fish. Pulses triggered every 15 seconds. After the first pulse swept through, a third of the school vanished. The second pulse eliminated 2/3. By the third pulse, not a single swimming fish remained outside the porthole. The entire sequence took less than a minute. Zhao Meili never touched a single weapon launch button the whole time. She simply maintained cruising speed and watched wave after wave of fish charge forward, get electrocuted, and sink. On the sonar screen, the signatures of fish within the pulse field winked out one after another, like candle flames snuffed out by an invisible hand. The submarine's automatic salvage system kicked into action as well. Within a 1 nautical mile radius, glowing orbs dropped by the dead sharp-fang silver-scale fish were automatically drawn into storage space. System alerts chimed continuously, and the numbers for evolution shards, steel, rubser, and gold coin resources in storage climbed steadily. Killed sharp-fang silver-scale fish times 47 auto loot. Evolution shards times 13, steel times 18, rubber times 9, gold coins times 180. Zhao Meili stared at the kill tally popping up on the panel, her mouth hanging open. She glanced down at her hands, then back at the slowly sinking fish corpses beyond the viewport. She lifted both hands, turning them over and over again. "I didn't do anything," she said, her voice thick with surreal disbelief. "I just sailed straight ahead. They rushed up to bite us, and wound up electrocuting themselves." "Wait, they electrocuted themselves?" "No, we electrocuted them. Or rather, the boat did. I didn't lift a finger at all." She turned to Suhai, her eyes wide with shock. "Boss, isn't this submarine ridiculously overpowered? I didn't even fire a torpedo, and its passive defenses wiped out an entire Tier 1 fish swarm? And it automatically collects all the drops too." Suhai leaned beside the pilot's chair, watching her worldview get upended, the corners of his mouth tugging upward faintly. "You'll get used to it," he said. "A Tier 3 submarine holds absolute dominance over Tier 1 fish swarms. Keep navigating. I'm going to rest a while." Zhao Meili nodded mechanically, returning her hands to the control levers. As she watched the fading blips of fish corpses on the sonar display, she silently reinforced her resolve to stick close to Suhai. Time slipped by. Zhao Mei's voice cut through the communicator once more, her tone completely transformed. Where before she had been relaxed and astonished, now she sounded tense and urgent. "Boss, you need to see this immediately." Suhai roused from light sleep and strode back to the cockpit. Zhao Mei had projected the phased array tactical sonar feed onto the main display. At the center of the screen, 5 signatures moved at high speed, one leading, for in pursuit. The forward signature bore a pale green Allied identification marker. Its silhouette was compact, moving extremely fast along an erratic trajectory, clearly fleeing for its life. The 4 trailing signatures glowed red, marked as unknown threats. They spread into a fan formation, flanking the green target to cut off escape routes. The one being chased, Zhao Mei pulled up precise sonar identification data and pointed to the text on screen, is the Lightning, Zhou Xiaoming's submarine. Suhai's pupils narrowed. He zoomed in the sonar view. The Lightning's hull durability had fallen to less than a quarter. Tiny bubbles leaked from its rear thrusters, cracks marred the propeller. The 4 pursuing submarines all bore a prominent wolf head insignia on their hulls. They outpaced the Lightning by a wide margin, steadily closing the gap. Every volley left fresh scars across the Lightning's hull. Suhai's expression darkened. He sent a message to Zhou Xiaoming on the squad channel. "Zhou Xiaoming, is that you being chased by 4 submarines ahead?" A reply popped up almost instantly. It was not text, but a voice message. Zhou Xiaoming's voice trembled with heavy gasps and suppressed sobs. Muffled explosions and the shrill scrape of metal under impact echoed in the background. "Captain, it's you." "Yes, it's me. They've hunted me for nearly 20 minutes. After finishing the defense line mission, I passed ancient city ruins and found a Tier 3 submarine evolution blueprint inside. I think someone spotted me. Right after I stored the blueprint in my inventory, these 4 submarines surged out from behind the reefs. They demanded I hand over the blueprint, or they'd sink me." Another explosion cut her off mid-sentence. She resumed speaking, rushing her words faster than before. "They claim to be part of the Wolf Alliance. They say every valuable resource in these waters belongs to them, and warn me to cooperate. I stashed the blueprint deep in my inventory. Even if they blow me up, they'll never get it. Captain, I know this blueprint is incredibly valuable. I originally planned to save it for myself later, but now." Her tone hardened abruptly. "Captain, I'm giving you the blueprint." A trade request appeared before Suhai. Player Zhou Xiaoming offers item. Submarine Tier 3 Evolution Blueprint ×1. Transfer price, 0 gold coins. Note, Captain, take it. I'd rather give it to you than let them seize it. Suhai stared at the label and the attached note, falling silent for 2 seconds. This was not the first time Zhou Xiaoming had given him items free of charge. During the defense line mission, she had gifted him 2 jars of deep-sea royal jelly she had crafted. Back then, his mental power had been nearly exhausted in the warehouse, and her royal jelly had solved his urgent crisis. Now, while fleeing the Wolf Alliance's pursuit, she voluntarily transferred the Tier 3 evolution blueprint to him. This young girl had never asked for anything in return, never begged for aid, from the day they met. Suhai sent only 4 words in reply. "Hold on." He closed the trade window, slipped into the pilot's seat, and rested both hands on the primary weapons control panel. "Zhao Mei," he said coldly, "full power ahead. Target those 4 wolf-marked submarines straight ahead. Receive." Zhao Mei jammed the control lever all the way forward. The nuclear reactor of the Orca-class raider submarine let out a low roar. Within seconds, its speed surged from 40 knots to 80 knots. The bow cut through seawater, charging straight toward Zhou Xiaoming's position. On the phased array tactical sonar, data for the 4 Wolf-head submarines labeled itself one by one. Wolftooth 1 Escort Craft, Tier 1 Modified Submarine. Hull durability 420/420. Equipped with 2 times quadruple torpedo tubes. Wolftooth 2 Escort Craft, Tier 1 Modified Submarine. Hull durability 398/420. Minor damage to port side. Equipped with 2 times quadruple torpedo tubes. Wolftooth 3 Assault Craft, Tier 2 Modified Submarine. Hull durability 580/580. Equipped with 1 times 6 tube torpedo launcher, 1 times rear missile silo. Wolftooth 400 Craft, Tier 2 Modified Submarine. Hull durability 620/620. Equipped with 2 times 6 tube torpedo launchers, 1 times depth charge dispenser. 2 Tier 1 vessels, 2 Tier 2 vessels. 88. This was a standard hunting squad configuration for the Wolf Alliance, far stronger than the 3 Tier 1 submarines he had eliminated previously. 80 knots underwater was an overwhelming speed. On the tactical sonar, the signature of the Orca-class raider submarine closed in on the battlefield almost like a teleport. The four Wolfhead submarine's sonar systems clearly detected his approach. Their formation shifted. 91. Two of them abandoned the pursuit of Zhou Xiaoming, turning their bows to intercept Su Hai. A gruff voice boomed over the public channel. Submarine ahead, listen up. We are Wolf Alliance 5th Hunting Squad. Stay out of this. Turn back if you know what's good for you. We're only chasing that lightning. This has nothing to do with you. 94. Su Hai did not respond. 95. He fully opened the hatches of the rear vertical missile silos, disengaged safety locks on the forward 8 heavy torpedo tubes, and activated rapid fire mode for the 6 auxiliary torpedo tubes on the flanks. Rows of indicator lights lit up on the weapons panel for dark-scale piercing torpedoes and standard ordnance. 97. The voice from the public channel returned, even more arrogant. You hear me? Get lost if you want to survive. Do you have any idea who we are? We're the Wolf Alliance. Attacking us means declaring war on the entire alliance. Are you looking to die? Su Hai pressed the launch switch. First volley. 12 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles surged forth simultaneously, dragging 12 white wake trails. They split into 2 groups, 6 targeting Wolftooth 1 on the left flank, 6 aimed at Wolftooth 2 on the right. The missiles arced through the seawater, locking onto the 2 Tier 1 submarines from multiple angles. Wolftooth 1 and Wolftooth 2 reacted reasonably fast. They immediately launched interceptor torpedoes and veered sharply to evade. Yet the precision targeting from the Orca-class's phased array sonar far outmatched the processing capacity of their jamming systems. 2 missiles were intercepted and detonated mid-flight. The remaining 10 struck home, slammed into Wolftooth 1's hull. 3 hit its port side, and 1 slipped through a gap beside the torpedo tubes, exploding next to its ammunition rack. The shockwave from the secondary detonation tore off the entire forward section of Wolftooth 1. The cockpit and its crew were ripped apart by the blast. 6 missiles hammered Wolftooth 2. 2 struck directly atop the existing damage on its port flank. The missiles penetrated the breach and detonated inside the hull, splitting Wolftooth 2 cleanly in two. 110. The 2 explosions rang out nearly simultaneously, blooming into roiling fireballs across the abyssal plain. The arrogant voice on the public channel fell silent for a brief moment. Then it twisted with rage. Damn it. Wolftooth 1. Wolftooth 2. Respond. Respond. What the hell? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Su Hai offered no reply. He locked his second volley onto the remaining 2 Tier 2 submarines. Wolftooth 3 and Wolftooth 4 reacted far quicker than the first pair. As Tier 2 vessels, their captains were seasoned veterans. The instant Su Hai unleashed his opening strike, they executed tactical countermeasures. Both submarines deployed sonar decoy flares and split apart left and right, attempting to encircle Su Hai from 2 directions. Wolftooth 3's captain roared over the public channel. Full ordnance launch. Sink him. 118. Wolftooth 4's captain spoke in a colder, deeper tone. Stay calm. He's alone. We have 2 Tier 2 submarines, superior firepower. Pinch him from left and right and seal off all escape routes. In an instant, the full firepower of the 2 Tier 2 submarines poured forth. Wolftooth 3 fired its 6-tube torpedo launcher and rear missile silo at once, sending 6 torpedoes plus 4 missiles surging towards Su Hai from the left. Wolftooth 4 activated its 6-tube torpedo array and depth charge dispenser. 6 torpedoes closed in from the right, while depth charges detonated ahead of Su Hai's path to erect a wall of shockwaves. 10 torpedoes for missiles. 8 depth charges blocked every evasion vector available to the Orca-class raider submarine from 3 directions. It was textbook crossfire tactics, pincer attack from both sides, a barrier blocking forward movement, leaving the prey nowhere to run. Su Hai did not dodge. He did not even order Zhao Meili to execute evasive maneuvers. Charge straight through, he said. Zhao Meili shot him a glance, her lips parting, yet she said nothing. She bit her lower lip, tightening her grip on the controls, holding speed steady at 80 knots as the bow headed directly into the fire network. The torpedoes arrived first. 6 torpedoes slammed into the Orca-class raider submarine's hull simultaneously. Blazes of explosion lit up outside the viewport, and shockwaves made the cockpit lights flicker faintly. Once the flames faded, not a single scratch marked the hull. Eternal durability. Next came the missiles. For missiles descended from above, striking the submarine's stern and bow. The blast shockwaves were stronger than those of the torpedoes. A water cup on the console rattled, and Zhao Meili swayed slightly under the impact. When the shock dissipated, the hull remained intact. The pulse electric field activated automatically, melting all shrapnel from the missile detonations. No fragment touched the hull. Then came the depth charges. 8 depth charges erupted ahead, forming that wall of shockwaves meant to block Suhai's advance. If he had swerved to evade torpedoes and missiles, he would have crashed straight into this barrier and sustained hull damage. But Suhai never evaded the torpedoes and missiles. He charged directly through their explosion zones, then passed straight through the wall of depth-charge shockwaves. 139. Shockwave damage to the hull, 0. Wolftooth 3's captain shouted over the public channel, panic finally bleeding into his voice. Impossible. We can't hurt it. The missiles don't even scratch the paint. What kind of vessel is this? Wolftooth 4's captain's tone shifted to disbelief. That can't be. Is he Tier 2? No, this speed. He's Tier 3. Tier 3 submarine. Retreat. Fall back immediately. It was already too late. Suhai unleashed his second volley the moment he cleared the shockwave barrier. He did not target one vessel alone. He locked onto both at once. 6 dark-scale piercing torpedoes split into 2 groups, 3 veering left, 3 right. Runes etched on the torpedo warheads trailed 6 faint blue light trails through the seawater. Armor-piercing and target tracking properties activated, reducing enemy evasion odds by 90%. 149. Wolftooth 3 and Wolftooth 4 deployed sonar jamming flares simultaneously to disrupt the torpedo guidance systems. The jamming worked to a degree. 2 dark-scale piercing torpedoes veered off course, but the remaining 4 stayed locked on. Their agile mid-course adjustments rendered Wolftooth 3 and Wolftooth 4's evasive turns futile. 3 torpedoes punched through Wolftooth 3's hull. Armor-piercing warheads tore through Tier 2 plating and detonated inside the vessel. The dark-scale warhead's dual-stage inward collapse, outward blast damage mechanism unleashed its full power. The projectile first imploded inward, concentrating explosive force within a narrow radius to pierce every internal bulkhead before detonating outward, tearing the submarine apart from within. Wolftooth 3's rear missile silo was blown away, its engine compartment ruptured, and the cockpit shattered by shock waves. The hull snapped into 3 segments, its wreckage sinking amid roiling explosions. 156. A depth charge launcher embedded within Wolftooth 4 detonated. The explosion triggered a chain reaction. More than a dozen depth charges stored inside the launcher went off simultaneously. The blast force originated at Wolfhead 4's stern, racing along the entire hull all the way to the bow, tearing the submarine apart into a string of blazing fireballs. The crew inside the cockpit lost consciousness the instant the sympathetic detonation erupted. Debris and fragments blasted outward across the abyssal plain, leaving a ruin zone dozens of meters wide. Destroy Wolfhead 4. Silence fell over the battlefield. From the launch of the first missile to the annihilation of the final Wolfhead submarine, the whole engagement lasted mere minutes. Wreckage from the 4 submarines littered the seafloor, fractured hull plating, twisted torpedo tubes, and shattered ammunition fragments slowly drifting downward through the deep sea. Plumes of black smoke and bubbles gurgled out from cracks in the wreckage, ascending toward the unseen surface far above. Suhai closed the weapon's interface and flexed his fingers. Right then, Zhou Xiaoming's hurried, anxious voice echoed over the private channel. Captain, are you all right? Her heart had nearly stopped when she watched Suhai charge headfirst into the enemy fire network. She had witnessed dozens of torpedoes and missiles slamming into the Orca-class assault submarine, engulfing the vessel in roaring flames. She had called out to him repeatedly over the private channel, her tone thick with suppressed sobs. Suhai replied, I'm fine. There was a brief pause before Zhou Xiaoming spoke again, her voice growing even more agitated. I saw all those torpedoes hit you. Are you truly unharmed? Is there any damage to the hull? Do you want me to come over and assist with repairs? Her words cut off abruptly. On the lightning sonar display, the Orca-class assault submarine slowly emerged from clouds of explosion smoke. Its hull bore not a single mark. No minor dents, no scratched armor. The vessel was utterly, completely intact. Pulsing electric blue light flickered around the hull from the pulse electric field. Tiny thorns belonging to the thorn armor glinted faintly across the surface, resembling living scales stretched over steel. The submarine sailed out of the haze, imposing and unshakable. Zhou Xiaoming stared at the undamaged contact on the sonar screen, glanced at the shattered remains of the 4 Wolfhead submarines beside it, then looked back at the Orca-class vessel whose hull lacked even a scratch. Only one thought lingered in her mind. She absolutely had to stick close to this powerful ally. Captain, her voice came through the private channel, tangled with a whirlwind of emotions. Awe, gratitude, admiration, and the lingering fragility of surviving a near-death experience. Thank you. I thought I was going to die this time. Suhai reduced speed to cruising velocity and told Zhao Tianmei to maneuver the submarine to hover beside the Lightning. The Lightning's hull was covered in dents and fissures left by torpedo strikes. A half-meter-long rent ran along the port side, steadily leaking seawater. Cracks marred the propellers on the stern thrusters, producing a shrill metallic screech as they rotated. The hull durability sat at less than 1/10 of its maximum value. The craft risked breaking apart at any moment. Suhai activated the video comms and saw Zhou Xiaoming in her cockpit. She still looked as petite as she had during the defense mission, yet far more worn out. Her eyes were puffy, faint tear streaks streaked her cheeks, and messy hair clung to her forehead. Her hands remained clamped around the control sticks, knuckles trembling from prolonged tension. "Report your status," Suhai ordered. "The Lightning, it can hold out for less than an hour more." Zhou Xiaoming bit her lower lip, struggling to keep her voice steady despite obvious tremors. Hull durability is critically low. The stern thrusters could fail at any time. All weapons ammunition is exhausted, and one torpedo tube is destroyed. The oxygen generator still functions, but the engine cooling system is breached. I can only maintain a speed of roughly a dozen knots. Suhai fell silent for a moment. If he turned away now, Zhou Xiaoming would almost certainly not survive the day. The Lightning was too heavily damaged. Even a swarm of low-tier mutated fish could sink her easily. War-guild hunting squads roamed these waters, and her odds of survival alone were practically zero. "Captain," Zhou Xiaoming spoke first, her shaking tone replaced by firm resolve. "I request to join your submarine. I know what you're thinking. This broken ship of mine would only drag you down, but I am not useless." Suhai watched her. "I told you before, I possess a talent for crafting support consumables. The deep-sea royal jelly I gave you during the defense mission was made by me. I have many other recipes, formulas to restore mental energy, replenish stamina, temporarily boost stats, counteract toxins, and resist mental contamination. As long as I have raw materials, I can produce them all. I can serve as the team's logistics provider, the group's support." She spoke rapidly, fearing Suhai would cut her off. "Besides, your submarine will keep growing larger, and you will definitely need more pilots later on. I've commanded the Lightning single-handedly all this time. My nerves aren't the steadiest, but my piloting skill is solid. Your submarine is Tier 3 now. Managing it alone will grow increasingly taxing. You and Sister Zhao Tianmei are only 2 people. You need extra crew. I won't rely on your resources for nothing." Zhou Xiaoming rummaged inside her storage space and held an object up to the camera. "This, a treasure map. I pieced it together myself using fragmented information gathered from the Trade Channel and World Channel. It marks the location of an undiscovered ruin within this sea region. It holds the precise coordinates of a Tier 3 ruin. I can hand this treasure map over to you." Suhai looked at the hand-drawn map carefully sealed inside a waterproof pouch in Zhou Xiaoming's grasp, then at her tear-streaked yet stubborn face. He recalled the 2 jars of royal jelly she had given him freely during the defense mission, and how decisively she had surrendered the Tier 3 blueprint earlier. Zhao Tianmei gently nudged Suhai's arm. She said nothing, yet Suhai understood her gaze. Give her a chance. She knew what it was like to struggle alone in these endless deep waters. She had lived through it herself. Suhai met Zhou Xiaoming's eyes and said evenly, "Sign the subordination agreement." Zhou Xiaoming froze. A subordination agreement meant the leading party held full command authority and control over resource allocation. Subordinate crew must obey all orders from the leader, and the agreement could only be terminated with the leader's consent. It meant handing complete authority over to him. Hesitation flickered briefly across her wide eyes before hardening into determination. "I'll sign." A system agreement panel popped up, listing every clause of the subordination agreement line by line on screen. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhou Xiaoming pressed her palm print at the bottom of the document. Subordination agreement finalized. Subordinate party, Zhou Xiaoming, officially enlisted into Suhai's squad. Current squad crew, Suhai leading party, Zhao Tianmei subordinate, Zhou Xiaoming subordinate. The instant the agreement took effect, Zhou Xiaoming let out a long breath. It was not a sigh of resentment, but relief. The weight she had carried alone for so long could finally be shared with others. Her shoulders slumped, and her overstrained mind relaxed marginally. "Pack your belongings and bring every supply you can carry," Suhai instructed. "Abandon the Lightning. Let it sink." Zhou Xiaoming nodded vigorously and began gathering her things. Minutes later, the hatch of the Orca-class assault submarine opened, seawater rushing inward. Zhou Xiaoming swam out from the Lightning's hatch, carrying a waterproof backpack larger than her frame. She kicked awkwardly with her flippers, heading toward the Orca-class vessel. Her dive suit bore slashes from shrapnel, and a crack ran across her diving mask, leaving her looking thoroughly worn and vulnerable. She swam through the hatch and stood inside the drainage compartment. Once the water drained away, she removed her fractured mask. Then she stared in shock. She beheld the Orca-class assault submarine's cockpit. It was far bigger and more breathtaking than what she had observed on sonar. Instrument panels lined every wall. A massive central holographic tactical display loomed overhead, and leather tactical seats stood ready. Down the corridor, she spotted separate private cabins. In the open kitchen area, hot pot base and dipping sauce bowls sat unfinished on the counter. A faint spicy aroma hung in the air. The constant temperature system held the cabin steady at 24 degrees Celsius. Anti-slip alloy plating covered the floors, and spare dive suits and weapons hung mounted on the walls. She turned toward the kitchen. The storage racks were neatly stacked with self-heating rice, canned luncheon meat, chili sauce, canned cola. A constant temperature wine cabinet in the corner held several unopened bottles of red wine. She glanced down at her tattered waterproof backpack. Inside were merely a few packs of hardtack, 2 spare oxygen tanks, a patched old dive suit, and stacks of rough hand-drawn map drafts. This, she swallowed hard, her voice faint with disbelief. This isn't a survival submarine for the end of the world. It's practically a deep-sea resort. Zhao Tianmei stifled a laugh. Zhou Xiaoming's reaction mirrored her own when she first boarded. Ignoring her exclamation, Su Hai gestured toward a console on the right side of the cockpit. That will be your station. It acts as an auxiliary weapons control panel, alongside management for logistics, supplies, and ingredient processing. You will prepare your support consumables here using your talent. Retrieve raw materials from the warehouse, and store finished products back inside for unified distribution. Zhou Xiaoming nodded firmly and set her backpack beside her new station before stepping to the console. Su Hai transmitted a crew handbook to her, containing cabin layouts and emergency escape routes. Understood, Captain. Zhou Xiaoming took a seat in the co-pilot spot beside Zhao Tianmei and began familiarizing herself with the interface. She gazed out the viewport at the dark blue seawater and faint glowing seaweed drifting in the distance, then glanced at the rows of green status indicator lights on her console. She leaned toward Zhao Tianmei and whispered, "Sister Tianmei, is the captain always like this?" Zhao Tianmei turned her head and replied quietly, "You'll get used to it. When I first came aboard, I thought I was dreaming too. Later I learned that dreams like this happen every single day when you follow him." Zhou Xiaoming looked out at the hazard-filled yet treasure-laden deep sea, then toward the quiet, decisive man in the pilot's seat. A silent thought crossed her mind. She had made the right gamble. Meanwhile, seated in the pilot's chair, Su Hai examined the Tier 3 evolution blueprint Zhou Xiaoming had turned over. Submarine Tier 3 evolution blueprint. Rank, Tier 3. Evolution requirements. Evolution shards, 2,000 units. Jellyfish gel, 200 units. Manganese nodule alloy, 200 units. Beast core, 200 units. Energy crystal, 200 units. Tier 3 evolution energy core, 1 piece. Su Hai leaned back in his seat, tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest. The materials required for Tier 3 evolution were far more complex than Tier 2. As he pondered, a new alert popped up on the submarine's control panel. Coordinate marked, Tier 3 ruin source. Squad member Zhou Xiaoming's treasure map. Distance from current location, approximately 67 kilometers. Zhao Tianmei sought confirmation, and Su Hai nodded. Received. Zhao Tianmei pushed the control stick. The Orca-class assault submarine's nuclear power plant rumbled lowly, its bow cutting through the deep sea as it accelerated toward the Tier 3 ruin. Su Hai leaned back in his chair, shifting his gaze from the evolution blueprint to Zhou Xiaoming standing awkwardly in the corner of the cockpit. She still wore the worn dive suit she had brought over from the Lightning, marked with multiple shrapnel tears, and the cracks stretched diagonally across her mask. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, and dried tear tracks left faint pale streaks across her face. She looked just like a stray kitten pulled out of a raging storm, exhausted and vulnerable. Zhao Tianmei. Su Hai tilted his chin toward the co-pilot's seat. Take her back to wash up and get sorted out first. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes widened in surprise. A shower? We have showers on the submarine. Zhao Tianmei stood from the co-pilot's seat, smiling knowingly. You have no idea. This isn't some Spartan survival craft. We have every comfort you could ask for. Hot water runs 24 hours a day. The bathroom has shampoo, body wash, and hair conditioner. The kitchen refrigerator is packed fuller than a convenience store back on land. Come on, I'll show you. She draped an arm around Zhou Xiaoming's shoulders and guided her down the corridor. Zhou Xiaoming kept repeating hot water and hair conditioner under her breath, as if hearing something utterly beyond her understanding. Su Hai added another instruction. She looks famished. Fix her a meal after she finishes washing. Zhao Tianmei tossed back an okay gesture without turning her head. Got it, boss, leave it to me. Once the bathroom door shut, the sound of running water soon echoed from the end of the corridor. Zhou Xiaoming stood beneath the warm shower. Steady hot water streamed over her head, rolling down her shoulders, along her back, and all the way to her ankles. She could barely recall the last time she'd had a proper hot shower. Aboard the Lightning, she only wiped herself down with damp towels. Cold water left her skin tight and dry, salt crystals tangled in her hair that crinkled whenever she moved. Here, the water temperature stayed perfectly regulated, slightly warmer than body temperature, wrapping around her gently. The mint-scented shampoo formed soft, rich foam carrying a crisp herbal fragrance. She washed her hair twice and worked conditioner through the strands. It felt as if her brittle, salt-damaged hair had returned to normal. When she stepped out of the bathroom, she looked revitalized. Her hair was half-dried and fell loosely over her shoulders. The tear marks had washed away, revealing her fair, delicate features. She changed into the only clean outfit she kept in her backpack, a plain white short-sleeved t-shirt and dark blue shorts. Both were size small, still loose on her frame. She wore soft slippers as she walked barefoot along the corridor. She halted the moment she reached the cockpit doorway. A rich, overwhelming spicy aroma drifted out from the kitchen section. Zhao Tianmei had brought the hot pot back to a boil. Red chili oil bubbled and churned, the scent of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and beef tallow filling the entire cockpit like a late-night diner. Ingredients covered the counter: thinly sliced fish fillets, marbled canned luncheon meat, washed lettuce and bok choy, soaked dried shiitake mushrooms, tender tofu, and kelp knots. A plate of deep-sea snow crab claws Su Hai had acquired through the trade channel sat there too, their shells glowing warm orange under the lights. 2 bowls of dipping sauce waited on either side of the counter, one with garlic and sesame oil, another with sesame paste mixed with chili sauce. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes stretched wider than when she learned there were showers available, nearly popping from her sockets. A hot pot. Her voice sounded distant, as if trapped in a dream. A boiling hot pot, with dipping sauces. Zhao Tianmei planted her hands on her hips beside the counter, laughing at her stunned expression. Shocked. I reacted exactly the same way when I first saw the boss eating hot pot. My research vessel felt like a rusted iron coffin, while this submarine is somewhere people can actually live. Don't just stand there. Take a seat. The food is ready. She called toward the pilot's seat. Boss, come eat too. The broth will turn bitter if it simmers too long. Eat while it's fresh. Su Hai set the Orca-class assault submarine to maintain cruising speed toward the ruin, then rose from the pilot's seat and sat down beside the counter. Zhou Xiaoming took a seat across from him, resting her hands neatly on her knees and sitting ramrod straight like a school student. Yet her gaze never strayed from the bubbling chili oil, and she swallowed quietly, unable to contain her hunger. Su Hai picked up his chopsticks, dipped a fish fillet into the broth for more than 10 seconds until the flesh turned opaque white with curled edges. He placed the fillet into his bowl, coated it in garlic sesame sauce, and took a bite. Zhou Xiaoming sat motionless. Eat, Su Hai said. There's no need to wait for anyone. As if freed from some restraint by those words, Zhou Xiaoming picked up her chopsticks. She carefully took a slice of luncheon meat, swished it in the boiling broth for a few seconds, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in her mouth. Her whole body stiffened as if jolted by electricity. Her eyes instantly reddened. It was not the flush before crying, but a physical reaction, her mind gone blank from the overwhelming taste. She kept chewing the luncheon meat, her cheeks puffed out, yet tears were already pooling in her eyes. She swallowed hard, her voice hoarse. It's hot, truly hot, not warmed by engine waste heat, not heated by batteries. Real hot pot, cooked fresh in this pot. Still talking, she grabbed a chopstick full of fish fillets and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel. She then took crab claws, followed by sheets of kelp knots. Her chopsticks moved back and forth between the pot and her bowl in a blur. Su Hai watched her eat, the corners of his mouth twitching faintly. He said nothing, picking up a slice of beef to simmer slowly. His gaze lingered casually on Zhou Xiaoming for a few moments. The young woman was small in stature with a delicate frame and a round face paired with large eyes, giving her a youthful, petite appearance. She wore the smallest size white t-shirt, stretched slightly across her frame as she leaned forward toward the hot pot. Shadows gathered gently beneath her collarbones as she lowered her head to eat. Zhao Mimi sat beside Su Hai, swishing a piece of tripe through the broth with her chopsticks. From the corner of her eye, she caught where Su Hai's attention rested and how long it stayed there. She subtly adjusted her posture, shifting back a little and tugging the hem of her short skirt upward slightly. Zhao Mimi already possessed long, well-proportioned legs. The small shift of her skirt revealed more of her thigh line, glowing softly under the warm yellow lighting inside the cockpit. She crossed one leg over the other, her toes swaying lightly, then picked up her chopsticks again and calmly continued cooking her tripe. Zhou Xiaoming was buried in her meal and completely oblivious to the subtle gesture. Su Hai, however, noticed it. He showed no visible reaction, merely lifted his water cup for a sip before returning to his hot pot. Undeterred by his lack of response, Zhao Mimi picked up a piece of cooked beef, dipped it in garlic sesame oil, and placed it directly into Su Hai's bowl. The movement was smooth, as if she had performed it countless times before. "Boss, this beef is cooked perfectly. Eat it while it's hot." Zhou Xiaoming looked up, her mouth still stuffed with half a fish fillet. Watching Zhao Mimi serve Su Hai food, her thoughts turned to the subordination agreement. The subordinate obeys the dominant party, who holds command and authority over resource allocation. Zhao Mimi was the senior member, so her actions must follow established norms. Perhaps serving the leader food was an unwritten rule within their small group, an expected duty for every crew member. Zhou Xiaoming thought she ought to do the same to prove herself. She had only recently joined the vessel and could not afford to appear ignorant of proper etiquette. She picked up crab meat, stood up, and leaned across the counter to set it into Su Hai's bowl. Her small frame forced her to stretch forward as she spoke. "Captain, this crab meat is delicious. You should try it." Zhao Mimi's chopsticks paused. She still wore a smile, yet the curve of her lips stiffened ever so slightly. She glanced at Zhou Xiaoming, then quickly recovered her gentle expression, though a trace of quiet wariness crept into her eyes. "Xiaoming is so thoughtful," Zhao Mimi said softly, her tone honeyed. "But the captain dislikes receiving too much food from others during meals. He prefers picking his own ingredients. Isn't that right, boss?" She turned toward Su Hai, her gaze carrying a silent plea for him to back her words. 2 portions of food rested in Su Hai's bowl, the beef from Zhao Mimi below, the crab meat from Zhou Xiaoming stacked on top, silent tokens of attention. He glanced down at the bowl, then back at Zhao Mimi's smile and Zhou Xiaoming's earnest, expectant face. Without a word, he lifted both pieces and ate them together. Zhao Mimi's eye twitched. Zhou Xiaoming detected none of the tension. Delighted that Su Hai had accepted her offering, she sat back down and continued scooping tofu from the broth. By the end of the meal, the rich, spicy broth had turned bitter from prolonged boiling. Nearly all the ingredients on the table were finished off. Zhou Xiaoming alone ate roughly as much as Su Hai and Zhao Mimi combined. She leaned back in her chair, clutching her full stomach and letting out a satisfied sigh. "I have never eaten this full in my life," she murmured, heavy with the drowsiness that follows a hearty meal. "Captain, this ship of yours is paradise." Su Hai prepared to stand and return to the helm, but Zhao Mimi circled around behind him first. "Boss, you've worked so hard. You've fought battles these past 2 days, chased off the Wolf Alliance for Xiaoming, and synthesized countless rounds of ammunition by yourself. Your shoulders must be tight. Let me massage them for you." Before Su Hai could reply, her hands settled upon his shoulders. Her fingers were long and nimble, pressing into his trapezius muscles with measured force. Her thumbs slowly kneaded along the edges of his shoulder blades, her palms working gentle circles around the shoulder wells. Zhao Mimi's massage technique was surprisingly skilled. She had studied ergonomics in university and understood that submarine pilots gripping controls for hours bore the greatest strain in their shoulders and necks. She worked slowly, releasing every knotted muscle, pressing precisely on each aching spot. Su Hai had intended to refuse, but the soothing sensation spreading through his shoulders made him swallow the words. He closed his eyes slightly. His shoulder blades creaked softly beneath her touch as the tension built over days finally eased. Zhou Xiaoming watched, her mind racing once more. Zhao Mimi had prepared dinner and was now massaging the captain. Was this another expected duty for crew members? She was new aboard, and Zhao Mimi had already taken on so many tasks. If she did not offer her help, would she come across as lazy? She stood up and asked earnestly, "Captain, are your feet sore? I can fetch a basin of hot water for you to soak them." The moment the words left her mouth, Zhao Mimi's hands froze. Her thumb halted on a pressure point along Su Hai's shoulder blade. She turned to face Zhou Xiaoming, her smile growing noticeably stiffer. "Xiaoming." Zhao Mimi's voice remained soft, yet each syllable felt strained. The boss does not like others touching his feet. Isn't that correct, boss? Suhai sensed the subtle friction hanging in the air. The pressure of Zhao Mimi's fingers on his shoulders grew heavier, as if she were venting her irritation through his muscles. Zhou Xiaoming stood there, innocent and sincere, completely unaware how much her innocent suggestion had unsettled Zhao Mimi. No need. Suhai raised a hand and lightly patted Zhao Mimi's wrist to signal her to stop. Don't keep massaging, your hands will tire. He stood from the chair, rolling his loosened shoulders, then turned to Zhou Xiaoming. We will take turns resting and steering during the voyage. Go rest first and regain your energy. We may face more trouble ahead that requires you. Zhou Xiaoming nodded obediently. Understood, Captain. I will head to my quarters right away. She took a few steps toward the corridor, then glanced back, her large eyes blinking at Suhai. Captain, once I am well rested, may I come help steer? I am not as skilled as Sister Mimi, but I operated the Lightning alone for a long time. I know all the basic controls. You may? Suhai nodded. Zhou Xiaoming broke into a bright smile, revealing small tiger-like canines, then turned and entered the cabin assigned to her. Only Suhai and Zhao Mimi remained in the cockpit. Zhao Mimi stood beside the control panel, arms folded, watching Zhou Xiaoming's figure vanish down the corridor before turning back towards Suhai. Her expression tangled with unnameable emotion. Boss, she lowered her voice, half joking yet tinged with unmistakable envy. You are far too kind to the newcomer. Suhai glanced at her without giving a direct answer. He walked over to the pilot seat and adjusted the cruising speed on the autopilot. You should rest too. I will steer for a while. Zhao Mimi fell silent for several seconds, then crossed to sit in the co-pilot's seat. She did not fasten her safety harness or touch the controls. She merely leaned back and stared out the viewport into the dark indigo seawater. After a long pause, she spoke quietly. I am not tired. I will keep you company on watch. Suhai's lips twitched faintly, and he said nothing. The Orca-class assault submarine advanced steadily across the abyssal plain at 40 knots. The phased array tactical sonar refreshed scans of surrounding waters every few seconds. Occasional biological blips appeared within 8 kilometers, all safely distant. The quiet journey did not last long. Suhai leaned back in the pilot's chair to rest his eyes, while Zhao Mimi monitored the instrument panel. Zhao Mimi's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Boss, we've arrived. Suhai opened his eyes and sat upright. On the phased array tactical sonar screen, the outline of a colossal underwater ruin slowly materialized 8 kilometers ahead. It was an immense complex of stone architecture spanning over a dozen square kilometers. Its architectural style matched the ancient city ruins Suhai had discovered at supply points before. Towering stone pillars, layered archways, and algae-draped domes. Yet this ruin was far more intact and vast than any other he had seen. The central structure was a massive pyramid-shaped temple, its spire nearly touching an underwater ridge hundreds of meters above. Multiple layers of defensive walls and broad stone plazas surrounded the temple. Rows of giant stone statues lined the plaza, each dozens of meters tall, carved in the shape of merfolk. Their features had eroded away beneath seawater, yet their outlines still radiated ancient, imposing power. A pale blue energy barrier enveloped the entire ruin, covered in swirling runic patterns that separated the structures from the surrounding seawater. The entrance was a monumental stone arch etched with twisted spiral symbols identical to the unsettling markings found in the old city ruins. But Zhao Mimi's gaze did not linger on the ruin itself. She pointed at a cluster of blips near the entrance on the sonar screen, her tone turning grave. Boss, other submarines are already here. Suhai zoomed in the sonar feed. For submarines formed a fan formation directly before the arch, completely blocking the gateway. All bore the same marking on their hulls, an eagle with outstretched wings clutching a trident in its talons. Though varying in model, all were refitted military-grade vessels armed with at least second-tier weapon systems. The Eagle Alliance, Zhao Mimi said. She had seen their recruitment notice on the regional channel and remembered their slogan, Order and Conquest. Zhao Mimi turned and called toward the corridor. Zhou Xiaoming, come out at once. We have a situation. Moments later, Zhou Xiaoming hurried out of her cabin, rubbing her eyes, her hair slightly messy from sleep. She stepped quickly to the console, opened her treasure map, and cross-referenced the ruin outline on the sonar display. She nodded firmly. That's definitely the ruin. The coordinates match perfectly, and the structure lines up. It's a third-tier ruin. Right then, a familiar cold notification tone echoed inside Suhai's mind. Ding! Daily intelligence system. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Time remaining until next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. A translucent pentagonal selection panel unfolded before his eyes. 5 colored cursors rotating slowly. Suhai scanned the options: resource intelligence, survival intelligence, hunting intelligence, ruin intelligence, special intelligence. He reached out without hesitation and tapped ruin intelligence. A burst of brilliant golden light erupted from the selected cursor, and the other 4 vanished instantly. The tactical sonar display washed over with pale golden radiance, and a brand new holographic map unfolded in front of him. It was a complete internal structural blueprint of the entire third-tier ruin. The pyramid temple was rendered in cross-section. 3 defensive lines along the outer walls, arrays of statue-triggered traps across the plaza, winding labyrinth corridors inside the temple, groups of hidden chambers on the lower levels, and the core hall at the very bottom. Every passage, hidden door trigger, and trap placement was precisely marked in 3-dimensional wireframe. At the center of the core hall, on the deepest layer, a golden treasure chest icon blinked slowly. Beneath it read, "Final treasure chest, third-tier ruin core reward." Beside the chest icon stood a separate red marker, Ruin Guardian, 4th-tier creature dormant. Beyond the ruin layout, the hologram marked all living signals within the complex. Green markers denoted neutral wildlife. Red markers marked intruders. The number of red blips made Suhai's brows furrow. Many submarines had already entered the ruin. The sonar identification system tagged nearly 10 vessels in total. Groups swept for supplies near the outer walls, while others advanced slowly through the temple labyrinths. Every submarine displayed the Eagle Alliance insignia. The 4 vessels stationed at the entrance maintained their fan blockade of the archway. Suhai committed every detail of the holographic map to memory. He closed the intelligence panel and spoke calmly. "Zhao Mimi, set course directly for the ruin entrance. No detours, no attempts to hide." "Understood." Zhao Mimi pushed the control lever. The Orca-class assault submarine departed the abyssal plain, its bow aligned toward the ruin entrance, advancing steadily at 40 knots. As the distance closed, details of the archway grew clear through the viewport. The massive stone gate stood dozens of meters high. Inside the arch, the pale blue energy barrier rippled like a giant curtain, refracting light and tinting surrounding rocks and seaweed with ethereal blue. A giant merfolk statue stood on either side of the arch, each gripping a stone trident, empty eye sockets watching all incoming vessels. The 4 Eagle Alliance submarines lined up before the arch. Their sonar arrays had clearly detected the approaching Orca-class assault submarine. The largest heavy submarine in the formation pulled forward half its length, its bow searchlight locking straight onto Suhai's vessel. A harsh male voice crackled over the public channel. "Submarine ahead, halt. This is Eagle Alliance 3rd Ruin Exploration Team. This ruin has been secured by the Eagle Alliance. Exploration operations are underway inside. No non-allied vessels are permitted within the ruin perimeter. Turn back immediately, or we will treat your presence as hostile and take necessary action." Suhai opened the public channel and replied plainly, "You have 30 seconds to move aside." There was a pause on the other end, followed by clear impatience. "Do you not understand me? I repeat, this ruin is under Eagle Alliance blockade. We have 4 submarines, and you have only 1. Are you certain you wish to force entry?" Suhai did not repeat himself. He transferred primary control of the weapons array to his console. Hatches covering the aft vertical missile silos snapped open. Safety locks disengaged on the forward dual 8-cell heavy torpedo tubes, and 6 lateral small torpedo tubes switched to rapid-fire mode. Indicator lights lit up along the ammunition racks, showing 360 dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes and more than 2,000 standard munitions ready for deployment. The cold, stern male voice echoed once more across the public channel. "What are you doing? You're locking." His words were cut short by a shrill alarm. Sonar systems aboard all 4 Eagle Alliance submarines blared simultaneous lock-on warnings. They were not targeted by a single torpedo tube, but locked onto by dozens of ordnance rounds from countless directions and angles at once. On their sonar screens, the fire coverage zone of the Orca-class raider submarine had completely enveloped all 4 vessels. "Damn it, he's actually going to open fire." An exclamation burst over the public channel. "Engage." The stern male voice barked out the order. The 4 Eagle Alliance submarines unleashed their weapons simultaneously. More than a dozen torpedoes surged from their launch tubes, trailing white wakes as they streaked toward the Orca-class raider submarine from varied angles. Their coordinated combat discipline was evident. Torpedoes followed well-planned trajectories, some charged head-on, others curved in flanking encirclements. and several were set along interception paths meant to cut off Suhai's evasion routes. Suhai did not dodge. Every single torpedo slammed into the hull of the Orca-class raider submarine. Blooms of explosion fire merged outside the viewports, and shockwaves made the cockpit lights flicker faintly. When the flames faded, not even a faint scratch marked the hull. The hull durability of 5,000 points remained untouched. Its permanent endurance turned all the Eagle Alliance firepower into nothing more than waves crashing against stone reefs. Silence hung over the public channel for several full seconds. Then the stern male voice warped with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. A dozen torpedoes struck head-on, and there isn't a single trace of damage. What class of submarine is he piloting? Suhai pressed his thumb down on the firing switch. First volley. 8 dark-scale piercing torpedoes split into 4 groups, 2 assigned to lock onto each enemy submarine. Runes etched on the dark warheads carved 8 faint blue light trails through the seawater. Armor-piercing and tracking traits activated, slashing target evasion probability by 90%. The 4 Eagle Alliance submarines deployed sonar countermeasure flares at once, attempting to disrupt the torpedoes' tracking systems. Yet the guidance systems of the dark-scale piercing torpedoes far outmatched their jamming capabilities. The 8 torpedoes adjusted course the instant interference hit, circling around blind zones created by the decoys and continuing their advance toward their respective targets. Boom, 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 boom. All 8 dark-scale piercing torpedoes struck nearly simultaneously. Piercing warheads tore through the armor of the 4 submarines and detonated inside their hulls. The dual-stage implosion, then detonation mechanism of the dark-scale warheads unleashed all explosive force within the confined hull spaces in an instant. The hulls of the 4 submarines ruptured like balloons blown apart from within. Fire and shrapnel erupted in front of the ruin entrance. Shockwaves slammed against the pale blue energy barrier shielding the ruins, stirring ripples before being silently absorbed by the barrier. 4 Eagle Alliance escort vessels destroyed. Suhai closed the weapons panel and spoke evenly. Continue forward. Zhao Tianmei reduced speed to low. The Orca-class raider submarine glided through the scattered debris cloud left by the sunken vessels, heading slowly toward the ruin archway. Pulse electric fields on the hull activated automatically, incinerating all floating wreckage into molten slag. Not a single fragment made contact with the submarine's surface. Zhou Xiaoming stood beside the control console, her mouth hanging open in shock. She glanced at the 4 sinking wreckage signatures on the sonar screen, then back at the flawless, unscratched hull of the Orca-class raider submarine. She slowly turned her head toward Zhao Tianmei. Zhao Tianmei winked at her and mouthed silently, "Stay calm." The Orca-class raider submarine slid gently beneath the ruin archway. The pale blue energy barrier parted automatically the moment it touched the hull, like a water curtain pushed aside. It sealed shut again once the submarine passed through. The instant the vessel crossed into the barrier, the seawater outside the viewports shifted color. No longer the dark blue-black of the deep sea. It turned a clear, faintly fluorescent light blue, as if they had entered another world. The space inside the ruins was far larger than it appeared from outside. The seawater within the barrier had been purified by some unknown force, granting exceptional visibility. One could see hundreds of meters into the distance. Giant stone statues lining both sides of the plaza revealed finer details in the clear waters. These merfolk statues bore varied expressions: grief, rage, contemplation. Dense runes were carved across the stone tridents they gripped. The pyramid temple loomed at the far end of the plaza. Pale golden light patterns spread across its surface, identical to the runic markings on the legendary rank cards Suhai had seen before. Dozens of meters of stone steps led upward to the temple entrance. Neat rows of colonnades flanked the steps, each pillar wrapped in glowing seaweed that bathed the entire structure in cool cyan luminescence. At the very moment the Orca-class raider submarine entered the ruins, deep within the site, near the entrance to the network of underground chambers beneath the pyramid temple, an exceptionally heavy submarine hovered within a narrow passage. Its hull bore a larger Eagle Alliance insignia than the other vessels, with 2 glowing red crystals embedded where the Eagle's eyes would be. Its armament was staggeringly formidable. A 10-barrel heavy torpedo launcher mounted forward, 6 vertical missile silos along its back, 8 compact side torpedo tubes, plus 2 depth charge dispensers at the stern. Inside this submarine's cockpit, a middle-aged man in his 40s stared rigidly at the sonar display. His expression shifted from astonishment to grimness, then erupted into fury. He wore a dark blue captain's uniform embroidered with the Golden Eagle Alliance insignia on his epaulettes. In his left hand, he clutched an unfinished mug of black coffee. His grip shook slightly. His name was Gao Zhenhai, commander of Eagle Alliance's 3rd Exploration Unit and captain of the 3rd Order Submarine Eagle's Claw. 30 seconds prior, he had received the final transmission from the guard detachment stationed at the ruin entrance, a broken distress signal filled with background explosions and metal tearing, cutting off abruptly amid harsh white noise. The transmission contained only a few fragmented lines. An unidentified submarine has forced its way into the ruins. We have engaged. Its hull cannot be breached. Its torpedoes are abnormal. Damn it, then silence. The signatures of all 4 escort vessels vanished completely from sonar. A single submarine. Gao Zhenhai slammed the coffee mug onto the console. Dark coffee splattered across the surface. 4 second-order escort craft wiped out by 1 submarine? Are you joking with me? His gaze swept over the other operators in the cockpit, and none dared meet his eyes. Gao Zhenhai's deputy, a young man with thin-rimmed glasses, quickly pulled up the last sonar data sent by the guard unit and projected the intruder's silhouette onto the main display. Commander, this is the target data recorded before contact was lost. The submarine model cannot be precisely identified, but sonar echo analysis confirms it is at minimum a 3rd-order vessel, with an estimated speed above 70 knots. Hull defensive capabilities remain unknown, yet direct hits from more than a dozen standard torpedoes produced 0 visible damage. In terms of armament, the guards recorded an unstandard torpedo variant, black warheads etched with dim golden runes, possessing speed and tracking capabilities far exceeding conventional ordnance. 3rd Order. Gao Zhenhai's expression darkened further. He drew a deep breath, forcing his anger under control to analyze the situation rationally. The Eagle Alliance had deployed nearly 10 submarines into the ruins on this operation, yet most were 1st and 2nd Order support craft. The true main combat strength rested with his 3rd Order Eagle's Claw and several other 2nd Order assault vessels. If the intruder truly commanded a 3rd Order submarine armed with specialized piercing torpedoes, a direct confrontation carried immense risk. Still, he could not allow an unknown vessel to rampage freely through the ruins. The Alliance had paid a heavy price to purchase these ruin coordinates from information brokers. The site was rumored to hold 3rd Order evolution materials and legendary rank inscriptions, treasures they could not afford to surrender. All hands, Gao Zhenhai ordered in a low voice, set up an ambush. The deputy immediately relayed the command over an encrypted channel. On the sonar screen, several green signatures exploring the maze-like corridors began moving, repositioning along routes designated by Gao Zhenhai. Meanwhile, the Orca-class raider submarine had passed through the outer plaza and entered the main gate of the Pyramid Temple. The passageways within the temple formed an even more intricate labyrinth than the exterior suggested. Countless side corridors branched off the main tunnel. Some ascended toward higher levels of the pyramid, others descended into the underground chamber network, and many were blocked by collapsed boulders, forming dead ends. The walls bore unsettling spiral symbols identical to those Su Hai had discovered in ancient city ruins. Certain markings glowed faintly as the submarine passed, as if responding to an ancient call. Zhao Tianmei frowned at the tangled network of passageways shown on sonar, her fingers hovering hesitantly over the control lever. Boss, there are too many routes. Which one leads to the core? Su Hai had long memorized the holographic map provided in the ruin intelligence. He pointed to an unassuming side passage on the sonar display. Take this route. Circle around the main corridor ahead and pass through the hidden doorway on the right. This path lets us bypass all forward traps and most patrolling forces. Zhao Tianmei adjusted course without delay. The Orca-class raider submarine veered away from the broad main passage and turned into a narrow side corridor. The tunnel was just wide enough to accommodate the submarine's hull. Glowing tube worms and deep sea vines clung to the rock walls, clear evidence that few creatures had traversed this route in ages. After several minutes of travel, a faint smile tugged at Su Hai's lips. The holographic map from the ruin intelligence clearly showed that not far ahead in a parallel passage, Eagle Alliance submarines were rapidly assembling under Gao Zhenhai's orders, preparing to lay an ambush at the fork in the main corridor. They had no idea Su Hai would never take that main route. Less than 300 meters beside this ambush zone, the ruin intelligence marked another critical detail, a nest of abyssal bone sharks. The shark swarm was sizable, containing multiple second-order elite specimens and a third-order bone shark king dwelling deep within the nest. The sharks remained dormant for now, but sufficient disturbance would send them surging forth like an agitated swarm of hornets. Suhai navigated the submarine to the end of the side corridor and hovered within a concealed rock recess. The shark nest lay only dozens of meters away, separated by a thin layer of rock. He opened the weapons panel and selected 2 standard torpedoes, not dark-scale piercing torpedoes, just ordinary, moderately powerful standard ordnance. His target was not the sharks themselves, but the rock formation directly above their nest. The 2 torpedoes launched from the compact side tubes, trailing white wakes as they struck the rock overhead with pinpoint accuracy. The blast shockwave did not directly harm the sharks, yet it collapsed a massive section of the rock face. Enormous rubble and deafening explosive noise crashed into the dormant swarm. The sharks awakened. Several first-order bone sharks burst out of the nest first, followed by 2 second-order elites, and finally the third-order bone shark king, nearly 12 meters in length. Its eyes burned dark red. All bony spines along its back flared outward in rage, and its tail hammered violently against the rock walls. The entire shark swarm fell into a furious frenzy. They streamed out of the nest, surging through the narrow main corridor in search of any viable target. The first prey they encountered was the Eagle Alliance detachment setting up the ambush at the main corridor fork. A heartbeat later, violent explosions and the clang of metal echoed from the direction of the main passage. On the holographic map, Suhai watched the Eagle Alliance detachment submarines come under relentless shark assault. Volleys of spines unleashed by the third-order bone shark king pierced the side armor of one second-order vessel. 2 second-order bone sharks attacked the propellers of another, while the swarm of first-order sharks swarmed and tore at the entire unit like a silver storm. Chaos erupted across the Eagle Alliance detachment's communications channel. Conflicting distress calls, weapons fire, and screams mingled together, echoing across the whole ruin via unencrypted transmissions. Suhai disabled the audio monitor and spoke 2 words to Zhao Tianmei. Speed up. The Orca-class raider submarine glided out from the rock recess and accelerated along the safe route marked on the ruin intelligence, heading toward the ruin core hall. The sounds of chaos from the main corridor faded further behind them, the sharks' roars and torpedo blasts gradually blocked by thick rock strata. Suhai leaned back in the command chair and glanced at the receding outlines of passageways on the sonar screen. The path ahead grew steadily wider. The narrow side corridor merged into a massive main tunnel, and a colossal stone gate dozens of meters high came into view in the distance. Carved onto its surface was a coiled deep-sea serpent, its body wrapping around the entire door frame, its head gazing down upon anyone who approached. This gate served as the entrance to the core hall. Suhai studied the serpent relief. Its carved eyes reflected faint green light beneath the submarine's searchlights, resembling living pupils peering at intruders from the darkness. The Orca-class raider submarine slid slowly into the core hall. The scale of this hall exceeded Suhai's expectations. The vaulted ceiling rose nearly 100 meters overhead. Most glowing crystals embedded within it had dimmed, yet residual light still bathed the hall in twilight. Giant stone pillars stretched from the ground all the way to the ceiling. Fossilized skeletons of ancient deep-sea serpents coiled around each pillar, individual bony spines measuring several meters long. The hall floor was paved with smooth black stone slabs etched with dense spiral runes. Submerged in seawater, the markings shimmered pale green, flickering in rhythm with water currents. At the very center of the hall rose a towering altar platform dozens of meters tall. Each step was broad enough to hold a medium-sized submarine. Suspended above the altar's summit floated a giant blue energy sphere more than 10 meters in diameter. Within the sphere, the outline of a treasure chest could be faintly seen, the final chest marked in the ruin intelligence. Layers of energy veils wrapped the chest. Ancient runic arrays flowed across the veil surface, emitting a low resonant hum with every shift of light that made the seawater throughout the hall tremble subtly. Without needing orders, Zhao Tianmei reduced speed to low, carefully guiding the Orca-class raider submarine toward the altar. Zhou Xiaoming stood at her console, gazing upward at the approaching massive platform. Her large eyes mirrored the shifting blue glow of the energy sphere, her mouth slightly parted as she breathed softly. The altar proved even larger than it appeared from afar. Each step stood several meters high, carved with reliefs eroded by seawater over countless ages. Schools of fish, shark packs, abyss leviathans, and scenes of merfolk building cities beneath the waves. The reliefs possessed a primitive, eerie aesthetic. The figures' stiff, twisted postures suggested some ancient sacrificial ritual. High above the altar, the 10-meter blue energy sphere hovered mid-air, rotating slowly. Dense runic patterns flowed across its surface, each line pulsing as if drawing breath. At the sphere's exact center rested a fully golden treasure chest, a glowing, unknown gem set into its lid. When the Orca-class raider submarine drew within 100 meters of the altar summit, the seabed directly in front of the altar split open. It was not the random collapse of an earthquake, but a neat, rectangular fissure, as if a hidden door beneath the floor was sliding open. A ring of pale green runic light ignited along the fissure's edge, spreading rapidly along the spiral markings covering the hull floor and turning the entire ground into a glowing web. A gigantic figure rose slowly from the crack. Suhai had maintained a calm expression facing the third-order bone shark king and second-order contaminated entities, yet now his pupils narrowed slightly. The creature climbing from the fissure was a colossus standing nearly 20 meters tall. Its lower body consisted of 8 giant octopus-like tentacles, each several meters thick and covered in black chitinous scales. The tip of every tentacle bore an open sucker maw lined with circular serrated fangs. Its upper body formed a burly humanoid torso with dark gray skin and bulging musculature, heavy bone armor plating its chest and shoulders. The most unsettling feature was its head, a massive shark skull perched atop its neck. The shark head was dark gray, its jaw far broader than a human's, lined with at least 5 or 6 rows of densely packed sharp fangs. Its eyes were not the dark crimson of a shark's, but an older, pure, eerie green, with vertical pupils akin to those of lizards or serpents. Embedded upon its forehead was a fist-sized blue crystal. Within the crystal, swirls of ghostly green light flowed in perfect, synchronized rhythm with the runic pulses emanating from the energy orb on the altar. Once the shark-headed, humanoid guardian rose fully from the fissure, 8 tentacles unfurled slowly, spreading across the floor to form a circular formation dozens of meters in diameter. It did not attack at once. Instead, it stared down at the submarine, which looked little more than a toy from its vantage point, through those vertical, ghost green eyes. Zhao Tianmei's hands tightened around the control yoke, and Zhou Xiaoming's fingers hovered above the auxiliary weapons panel, her breathing growing quick and shallow. But Suhai raised a hand, signaling them to hold their actions. At that moment, relic intelligence popped up, displaying detailed information on the Guardian, far more comprehensive than he had anticipated. Identity, Relic Guardian. Rank, Tier 4 mutated creature. Status, semi-awakened executing Guardian duties. Traits, 8 tentacles can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The suction cups at each tentacle tip carry a psychic drain effect. The crystal upon its forehead serves as its energy core and its sole weak point. Once the crystal is shattered, the Guardian will lose all energy supply and disintegrate within a brief window. Attack methods, tentacle strangulation, psychic scream, energy pulse wave, crystal ray. Clearing methods, choose one method 1. Accept the Guardian's 3 trials. The trials consist of the trial of wisdom, the trial of valor, and the trial of sacrifice. Those who pass all trials will be deemed relic inheritors. The Guardian will voluntarily lift the energy orb's protection and surrender the final treasure chest. This method requires no ammunition and no combat. Method 2. Directly engage and eliminate the Guardian. Upon its death, the energy orb's defenses will automatically dissipate, and the treasure chest will be yours. Special note, the Relic Guardian is the final sentinel of this relic. Its duty is to select inheritors, not to slay intruders. If you possess sufficient wisdom and courage, you may claim what you seek without bloodshed. Yet bear this in mind, the architects of this relic were not human. Their standards for the trials differ greatly from those of mankind. The odds of passing the trials are far lower than the odds of slaying the Guardian. Suhai read through both clearing methods twice. Trial of wisdom, trial of valor, trial of sacrifice. It sounded like a ritual sequence used by some ancient civilization to select successors. If he could obtain the treasure chest without firing a single shot, that would certainly be preferable to engaging a Tier 4 creature head-on. However, his gaze lingered on the line within the note. The architects of this relic were not human. Their standards for the trials differ greatly from those of mankind. The odds of passing the trials are far lower than the odds of slaying the Guardian. He had already reached a decision in his mind, yet his expression remained impassive. The Relic Guardian spoke. Its sharp jaws did not move. Its voice echoed directly within the minds of every living being in the hall through some form of psychic resonance. The tone was deep and slow, carrying the oppressive weight of the abyssal depths. Every syllable sounded as though squeezed out from 10,000 meters below the waves. I am the Relic Guardian, the sentinel of this relic. You have breached the outer walls and passed the maze's screening to stand before me. This proves you hold the qualifications to enter the core zone. its 8 tentacles lifted slightly, forming a complex symbol in midair. Qualification does not equal success. You must undergo 3 trials to prove you are worthy of this relic's inheritance. All who complete every trial shall gain everything contained within the treasure chest. Those who fail, your souls shall remain trapped within the relic forever, becoming part of this temple. These are the rules. The rules cannot be altered. Suhai replied over the public channel, his tone calm and respectful. State the contents of the trials. The vertical ghost green pupils of the relic guardian brightened faintly, seemingly satisfied by Suhai's compliant demeanor. Its psychic resonance reverberated through the hall. The first trial, the trial of wisdom. I shall pose 2 questions to you. You must provide your answers within 10 breaths of each question being spoken. Failure to answer either correctly means the trial is lost. Are you prepared? I am prepared, Suhai answered. At the same time, he quickly sent a silent command from his console to Zhao Tianmei over the squad internal channel. Stand by. Prepare for combat. Load all standard ordnance. Preload 4 dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Await my order. Zhao Tianmei sent no reply, yet her fingers slid soundlessly toward the weapon's system preheat switch. Zhou Xiaoming saw the message as well. She bit her lower lip, quietly activating the locking systems on the auxiliary weapons panel, and muffled her breathing so it could barely be heard over the channel. The Relic Guardian's first question echoed throughout the hall. What grows lighter the deeper it goes? Suhai barely paused to think before responding immediately. Color. In the deep sea, the deeper you descend, the lighter hues appear under illumination. It was no profound riddle. Anyone who had spent even a few days in the deep ocean could offer that answer. The Guardian's vertical pupils blinked once, seemingly satisfied with the reply, yet its 8 tentacles did not relax, maintaining a combat-ready stance. The second question. The Guardian's psychic resonance sank deeper than before, each syllable reverberating like echoes rising from the bottom of an ancient abyss. If you must choose between saving your most vital companion and saving the lives of 100 strangers, which will you pick? Answer within 10 breaths. Your choice shall determine whether you qualify for the second trial. As Suhai listened to the question, his demeanor stayed respectful, yet inwardly he sneered. The trial of wisdom. 2 questions, progressing from shallow to profound, from objective fact to subjective choice, confronting personal fears and moral dilemmas. It was a standard screening process, designed to test whether an intruder's mindset and values aligned with certain standards of this ancient civilization. A genuine seeker would now be earnestly weighing this moral paradox, striving to craft a flawless answer. But Suhai was no seeker. While answering the first question, he had already transmitted another command to Zhao Tianmei from his console. While its attention is fixed on questioning, fully unlock all weapon systems. Preload 8 dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Transport another 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes from storage. I intend to conduct a large-scale fusion. Zhao Tianmei hesitated briefly, then sent a short affirmative reply over the squad channel. She quietly rose from the co-pilot seat, hunched low, and hurried toward the storage hold. Zhou Xiaoming seamlessly took over monitoring duties from the co-pilot station. While waiting for Zhao Tianmei to transport the ammunition, Suhai deliberately assumed an air of intense deliberation. He lowered his head slightly, his brows furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. He even tapped his fingers gently against the console a few times, as if repeatedly weighing the answer to this moral dilemma. The Relic Guardian waited silently. Its 8 tentacles remained poised for attack, yet a trace of scrutiny surfaced within its ghost green vertical pupils. It observed the human closely, studying every subtle reaction as he confronted the moral choice. The trial of wisdom never judged the answer itself. It judged the values revealed by the respondent throughout the process of contemplation. Suhai waited until the final moment of the 8th breath before slowly lifting his head. My answer is, he paused halfway through his sentence on purpose, then delivered the words in a firm, sorrowful tone. I will save my crewmate. Whether the alternative is 100 or 1,000 strangers, I will only save my companion. Upon hearing this reply, the Relic Guardian fell into a short silence. Its ghost green vertical pupils fixed upon Suhai's submarine, as if attempting to peer through the hull and see the soul of the human inside the cockpit. After several seconds, it nodded slowly. Your answer took me by surprise. A complex emotion Suhai could not decipher lingered within its psychic resonance. Perhaps astonishment, perhaps some unnameable form of acknowledgement. First trial passed. Zhao Tianmei returned just at that moment, fine beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She quickly typed a text message in the squad channel. Ammunition in position. All 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes have been moved beside the workbench. Suhai did not turn to look at her, only sending 2 words over the channel. Wait. The relic guardian's tentacles began rearranging their formation, shifting from an attack posture into a far more intricate ceremonial configuration. Its psychic resonance boomed once more, sounding even more solemn than prior. Second trial, the Trial of Valor. Beneath the altar lies a passage leading underground, terminating at an arena. You must single-handedly defeat an abyssal creature of your own tier within the arena. Your companions cannot intervene, and your submarine, hold on. Suhai cut it off. The relic guardian's ghost green vertical pupils contracted sharply. It was likely the first time in the relic's history that anyone had interrupted it mid-announcement of trial rules. Its 8 tentacles tightened involuntarily, and the frequency of flickering green runes on the hall floor accelerated noticeably. The Trial of Valor requires me to engage in one-on-one combat with an abyssal creature of equal tier, correct? Suhai's voice remained calm, yet a subtle note of skepticism crept into his tone. I merely wish to confirm. If I prevail, what will the Trial of Sacrifice demand? Judging by its name, will I be forced to surrender parts of my own body? Or offer one of my crewmates as a sacrifice to the relic? An elusive glint flashed within the Guardian's vertical pupils. It remained silent for far longer than before, then spoke slowly, a faint, barely detectable wariness in its tone. The specific requirements of the Trial of Sacrifice shall only be revealed upon passing the Trial of Valor. Such are the rules. The rules. Suhai's voice suddenly turned sharp. All trace of deference fell away in an instant, revealing unyielding grit beneath. I reject your rules. I do not trust your trials, nor do I trust this relic. This hall reeks of gloom. Your posture upon emerging was uncanny, and your shark-like head bears far too much resemblance to the mutated sharks we encountered outside. Who can say you are not leading us step by step into a trap? The relic guardian's 8 tentacles tensed simultaneously. Its massive shark-headed form lowered slowly, ghost green vertical eyes staring straight down at Suhai's submarine. Its psychic resonance grew deep and menacing. Do you dare question my impartiality? Do you doubt the sacred rules of this relic? I do, Suhai said. The single word echoed through the core hall for several seconds before fading away. The guardian's tentacles trembled faintly, not from fear, but from repressed, towering rage. Its psychic resonance surged to a higher pitch, shaking the luminous crystals lining the hall's vault until dust drifted down. Do you understand what you are saying? This relic has stood for tens of thousands of years, and I have guarded this place for millennia. Countless beings have come here to undergo the trials. Some passed, some failed, yet none have ever questioned the sanctity of the rules. You, a newly arrived human, on what grounds? I am not questioning, Suhai cut in, his voice cold as a blade drawn from beneath glacial ice. I am refusing. I will not proceed through your 3 trials. I want the treasure chest, and I want none of your trials. I shall give you one final chance. Will you step aside voluntarily, or shall I force you to move? For the first time, the relic guardian's shark jaws gaped fully open. Rows upon rows of sharp teeth glinted with chilling radiance beneath the ghost green light, each fang as thick as Suhai's arm. Its psychic resonance morphed into a shrill, ear-splitting wave that reverberated endlessly through the hall. You are courting death. Suhai offered no verbal response. No reply was needed. The moment the Guardian uttered those 2 words, he issued the command across the squad channel. Zhao Tianmei, open fire. Saturation strike with standard ordnance. Deny at any time to react. Every weapon system aboard the Orca-class assault submarine activated at once. Dual 8-tube heavy torpedo launchers unleashed all 16 heavy torpedoes in a single volley. 4 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ejected from the dorsal vertical launch silos, and 6 smaller side torpedo tubes poured fire at maximum rapid-fire rate. The firepower of this first volley wove a dense network of explosions across the hall, bearing down upon the relic Guardian's colossal frame. The Guardian's reaction speed surpassed any foe Suhai had ever faced. All 8 tentacles spread wide in the same instant, forming a defensive barrier woven from tentacle flesh and black mist before its body. Dozens of torpedoes detonated upon striking the barrier. Flames and shockwaves were largely blocked, with only a handful breaking through gaps to burst against the Guardian's body. Yet standard munitions barely left shallow scorch marks on the Tier 4 creature's bony carapace, failing even to crack the armor. Is that all? Unmaskable contempt saturated the Guardian's psychic resonance. Its tentacles shifted out of their defensive posture once more. Suctioned oral cavities at the tip of every tentacle parted, revealing layered circular serrated teeth within. The ghost green vertical eyes looked down upon Su-Hai's submarine, and the corners of its shark jaws curved into an icy sneer. Arrogant human, this volume of fire cannot even pierce my outer defenses. Now, you shall pay the price for your hubris. Zhao Tianmei, Su-Hai said over the squad channel, his tone steady, as if he were not locked in mortal combat with a Tier 4 entity. Maintain the barrage. Do not cease fire. Understood. Zhao Tianmei's voice carried a hint of tension, yet held unwavering resolve. She pushed launch frequency to its absolute limit. Standard ammunition streamed endlessly from every tube, and continuous walls of flame formed across the hull from successive detonations. The Relic Guardian parried these attacks effortlessly with its tentacles and mist barrier, and its cold laughter echoed via psychic resonance. Futile. At that exact moment, Su-Hai rose from the pilot's seat and turned to walk into the storage hold. Upon the workbench inside the storage hold sat the 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes Zhao Tianmei had transported earlier, neatly stacked in rows. Su-Hai drew a deep breath, opened the fusion interface, and selected all 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Warning. This fusion involves 40 identical epic-grade munitions. Psychic energy consumption will be extreme. Proceed? Proceed. Violet light erupted within the storage hold. It was not the soft, confined glow that enveloped a small cluster of torpedoes during prior fusions, but a blazing purple pillar illuminating the entire compartment as bright as daylight. The 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes disintegrated simultaneously within the radiance. Countless dark-scale fragments swirled, collided, compressed, and reformed amid the violet light. Su-Hai felt as though an invisible giant hand clamped tight around his brain, draining his psychic energy relentlessly. His temples throbbed as if ready to split open, twisted shadows crept along the edges of his vision, and a faint metallic tang of blood rose in his nostrils. But he did not stop. He gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the workbench so tightly that his knuckles emitted faint creaking sounds. The violet radiance persisted for nearly half a minute. Then it vanished abruptly. The 40 dark-scale piercing torpedoes were gone from the workbench. In their place rested one single torpedo. A jet-black torpedo. Its hull was a full size larger than a dark-scale piercing torpedo. No scaled textures remained on its surface. Instead, it was smooth as polished mirror, black enough to absorb nearly all light striking it. A ring of dark golden runic patterns encircled the warhead. The runes were far denser than those on the dark-scale piercing torpedoes, each line flickering on and off rapidly like a living breath. Deep within the hull, a tightly compressed crimson energy core could be faintly discerned, as if a miniature star had been sealed inside. Fusion complete. Dark-scale piercing torpedo times 40 Abyss Annihilation torpedo times 1. Abyss Annihilation torpedo. Power increased to 800 of a dark-scale piercing torpedo. Possesses the Annihilation trait. Upon impact, it triggers a high-energy reaction that disintegrates target matter at the molecular level. Possesses the Pierce trait. Ignores all shields and energy barriers belonging to Tier 4 and lower entities. Possesses the Tracking trait. After locking onto a target, it can execute 5 trajectory adjustments. Evasion probability reduced by 99. Special warning. This munition holds catastrophic destructive power. Its blast radius may encompass the launch platform itself. Deployment from a safe distance is recommended. Su-Hai lifted the Abyss Annihilation torpedo into his arms. It weighed heavier than any torpedo he had ever fused, far too heavy to be merely ordnance, more akin to a black hole compressed into torpedo form. The hull did not radiate warmth. Instead, it emanated a bone-chilling cold that sent a shiver down the nape of one's neck, like clutching cold iron excavated from the deepest reaches of the abyss. He carried the torpedo out of storage and returned to the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei continued firing relentlessly, waves of standard ordnance and dark-scale piercing torpedoes hammering the Relic Guardian without pause. The hull had been thrown into chaos by explosions and shockwaves. Several luminous crystals crashed down from the vault, and giant serpent skeletons embedded in stone pillars rattled beneath the blasts. The Relic Guardian continued to laugh. Several cracks had appeared across its bony carapace, and multiple tentacles bore gashes torn open by dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Yet its overall combat capability had not sustained fatal damage. A Tier 4 creature possessed far greater vitality than any foe Su-Hai had fought before. While dark-scale piercing torpedoes could pierce its defensive barrier, the damage dealt by a single warhead was negligible. Human. Its mental resonance echoed throughout the hall, laced with the condescending tone of a judge pronouncing sentence. Your ammunition is finite, and so is my patience. Suhai offered no reply. He loaded the Abyss Devourer torpedo into one heavy tube. Then he turned to Zhao Tianmei. Await my command. Cease conventional ammunition suppression. Switch to dark-scale piercing torpedoes. Fire 4 in a simultaneous salvo. Target the crystal on its forehead. Zhao Tianmei's eyes widened as she read the attribute data. What is this thing? How can its power rating be so high? The blast radius extends far enough to cover our own position. Do not concern yourself with its identity, Suhai ordered. Carry out my instructions. Immediately after firing, accelerate to full speed and retreat. Zhao Tianmei bit her lower lip and asked no further questions. She activated the firing sequence for the 4 dark-scale piercing torpedoes, hovering her finger above the launch button as she waited for Suhai's countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. Trailing faint blue streaks of light, the 4 dark-scale piercing torpedoes surged toward the Relic Guardian's forehead crystal from separate angles. The Relic Guardian's defensive barrier was ripped open in 4 places by the piercing properties of the dark-scale warheads. Having breached the barrier, the torpedoes hurtled straight for the fist-sized blue crystal. The Relic Guardian sensed mortal danger instinctively. It retracted all 8 tentacles, weaving them together to form a living shield of flesh before its forehead. The 4 dark-scale piercing torpedoes detonated against the surface of the tentacles, mangling 2 of them terribly, yet the shockwave failed to strike the crystal directly, blocked by the makeshift barrier. The blue crystal remained intact. Its light flickered several times, and the swirling dark green runic patterns within it rippled faintly for a brief moment. Is that all you can muster? Mockery tinged the Relic Guardian's mental resonance as it escaped annihilation. It slowly lowered its damaged tentacles, its vertical dark green pupils locking back onto Suhai's submarine. That was nearly a hit, yet not nearly enough. Now it is my turn. Its voice cut off abruptly. Amid the fading glow from the 4 torpedo explosions, an entirely black torpedo slipped silently through the smoke, streaking toward the forehead crystal at a speed bordering on instantaneous movement. This was the projectile Suhai had concealed. Before launch, Suhai had programmed the Abyss Devourer torpedo with a 4-second firing delay. When the 4 dark-scale warheads launched simultaneously, the Relic Guardian's full attention was drawn to them, channeling the barrier's entire energy reserve to its appendages. The moment the blast from the 4 torpedoes engulfed the tentacle shield, the Abyss Devourer torpedo departed its tube. It was now less than 20 meters away from the Relic Guardian's forehead crystal, speeding forward. 5 course adjustments carved eerie, jagged trajectories. The Guardian's remaining tentacles attempted interception, but they had been grievously wounded by the earlier explosion, drastically slowing their response time. Against the penetration attribute of the Abyss Devourer torpedo, the defensive barrier proved meaningless. The black warhead passed through the barrier as easily as slipping through a thin curtain of water. The Abyss Devourer torpedo slammed squarely into the blue crystal. Then came the detonation. There was no ordinary orange fireball, nor did it feature the dark red inward-outward blast of dark-scale piercing torpedoes. The instant the Abyss Devourer torpedo triggered, it unleashed a sphere of pure black energy collapsing inward upon itself. The fist-sized black energy sphere formed against the crystal's surface. Centered on the crystal, it began voraciously swallowing everything surrounding it: seawater, light, runic energy, and the Relic Guardian's flesh. Oblivion. A mental shriek erupted from the Relic Guardian throughout the hall. It was a raw, soul-deep roar of agony. Countless fine fractures spiderwebbed across the blue crystal under the consumption of the Abyss energy sphere. Dark green light gushed out through every crack, only to be fully absorbed by the sphere. One after another, the runic patterns snapped, shattered, and dissolved. The ancient markings that had swirled within the crystal for thousands of years vanished completely into nothingness. The crystal shattered. The massive body of the Relic Guardian stiffened abruptly. A silent roar tore from its shark-like head. The emerald glow within its vertical pupils faded fast, turning ash-gray starting at the center and spreading outwards like a withering flower. Crystal shards embedded in its forehead peeled away from its skin and dissolved silently into fine pinpricks of light amid the seawater. Its 8 tentacles lost all strength, dropping limply from midair and slamming onto the hall floor with heavy, dull thuds. One tentacle smashed through a nearby stone pillar. Shattered rock fragments mixed with tentacle debris tumbled across the flagstones. The 20-meter colossus began to disintegrate from the inside out. It was not rot. Residual energy from the Abyss Annihilation torpedo unraveled it at the molecular level. Flesh, Bony plates and scales dissolved layer by layer into pale gray powder that drifted soundlessly away within the currents. The Guardian's final consciousness lingered in a psychic echo, a broken, disbelieving whisper. How could this be? Then it was gone entirely. The Fourth Order Guardian that had stood within this relic's core hall for thousands of years had been reduced to slowly dispersing gray dust by a single strike from the Abyss Annihilation Torpedo. Shards of bony armor, tentacle fragments, and broken shark teeth blended with the altar stone steps it had protected for millennia. No line remained between the Guardian's remains and the relic masonry. Absolute, fleeting silence descended across the core hall. Faint light still flickered from the residual glowing crystals on the vaulted ceiling. The huge blue energy sphere atop the altar continued its slow rotation, yet the light barrier enclosing the treasure chest spiderwebbed with cracks the instant the forehead crystals shattered. Fissures spread outwards from the sphere's core, multiplying denser and denser, until the whole construct burst apart like smashed eggshell, dissolving into countless flecks of light that vanished into the seawater. Freed from the energy barrier, the golden treasure chest drifted gently down from the altar, hovering several meters above the stone platform. An unknown gem embedded in its lid glowed with soft golden light in the dim hall. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Mimi let out a long breath. She loosened her grip on the control sticks, her fingers still trembling faintly. On the sonar display, the massive red signature belonging to the Relic Guardian had vanished completely. Only drifting debris remained. She glanced toward the storage bay. Suhai stepped out into the corridor. His expression was calm, though cold sweat still streaked his forehead, and his lips bore an unnaturally pale hue. Boss. Zhao Mimi's voice wavered. What exactly did you synthesize back there? If that detonation had been any closer, our own vessel would have been caught in the blast. Suhai sat down in the pilot's seat, lifted his water bottle, and took a long drink, speaking evenly. It worked, that's all that matters. Zhou Xiaoming had not uttered a single word the entire time. Her fingers still hovered above the auxiliary weapons panel, frozen in a ready-to-fire posture. Slowly she turned her head, staring at the sonar screen where the Fourth Order signature was gone, then glanced down at the weapons log showing consumption for the Abyss Annihilation Torpedo. 40 Abyss-piercing torpedoes had been fired. Only single-digit numbers remained in stock. Yet no flicker of regret over expended ammunition crossed her face. Plain, unreserved awe shone in her eyes. A Fourth Order entity, she murmured almost to herself. Captain took down a Fourth Order all on his own. Suhai offered no reply. He set the throttle to low speed. The Orca-class raider submarine glided toward the stone platform and halted directly before the now undefended golden chest. The hatch opened, seawater flooded the drainage compartment. Suhai donned his heavy-duty diving suit and slipped into the hull's ocean water. Currents roiled with murky sediment stirred up by the battle. Gray disintegration dust hung everywhere, like a soundless snowfall. He swam over to the chest and gripped both sides of its lid. There was no lock, nor did any trap trigger. With the Guardian dead, all the relic's defensive systems had automatically deactivated. Suhai heaved the lid open. Golden light surged out, dyeing the turbid surrounding seawater brilliant gold. For a split second, Suhai's gaze froze at what lay inside. Floating dead center within the chest was a fist-sized translucent attribute card. Its surface was pure, unblemished gold, crisscrossed by fantastically intricate runes. Every runic line flickered in a steady, breathing rhythm. A soft, milky white halo ringed the card's edges. Wherever the halo touched, seawater grew perfectly still, repelling all floating gray dust. An information panel materialized automatically. Attribute name: Psychic Immunity Rarity, Legendary Type. Area of Effect Mental Defense Attribute Stats. Grants the host complete immunity against all mental assaults, regardless of their intensity, type, or origin. This immunity cannot be pierced, weakened, or nullified by any known means. The host may deploy a psychic immunity aura around themselves. All allied units within the aura gain identical immunity to mental attacks. Initial aura radius, 50 meters. Expands gradually as the host's psychic attribute increases. Notes: deep below these waters, teeth and claws are not the greatest danger. The true peril lies in forces that worm their way inside your mind. This attribute raises an unbreachable wall around your consciousness. It does not numb your heart. It simply means you need no longer tremble before the gaze of the abyss. You may meet its stare calmly, and even ask, "Finished looking?" Suhai did not hesitate. Memories burned sharp in his mind. The mental shriek unleashed by a third-order corrupted entity during the Abyss Line defense, throwing the entire defensive line into chaos in an instant. Zhou Xiaoming nearly steered the lightning into jagged reefs under that psychic onslaught. Zhao Mimi blacked out, slumping motionless in the co-pilot's chair. Zhao Sanduo clutched his skull, babbling about lost loved ones. He high-smashed his dashboard until his knuckles bled. Now that fundamental threat was erased. He activated the card without delay. It dissolved into gentle milky white radiance that seeped into his body through his palm. There was no pain, no burning sensation, none of the surging power he had felt when bonding with the shark's heart. This sensation was altogether different. An invisible, warm, solid barrier rose slowly around his awareness. All stray thoughts, all oppressive weight of the environment, all claustrophobic dread pressed upon the mind by the deep sea were locked safely outside that barrier. Psychic immunity activated. Current host psychic power, 36, including bonuses. Psychic immunity aura radius, 50 meters. All allied units within range receive identical psychic immunity. Suhai opened his eyes. He could feel the aura, an invisible protective bubble spreading 50 meters outwards from his position through seawater. Back inside the submarine cockpit, Zhao Mimi and Zhou Xiaoming were both swept by an indescribable sense of serenity. Every trace of deep-sea oppression and fear felt as though sealed away behind the hull plating. There was a second object inside the treasure chest. Suhai pulled his gaze away from the fading radiance of the attribute card and spotted something resting inside a rectangular recess at the chest's base. A pistol. Its silhouette was highly unusual. Its barrel was nearly twice as long as that of an ordinary handgun. The whole weapon bore a dark gold finish covered in fine rune patterns. These runes were not etched into the metal, but seemed to grow outward from within it, glowing pale yellow against the golden alloy. The grip was wrapped in leather from an unknown creature, smooth and warm to the touch. It fit his hand with uncanny naturalness, as if the firearm had waited for its destined wielder across countless ages. Suhai lifted the pistol out of the groove. The moment his fingers closed around the grip, streams of raw information flooded straight into his consciousness. These were not system notifications, but memories encoded within the weapon itself, interpreted directly by his brain without words. Forbidden relic, talent nullify rarity, epic type, area of effect forbidden weapon effect, pull the trigger and fire into open space. Upon firing, within a 40-kilometer radius originating at the muzzle, every individual's talents are forcibly suppressed. Talents cannot activate, cannot be used, and cannot trigger in any fashion. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Side effect, after every shot, the user is forced into total vocal silence for 72 hours. Cooldown, 30 calendar days. Cannot be shortened by any method. Notes, every living being bears talent. This gun exists for one single purpose, to make every talent bow before it. As for the cost, if you pull the trigger, you have no need for speech. 3 days without voice, in exchange for silencing all gifts across 80 kilometers. A fair bargain, is it not? Suhai turned the pistol over in his hands repeatedly. Its dark gold surface glinted steadily under the hull's faint emerald light. Weight lay perfectly balanced in his grasp, neither heavy nor light, as though custom made for him. He holstered it at his waist. This was unquestionably an ace in the hole. 40-kilometer radius, 30-minute universal talent suppression, 30-day cooldown. Though firing left him mute for 3 days, under desperate circumstances this weapon could accomplish far more than dozens of abyss-piercing torpedoes. He rummaged further inside the chest and found scattered fragments of third-order evolution blueprints, large quantities of evolution shards, plus assorted rare materials, all supplies required for third-order advancement. He stored everything within his spatial inventory, closed the treasure chest lid, and swam back toward the submarine. When he climbed back aboard, Zhao Mimi had already compiled a full loot manifest from the chest and projected it onto the main display. Suhai glanced over it as he walked. Nearly 1,000 evolution shards, more than 3,000 gold coins, plus multiple rare resources. He drew the dark gold pistol from his waist and set it in the weapon rack beside the helm. Its finish glowed deep and steady beneath the cool blue glow of the holographic screens. Fine ancient texture marked the black leather wrapping its grip. Zhao Mimi stole a curious glance, but asked no questions. One look at Suhai's expression told her this was no ordinary firearm. Whenever her boss wore that exact look, whatever he held was extraordinarily valuable. Suhai walked into the storage bay, sorted and stowed away all the evolution shards and rare materials he had looted, then returned to the cockpit and sat down in the pilot's seat. Turn around. Return along our previous route, he ordered. Zhao Mimi moved the control stick. The Orca-class raider submarine executed a smooth turn deep within the core hull, oriented its bow toward the stone gateway they had come through, and accelerated outwards. Suhai leaned back in his pilot chair and massaged his temples with closed eyes. Fusing that single abyss annihilation torpedo had drained massive amounts of psychic energy. Several cans of deep-sea royal jelly handed over by Zhou Xiaoming had restored much of his stamina, yet a hollow, soul-deep exhaustion lingered, throbbing faintly at the base of his skull. He badly needed to recuperate. Following safe navigation marks from relic intelligence, the submarine threaded its way out of the core hull and entered the labyrinthine corridors of the Pyramid Temple's outer precincts. Sparse signatures of mutated creatures flickered on either side of the passage walls picked up by phased array tactical sonar, yet none drew near. Zhao Mimi's tone sharpened with sudden tension. "Boss, contact ahead in the corridor." Suhai opened his eyes and looked toward the sonar readout. 2,000 meters ahead along their path, a dense swarm of biological signatures moved at high speed. Hundreds of first-order contacts, more than a dozen second-order ones, plus one exceptionally large, brilliant third-order signature. A shark horde. Several submarines fled desperately directly ahead of the shark swarm. Their speed was stifled by pursuit. Their formation had shattered. One vessel's thrusters had been bitten through, its speed dropping sharply, rapidly overtaken by the charging sharks behind it. These were vessels belonging to the Eagle Alliance. Suhai recognized the Eagle insignia painted across their hulls. This was the same detachment that had laid an ambush for him earlier at the Labyrinth Crossroads. By disturbing the sharks within their nesting grounds, Suhai had sent the whole horde surging down the main passage, where they had caught up with the Eagle Alliance unit and harried them ever since. Sonar traces left by prior combat told the story. The detachment had already lost many submarines. The surviving craft were heavily damaged, ammunition nearly exhausted, hull scarred all over by shark teeth and bony spines. The Eagle Alliance submarines had also picked up the signature of the Orca-class raider submarine. Their public communications channel flared to life instantly. "Submarine out ahead. Help us. We are Eagle Alliance forces. We are surrounded by sharks and almost out of ammo. Please draw the horde off. We will reward you handsomely." Suhai said nothing. He did not even switch to the public channel. He simply spoke to Zhao Mimi. "Hold current speed. Advance straight ahead." Zhao Mimi shot him a glance, but asked nothing, gripping the controls firmly. The distance closed rapidly. While chasing the broken Eagle Alliance formation, the shark swarm's lateral line sensory organs detected the metallic mass of the approaching submarine. A portion of sharks peeled off and charged towards Suhai's craft, including the 12-meter-long third-order bone shark king. Seeing the shark horde divert part of its attention, the surviving Eagle Alliance submarines seized their opening. Two badly damaged vessels veered hard and fled toward the far side of the passage. One of them broadcast over the public channel. "Thanks a lot, friend. Keep them busy for us. We will." His sentence was cut short by violent explosions. Not hull breaches from shark bites, but the detonation of abyss-piercing torpedoes striking home. Suhai was not turning to rescue the Eagle Alliance troops and absorb shark aggro for their sake. He ordered a straight advance only to clear the path that lay directly in his way, Eagle Alliance presence notwithstanding. Conventional ordnance and abyss-piercing torpedoes poured forth at maximum firing rate. The Orca-class raider submarine's weapon systems became a brutally efficient meat grinder. Continuous fireball bursts lit the passage. Shark flesh and bone churned within the seawater. The bone shark king unfurled rows of dorsal bony spines and lunged straight for the submarine. Every spine shattered upon impact against the indestructible hull plating. A pulsed electric field activated the instant the monster made contact, flooding it with high-voltage current and paralyzing its whole body. Suhai fired two more abyss-piercing torpedoes, which penetrated through its gills and detonated internally. The 12-meter Leviathan convulsed once then sank slowly to the silt-covered passage floor. Within minutes, most of the shark horde had been eliminated. Remaining scattered stragglers scattered in panicked flight, no longer posing any threat. The Eagle Alliance survivors had pulled back to a safe distance. They watched passively via sonar as Suhai's submarine annihilated hundreds of sharks in mere minutes, finishing off every fleeing straggler. The auto-loot system collected glowing drops one after another. Numbers for evolution shards, steel, rubber, and gold climbed steadily across Suhai's inventory panel. Inside their private comms channel, the Eagle Alliance captains stared at each other in stunned silence. "He wiped out the whole shark swarm, single-handedly," said a young voice thick with disbelief. "That was the Shark King. 2 shots killed it." "What level of combat power does that man even possess?" replied another hoarse voice. At that moment, they watched Suhai's submarine alter course. Its bow no longer pointed toward fleeing sharks, but rotated to face their own position, the remnants of the Eagle Alliance detachment. The captain, who had fled earlier and shouted thanks over open radio, paled instantly. He slammed the public channel switch open, speaking in a rushed, urgent tone. "Wait. Hold on. We are Eagle Alliance. We are not your..." Suhai pressed the firing trigger. He had not selected abyss-piercing torpedoes. Only standard-issue, ordinary torpedoes. The Eagle Alliance survivors already bore gaping shell breaches, depleted magazines, and crippled thrusters. Basic torpedoes were more than enough to finish them. Several torpedoes trailed white wakes, locking onto the remaining Eagle Alliance submarines one by one. The first struck the damaged port side hull of the submarine that had begged for mercy. The blast tore its hull clean down the middle. The second slammed into the stern propeller of the farthest vessel, which was accelerating in an attempt to flee. The propeller was blown away. Deprived of power, the submarine drifted slowly into the passage wall. The third and fourth torpedoes disposed of the other two craft. Flashes from the explosions flared and faded inside the passage. Wreckage from the sunken vessels settled onto the silta passage floor, mixing with the bodies of dead sharks. Suhai closed the weapons panel and gestured for Zhao Tianmei to go out and salvage supplies. Zhao Tianmei cranked her headlamp to maximum brightness, pushed open the hatch, and slipped into the seawater. Salvage scattered across the battlefield covered a far wider area than she had expected. Shark carcasses and fragments from the Eagle Alliance submarines stretched from the mid-passage all the way to the main channel junction. Dense glowing loot orbs lay scattered everywhere. She darted through the water, collecting every orb she came across. Numbers on her storage space readout kept jumping. While gathering loot, she mentally sorted the hull: evolution shards, gold coins, steel, and rubber. Several pale gold glowing orbs among the wreckage of the sunken Eagle Alliance submarines made her stop. These were rare materials the squad had looted while scavenging within the labyrinth. They had never made it out of the ruins before being wiped out here. She reached out and touched the first orb. Jellyfish gel ×8 jellyfish gel, rare material. Translucent gelatinous substance secreted by abyssal giant jellyfish. Soft yet extremely tough, it absorbs ultra-high-frequency vibrations and impacts. One of the mandatory materials for Tier 3 submarine evolution. She touched the second orb. Beast Core ×6 Beast Core, rare material. Energy core condensed inside Tier 3 and higher abyssal beasts upon death. Contains part of the beast's life essence. One of the mandatory materials for Tier 3 submarine evolution. The third orb was tucked inside the wrecked cockpit of a shark-mauled Eagle Alliance submarine. Its glow was dimmer than the others, yet Zhao Tianmei located it anyway. The instant her hand made contact, a fist-sized or covered in fine metallic crystals dropped into her palm. Manganese nodule alloy ×1 manganese nodule alloy, rare material. Refined super hard alloy formed from polymetallic nodules naturally deposited over millions of years on the deep seabed. One of the mandatory materials for Tier 3 submarine evolution. Zhao Tianmei circled the wreckage zone once more to confirm she had missed nothing, then swam back toward their submarine. The hatch sealed. Water drained. She removed her mask and handed everything over to Suhai. Suhai opened his storage panel and tallied total gains from the ruin expedition. Nearly 2,000 new evolution shards had been acquired. Gold coin balance topped 50,000. Though substantial ammunition had been spent, stockpiles remained ample. Most importantly, they had obtained the first batch of rare materials required for Tier 3 evolution, plus 2 legendary grade pieces of equipment. "Let's go," he said. "We will leave these waters first and find a quiet spot to recuperate." The Orca-class raider submarine glided slowly out through the ruin archway. Pale blue energy shielding closed behind its stern, sealing the ancient stone complex away once more within the lightless deep sea. Inside the cockpit, Zhou Xiaoming remained at her workstation sorting automatically collected battlefield loot. Excitement bubbled across her young face, impossible to suppress. Her fingers slid swiftly across the touchscreen, filing evolution shards, steel, rubber, and gold coins neatly inside the warehouse. She muttered quietly to herself, "We hit the jackpot." Zhao Tianmei gripped the control sticks firmly, steering the submarine clear of the reefs surrounding the ruins. Her eyes swept over the phased array tactical sonar display. 8 kilometers out, everything stayed calm. Only scattered deep-sea fish schools roamed in the distance. Suhai sat in the command seat with eyes closed, breathing steadily. Mental energy expended merging the abyssal devour torpedoes during the ruin fight had not fully recovered. A dull tightness throbbed at the back of his head, identical to the heavy fatigue after an all-nighter followed by 3 straight hours of meetings. He held a can of deep-sea royal jelly handed to him by Zhou Xiaoming and sipped at intervals. Sweet, briny fluid slid down his throat as its effects spread slowly through his bloodstream. 10 minutes of quiet passed. Zhao Tianmei's voice turned sharp with alertness. "Boss, we have contact." Suhai opened his eyes and glanced toward the sonar screen. 6 fresh contacts appeared along the outer edge of detection range. Instead of approaching from one single direction, they emerged from front, port, and starboard simultaneously, fanning out and closing in slowly on the Orca-class raider submarine. Contacts sharpened gradually on the sonar display. Zhao Tianmei pulled up the identification system. Basic specifications for the 6 submarines scrolled onto the screen. 5 modified Tier 2 military submarines with standard firepower loadouts, tight formation, and exceptional coordination. 1 vastly larger vessel whose return signal outshone the combined signature of the other 5. A Tier 3 submarine armed with at minimum twin 8-tube heavy torpedo launchers plus aft missile silos. A distinct wolf head emblem marked its hull. The Wolf Alliance. Zhao Tianmei's tone turned cold. At those 2 words, Zhou Xiaoming froze mid-motion. She snapped her head upward toward the 6 closing red blips on sonar. All color drained instantly from her face. The Wolf Alliance. Her voice stayed low, yet Suhai caught the tremor she struggled to hide. "Boss, they love setting ambushes around ruins and wreck fields. They lie in wait until raiders emerge loaded with treasure, low on ammo and battle-damaged. Then they strike while their prey is vulnerable. That is exactly how I got cornered outside the ancient city ruins last time." Suhai did not reply immediately. He studied the encirclement speed on sonar, then glanced over his own submarine's ammunition reserves. More than 2,000 conventional rounds remained. Plenty of dark-scale piercing torpedoes, plus salvaged depth blast ordnance recovered from the battlefield. They held sufficient firepower. "Zhou Xiaoming," he said calmly. "Do you have any more mental energy restoratives?" Zhou Xiaoming blinked, then nodded rapidly. "Yes. 2 more cans of royal jelly, several bottles of honeycomb fragment extract, plus a jar of my homemade deep-sea algae essence. Its effects are milder than royal jelly, but it still sharpens mental focus. Bring them all here." Zhou Xiaoming hurried toward storage. Moments later, she returned clutching an armful of bottles and cans. Suhai took 1 can of royal jelly and drank a large mouthful, then drained an entire bottle of honeycomb fragment extract. 2 restorative effects surged through his body. Warm waves chased away the hollow mental exhaustion deep inside his skull. Throbbing temples steadied and his vision cleared. He rolled his neck, shoulder blades emitted faint cracking sounds, and sat upright. Zhao Tianmei, maintain forward course. No evasion, no concealment. Head straight toward them. Zhao Tianmei shot him a glance and smirked faintly. "Understood. If they stand aside, we spare them. If they engage." Suhai transferred primary weapon system authority onto his own console and tapped gently above the firing button. "Crush them. Destroy every last one. Stand by for combat. Unlock all weapon systems and pre-arm dark-scale piercing torpedoes." "Acknowledged." Zhao Tianmei's fingers hovered over the weapon preheat switch. Zhou Xiaoming bit her lower lip, returned to her workstation, and activated locking protocols for auxiliary weaponry. Her fingers still trembled slightly, yet panic had faded from her gaze. Meanwhile, aboard Wolf Fong, flagship of Wolf Alliance Hunting Team 6, the cockpit hummed with lazy ease. Wei Jinbao, Deputy Hull Master of the Wolf Alliance and Captain of Wolf Fong, was in his early 40s. Short, stocky, and bald, scar tissue left by shrapnel criss-crossed his face. When he smiled, scars bunched like a twisted centipede crawling across his cheeks. He could no longer count how many lives he had claimed since entering this world. Nightmares had plagued him at first, visions of slain players floating underwater in diving suits staring back with empty eyes. Those dreams had long ceased. Not out of desensitization. He had simply realized killing people differed little from slaying mutated sea creatures. Firepower and ruthless resolve decided who lived and who died. He slouched comfortably in his command chair, one propped foot resting atop the console. He sipped lukewarm instant coffee acquired via trade chat, savoring every mouthful. On sonar, the Orca-class raider submarine advanced steadily toward their pre-laid encirclement, no attempt to veer away. "Deputy Hull Master," came a shrill voice. "That submarine spent ages inside the ruins. Our sonar pickups registered heavy explosions plus a psychic shriek from some colossal entity. Likely the ruined guardian. Anyone surviving that must be hauling incredible loot." The speaker was Ma Pei, universally known by the nickname Flatterer San, first mate aboard Wolf Fong. Tall and gaunt with prominent cheekbones and pinprick eyes, he read moods better than sonar. He refilled Wei Jinbao's coffee before his superior frowned and diverted subordinates before tempers flared. He leaned forward, pointing eagerly at the contact, undisguised greed ringing in his tone. Think about it, Deputy Home Master. A Tier 3 ruin. Loot containers are bound to hold epic tier enhancements, piles of rare evolution materials. That vessel has spent hours stripping every valuable they can reach. They fought hard inside, so ammo is almost certainly depleted and hull damage is highly likely. Growing more animated, his narrow eyes glittered. Truly brilliant planning on your part, Deputy Home Master. Stationing our men outside ruin exits. Let the Eagle Alliance troops act as cannon fodder. Let raiders and guardians batter one another until exhausted. We sit comfortably in ambush and reap all rewards. This single operation will cement Hunting Team 6's reputation across the entire Wolf Alliance. Pleased by the lavish praise, Wei Jinbao's lips curled upward. Flatterer San's flattery was cloying yet struck every chord. He had deliberately held back from fighting at the ruin entrance and let Eagle Alliance take casualties. Whoever survived would emerge worn down and vulnerable, easy prey for his waiting ambush. Do not grow complacent. Wei Jinbao set down his coffee mug. Pleasure lingered in his tone, yet reason prevailed. That submarine ventured alone deep inside the ruins and came out intact. It possesses real strength. Remember, 4 Eagle Alliance escort vessels were wiped out there. We cannot underestimate its combat power. He zoomed the sonar feed and studied the contact signature. He failed to recognize the submarine model. Neither a standard modified military submarine nor any Tier 2 or Tier 3 vessel documented in his memory. Its sleek, cold profile resembled an orca patrolling silently through abyssal depths. Still, he only frowned briefly, untroubled. Whatever its capabilities, it operated alone. After a grueling ruin battle, its ammunition should be depleted. He commanded 6 submarines, 5 Tier 2 craft plus his own Tier 3 flagship, fully stocked and rested. 6 against 1. Even a Tier 3 opponent could not possibly break free. Reading his superior's confidence, Flatterer San chimed in quickly. Why worry, Deputy Home Master? 6 against 1. If we lose this fight, we have no right remaining inside the Wolf Alliance. You have sunk more than 20 enemy vessels yourself. Lone operators always make easy prey. No allies, no backup. Nobody to plug hull breaches once crippled. One coordinated salvo will smash even the sturdiest hull. Wei Jinbao grew further emboldened. He had encountered countless lone operators. Some piloted well-refitted submarines and boasted confidence. They dared hunt mutated beasts and rob small groups, yet faltered against organized hunting teams like the Wolf Alliance. Hesitation sealed their fate. Lone fighters' fatal weakness was not insufficient armor or firepower. It was their lingering inhibition before striking down other humans. That split-second hesitation meant life or death. Wei Jinbao no longer hesitated. He had hesitated once, learned hesitation let prey escape, and never hesitated again. Issue orders. Wei Jinbao sat upright, all casualness vanishing. All units tighten the encirclement according to formation. Wolf 2 and Wolf 3 execute flanking maneuvers. Wolf 4 and Wolf 5 block their escape route astern. Wolf 6 stays with me for head-on engagement. Hold fire initially. Offer them one chance. Surrender all spoils, and we grant a swift demise. Flatterer San bowed and relayed the orders. Minutes later, the 6 Wolf Alliance submarines assumed perfect battle formation, completely blocking every escape route. Wolfong held center position, 5 Tier 2 vessels deployed along flanks and rear to complete the trap. Spotlights blazed simultaneously from all 6 bows. 6 brilliant beams pierced dark seawater, locking onto the Orca-class raider submarine's hull. Wei Jinbao opened public communications, cleared his throat, and spoke in the condescending tone he had deployed countless times. Submarine ahead, listen closely. This is Wolf Alliance Hunting Team 6. I am Deputy Home Master Wei Jinbao. You have entered our hunting grounds and are completely surrounded by 6 submarines. Do not attempt flight or resistance. You stand no chance. He paused, his voice dripping arrogance. Our rules are straightforward. Hand over everything looted from these ruins. All enhancements, materials, blueprints, and gold coins. Surrender them all, and I may grant you a clean death. Refuse, and your submarine will be blown to fragments. Your crew will sink to the seabed alongside your wreckage. You understand the Wolf Alliance keeps its word. Part bluff, part truth. The Wolf Alliance's infamy had spread across regional chat. They had ambushed countless solo operators and sunk dozens of vessels. Most targets either fled immediately or capitulated at the mere mention of their name. The lie lay behind his promise. Even full surrender guaranteed no survival. Wolf Alliance policy never spared lives. Surrender merely guaranteed bodies remained intact. Defiance meant total obliteration. This intimidation tactic succeeded almost universally. Deep-sea survivors were worn thin by mutated monsters and toxic zones, their early fighting spirit long eroded. Most yielded once confronted by overwhelming force. Wei Jinbao leaned back awaiting a reply. Moments passed. A voice came over open comms. Young, calm, carrying faint drowsy impatience as though roused from a nap. I care not whether you call yourselves Wolf Alliance or anything else. You have 3 seconds to get out of my way. Countdown starting now. Wei Jinbao's expression froze. Flatterer San's jaw dropped. Over public channels the countdown proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Shock gave way to blazing fury across Wei Jinbao's features. He slammed his weapon system activation button and roared across open comms. Boy, so you want to be stubborn. Let us test how tough you truly are. All vessels, open fire. All 6 Wolf Alliance submarines unleashed ordnance simultaneously. Dozens of torpedoes streaked forth on white wakes, spreading into a vast net of death closing on the Orca-class raider submarine. Missiles erupted from Wolf Fang's aft vertical silos, arcing underwater before plunging downward. Depth charges detonated along the enemy's heading, building successive shockwave barriers. No avenue for evasion remained. This was Wolf Alliance standard doctrine. Saturate targets in one overwhelming strike to cripple foes instantly. Wei Jinbao stared towards sonar, where bright explosions swallowed the contact. A smirk returned to his face. He had witnessed this exact scene countless times. Trapped crews struggled as hulls split open, seawater flooded cockpits. Desperate pleas poured across emergency channels before contacts vanished forever. Much talk for nothing, Flatterer Sen sneered. He did not even try evasive action. Arrogance, Wei Jinbao huffed. I have seen men like him before. Small successes fill them with delusions of invincibility. Inside the Orca-class raider submarine, shrill alarm sirens wailed. Dozens of torpedo and missile signatures swarmed toward them, every escape vector sealed. Staring at the dense web of incoming trajectories, Zhou Xiaoming's heart hammered against her ribs. Boss, she cried instinctively, her hands hovering above auxiliary weapon controls. Paralyzed over which threat to engage first. Zhao Tianmei patted her hand softly, utterly calm despite being locked onto by dozens of incoming warheads. Stay calm. Our submarine's defensive capabilities exceed everything you can imagine. Zhou Xiaoming blinked, recalling prior battles. Suhai had charged straight through barges before. Volleys of torpedoes struck their hull without leaving so much as a scratch. Eagle Alliance's full salvo at the ruin entrance had failed to elicit even evasive maneuvers. She unclenched her fists, drew a deep breath, and nodded firmly. I understand. Suhai never turned around. Watching the onrushing firestorm on sonar, he gave Zhao Tianmei one simple order. Forget defensive countermeasures. Full speed ahead. Charge straight through. Zhao Tianmei slammed the control lever all the way forward. The nuclear-powered engines of the Orca-class strike submarine rumbled deeply. Within seconds, its speed surged to 80 knots. The bow sliced through seawater, shooting like an arrow straight into the heart of the exploding fire net. Dozens of torpedoes slammed against the hull at the same instant. Blinding white fireballs merged outside the viewport, wave after wave of shockwaves piling up. Lights in the cockpit flickered violently. Zhou Xiaoming instinctively closed her eyes. Then she opened them. The flames faded. Not a single scratch marred the hull. The durability gauge of its everlasting durability outer plating sat rock solid at maximum value, completely unchanged. The pulsed electric field activated automatically. Brilliant blue high-voltage current bloomed into a halo around the hull, melting all blast-hurled debris into molten slag. Micro spikes of the Thorn armor glowed faintly amid the electric arcs, resembling living scales draped over the submarine's surface. Zhao Tianmei did not so much as blink. She kept the lever pushed home. At 80 knots maximum speed, the submarine tore through smoke and blast fumes, charging head-on straight into the Wolf Alliance encirclement. Inside the bridge of Wolf Fang, Wei Jinbao's smile froze on his face. On the sonar display, the signature of the Orca-class strike submarine remained completely unaffected under saturation fire from dozens of torpedoes and missiles. Its hull durability had not decreased by 1 point. It burst out of the explosion haze, moving even faster than before, its bow pointed directly toward Wolf Fang. Impossible. Ma Pai-san's voice cracked at a high pitch. Dozens of torpedoes hit dead on. How can there be zero damage? What kind of monster is this? Wei Jinbao's complexion turned livid in an instant. Having survived countless life-or-death fights, he recovered his combat judgment quickly after the initial shock. "Shut up," he roared. "Conventional ordnance bounces off it. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. All submarines, focus fire on its thrusters and observation ports. No hull is invulnerable. Every vessel has weak points." Before his orders finished transmitting, Suhai's counter-strike arrived. Every weapons system aboard the Orca-class strike submarine activated simultaneously. Dual 8-barrel heavy torpedo tubes unleashed 16 heavy-duty torpedoes in one full salvo. 4 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ejected from the dorsal vertical launch silos. 6 side-mounted compact torpedo tubes poured out ordnance at maximum cyclic rate. The first volley wove a denser fire web than the Wolf Alliance's earlier saturation strike, with far more devious trajectories. Instead of spreading fire evenly, the overwhelming bulk of its firepower converged on the largest vessel, Wolf Fong. Suhai's tactical intent was crystal clear: take out the commander first. Multiple torpedoes and missiles streamed forward, streaking toward Wolf Fong from all angles. Wei Jinbao reacted fast. He immediately ordered the defensive energy shield raised and deployed sonar countermeasure flares to jam torpedo homing systems. Wolf Fong's Tier 3 defense modules came fully online. A translucent blue energy barrier unfolded around the hull, its surface rippling with fine runic patterns. This was the Tier 3 submarine's signature energy shield, capable of absorbing and deflecting blast impacts from conventional ammunition. The first wave of torpedoes detonated against the barrier. Flames and shockwaves were held outside, stirring only ripples across its surface. The bridge shook violently. Needles on instrument panels flickered, yet the hull itself remained undamaged. Gripping the console to steady himself, Wei Jinbao saw the shield hold against the initial assault. A grim smirk returned to his lips. "Is that all you have?" He taunted over the open comms channel. "Your attacks cannot breach my energy shield. Now it is my turn. All hands, return fire." His command was still hanging in the air when the second wave struck. Amid the conventional ordnance of the first volley, Suhai had mixed 4 dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes. Fire and shock from regular warheads concealed the torpedoes' distinctive, faint blue trails. Swamped by countermeasure noise and blast clutter, Wolf Fong's sonar completely failed to pick out these unique munitions. Silently gliding through smoke, the 4 dark-scale warheads struck the energy barrier. Dark gold runes blazed bright along each warhead's tip. Armor-piercing effect engaged. The Tier 3 energy shield tore open as easily as thin silk, for visible holes were punched through the barrier. The projectiles passed through those gaps and detonated less than 3 meters away from Wolf Fong's hull. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions merged almost into one. The dark-scale warheads unleashed their full 2-stage damage mechanism, implosion followed by outward detonation. First, the warheads collapsed inward, concentrating explosive force into a tiny focal point to penetrate all inner layers of the shield. Then they burst outward, unloading their full destructive power onto the hull. Savage stress rippled across Wolf Fong's energy shield. Its steady blue light flickered into unstable blinding white, then shattered like smashed glass. Shield fragments scattered as countless tiny glowing motes and dissolved into the dark, deep sea water. Wei Jinbao's smile vanished entirely. "The shield is down." Ma Python screamed shrilly. "Deputy Hull Master. The shield. I see it." Wei Jinbao roared. "Quit yelling. Activate backup power. We need several minutes to regenerate the shield." Several minutes. Suhai would never grant him that time. The third wave hit the instant the energy shield collapsed. This time there were no conventional rounds mixed in. Every projectile was a dark-scale armor-piercing torpedo. 6 dark-scale warheads fired in sequence from the forward 8-barrel tubes. Runes on their bodies drew 6 faint blue luminous trails through seawater, locking precisely onto Wolf Fong's mid-hull section. Without its protective energy shield, Wolf Fong's hull was as fragile as cardboard against the armor-piercing warheads. The first torpedo slipped through gaps in the missile silo hatches and detonated inside the missile magazine. Sympathetic blasts blew away Wolf Fong's entire dorsal section. Missile wreckage and armor shrapnel sprayed out through seawater like fireworks. The second and third warheads struck the thruster section simultaneously. Blasts tore the twin propellers to pieces. Wolf Fong instantly lost all motive power. Lopsided, it sank downward like a giant crippled giant. The fourth torpedo forced its way through seams in the side armor beside the bridge and detonated next door to the command compartment. Shockwaves ripped a huge gash in the compartment's side bulkhead. Seawater flooded in at ferocious speed. Air pressure plummeted. Every light went dark, Every gauge needle on the instrument panel dropped to zero. The blast hurled Wei Jinbao out of his command chair. He crashed hard against the bulkhead, fracturing at least 2 ribs. A high-pitched ringing filled his ears. His vision blurred, and blood flooded his mouth. He struggled to rise, but incoming seawater already reached his chest. He heard Mapai Sands screaming echoing through the darkened bridge. Then the screams were swallowed by seawater, replaced by gurgling bubbles. The final sight he witnessed was the pitch-black submarine gliding silently past his viewport. Not a single scratch marked its hull. Blue-pulsed electric field arcs flickered around it, like an indifferent aurora deep under the ocean. How could this be? Wei Jinbao's lips moved. Seawater rushed into his mouth before he could finish his sentence. The 5th and 6th dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes detonated together against Wolf Fang's midsection. Implosion detonation effects tore the submarine apart from within. Its hull broke into 3 large sections. Wreckage sank slowly down towards sediment of the abyssal plain amid roiling firelight. On public comms, Wolf Fang's signal vanished completely. Upon witnessing their flagship's destruction, the 5 remaining Tier 2 submarines fell into brief chaos. Their formation broke apart. 2 tried to turn and flee. The other 3 hesitated, uncertain whether to keep fighting or retreat. Suhai gave them no time to waver. Under Zhao Tianmei's helm, the Orca-class strike submarine executed a fluid turn, bringing its bow to bear on the 2 nearest Tier 2 enemy submarines. Weapon systems kept firing at maximum cycle rate. Dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes mixed with conventional ordnance. Each salvo eliminated 1 target. At close quarters, the pulsed electric field activated automatically, disabling systems on 1 Wolf Alliance submarine that attempted to close in. Suhai finished it off with 2 torpedoes, blowing it to fragments 50 meters away from his own hull. From the moment the first torpedo launched until the final Wolf Alliance submarine was destroyed, the whole engagement lasted mere minutes. Wreckage from 6 submarines littered the abyssal plain, shattered hull plating, mangled torpedo tubes, blasted ammunition fragments drifting slowly downward through dim seawater. Black smoke and air bubbles rose gurgling out of rents and debris, drifting upward toward the unseen ocean surface. Suhai closed the weapon's interface and flexed his fingers. Silence hung in the cockpit for several seconds. Then Zhou Xiaoming spoke, her voice dazed after narrowly surviving mortal danger. All 6 Wolf Alliance submarines are gone. Just like that. Zhao Tianmei stretched, releasing her grip on the control stick and rolling her wrists. Her tone was as relaxed as if she had just finished a gentle yoga session. I told you, our submarine's defensive capabilities exceed your imagination. Believe me now. Zhou Xiaoming nodded vigorously, shook her head, then nodded once more. Her mind struggled to process everything she had just witnessed. 6 enemy submarines, one of them Tier 3, reduced to seafloor wreckage within minutes. Their own vessel had not even lost a coat of paint. Let's clear the battlefield. Suhai stood up from the command seat and pulled on his dive suit. Zhao Tianmei also rose to her feet. Boss, you expended so much energy back inside the ruins. Let me go salvage this time. You rest aboard. Suhai shook his head. He clipped his compact torpedo pistol to his waist and cranked his headlamp to maximum brightness. I am going down. You stay here and monitor sonar. An idea had occurred to him, one he intended to test right now. The hatch opened, seawater flooded inward. Suhai slipped into deep blue seawater. His gill slits opened automatically, and Shark Heart activated instantly. Flow Sense combined with Shark Sense mapped out seabed terrain and glowing resource orbs within a 1-kilometer radius with perfect clarity inside his mind. He began gathering loot. Resources scattered far wider across this battlefield than inside the ancient ruins. Debris and expended ordnance fragments spread from the center of the encirclement all the way to its outer perimeter. The glowing orbs represented a wide variety of items: evolution shards, steel, rubber, gold coins, plus multiple rare materials. Suhai spent the longest time around Wolf Fang's wreckage. Though this Tier 3 submarine had been shattered into 3 pieces, sympathetic detonations had blown open its storage bays, scattering vast quantities of supplies across the surrounding seabed. He weaved swiftly between twisted wreckage. As soon as his fingertips touched each glowing orb, the corresponding resource transferred automatically into his inventory. Evolution shards times 420, gold coins times 2800, jellyfish gel times 15, colossal beast core times 8, manganese nodule alloy times 5, energy crystal times 3. Suhai raised an eyebrow slightly. Jellyfish gel, colossal beast core, manganese nodule alloy. These 3 materials were exactly the rare resources required for Tier 3 evolution. Combined with materials previously looted from ruined chests and remnants of the Eagle Alliance, he drew noticeably closer to completing his Tier 3 evolution material checklist. He searched carefully inside what remained of Wolf Fang's bridge. His fingertips brushed an object that was not a glowing orb. He looked down. It was a notebook sealed carefully inside a waterproof pouch. The heavy-duty waterproof pouch had withstood deep sea pressure. Pages inside stayed dry and intact. Suhai did not open it right away. He simply stowed the notebook inside his inventory. He circled the surrounding wreckage one more time, confirming no glowing orbs remained uncollected, then started salvaging scattered fragments. Damaged armor plates, degraded torpedo husks, snapped steel cables, broken propeller blades, all carried gray quality tags such as damaged, degraded, broken. To most players these were nothing but scrap metal. But Suhai possessed infinite fusion. Scrap metal was raw material in his hands. He swam through the debris field, collecting every object the system marked as salvageable, regardless of size or quality. After gathering the final piece of wreckage, Suhai did not immediately return to the submarine. He hovered suspended in seawater and stared at the main wreckage hulks. Wolf Fang split into 3 large segments, and the heavily crumpled hulls of the other Tier 2 submarines. These massive wreckage hulks were too large for direct system pickup, yet they contained enormous volumes of steel and rare alloy components. If these hulks could be broken down and recycled through his fusion ability for other uses, they represented a massive resource windfall. Suhai swam toward the largest fragment of Wolf Fang. He reached out and touched its cold metallic surface. A system prompt popped up. This object qualifies as vehicle wreckage. Direct retrieval unavailable. You must unlock the dismantle function first to break it down into base materials before collection. Dismantle function locked. Unable to process vehicle wreckage. Just as he expected, Suhai pulled his hand back without undue disappointment. He had only tried out of curiosity. This system restriction matched his expectations. He took one final look across the battlefield debris, committing all wreckage coordinates firmly to memory. Perhaps once he unlocked dismantle later, he could return here. Then he turned and swam back toward his submarine. The hatch sealed. Water drained out of the airlock. He removed his diving mask. Suhai hung his dive suit on its hook, sat down in the command seat, and auto-sorted all newly acquired inventory. First, he updated quantities for rare materials against his Tier 3 evolution checklist. Adding the 15 newly acquired units of jellyfish gel to his prior stockpile brought his total up to 50-odd units. He possessed nearly 50 colossal beast cores. Manganese nodule alloy remained scarcer at 20-odd units. Energy crystals were the scarcest, only a handful. He still fell short of his target, yet progress was clearly being made. Next, he pulled out the waterproof notebook recovered from Wolf Fang's wreckage. He opened the waterproof pouch and flipped open its pages. Paper felt coarse. Handwriting was messy. Its author clearly possessed limited formal education, yet notes were recorded in considerable detail. On page 1 sat a hand-drawn nautical chart marking coordinates for a local site, with handwritten annotation. Third outpost, patrol rosters and appendix. Suhai kept turning pages. Entries were fragmented, evidently Wei Jinbao's personal memory aid notebook. His memory appeared unreliable, so he jotted down everything. Pages held outpost distribution maps for Wolf Alliance holdings in this sector, identification numbers, and commanding officers for each hunting squad, coordinates for multiple regularly used ambush sites. Plus, several pages logging player submarines they had recently robbed, together with loot inventories. Suhai scanned page after page, memorizing coordinates and names. Zhou Xiaoming leaned over beside the console. Seeing the notebook contents, her eyes widened sharply. Boss, this is Wolf Alliance Outpost Intelligence. Member rosters too? This is incredibly valuable. Excitement colored her voice. Lots of players have been organizing over regional chat to stand united against the Wolf Alliance. If we pass this intelligence along to those groups, they can strike Wolf Alliance outposts precisely and wipe those troublemakers out completely. Suhai finished reading the final page, closed the notebook, and looked over toward her. He posed a simple question. Handed over to whom? Zhou Xiaoming opened her mouth, yet no reply came out. Suhai spoke calmly. Hundreds of thousands of people speak over regional channels. How can you know none of those self-proclaimed resistance organizers are Wolf Alliance moles? Suppose you send intelligence to someone claiming to lead a resistance coalition. If he is actually one of their planted informants, before genuine resistance fighters receive the data, Wolf Alliance leadership will learn their outposts have been compromised. They will relocate assets in advance and may even set traps in return. Zhou Xiaoming fell silent. She had never considered that angle. So what should we do? She bit her lower lip, her mood sinking. Such precious intelligence just sits unused? Suhai stored the notebook inside an easily accessible inventory slot. It will not sit idle. Knowledge of your enemy gives you advantage in battle. Knowing where their outposts lie lets us either steer clear or strike proactively whenever we choose. He paused, softening his tone slightly. Zhou Xiaoming, I understand your hatred for the Wolf Alliance. Your vessel Lightning nearly got blown apart. You were hunted relentlessly by them for a long time. Wanting revenge is completely reasonable. Zhou Xiaoming lowered her head without speaking, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing between her fingers. The Wolf Alliance and I also share bitter enmity, Suhai continued. That Deputy Hall Master mentioned they belong to 6th Hunting Squad. I wiped out their entire unit. The Wolf Alliance will certainly seek retribution. This score will get settled eventually, but not right now. He looked straight at her, speaking earnestly. Our highest priority right now is growing stronger. Upgrade our submarine to higher tiers first. Push everyone's equipment up to maximum specifications. Once we possess overwhelming power, we can crush them effortlessly, leaving them no chance to fight back. Zhou Xiaoming lifted her head and nodded firmly. Light returned to her wide eyes. Understood. I will follow your lead, boss. Suhai leaned back into his command chair. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned toward her. By the way, regarding your talent, you can craft food that grants auxiliary buffs. How exactly does that work? Zhou Xiaoming blinked. Her thoughts shifted away from thoughts of revenge toward her specialty, and she grew noticeably more animated. There are two primary approaches. The first, buy raw ingredients from trade channels, then process them using my talent. For instance, ordinary mutated fish can be turned into dishes granting permanent attribute increases. Common wild honey can be refined into mental energy, restoring royal jelly. Processed food yields multiple-fold stronger effects than raw ingredients, yet processing consumes mental energy. What about the second method? Growing crops myself. A hint of longing colored Zhou Xiaoming's tone. Homegrown produce naturally carries inherent attribute bonuses. My talent lets me accelerate ripening and improve seed strains. Vegetables and medicinal herbs I cultivate can naturally grant mental energy recovery, stamina boosts, or pollution resistance. And she hesitated briefly before finishing. Homegrown crops deliver better, more stable buff effects than bought and processed ingredients. But there are strict prerequisites. Cultivation demands space, at minimum 1 mu of open ground. Special deep-sea planting soil is available through the system shop, yet vast quantities of fresh water are also required. Salt-rich seawater cannot be used for irrigation. Salt will kill plants outright. Fresh water requirements alone are prohibitive for most players. She stared down at her own fingers with faint self-deprecation. I once ran calculations. Even a minimal-scale planting zone aboard Lightning would consume fresh water for irrigation equal to 3 people's total daily drinking allotment. Ordinary players like myself barely have enough fresh water just to drink. There is never excess to water crops, so it has remained nothing more than a daydream. Suhai listened in silence for a moment. Then he stood from his command seat and spoke to both Zhou Xiaoming and Zhao Tianmei. Follow me. He guided them down corridors and halted before a door deep inside the storage bay. Zhou Xiaoming had never seen this door opened after boarding. She had always assumed it led to ordinary storage for miscellaneous gear. Suhai grasped the door handle and pushed it open. The instant the door swung wide, Zhou Xiaoming caught her breath. Behind the doorway there were no walls, no ceiling, no floor. Beyond the doorframe stretched boundless void. Space extended infinitely toward the horizon. No boundary could be seen as far as eyes could reach. Existing supplies inside the warehouse hung neatly suspended in the void, held sorted in place by some invisible force field. Beyond these stockpiled goods stretched boundless empty space, waiting to be filled with new items. This is, Zhou Xiaoming's voice was faint, as though she were dreaming. Infinite space, Suhai said. He stepped through the doorway first, planting his feet firmly upon empty nothingness. No visible ground lay beneath him, yet the surface felt every bit as solid as alloy flooring. The storage space ignores physical dimensions and can hold an unlimited quantity of any object. Items stored inside carry no weight penalty and will not slow the submarine. Zhou Xiaoming carefully followed him inside. She glanced down at the void beneath her feet, then lifted her gaze toward the endless darkness stretching in every direction, her mouth falling open. Zhao Tianmei stood in the doorway, her expression a complicated mix. She had grown accustomed to the sight, yet still felt awe every time she witnessed it. Suhai nodded and stepped back out of infinite space. Zhao Tianmei patted Zhou Xiaoming on the shoulder and followed suit. Left standing within the void, Zhou Xiaoming glanced once more across the vast expanse all around her. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted. She pressed her lips flat, only for a smile to break through again, impossible to hold back. She opened the trade channel, searched for deep-sea planting soil, and placed an order for 50 cubic meters. Next she looked up plant growth lamps and bought 20 sets. Then she pulled up automatic irrigation systems, compared prices from 3 sellers, and picked the most cost-effective option. Her shopping list scrolled longer across the panel, gold coins dwindling away, yet she felt no regret at all. These coins were what she had saved, originally set aside to buy an escape pod or spare oxygen tanks. That was no longer necessary. She now occupied the safest haven amid the deep sea. Suhai returned to the cockpit and sank into the pilot's seat. Though royal jelly and beehive extracts had dulled the strain from the recent string of battles and salvage work, bone-deep exhaustion seeped out little by little. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples. Zhao Tianmei, wake me in 6 hours. Set an alarm. Understood, boss. Zhao Tianmei switched to semi-automatic cruise, plotted a course away from the contaminated zone, and set the 6-hour alarm. Suhai flattened the pilot's seat, pulled a compressed blanket over himself, and fell asleep the instant his head touched the backrest. Zhao Tianmei glanced at his resting profile, dimmed the cockpit lights, adjusted the thermostat to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius, and returned both hands to the control sticks. Her gaze stayed fixed on the sonar display. The Orca-class raider submarine cruised steadily across the abyssal plain at 40 knots. Phased array tactical sonar refreshed scans of surrounding waters every few seconds. Sparse life signals appeared within an 8-kilometer radius, all staying at safe distances. 6 hours later, the alarm went off on schedule. Suhai opened his eyes and tossed off the blanket to sit upright. His sleep had not been perfect. His dreams kept replaying the inward collapsing black energy spheres from dark abyss devourer torpedo detonations. Even so, most of his physical fatigue had faded. Body modifications granted by the shark heart granted recovery speeds far beyond ordinary humans. He rolled his neck and noticed Zhao Tianmei still seated in the co-pilot's chair. Faint dark circles had formed beneath her eyes. She had kept watch over the console for all 6 hours while Suhai slept, sustaining herself merely with 2 cups of deep-sea coffee. Zhao Tianmei, your turn to rest. Suhai stood and walked beside the co-pilot's seat. Go get some sleep. I will take over. Zhao Tianmei had truly reached her limit. She nodded without argument. Her knees wobbled slightly as she rose from the chair. She steadied herself, gripping the backrest before heading down the corridor. Down the hallway, she met Zhou Xiaoming coming out of infinite space. Zhou Xiaoming held a stack of rough drafts covered with layout blueprints for planting zones. Her eyes looked slightly red, presumably irritated by the bright grow lamps inside infinite space, yet her spirits ran high. Tianmei, go rest, Zhou Xiaoming whispered. I made fresh mint revitalizing tea sitting on the kitchen counter. Have a cup if you struggle falling asleep. Zhao Tianmei smiled and ruffled her hair, walked into her cabin, shut the door, and collapsed straight into bed. Back inside the cockpit, Suhai ran through full system diagnostics. Nuclear reactor functioned normally. Life support systems operated without fault. Mineral water and oxygen canisters continued auto sales through the trade channel. He pulled up transaction logs. Almost 1,000 bottles of mineral water and dozens of oxygen canisters had sold during those 6 hours, boosting his gold balance further. Steady passive income formed the most reliable foundation for survival in the deep sea. Right after closing the trade panel, rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor. Zhou Xiaoming hurried out from infinite space. She cupped a cabbage carefully in both hands. Her expression torn between nervous anticipation, much like a school child handing homework over for grading. Boss. She rushed up to Suhai and held the cabbage out toward him. First harvest is ready. Suhai looked down at the vegetable and lifted an eyebrow. Its leaves possessed an unnatural vivid emerald sheen, glowing softly under the cockpit's warm yellow lighting. Every leaf stood plump and firm, as if freshly plucked from farmland under morning light. A clump of dark brown deep-sea planting soil clung to its roots, loose and damp, carrying a faint earthy aroma. A system pop-up displayed its stats. Deep-sea energy cabbage rare effects. Grants permanent +2 stamina, +1 strength, +3 spirit upon consumption. Bonus applies only the first time eaten. Subsequent servings restore satiety and minor spirit only. Notes. Cultivated inside infinite space by a gifted individual. Growth cycle drastically shortened with no loss in nutritional density. Safe raw eaten, yet stir-frying boosts spirit gain by an extra 50%. Food that boosted spirit, delivering 3 whole points. Its benefits vastly outmatched sharp-finned silver scale fish meat, which only granted +1 stamina and +1 strength. Even more notable was the note. Stir-frying added another 50% bonus, yielding nearly 5 spirit points total. Suhai lifted his head ready to offer praise, only to spot Zhou Xiaoming's complexion. Her face looked deathly pale, not simple sleep-deprived dullness, but bloodlessness emanating from beneath her skin. Her lips bore far less color than usual. Strands of damp hair clung to her forehead, and her fingers trembled slightly supporting the cabbage. Suhai's brows drew together. He recognized those symptoms. He had seen that exact reflection staring back from a mirror after fusing dozens of dark-scaled piercing torpedoes non-stop inside a stockroom during a frontline mission. Classic spirit overdraw. Have you burned through your spirit? Suhai spoke quietly, yet his earnest tone left no room for evasion. Zhou Xiaoming parted her lips, trying to come up with an excuse. But meeting the serious gaze within Suhai's crimson pupils, she swallowed her words. She hung her head like a misbehaving child and mumbled, "Just a tiny bit. These cabbages are our first batch. I wanted to use my talent to speed ripening and cut down growing time. Normal growth would take multiple days. I pushed it with my spirit and got them fully grown within hours." She shot a quick glance upward, then looked down again, speaking faster as if defending herself. But quality did not suffer at all. You saw the system appraisal. Stat bonuses match naturally grown crops completely. Plus we get that extra cooking buff. Now that we finally have proper farming space, I wanted fast results. I didn't want to waste the great space you gave me. Zhou Xiaoming. Suhai's tone stayed level, and she instantly fell silent. Your talent is incredibly valuable. So is your spirit. You may accelerate growth, but never overdraw yourself. Once you burn out your spirit, recovery takes multiple days. You cannot tend crops during that time, and overall progress slows down instead. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoming bit her lower lip and nodded firmly. Suhai picked up the cabbage and re-examined its description. +2 stamina, +1 strength, +3 spirit. Stir-fried gives even more spirit. This is excellent produce. Go cook it. Throw in a tribute-boosting fish meat and make us a proper meal. I am hungry. Joy reignited across Zhou Xiaoming's face. Got it right away. She turned and hurried toward the galley, then spun halfway and called back. Boss, do you prefer light or rich seasoning? Whatever you make works fine. Zhou Xiaoming busied herself in the kitchen. She sliced mutant fish whose chewy texture resembled beef, wrapped the slices inside cabbage leaves, and fried them on the electromagnetic stove with precise heat control. The finished dish looked wonderful. Tender fish paired with crisp cabbage, sauce clinging glossily to every ingredient. She stir-fried another dish combining leftover cabbage leaves with canned luncheon meat, and cooked a pot of mutant fish congee for staple food. Shortly afterward, Zhou Xiaoming carried all dishes over to the console table, laid chopsticks out, then stood off to one side, twisting the hem of her apron, watching anxiously as Suhai picked up his chopsticks. Suhai took a mouthful of cabbage-fried fish. Tender fish and crisp cabbage burst across his tongue at once. Savory sauce complemented the cabbage's natural sweetness perfectly. Beyond seasoning, faint inherent energy from the ingredients dissolved across his taste buds, lending layers of unique texture. You have eaten stir-fried deep-sea energy cabbage. +2 stamina, +1 strength, +4 spirit cooking bonus applied. For spirit points, gentle, abundant energy spread outward from his stomach throughout his whole body. Lingering traces of mental weariness vanished completely, replaced by sharp, clear mental alertness. His vision brightened, and his thoughts moved noticeably faster. He ate another helping of luncheon meat cabbage and finished his bowl of congee, setting down his chopsticks to look at Zhou Xiaoming, who had not touched any food herself. It's good. Only 2 words, yet a wide happy smile bloomed across Zhou Xiaoming's face. Tension drained out of her shoulders. Really? I was worried I overcooked it. Perfect texture. Suhai gestured toward the opposite chair. Sit and eat. You grew and cooked this food. Don't just stand there watching. Zhou Xiaoming hesitated. Boss should eat first. You are our core. I am nearly finished. Suhai drained the last of his congee and stood. Finish what remains. After eating, go rest. You still look very pale. No forced ripening today. Stick to regular planting until you recover. Zhou Xiaoming nodded. She carefully lifted a piece of fish and bit into it, eyes crinkling happily. It really tasted wonderful. Suhai retook his pilot's seat, raised cruising speed to 50 knots, and continued heading away from the contaminated zone. A little later, Zhou Xiaoming cleared away dishes. She called out, Boss, I'm heading to rest, and retreated to her cabin. She walked more lightly, a smile still lingering on her face. Several hours passed. Zhao Tianmei emerged from her cabin. Her hair looked disheveled, yet dark circles under her eyes had faded and she appeared well-rested. She sat down in the co-pilot's seat, drank a big sip of the mint-revitalizing tea Zhou Xiaoming had left in the thermos, and glanced over the sonar screen. "Boss, let me take over. You have been at the controls quite a while." Suhai had not gone to rest. He was weighing future plans when a familiar cold system chime echoed inside his mind. "Ding Daily Intelligence System, today's intelligence has refreshed. Time until next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please select intelligence category." A translucent pentagram selection panel unfolded before his eyes. 5 glowing colored markers rotated slowly, each radiating its own distinct light. Suhai scanned the 5 options: supplies intelligence, survival intelligence, hunting intelligence, ruin intelligence, special intelligence. After brief thought, he tapped the white supplies intelligence option. The other 4 markers dissolved away. Silver light burst outward, and the familiar pale gold holographic map unfurled before him. Centered on the Orca-class raider submarine, 20 kilometers of seabed terrain rendered as semi-transparent wireframes. Shipwrecks, reef clusters, kelp forests, submarine canyons, ancient city ruins. Every geographic feature received clear labeling. Dense, varying-sized crimson markers dotted across the map. Some sat isolated within sediment, others clustered together in groups. Suhai scanned quickly. The first noteworthy coordinate lay 8 kilometers southeast, deep within a sprawling submarine mountain range. A purple marker denoting legendary rank supplies appeared on the intelligence overlay. Focusing his attention onto the marker brought up detailed information. Coordinates: X 3847, Y 2291, depth 2034 m. Location: ancient battlefield ruins, sunken battleship core zone. Supply density: extremely high. Threat level: high. Multiple tier 2 mutant sharks patrol surrounding waters. 1 tier 3 shark king occupies the core zone. Preview loot: universal deconstruction trait, card ×1 legendary. Suhai's pupils narrowed. Universal deconstruction, a legendary rank trait. That name immediately brought back the earlier system notification from Battlefield Salvage. Objects must first be broken down into raw materials using deconstruction functions before they can be collected. Acquiring this trait would let him break down sunken submarine wrecks, colossal mutant skeletons, and massive wreckage otherwise impossible to loot, converting all of them into raw resources. He committed the coordinate firmly to memory. A second promising site lay 12 kilometers due west inside a vast submarine forest built from colossal deep-sea, kelp, and coral trees. Instead of purple for legendary goods, a special green marker marked harvestable resources. Details popped open. Coordinates: X 1283, Y 4098, depth 1872 m. Location: luminescent kelp forest, central wetland. Supply density: high. 47 harvestable resource nodes. Threat level: low. Only small numbers of Tier 1 minor mutant creatures present. Preview loot: deep sea planting soil × 320 cubic meter, mutant kelp seeds × 18 varieties, deep sea coral saplings × 12 varieties, glowing mushroom spores × 6 varieties, hydrothermal vent microbe samples × 3 varieties. A faint smile tugged Suhai's lips. These resources exactly matched Zhou Xiaoming's farming needs. 320 cubic meters of planting soil would massively expand planting areas within infinite space. New seeds and saplings greatly broadened the range of crops she could cultivate. Most notably, glowing mushrooms and hydrothermal microbes carried system notes stating they could craft high-tier spirit recovery potions, exactly what Suhai required. Third came a location 15 kilometers northeast at the bottom of a deep submarine canyon, marked with dense rare material indicators. Coordinates: X 5621, Y 0873, depth 3124 m. Location: abyss rift mineral deposit layer. Supply density: extremely high. 62 rare material nodes. Threat level: moderate. Tier 1 mutant fish schools populate the rift floor. Safe collection is possible by avoiding fish swarms. Preview loot: manganese nodule alloy × 85, energy crystals × 42, colossal beast cores × 37, jellyfish gel × 28, mithril × 63, adamant × 41, meteorite iron × 78. Suhai's eyes lit up. Manganese nodule alloy, energy crystals, colossal beast cores, jellyfish gel, all key ingredients for Tier 3 evolution. Combined with his existing stockpile, manganese nodule alloy would pass 100 units. Energy crystals near 50. Colossal beast cores rise above 80. Jellyfish gel top 70. He drew noticeably closer to gathering all materials required for Tier 3 evolution. Suhai memorized all 3 coordinates, closed the intelligence panel, and stood up from his pilot's seat. Zhao Tianmei, alter heading. He marked all 3 locations on the tactical sonar display. We head for the ancient battlefield ruins first. Affirmative. Zhao Tianmei's hands returned to control sticks. She adjusted course following Suhai's plotted route. The Orca-class raider submarine traced a smooth arc across the abyssal plain, turning its bow toward the submarine mountain range to the southeast, and sped onward. Suhai sat in the pilot's seat, watching the marker for ancient battlefield ruins on the tactical sonar. The site sat roughly 8 kilometers away. At the submarine's 80-knot maximum speed, arrival would not take long. On the sonar display, contours of the submarine mountain range grew progressively clearer. Kilometers of underwater high ground stretched onward. Jagged rock ridges bore layers of sediment, and glowing deep-sea moss accumulated through countless years of seawater erosion. The ancient battlefield ruins nestled deep inside a massive rift cutting through the mountain center. 3 kilometers away from target, Zhao Tianmei's voice grew taut. "Boss, contact detected." Suhai turned toward the sonar screen. Dense signals moved fast in the direction of ancient battlefield ruins. Their movement patterns were organized, disciplined tactical maneuvers rather than chaotic wildlife behavior. 2 distinct groups clashing fiercely against each other. 2 separate factions. Zhao Tianmei zoomed in sonar imagery. Recognition tagged signals one by one. 12 submarines on the east bearing an eagle insignia. 15 vessels to the west marked with "She paused as system identification finished loading." A roaring tiger head. Burning flames set where its eyes should sit. "The Tiger Alliance," Zhao Tianmei stated. Suhai's expression stayed unchanged. He already had prior dealings with the Eagle Alliance. He had wiped out 1 escort unit near a ruin entrance and eliminated another remnant squad within labyrinth passageways. This Tiger Alliance was a new force he had never encountered before. Judging by their formation and firepower layout, their strength was comparable to, if not slightly superior to, that of the Eagle Alliance. On the holographic map displaying supplies and intelligence, Suhai spotted something that drew his full attention. Right at the center of the clash between the 2 teams lay multiple markers for high-quality supply orbs. Several glowed purple, marking rare-grade loot, while one shimmered with faint golden radiance, epic-grade supplies. Clearly, both factions were fighting over these riches. Yet Suhai only glanced briefly at those rare drops. His gaze drifted deeper into the ancient battlefield ruins, toward the innermost reaches of the mountain rift. An isolated marker, flickering with dim violet light, hung there. Legendary affix, universal decomposition. That was his target. The 2 alliances fought near the rift's entrance, while the legendary affix lay deep inside. A vast stretch of wreckage and multiple natural rock walls separated the 2 locations. There was no need for him to engage either side head-on. All he had to do was bypass the combat zone, sneak in along the rift's flank, grab the affix, and withdraw. Zhao Tianmei, steer clear of them. Suhai drew an arcing route across the tactical map. Circle around the eastern mountain escarpment and stay outside their sonar detection range. We will moor the submarine in a hollow behind the rift. Activate the electric ray interference wave. Maintain stealth and keep speed below 40 knots. Move slowly and do not alert anyone. The electric ray interference wave worked against both mechanical sonar and biological lateral line sensory systems. At this distance, as long as they stayed under 40 knots, enemy sonar screens would show nothing but blurred static. Zhao Tianmei immediately altered course. The Orca-class raider submarine executed a sharp turn and headed toward the eastern mountain range. The moment the electric ray interference wave engaged, faint electric ripples trembled across the hull. On sonar, the submarine transformed into a faint, ghost-like blip. Speed dropped to 35 knots, gliding silently within the escarpment's shadow. Fire continued to collide between the Eagle Alliance and Tiger Alliance. Blast shockwaves churned massive clouds of silt near the rift entrance. Neither side noticed the pitch-black submarine slipping past, hidden in the shadow of the escarpment off their rear flank. After looping halfway around the terrain, the Orca-class raider submarine settled steadily inside a natural hollow behind the rift. The spot offered excellent concealment. Towering rock walls enclosed it on 3 sides, and a huge, overhanging boulder blocked sonar pulses coming from the rift entrance. Suhai stood and pulled on his diving suit. Zhao Tianmei, remain in the cockpit. Keep sonar surveillance active and maintain open communications. Be ready to provide fire support at any time. If my escape route gets blocked, Circle in through the eastern rift gap to extract me. Understood. Zhao Tianmei rested both hands on the control sticks, her eyes locked firmly onto the sonar display. Suhai clipped his micro-torpedo pistol to his waist, double-checked his headlamp and communications gear, pushed open the hatch, and slipped down into the dim ocean depths. The seawater above the ancient battlefield was far colder than open ocean. Bone-chilling chill seeped through his diving suit toward his skin. Yet his body, enhanced by the shark heart modification, tolerated frigid temperatures far better than ordinary humans. His flow perception combined with shark perception mapped the seabed terrain within a 1-kilometer radius onto his mind, as clear as a dissected holographic diagram. The rift floor stretched wider than Suhai had anticipated. Dozens of sunken submarine wrecks littered the seabed. Some had corroded down to bare skeletons. Some had been snapped clean in two. Others lay upside down half buried in silt, their propellers still turning slowly with water currents. These wrecks spanned many eras. A few appeared to have sunk only months before, their hulls still bearing jagged torpedo gashes. Others were blanketed in thick sediment and seaweed, resting on the seabed for years at minimum. Several colossal ancient shipwrecks could also be seen. Their wooden hulls had long rotted away, leaving only copper nails and iron anchors scattered across the sand. The nails bore long-lost intricate patterns, and thick rust, as hard as rock, coated the anchors. This truly was an ancient battlefield. Suhai wove among the wreckage. Sharp perception marked every supply orb. He began collecting loot. The first batch of orbs sat beside several relatively intact submarine wrecks. Evolution shards times 28, steel times 45, rubber times 32, gold coins times 560. The quality was modest, but the quantity substantial. The second batch lay deep inside the decayed timbers of an ancient wooden wreck. Several silver resource boxes were wedged between rotted ribs and sediment. Suhai swam forward and touched them. Each box dissolved into white light and vanished. Gold and silk soft armor times 1, a thin, rare-grade piece of armor that could be worn beneath diving suits, granting extra protection against piercing damage. Dragon bone dagger times 1, forged from the bones of an unknown deep-sea leviathan. Its blade glowed faint toxic green, rare grade. Superior fire axe times 3, better quality than standard fire axes, yet to Suhai they were merely fusion materials. The third set of orbs rested inside a military submarine broken cleanly in half. Suhai squeezed through the shattered bridge opening and located more boxes amid tilted instrument panels and snapped cables. Evolution shards times 15, mithril times 6, adamant times 3, small torpedoes times 8. He ventured deeper through the wreck zone. On his supply intelligence hologram, the legendary affix drew near. He navigated past an overturned heavy cruiser wreck and crossed a stretch of sandy seabed strewn with giant bones. These were not human remains, but ribs belonging to some enormous deep-sea beast, each several meters long, bleached pale white under his headlamp beam. Then he spotted the fissure. Two 10,000-ton freighter wrecks had collapsed onto one another, forming a narrow triangular opening. Thick sediment and rust covered its surface, making it look no different from ordinary corroded bedrock. Without the bright purple marker highlighted by his supply intelligence system, anyone passing by would mistake it for solid metal wall. Suhai squeezed sideways through the opening. His headlamp cut through interior darkness to reveal a tiny cavity no more than a few cubic meters in volume. Twisted steel plates and fractured pipes lined its walls, and water-swollen wooden crate fragments littered the corners. Dead center of the chamber floated a silver resource chest. A flowing light membrane of pale purple covered its lid, periodically crackling with faint golden sparks, the hallmark of legendary grade quality. Suhai drew a deep breath underwater and reached out to touch the lid. The chest swung open. Soft, almost gentle purple light surged outwards, bathing the cramped space in dreamlike lavender radiance. Suspended at the heart of the glow was a palm-sized translucent affix card. Countless fine silver runes swirled across its surface, arranged like a precise engineering blueprint. Tiny mechanical structures, gears, connecting rods, conveyor belts, pulverizers, rotated slowly within the card, demonstrating a refined decomposition process. Suhai reached out and touched the card. Affix name: Universal Decomposition Grade, Legendary Type, Resource Retrieval Affix Attributes, grants host the Universal Decomposition ability. Any non-living object may be broken down into its base constituent materials. Decomposition consumes mental power. Consumption scales with target volume, complexity, and quality. Notes: there is no true waste in this world, only resources misplaced. scrap iron, sunken vessels, abandoned military bases, all submit to your touch and revert to their most primitive forms. Where others see wreckage on the seabed, you see a parts supermarket. Bear this truth in mind. Decomposition is easy, assembly is hard. Anyone can tear things apart. True skill lies in turning dismantled materials into something useful. Suhai curled his fingers firmly around the card and allowed a faint smile. This was exactly what he sought. He activated it immediately. The card dissolved into soft silver streams, seeping into his body through his palm. Unlike the searing agony of injecting the shark heart, or the warm shroud from merging with mental immunity, universal decomposition felt like countless fine, cool brushes sweeping repeatedly across his fingertips and palms, burning the sensation permanently into his nerve endings. Universal decomposition activated. Current valid targets, all non-living objects. Touch a target and mentally utter decompose to trigger the ability. Special notice. Decomposing vehicles requires them to be unclaimed. Original owners must be dead or have voluntarily relinquished ownership. Vehicles actively occupied by other players cannot be decomposed. Suhai clenched his fist underwater. His fingertips possessed drastically heightened sensitivity. He could feel the rough texture of every suspended silt particle drifting in seawater, sense the depth of every rust mark across steel plates behind him. The legendary affix was his. Yet his supply intelligence system was far from finished. The holographic map still displayed countless glowing supply orbs scattered all across the ancient battlefield ruins, red, blue, and purple dots dotted throughout every corner of the rift. Instead of returning straight to his submarine, Suhai glided out of the fissure and began rapidly looting every cache. Combined counterflow perception and shark perception let him move with effortless ease through the dark wreck-strewn terrain. His flippers blurred, hands moving left and right, touching every orb and container without wasted motion or hesitation. Evolution shards, steel, rubber, and gold coins flooded steadily into his storage space. Precious rare metals such as mithril, adamant, and meteoric iron appeared frequently. Inside a silt half-buried ammunition crate, he even recovered 2 intact torpedoes. He also collected several pieces of gear. Deep-sea stride boots ×1, rare grade, boosting swimming speed. Pressure-resistant bracers ×1, rare grade, improving deep-sea pressure tolerance. Tactical utility belt ×1, superior grade, speeding up quick access inventory retrieval. Suhai's looting path began deep within the rift and followed the wreck zone perimeter outwards. He stayed well clear of the central combat zone, harvesting only along the outer wreck fields. On his holographic supply map, cleared zones shifted from red to gray. Gray coverage expanded steadily, spreading from the rift depths all the way toward its midsection. The instant he finished clearing the last dense supply cluster in the mid-rift, flow perception registered a change far away. Explosions had ceased. Suhai halted and looked toward the rift entrance. Shockwaves and fireballs from fighting vanished. Only slow drifting debris lingered in the seawater. Shark perception registered a formation of submarines moving in tight, steady formation inward from the rift entrance toward the old battlefield center. The battle was over. One side had won. Suhai paid it little mind. He kept gathering supplies along the rift edge while slowly heading back toward where his submarine waited. Fewer orbs dotted the outer perimeter, yet overall quality improved markedly. This stretch held wrecks from vessels destroyed during earlier rounds of combat. Many medium and large-scale hull fragments lay here, surrounded by abundant high-grade materials. After gathering dozens more evolution shards and a haul of rare metals, fresh movement registered on his senses. Multiple submarines were heading straight toward his position, not passing through, but closing in purposefully. Suhai straightened and regarded their approach calmly. 5 submarines advanced from the rift entrance, hulls painted with a uniform tiger insignia. The lead vessel was enormous, fitted with heavy plating reinforced by extra ceramic composite armor. Its bow mounted a 10-barrel torpedo launcher whose muzzles glinted coldly in the darkness. This was a Tier 3 submarine, belonging to the Tiger Alliance. Their sonar had definitely picked up Suhai's presence. The 5 submarines fanned out into a flanking semicircle 300 meters away, boxing him in. The flagship hovered directly before him. Its bow searchlight snapped on, flooding the surrounding seawater with brilliant white illumination. A gruff, condescending voice boomed over the public communication channel. "Kid, quite the scavenger, aren't you? While we fought over there, you've been picking scraps. Must have collected quite a haul." The speaker was Zheng Tiehu, captain of Tiger Alliance's 3rd hunting squad. In his early 40s, he had a square-jawed face, thick eyebrows, and a jagged scar left by shrapnel across his chin. His Tier 3 flagship Tiger's Roar counted among Tiger Alliance's most powerful assets in these waters. Its frontal firepower could stand against an entire small fleet. Earlier that day, he had led 15 submarines to shatter the Eagle Alliance's 12-ship force, seizing huge stockpiles of rare supplies, including one epic-grade piece of equipment. Riding high on victory, his sonar operator reported a lone diver in a diving suit ransacking the ancient battlefield for nearly 30 minutes. Zheng Tiehu laughed at the report. To him, the diver looked like a scavenger without even a submarine of his own. Yet in his mind, this ancient battlefield belonged to the Tiger Alliance. They had defeated and driven off the Eagle Alliance. Every piece of loot on this battleground rightfully counted as Tiger Alliance spoils. Whatever the lone diver had collected was stolen property. Lay out everything you have gathered onto the seabed sand in front of you, Zheng Tiehu ordered over public comms, his tone uncompromising. Leave nothing behind. Comply, and I will let you walk away. Refuse, he paused. The 10-barrel torpedo turret rotated slowly, locking onto Su Hai. You know what will happen. Beside him, Xiong Laolu, first mate aboard Tiger's Roar, grinned broadly. Burly and rough-faced, he was Zheng Tiehu's distant cousin. Long accustomed to bullying across these waters, he leaned close to the captain and rumbled. Boss, why waste words? Just blow him up. A lone wolf with no proper submarine. Even with our current 5 vessels, one full salvo will blast him to dust. Zheng Tiehu waved him off. Give him a chance to surrender. Force him to hand over the goods. We do not want to blow all that loot to pieces. Xiong Laolu shrugged. He believed his captain was merely in a good mood and wasting time. Normally, they would have already launched torpedoes. Standing on the seabed, Su Hai looked up toward the menacing submarines arrayed before him. His headlamp swept over Tiger's Roar, tracing its thick ceramic composite plating, the menacing 10-barrel torpedo tubes, and the stern-faced man watching down on him through the cockpit viewport. His expression remained completely unchanged. A calm, almost detached reply transmitted over the public channel. Have you finished speaking? Zheng Tiehu froze. That response was entirely unexpected. He had experienced countless similar standoffs. Cornered lone wolves usually panicked and begged for mercy, accepted defeat silently, or tried negotiating terms. Nobody said, have you finished speaking? What do you mean? Zheng Tiehu's voice deepened. If you are done, Su Hai replied evenly, then it is my turn to speak. This ancient battlefield is public territory. It does not belong to your faction. There is no reason I cannot collect supplies here. While he spoke to buy time, the sonar operator aboard Tiger's Roar shot bolt upright in his seat, voice shrill with alarm. Captain, that submarine. It's moving. It's charging toward us. 80 knots. Zheng Tiehu spun toward his sonar screen. A contact rocketed out of the hollow behind the rift at astonishing speed. 80 knots underwater was staggering. His own Tier 3 Tiger's Roar topped out at only 65 knots. The contact moved so swiftly it seemed to teleport. Then he saw the submarine itself. Pitch-black hull material made it nearly invisible within deep water. Blue pulse electric arcs flickered across its surface. Tiny spikes of thorn armor glinted dimly. When phased array tactical sonar swept over it, return signals flared bright enough to wash out parts of the screen. All weapon systems were fully online. Hatches popped open on dual 8-cell heavy torpedo tubes for vertical missile silos on its dorsal hull and 6 smaller lateral quick-fire torpedo launchers. Rows of indicator lights glowed icy blue for dark-scale armor-piercing torpedoes and standard ordnance. What in blazes is that? Xiong Laoyu's eyes bulged, mouth hanging open in shock. Tier 3? No. Its firepower far outmatches ours. Whose vessel is this? Zheng Tiehu's face turned livid instantly. All units. He never finished shouting, open fire. The Orca-class raider submarine's first salvo was already inbound. The instant Zhao Tianmei opened fire, Su Hai unleashed the full power of his shark heart. Explosive power surged through every fiber of his body as all attributes doubled. He kicked hard with his flippers, launching himself like a torpedo toward his submarine, leaving a long white cavitation wake behind him. Torpedoes and missiles from the first volley streaked overhead, trailing dense, white wakes straight for the 5 Tiger Alliance submarines. Boom, 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 boom. Blasting fire merged into a blazing wall right inside the Tiger Alliance formation. 3 Tier 2 submarines blew apart during that initial salvo. Their hulls offered no resistance against dark-scale piercing warheads. Projectiles ripped through plating before detonating internally. The special dual-blast mechanism of dark-scale munitions tore each vessel apart from within. Wreckage and fragments sprayed through seawater. Shockwaves kicked towering plumes of seabed silt dozens of meters upward. Tiger's Roar, Zheng Tiehu's flagship, reacted fastest. Its Tier 3 energy barrier flared to life mere instants before impact. Pale blue light absorbed multiple dark-scale torpedo strikes. Detonations rippled across the shield's surface without breaching it. One surviving Tier 2 submarine took partial cover behind Tiger's Roar's energy barrier. Shocks jolted it violently, cracking its hull, yet it avoided total destruction. The Orca-class raider submarine soared over Suhai, executed an extremely precise sideways drift, and held position directly above him. The hatch opened the moment he drew near. He grabbed the frame and hauled himself inside in one fluid motion without wasting a single second. The hatch sealed. Ballast tanks pumped out water. Suhai hurried into the cockpit, dripping wet, and dropped into the pilot's seat. Zhao Tianmei had already transferred full weapon system authority over to his console. Situation report? Suhai adjusted weapon panels as he spoke. 3 Tier 2 vessels destroyed. Remaining hostiles, 1 Tier 3 flagship plus 1 damaged Tier 2 submarine. Zhao Tianmei replied swiftly and calmly. So you are the Tiger Squad. Suhai's voice turned ice cold. Earlier you gave me 2 choices, hand over everything, or die. Now it is my turn. Every single one of you will be eliminated. Inside Tiger's Roar, Zheng Tiehu flew into a berserk rage. That single volley cost him 3 submarines. 2 had been crewed by comrades he fought alongside since starting this game, and 1 had carried his own nephew. Veins bulged across his eyes. He slammed his fist hard against his console, sending instrument needles jumping wildly. Fire everything, he roared over the public channel. Unleash full firepower. Avenge our fallen brothers. Every weapon system aboard the Tiger's Roar flared to life at once. Its 10-barrel heavy torpedo tubes loosed all 10 torpedoes in one volley. 6 anti-ship missiles popped out from its dorsal 6-cell missile silos, while smaller side-mounted torpedo tubes poured out fire at maximum cycling rate. The remaining damaged Tier 2 submarine joined the assault. Though its firepower was far weaker, it discharged every last round it carried. Dozens of torpedoes and missiles streaked forward with dense smoke trails, closing in on the Orca-class raider submarine from all directions. In an instant, sheets of explosion flames swallowed the vessel whole. Zheng Tiehu stared fixedly at the sonar display showing the blast-covered zone, vengeance burning in his eyes. He pulled a cigar from his waist. He had paid 800 gold coins for this rare item on the trade channel. Only 3 came in a box, and he saved 1 solely to smoke after a hard-won victory. He bit off the tip, lit it, and took a deep drag. Smoke swirled inside his mouth before drifting slowly outward. A lone wolf dares stand against the Tiger Squad. Zheng Tiehu leaned back in his command chair, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips. Suicidal. Beside him, Xiong Laolu finally relaxed. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he let out a nervous laugh. That display earlier really gave me quite a scare. Look at it now gone with 1 single full salvo. Sonar, confirm the kill. Zheng Tiehu flicked cigar ash away, his tone returning to haughty arrogance. Then he saw the sonar operator's face. There was no excitement, no relieved relaxation. Only stark, bone-deep terror, the look of someone witnessing something utterly beyond comprehension. See, Captain, speak. It hasn't sunk. The cigar slipped from Zheng Tiehu's fingers, clattering onto the console. Its burning tip curled thin wisps of smoke against cold metal. The firelight from the explosions faded away across the sonar screen. Dead center amid the dissipating blast haze, the contact signal burned steady and bright. Its hull durability had not shifted in the slightest. Blue pulses of electric arc rippled rhythmically across its hull, like a heartbeat beating deep within the ocean. Completely unscathed. Moments later, the contact on screen struck back. It was no scattered counterfire of 1 or 2 torpedoes. A dense flood of ordnance signatures surged forth, heavier, denser, and far more ferocious than the Tiger's Roar's earlier barrage. Evasive defensive maneuvers. Zheng Tiehu practically shrieked. But it was already too late. Suhai gave them no second chance to organize their defenses. Standard ordnance and dark-scale piercing torpedoes poured out at maximum firing rate, weaving an impenetrable net of death between the Tiger's Roar and the crippled Tier 2 submarine. 3 dark-scale piercing torpedoes slammed home against the Tier 2 submarine in the blink of an eye. Its energy shield had already been strained to breaking point in prior combat, offering 0 resistance against armor-piercing warheads. 3 torpedoes tore through its hull and burrowed inside. Detonations ripped the submarine clean in 2. Under sustained precision strikes from Suhai's dark-scale torpedoes, the Tiger's Roar's energy shield flickered violently. Zheng Tiehu frantically rerouted reserve power to stabilize the shield, yet every time partial repairs finished, fresh piercing warheads struck precisely at its weakest seams, tearing newly restored sections apart all over again. Captain, the energy barrier won't hold. Xiong Lalio's voice cracked completely. Zheng Tiehu ground his teeth. The scar across his cheek twisted grotesquely under cabin lights. He glanced at the rapidly closing contact on sonar, then checked his remaining ammunition stockpiles. A few dozen heavy torpedoes, for missiles, 2 depth charges. It was not enough. Going toe-to-toe against that monster, even scratching its hull would stretch his supplies thin. His eyes darted rapidly. One thought surface talent. Some players awakened special talents after entering the deep-sea game. Awakening conditions varied wildly, as did the powers granted. Some talents supported utility, boosted engine speed, expanded sonar detection range. Others leaned toward defense, reinforced armor, regenerative shielding. A handful granted overwhelming offensive power. Zheng Tiehu possessed an offensive-type talent, a trump card he had never revealed to anyone. His talent was called Tiger Roar. To activate it, he had to channel massive mental power toward his throat, releasing a powerful psychic shockwave with a loud bellow. This shockwave pierced hull plating and seawater, striking directly at targets' nervous systems. It could induce disorientation, confusion, even permanent mental damage. Against opponents with vastly inferior mental stats, a single blast could plunge an entire crew compartment into madness. He had never unleashed it in prior fights, not because it was weak, but precisely because it was devastating. Exposing it would make every foe prepare countermeasures. He had buried this ace deep inside, saving it for moments of genuine life or death crisis. This was that moment. Zheng Tiehu drew a deep breath, flooding every ounce of his mental power into his throat. His chest heaved, veins bulging across his neck, facial muscles spasming, bloodshot eyes darkening to near purple. He opened his mouth and roared straight into the communication microphone. Roar. The sound itself carried little physical destructive force. Sound waves traveled poorly underwater. Tiger Roar's true power lay in the psychic shockwave riding alongside the roar. Spreading outward in a fan shape centered on the Tiger's roar, the psychic blast surged toward the Orca-class raider submarine. It cut through seawater, hull plating, every physical barrier, slamming straight into the enemy cockpit. Zhao Meitong's hands froze mid-motion above firing buttons. Her gaze blurred instantly, double vision washing over her. She was thrown back to the day the Wolfman Coalition hunted her down. She saw her research submarine torn apart by torpedoes. Seawater pouring through fractured viewports. She felt herself drowning inside the frigid cockpit. Her pupils constricted sharply, her body shaking uncontrollably. Zhou Xiaoming fared far worse. Her mental strength was already heavily depleted from earlier overexertion. Her mental defenses shattered the instant the shockwave hit. Her consciousness was dragged into a looping nightmare. Scraping fangs of silver-toothed fish against viewports, Wolfman Coalition submarines closing relentlessly from behind. She clamped her hands tight over her ears and let out an involuntary scream. Suhai boasted the highest mental attributes and quickest reflexes. The moment the psychic shockwave struck, sharp vertigo washed over him as though an invisible hammer had smashed hard against his temples. Dark, distorted shadows crept at the edges of his vision, and a high-pitched ringing hummed inside his eardrums. The effect lasted less than half a second. His mental immunity field activated automatically. A pale golden light burst outward centered on Suhai, spanning a 50-meter radius. Passing straight through hull plating, it enveloped the entire cockpit. The invading psychic shockwave crashed against the golden barrier like surf smashing against rock. It shattered instantly and dissolved into nothingness. Suhai's vision cleared. Zhao Meitang stopped trembling, her scattered gaze refocusing. She stared down at her hands resting on control sticks, jolted awake as if from a terrible nightmare. Zhou Xiaoming's scream cut off abruptly. She gasped for air, cold sweat streaming down her cheeks, yet her eyes had regained clarity. "Boss, what on earth was that?" Zhao Meitong's voice still trembled. "A psychic attack," Suhai replied coldly. "We are safe now." Resume firing. His fingers flew across weapon panels, pushing fire output to absolute maximum. Dark-scale piercing torpedoes and standard ordnance fired at the submarine's hard physical limit. Ammunition poured non-stop from launch tubes, rippling again and again across the Tiger's Roar's crumbling energy shield. Having unleashed Tiger Roar, Zheng Tiehu collapsed back into his command chair, gasping heavily. Activating his talent drained immense mental energy. He felt as though he had gone 3 full days without sleep before sprinting a marathon. Sharp stabbing aches throbbed deep inside his brain. Still, he forced his head up and stared at the sonar screen, waiting to see the Orca-class raider spiral out of control, smash against rock formations, or at minimum cease firing. Instead, fresh volleys of ordnance streaked out through lingering smoke. Heavier, denser, more brutal than before. Impossible. Zheng Tiehu's eyes bulged, his voice hoarse and warped. Impossible. How could Tiger Roar fail? Who the hell are you? Why aren't you stunned? Why aren't you driven mad? Quick, my vest, the epic grade vest. I have to put it on. Zheng Tiehu fumbled frantically inside his storage space. He had intended to offer this precious vest as tribute. If discovered without it, he would still face severe penalties. Panic and disorganized inventory management kept him from locating it immediately. Suhai ignored every one of Zheng Tiehu's frantic questions. He simply pressed the trigger for another wave of dark-scale piercing torpedoes. At long last, the Tiger's Roar's energy shield failed completely. Sustained barges of precision-aimed dark-scale torpedoes drained its power reserves to zero. The pale blue barrier shattered like smashed glass, breaking into countless tiny motes of light that dissolved into dark seawater. Without its protective energy shield, the Tiger's Roar's hull lay completely exposed before Suhai's firepower. The first dark-scale piercing torpedo slipped through gaps in its torpedo launch tubes and detonated beside ammunition racks. Sympathetic blasts blew off the submarine's entire forward section. A second torpedo burrowed through gash torn in its hull and exploded inside the engine compartment. Emergency reactor shutdown protocols engaged, averting meltdown, yet its engines were total losses. A third torpedo struck structural support beams directly beneath the cockpit, snapping the submarine's keel clean in half. The Tiger's Roar broke apart into 3 large wreckage sections. Debris scattered across the rift floor of the ancient battlefield, mixing with far older sunken wrecks until pieces became indistinguishable from one another. Zheng Tiehu never received an answer from Suhai, not even with his final moments. Over the public channel, the Tiger's Roar's signature vanished amid a violent detonation. Wreckage from the other submarines had long been blown to shreds. Not a single vessel belonging to the Tiger Alliance survived the fight. All 5 contacts went dark. Silence settled over the battlefield. Suhai leaned back in his pilot's chair and let out a long breath. That brief psychic assault, though neutralized by mental immunity, had briefly disoriented him for less than half a second. That split second made him realize something he had overlooked. He possessed mental immunity to resist psychic attacks. Yet resistance alone was insufficient. He needed more proactive countermeasures. In future fights, he had to anticipate enemy talent abilities, especially psychic-focused ones. He could not rely on his defense activating exactly as a psychic blow landed every single time. The best defense was destroying opponents before they unleashed their talents. Zhao Meitang. Suhai rolled his neck, still stiff from the brief vertigo. From now on during combat, alongside standard threat assessments, stay alert for enemy talent usage. If anyone exhibits unusual physical tells, prioritize focusing fire on them. Understood. Having recovered from the psychic assault, Zhao Meitang returned her hands to the control sticks, sharp vigilance in her tone. She glanced at Suhai, then at Zhou Xiaoming, who had walked over from living quarters. Zhou Xiaoming sipped mint calming tea to steady her nerves. Her hands still shook slightly, but her eyes were calm. What exactly was that attack? Zhou Xiaoming set down her teacup, lingering fright in her voice. I felt dragged straight back aboard the Lightning. Torpedoes everywhere, Wolfman ships chasing me. It must have been his talent. Similar to Psychic Shriek, though less wide-ranging than Tier 3 corrupted creatures, yet far more potent against single targets. Suhai stood from his pilot seat and slipped back into his diving suit. Prepare more mental calming meals. All 3 of us should keep a steady supply handy. Got it. I will get started right away. Zhou Xiaoming nodded firmly, drained her mint tea in one gulp, and hurried toward the galley. Suhai pushed open the hatch and slipped back down into deep sea water. 3 sets of wreckage littered the rift bottom. Ancient wooden ship fragments and antique warship debris, several sunken Eagle Alliance submarines, plus the 5 destroyed vessels of the Tiger Alliance. These 3 wreckage groups differed wildly in age and material composition. To other players, they were nothing more than worthless scrap metal. For Suhai, equipped with universal decomposition, all of them represented raw materials. Suhai swam first toward the wreckage of the Tiger's Roar and began collecting loot orbs. As a Tier 3 submarine, its storage compartments held enormous stockpiles of supplies. Loot orbs dotted the wreckage sections. Some were wedged between snapped pipes, half buried under blast-churned seabed silt. Others drifted slowly suspended in seawater. Suhai collected them one by one. Evolution shards times 680, gold coins times 4200, jellyfish gel times 22, beast core times 15, manganese nodule alloy times 11, energy crystal times 8, fine gold times 34, moon silver times 28, meteorite iron times 41. Next came rare equipment. Scattered amid the cockpit wreckage of the Tiger's Roar sat numerous high-grade personal items, most looted previously from relic sites and treasure chests. They had never been distributed among crew before Suhai destroyed the vessel. Deep-sea defensive skirt times 1, rare grade. Woven from multi-layer nanofibers, extremely tear and puncture resistant while remaining light and supple. Wave strider boots times 1, rare grade. Boosts swimming speed and agility, fitted with miniature boot mount thrusters. Warding bracelet times 2, rare grade. Generates a thin passive psychic shielding aura upon being worn. It cannot fully nullify psychic attacks, yet greatly mitigates damage from low-grade psychic shocks. Deep-sea silk robe times 1, rare grade. Spun from mutated deep-sea silkworm silk, lightweight and breathable, granting faint passive underwater camouflage. Multiple fine-grade equipment, including compression vests, tactical gloves, deep-sea helmets, and other basic protective gear. Then one pale gold glowing orb lay tucked beneath broken fragments of the captain's command seat. When Suhai reached out and touched it, a vest materialized in his palm. Its material looked utterly unique, neither metal nor woven fabric, built from layered semi-transparent overlapping scales. Each scale was thumbnail-sized, etched with fine dim gold runes shimmering softly in dim ocean gloom. It weighed almost nothing in his hands, yet steady energy pulsed deep within its scales, akin to the slow heartbeat of a slumbering leviathan of the deep ocean. Dragon scale hauberk, quality, epic, type, close-fitting body armor. Attributes, extremely high physical defense. Can withstand full power strikes from Tier 4 mutated creatures, or point-blank, main cannon fire from Tier 3 submarines without sustaining damage. Grants passive dragon might, plus 20 mental stat for wearer, greatly elevated psychic defense. Grants passive self-repair. The hauberk slowly mends sustained damage over time. Description: forged from shed inverse scales of an abyssal dragon whale. This ancient leviathan lived for thousands of years, dominant and unchallenged in deep ocean depths, before passing away of old age within a sea cave. Its scales retain fragments of its millennia-old authority and power. Wearing this hauberk will not turn you into a dragon whale, yet it will certainly let you endure far more punishment in combat. Suhai turned the epic grade hauberk over in his hands for several seconds. Epic defensive gear. Its physical protection could block full force blows from Tier 4 monsters, plus 20 extra mental stat points. What did plus 20 mental mean? Boosted by his shark heart and prior stat boosting meals, his baseline mental already sat above 60. Adding 20 pushed it past 80. Higher mental expanded the effective radius of his mental immunity field and let him endure heavier mental strain while fusing munitions. Most importantly, this hauberk could survive direct blows from Tier 4 mutated creatures. During his relic expedition, a direct hit from the relic guardian's tentacle would have spelled disaster without proper protection. This hauberk gave him a vital safety buffer. He donned the hauberk right away. Upon contacting his skin, its layered scales contracted gently, automatically reshaping to fit snugly against his physique. Warm, heavy-weight energy seeped outward from deep within the armor, erecting an extra defensive bulwark around his mind. He felt his mental power surge instantly. His perception sharpened, his thoughts ran swifter. Faint, lingering mental fatigue melted completely away. His overall mental condition reached an unprecedented high. He then continued gathering remaining loot orbs. More evolution shards, gold coins, and rare materials flowed into his inventory. Evolution shards times 340, gold coins times 2,100, jellyfish gel times 9, beast core times 6, energy crystal times 4, moon silver times 18, fine gold times 12, meteorite iron times 15, multiple fine-grade equipment. After collecting every last loot orb, Suhai straightened up and stretched his lower back, sore from sustained bending. Hundreds of wreckage fragments littered the seabed inside the rift. The 5 Tiger Alliance submarines, multiple Eagle Alliance wrecks, plus many older unidentified sunken vessels. Debris varied wildly in size. Some large sections retained most of a submarine hull. Others were no bigger than short, snapped pipe segments. To ordinary players, these were worthless scrap. Suhai swam toward the nearest Eagle Alliance Tier 2 wreck. He laid his hand against its frigid metal hull and whispered one word: decompose. A silver stream of light surged forth from his palms, spreading rapidly across the small patch of metal where his fingers made contact. The light crawled across the hull like a living thing. Wherever it passed, the tough alloy armor began to silently break down. There were no explosions, no shattering cracks, only quiet, orderly decomposition. Rivets popped free one after another. Steel plates peeled away layer by layer. Pipes loosened one by one. Every material was sorted automatically as it broke down. Steel went with steel, rubber with rubber, rare metals with rare metals, and ammunition debris grouped with ammunition debris. The decomposed materials transformed into standard-sized glowing orbs, hovering suspended in seawater, waiting to be collected. Beneath the shroud of silver light, the entire submarine wreck shrank slowly, like ice melting under sunlight. The process lasted nearly 2 minutes. When the last wisp of silver light faded away, the submarine wreck that had once occupied dozens of cubic meters of space was completely gone. In its place sat neat rows of material orbs floating in seawater. Steel times 480, rubber times 220, refined steel times 85, meteorite iron times 12, moon silver or times 6, evolution shards times 35, small-scale torpedoes times 4. Suhai's lips tugged upward as he stared at the floating orbs. Just as he expected, legendary rank modifiers never disappointed. He turned and swam toward the next wreck to keep decomposing. The 5 submarine wrecks belonging to the Tiger Alliance were far larger and required more time to break down. This was especially true for the Tiger's Roar. Its third-order submarine hull armor was alloyed with large quantities of rare metals, demanding far more precise energy control during decomposition. Suhai pressed both palms against the largest piece of wreckage. Silver decomposition light welled from his hands. It spread more slowly over the surface than before, yet operated with superior precision. He could clearly see every material layer inside the wreck being peeled apart by the glow. Outer ceramic composite armor, the middle alloy load-bearing layer, and the inner titanium alloy watertight bulkheads. Each layer was neatly broken down into its corresponding base materials. Once he finished breaking the 3 sections of the Tiger's Roar, he moved on to the other wrecks. Minutes slipped by. Suhai wove through the bottom of the rift, swimming from one wreck to the next. Silver light flickered repeatedly from his palms. Decomposition drained mental energy, yet with the dragon scale inner armor boosting his stats, his mental attribute sat above 80 points. His stamina vastly exceeded what it had once been. He processed every salvageable wreck on the battlefield. The work consumed dozens of minutes. Basic materials inside his storage space swelled to staggering quantities. When he finished, Suhai took one final sweep across the rift floor to confirm no wrecks had been overlooked. Then he turned and swam back to his submarine. The hatch opened. Water drained out. He pulled off his breathing mask. Suhai hung his diving suit aside and walked into the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei and Zhou Xiaoming were both staring at the storage space summary panel. One's mouth hung open in an O shape, while the other's eyes were wide as saucers. The panel displayed the full haul from his trip to the ancient battlefield ruins. Evolution shards, 1,847, gold coins, 8,920, steel, 6,340 units, rubber, 2,870 units, meteorite iron, 156 units, moon silver, or 118 units, fine gold, 97 units, jellyfish gel, 52 units, giant beast core, 41 units, manganese nodule alloy, 36 units, energy crystal, 26 units, high-grade rubber, 320 units, rare tier equipment, 14 pieces, epic tier equipment, 1 dragon scale inner armor, legendary tier. Modifier, 1 universal decomposition, assorted ammunition, miscellaneous. We hit the jackpot, Zhao Tianmei said, her voice thick with stunned disbelief. Boss, you're incredible. Zhou Xiaoming nodded vigorously, bobbing her head like a pecking chick. Gold coins practically sparkled in her wide eyes. So many rare materials, plus epic gear, and a legendary modifier. Captain, you practically cleaned out the entire ancient battlefield. Pretty much, Suhai replied. He sat down in the pilot's seat and took a long drink of deep-sea purified water. Decomposing wrecks for dozens of minutes did not drain him as fiercely as material fusion, yet the continuous operation still left his throat dry. He pulled up the attribute panel for the dragon scale inner armor and projected it onto the main display screen. When the 2 girls read, plus 20 mental attribute, and withstands a full power strike from a 4th-order mutated creature, both gasped sharply. A full power blow from a 4th-order creature. Zhao Tianmei arched an eyebrow high. Does that mean you could tank a direct hit from that relic guardian's tentacle back in the ruins just by wearing this vest? One hit, Suhai answered. Then the vest needs time to repair itself. Even one hit is huge. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up like two bright stars. And it boosts mental power too. Captain, what is your mental stat now? Suhai glanced at his status panel. After donning the dragon scale inner armor, his base mental attribute of 64 points gained 20 bonus points. Boosts triggered by the shark heart and the current breaker title further amplified the value, pushing it just above 80. It's over 80, he said. Zhou Xiaoming and Zhao Tianmei exchanged glances. The same thought shone clearly in both pairs of eyes, relief. The stronger their captain grew, the better their odds of surviving the perilous deep-sea world. For Zhou Xiaoming in particular, she had once been a terrified girl trembling aboard the Lightning. Now she served as the team's logistics specialist. Suhai had repeatedly shielded her with his strength to make that transformation possible. Suhai closed the status panel. He pulled several pieces of equipment out of storage and set them on the console. Deep-sea protective skirt, tied strider boots, 2 guardian bracelets, a deep-sea silk gown, plus several high-grade pressure-resistant vests and tactical gloves. Divide this protective gear among yourselves, he told them. Tianmei, the gown and boots ought to fit you. Xiaoming, this dress is for you. Each of you gets 1 guardian bracelet. They weaken mental attack damage. The next time you face something like that Tiger Roar Sonic Assault, you won't get instantly incapacitated. Each of you also takes 1 set of high-grade vest and tactical gloves. Wear them underneath your diving suits. Zhao Tianmei lifted the deep-sea protective skirt. Soft light shimmered across its fabric under cockpit lamps. Its cut flowed smoothly, with a snug waistline and an asymmetrical hem, short in front, long in back. It granted ample leg mobility underwater without sacrificing defensive coverage. Her eyes lit up. Like any young woman, she appreciated fine-looking items. Thank you, boss, she smiled. Gratitude warmed her tone. Zhou Xiaoming picked up a guardian bracelet and slipped it carefully onto her wrist. The bracelet tightened slightly on contact with skin, automatically adjusting for a perfect fit. She could feel a thin, warm barrier spreading outward from within it, forming a gentle defensive layer around her mind. Thank you, Captain. Her tone carried deep sincerity. This was the most valuable gift she had received since joining the submarine crew. Though merely rare-grade equipment, its meaning outweighed its stats. Suhai kept the dragon scale inner armor for himself. As the team's primary combatant, he charged into every fight, absorbing the heaviest blows. The finest defensive equipment rightfully belonged to him. Neither Zhao Tianmei nor Zhou Xiaoming raised any objection. They fully understood this reality. Once gear distribution finished, Suhai turned toward Zhao Tianmei. Set course for our next coordinate, the Glow Kelp Forest. Follow our original route, and keep watch for suspicious signals. Understood. Zhao Tianmei folded her new skirt carefully aside, planning to change into it later. She retook the controls. The Orca-class assault submarine rose slowly out of the rift holding the ancient battlefield ruins, turned, and headed west toward the Glow Kelp Forest. Suhai stood up from the pilot's seat. With his mental stat boosted past 80 by the dragon scale inner armor, his mind felt sharper than ever. He intended to take advantage of his excellent condition to fuse stockpiled ammunition debris and materials and replenish ammo reserves. I'm heading to the storage compartment to fuse some ammunition, he told Zhao Tianmei. Call me if anything comes up. Zhao Tianmei gave him an okay hand gesture. Inside the storage compartment, Suhai stood before the workbench. Piles of torpedo wreckage, shattered warheads, and weapon fragments lay before him. These degraded remnants, ranging from damaged to heavily broken, had been salvaged from earlier battles. To other players, this pile was nothing more than scrap metal. For Suhai, it was raw fusion material. He opened the fusion interface and drew a deep breath. First round, he placed 20 degraded torpedo wrecks into the fusion window. Purple light flickered. Debris broke down, compressed, and reassembled. Seconds later, 5 intact standard torpedoes materialized on the workbench. Second round, 10 standard torpedoes went into fusion. Purple light blazed again. The 10 torpedoes decomposed, converged, and compacted. Seconds later, 1 dark-scale piercing torpedo took shape. Dark gold runes glinted softly across its hull beneath the lights. Third round, fourth round, fifth round. Purple light flashed repeatedly inside the storage room, like a lighthouse deep under the ocean. Suhai moved quickly between the workbench and ammunition racks, fetching materials, loading them in, activating fusion, removing finished products, and stowing them in racks. Every motion was precise and fluid, honed by long practice into an efficient workflow. Fusion felt different this time. Previously, Crafting several dozen dark-scale piercing torpedoes left his mental energy thoroughly drained. His temples throbbed sharply, forcing him to repeatedly drink royal jelly mixtures and hive extracts to keep working. Now, boosted by over 80 mental points and the dragon-scale inner armor, fusion felt far less taxing. The draining sensation in the back of his mind stayed mild and manageable. His vision remained clear, and his hands stayed steady. He crafted large quantities of dark-scale piercing torpedoes in one continuous session, interspersed with batches of regular ammunition synthesis. Stockpiles of regular rounds and dark-scale piercing torpedoes climbed steadily. When he finished processing all available materials, his supply of dark-scale piercing torpedoes neared 500 units, and regular ammunition topped 3,000 rounds again. His mental reserves had dropped noticeably. A faint, dull pressure lingered behind his eyes, and his temples felt slightly tight. Yet he avoided the total exhaustion he had known before. The 80-plus mental attribute and bonuses from the dragon-scale inner armor represented a genuine qualitative leap. He leaned against the compartment wall, closing his eyes to let his mental energy recover naturally. He pulled out a bottle of deep-sea algae essence that Zhou Xiaoming had pressed into his hands before he came here. He twisted off the cap and drank. The lightly salty, bittersweet liquid slid down his throat. Its effects were gentle and sustained, slowly restoring his mental power. Just as he swallowed the final sip, Zhao Tianmei's voice came over the comms from the cockpit. "Boss, we've arrived." Suhai loaded the last newly fused dark-scale piercing torpedo onto its rack, closed the fusion interface. He walked out of storage and reclaimed his seat in the cockpit. The Orca-class assault submarine slowed roughly 1 kilometer away from the outer edge of the glow kelp forest. The phased array tactical sonar projected seafloor terrain spanning 8 kilometers ahead onto the main display. The outline of the massive forest grew steadily clearer. This was no woodland on dry land. It was a unique, deep-sea kelp forest. Giant kelp stalks dozens of meters tall rose straight from the seabed. Their thick stems were dark brown, covered in fine scale-like textures. Translucent dark green fronds swayed gently within deep sea currents. Pale green fluorescent fluid flowed inside their veins, bathing the whole forest in faint emerald radiance. Interspersed among the kelp stood extensive coral groves. Some coral formations rose more than 10 meters high. Smaller ones stood 3 to 5 meters tall. Their branches hosted colonies of glowing microbes that twinkled like scattered blue starlight. Zhao Tianmei's fingers slid swiftly across the sonar panel, marking scan results one by one. Most biological signatures are concentrated in peripheral zones. The majority belong to first-order, small mutated fish schools. Only scattered second-order signals appear. No third-order signatures detected. Threat levels are low. Dozens of gatherable resource nodes lie inside the forest, mostly clustered around the central wetland zone. Suhai nodded. The data matched the intelligence reports he had read. This location prioritized soil, seeds, and spores rather than combat-oriented loot. Mutated creatures dwelling here were mostly low-level. He stood and turned toward Zhou Xiaoming. Most resources down here suit your farming work. Deep-sea planting soil. Mutated kelp seeds, coral saplings, glowing mushroom spores. Do you want to come down with us? Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded rapidly. Yes, absolutely. Goods like these sell for outrageous prices on the trade channel. Picking them myself is so much better. She started pulling on her diving suit at once, hurrying as though afraid Suhai would change his mind. Suhai took a spare diving suit off the equipment rack and handed it to her. Her old suit bore gashes from shrapnel and cracks across its visor. It was long past due for replacement. Zhou Xiaoming accepted the new suit, shot Suhai a grateful look, and changed quickly. The new suit fit her perfectly. Its dark gray composite material conformed neatly to her figure. Sealed with nanometer waterproof zippers. Its rated safe dive depth reached 2,000 meters, far more than the depth of this kelp forest. Suhai also donned his advanced diving suit. He clipped a micro-torpedo pistol at his waist and slung an extra weapon across his back, the epic grade battle axe forged earlier by fusing 100 ordinary axes together. Its handle measured 1.2 meters long, solid black. The blade glowed with cold bluish light, and dark gold runes traced patterns across its back. It had sat unused on the weapon rack ever since its creation. This trip would give him a chance to test it in action. Zhao Tianmei stayed aboard to monitor sonar. She watched Suhai and Zhou Xiaoming step into the drainage airlock and spoke over the communication channel. Stay safe. Call anytime you run into trouble. The submarine weapon systems stand ready. The outer hatch opened, and seawater flooded in. Su-hai and Zhou Xiaoming slipped one after another into dim ocean water. Water inside the glow kelp forest felt slightly warmer than open ocean. Faint warm currents drifted over from nearby hydrothermal vents, carrying a faint sulfur tang mixed with the earthy scent of deep-sea seabed soil. Headlamp beams cut through dark green water, illuminating the towering kelp forest ahead. Once inside the woods, Su-hai quickly noticed how slow Zhou Xiaoming swam. A single strong kick of his fins sent him shooting forward. The shark heart granted swimming speed comparable to mutated sharks. The current breaker perk let him anticipate every shift in water flow, adjusting his posture underwater with minimal drag. Countless battles and steady attribute improvements had given him physical prowess far beyond ordinary players. Zhou Xiaoming moved competently, kicking her fins quickly. Yet to Su-hai's eyes she looked as if swimming in slow motion. Each kick only carried her forward a short distance. Her posture stayed somewhat stiff, and sideways currents easily pushed her off course. Su-hai swam dozens of meters ahead, then glanced back to see Zhou Xiaoming still lagging far behind. He circled back and grasped her wrist. "Stay close to me," he said. He pulled her forward. Zhou Xiaoming's speed multiplied instantly. Kelp fronds blurred past on both sides, and glowing particles trailed faintly behind them. She barely needed to exert herself, only keeping her body steady. "Captain," Zhou Xiaoming said softly over comms, sounding a touch embarrassed. "You swim unbelievably fast. I used to think I was fairly quick in water, but beside you, I barely seem to move." Su-hai said nothing. He slowed slightly to let her adjust to the pace. They passed through dense outer kelp thickets and reached the central wetland zone. Kelp thinned out here, opening onto a broad flat seabed carpeted with thick layers of deep-sea planting soil. Decaying kelp debris and fine shell fragments mixed into the soil. It felt soft and springy underfoot, kicking up tiny clouds of silt with every step. Mental images of the holographic intelligence map unfolded inside Su-hai's mind. Dozens of gatherable resource nodes dotted this plain like scattered green stars. Following the marked locations, he guided Zhou Xiaoming to collect resources one node after another. First node, a hollow depression ringed by kelp, piled high with deep-sea planting soil. Su-hai reached out and touched it. A system prompt popped up. Deep-sea planting soil times 48 cubic meters. He glanced toward Zhou Xiaoming. She crouched nearby, scooping soil samples and scribbling notes on the wrist-mounted log built into her diving suit. She muttered quietly, "Neutral to slightly alkaline pH, very high organic content. Far superior to generic planting soil sold on the trade channel." Second node. At the roots of several giant mutated kelp hung clusters of translucent spore sacs. Su-hai touched the sacs. Mutated kelp seeds times 6 varieties. Zhou Xiaoming examined the seeds carefully, eyes widening more and more. "This is deep-sea nori, fluorescent kelp, and this one, a mutated spirulina strain. I saw listings asking 500 gold coins per seed on the trade channel with no buyers. And here we find a whole cluster." Third node, fourth node, fifth node. Su-hai led the way, clearing obstacles. Zhou Xiaoming followed behind. They swept along the route marked on the intelligence map. Their stock of deep-sea planting soil kept growing. More seeds and spores piled up. Glowing mushroom spores hid among coral roots in a shaded grove. Deep-sea coral saplings grew atop mounds of discarded shells. Hydrothermal vent microbe samples sat beside small bubble-emitting vents along the plain's edge. Zhou Xiaoming grew increasingly excited as supplies accumulated. Every time she discovered a new seed variety, she let out a short gasp of delight, twirling gently in the seawater, holding her find. Emerald forest glow reflected brightly in her wide eyes. She resembled a treasure hunter who had stumbled onto a hidden vault. "Captain, these mushroom spores are the main ingredient for advanced mental recovery potions." "Captain, fully grown coral saplings produce deep-sea coral powder, a key secondary material for mental defense potions." "Captain, these microbe samples, wow. I read about these hydrothermal archaea in reference documents. Enzymes extracted from them boost the stat-enhancing effects of mutated food ingredients." Su-hai listened to her excited chatter over comms, the corners of his mouth twitching faintly upward. He did not interrupt her. He kept leading the way forward, clearing out every green marker marked on the supply intelligence map. After looting several more stashes, Su-hai suddenly froze mid-motion. It was not an error with the supply data. Instead, his sharp perception picked up a signal. A biological signature speeding straight toward their current position. The creature moved at extreme velocity with highly agile movement patterns and a compact body. Judging from signal intensity, it was a Tier 3 mutated creature. Tier 3, identical in rank to the abyssal bone shark king. yet its detected body volume was far smaller. The bone shark king stretched over 10 meters in length, while this signal corresponded to a creature barely over 1 meter long. Small as it was still a Tier 3 life form. Suhai did not let his guard down for a single moment. Zhou Xiaoming, he whispered sharply over the communication channel. Halt collection. A Tier 3 fish is heading our way. Zhou Xiaoming immediately ceased her movements. She tensed up, gazing toward the direction Suhai had indicated, subconsciously stepping half a pace backward to shelter behind him. A Tier 3 entity? Her voice trembled faintly with nervousness. The same tier as the bone shark king, much smaller in size, only around a meter long. Suhai focused his sharp perception squarely on the signal to gather more details. Its swimming speed surpasses even the bone shark king's burst dash. Its trajectory does not seem hostile. It is not charging directly at us, more likely foraging or patrolling its territory. The two waited motionlessly for a short while. Kelp fronds swayed gently amid the ocean currents, and the glow of bioluminescent particles dyed the surrounding seawater a dreamy pale emerald green. Then the fish appeared. It darted out from the depths of the kelp forest, swift as a streak of silver lightning. Streamlined in build, its scales were translucent silvery white, scattering prismatic flecks of light across the dark green seawater. Its elongated, powerful tail propelled it to instant bursts of acceleration with every flick. Its golden eyes held vertical pupils, sharp and alert. Most striking of all was a glowing golden stripe running from the crown of its head all the way to the tip of its tail. This luminescence did not stem from pigmented scales, but emanated from within its body, pulsing beneath its skin like a luminous blood vessel. It stopped roughly 30 meters away from Suhai and Zhou Xiaoming. Its golden eyes studied the two unfamiliar intruders with pure curiosity, its tail swaying softly in the water without the slightest hostile intent. Suhai's hand had already wrapped around the grip of his torpedo handgun, but he loosened his hold upon observing the creature's calm demeanor. This fish bore no malice. Its posture was inquisitive and observant, lacking the stalking bearing of a predator hunting prey. Right then, a muffled gasp escaped Zhou Xiaoming through the comms channel. It's the golden-striped flying fish. Her tone jumped an octave, thick with excitement that nearly cracked her voice. Captain, this is the golden-striped flying fish. I've seen its entry in the database archives. System records state this species is extraordinarily rare across the entire deep sea, boasting top-tier swimming speed among all Tier 3 mutated life forms. She spoke faster and faster, her words rushing forth at a frantic pace. Moreover, this fish is completely non-aggressive. It does not consume flesh, feeding solely on deep-sea kelp pollen and microorganisms. Most importantly of all, its flesh is widely acknowledged as supreme nourishment within this game. Consuming the meat of a Tier 3 golden-striped flying fish comprehensively boosts stamina, physical strength, agility, and mental aptitude. The enhancement to mental attributes, in particular, is several times greater than that offered by flesh from other Tier 3 mutated beasts. Catch it quickly, Captain. Do not let it get away. Suhai's pupils constricted the instant he heard that mental attributes received drastically amplified improvements. Without hesitation, he drew his waist-mounted micro-torpedo pistol, aimed at the golden-striped flying fish, and squeezed the trigger. The miniature torpedo streaked forward, trailing a thin wisp of white exhaust in its wake.